Su 12, a practitioner of the mystical arts, seized the power of creation to attain longevity, pilfered the essence of the heavens to endure, and refined the quintessence of the five elements for self-preservation. In the northern reaches of Muyun State, there lies a forbidding peak known as Tianju Feng, regarded as a perilous domain by countless cultivators. Nestled at the foot of this peak is an ancient village, Shi'er village, which has stood for a millennium. The village derives its name from the fact that all its structures are constructed of stone. Legend has it that a millennium ago, Shi'er village was established by the descendants of celestial beings who sought refuge in this secluded place. However, as time has passed, the truth of the matter has become obscured. Presently, Shi'er village is home to an ordinary populace of mortals. The village comprises over 40 households, blessed with fertile land, and its inhabitants occasionally venture to the nearby Huilong town to trade for rare items, leading a relatively peaceful existence. As evening descends, 5 children, clad in coarse hemp garments and sun-kissed skin, are huddled in the grass of the woods to the east of Shi'er village. At the center, one boy clutches a piece of hemp rope, the other end tethered to a wooden stick that supports a sieve, beneath which a scattering of rice grains lies. Nearby, a wild chicken cautiously pecks at the grains. Unable to resist, it eventually ventures inside. With decisive action, the boy pulls the rope, causing the stick to topple, capturing the greedy chicken beneath the sieve. Witnessing this, the other children erupt in jubilant cheers, clapping and praising the boy in the center. "Wow, you caught it. You really did. 12, you're so clever. 12, you're amazing. When I grow up, can I marry you? 12, my mother mentioned that recently a celestial being is recruiting disciples in Huilong Town. With your brilliance, you might just become a disciple of a celestial master." The boy named 12 rolls his eyes and chuckles. "Forget it. You little chubby, one can't even count to 3. What do you know? Do you really think it's that easy to become a disciple of a celestial being? Besides, what's the point of cultivating the mystical arts? Isn't it better to stay with Grandpa in the village? Enough. You little flatterers, I've already shown you the method. You can play by yourselves." With that, the boy strides toward the sieve, expertly lifting the captured chicken and turning toward the riverbank not far away. 12, whose full name is Su 12, has grown up under the care of his grandfather, relying on one another for sustenance. Known for his quick intellect, he is regarded as the leader among the village children. Arriving at the riverbank, he skillfully bleeds and plucks the wild chicken, then retrieves a small, battered, palm-sized alchemical furnace from his pocket. The furnace is filled with salt, and he sprinkles a pinch over the prepared chicken. Next, he tears off a large leaf to wrap the chicken, coating the exterior with a layer of mud. The furnace, with its round belly and intricately carved designs of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, is crafted from an unknown material, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades. This item was secretly retrieved from the beams of his home, treasured by his grandfather, who forbids him from touching it. Initially, 12 did not think much of it, viewing it merely as a peculiar, decrepit furnace. However, after using it to store salt for a dish, he discovered that the salt became exceptionally crystalline, and the dish he created was remarkably fragrant and crisp, leaving him feeling invigorated and sharp-minded. Since then, no matter where his grandfather hid it, he always managed to uncover it, despite suffering the consequences of his mischief. This time, he intended to prepare the dish for his grandfather to enjoy as well. The old man has surely never tasted such a delectable roasted chicken. This time, he will be astounded. After he tries it, he won't refuse to let me use this furnace again. Su 12 grinned as he prepared. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. "Old man? Which old man?" An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, approached the riverbank, his hands clasped behind him, concealing a wooden stick. This was Su 12's grandfather, Su Mingren, the only literate person in the village, held in high esteem by the villagers. "Of course, I mean my grandfather. Old man, what brings you here?" Su 12 replied without thinking, only to turn and see his grandfather brandishing the stick, causing him to shudder and drop the chicken he had been preparing. "Calling me an old man repeatedly. All that sage literature I had you read, has it gone to waste? I've told you countless times, that furnace is absolutely not to be taken out. You little rascal, have you dug it out again? Today, I swear it'll teach you a lesson." Su Mingren glared at Su 12's furnace, his face flushed with anger as he brandished the stick menacingly. Su 12, already wary of his grandfather's every move, swiftly tucked the furnace into his cloak and dashed away toward the village. As he ran, Su 12 shouted back, "Old man, I was trying to make you a roasted chicken, and you actually want to hit me. How ungrateful of you." "Ungrateful? You little rascal. Don't forget who raised you." Su Mingren pursued him, stick in hand, irate. "Stealing and causing trouble is one thing. But this furnace, no matter where I hide it, you always uncover it. You think you can continue this way?" Though young, Su 12 was quick on his feet, darting around the village while occasionally turning to make faces at his grandfather. "Old man, this furnace is a family heirloom. It will eventually belong to me anyway. What difference does it make whether you give it to me now or later?" Su Mingren, red-faced and panting, continued the chase, determined to teach his grandson a lesson today. The furnace had been passed down through generations, its original purpose long forgotten. Su Mingren only knew that his father had entrusted him with its care before his passing, warning him to keep it a secret, lest it invite disaster. This was a truth he did not intend to reveal to Su 12 until the last moment. As Su 12 glanced back, realizing his grandfather was genuinely furious, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Relying on his youthful agility, he circled the village a few times before slipping behind a haystack, hoping to evade his grandfather's pursuit. However, Su Mingren, despite his age, was well aware of his grandson's temperament. After a few laps around the village, breathless and flushed, he set his sights on the nearby haystack. With the stick in hand, Su Mingren approached quietly and swiftly seized Su 12, who had been peering out from his hiding spot. "Oof, you little rascal. Think you can hide from me? Let's see where you can run today." Just as he began to scold him, a series of gasps echoed nearby. "Hey, everyone look! There's a person flying in the sky. Oh my, can people actually fly? Who is that?" "It appears to be a celestial master, and it seems they are coming toward our village." In the village, countless figures gazed skyward, their exclamations rising in a chorus. Su Mingren also lifted his gaze. In the air, a figure swathed in black was gliding toward Shi'er village, trailing a luminous arc. Upon seeing this dark silhouette, Su Mingren's pupils contracted sharply, his expression shifting instantly. He hurriedly shoved Su 12 back into the haystack, his tone grave as he instructed, 12, listen to your grandfather, stay hidden and do not come out. No matter what happens, you must remain inside. Do you understand?" Within the haystack, Su 12, frustrated at the impending scolding he would receive, suddenly noticed the unprecedented seriousness in his grandfather's demeanor, leaving him momentarily stunned. He instinctively nodded that Su Mingren swiftly concealed Su 12 and quickly made his way into the distance. The wrath of the immortal master in the air, a figure clad in black rushed forward, his piercing gaze resembling that of a hawk, coldly sweeping over the entire village. Moments later, the black-clad man hovered directly above the village, enveloped in swirling dark energy. His garments fluttered without wind, releasing chilling gusts, and an eerie malevolence radiated from him. Who is Su Mingren? The voice, devoid of warmth and raspy, sent shivers down the spines of the villagers. Was this truly an immortal? He appeared utterly terrifying. Was he here to seek Su Mingren? When had the village chief forged ties with such a being? Hearing the commotion, many villagers curiously peered out, scrutinizing the ominous figure above. On the ground, Su Mingren gazed up at the intruder, a knot tightening in his chest as an ominous premonition washed over him. Was he indeed here for that alchemical furnace? Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to respond, the figure scoffed. "What is this? No one dares to speak." In midair, the black-clad man grunted with frustration. A dense aura of malice emanated from him, enveloping the small mountain village. In the next instant, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies freezing with fear. Noticing the impending fury of the black figure, Su Mingren quickly spoke up. "Esteemed immortal, I am Su Mingren. May I inquire what brings you here?" Upon hearing his voice, the figure shifted slightly in the air, transforming into a streak of light that darted down before Su Mingren. His gaze scrutinized Su Mingren, eyes glinting with a chilling light as he coldly declared, "Hand over the treasured furnace, or face death." Su Mingren trembled, his heart racing to his throat, yet he feigned calmness, saying, "Furnace? What furnace? Esteemed immortal, I do not understand what you mean." The figure's eyes darkened as he waved his hand, unleashing a force that sent Su Mingren hurtling backward. Fixating on Su Mingren as if he were an insignificant insect, the figure sneered, You truly believe I would come here without knowledge? If you willingly surrender your ancestral furnace today, we can discuss matters amicably. Otherwise, it is not just you who will perish. The entire village will meet the same fate. As he spoke, the black figure advanced step by step towards Su Mingren, a palpable aura of menace engulfing the village. The onlooking villagers felt as if the sky were collapsing, their terror palpable as they frantically shouted to Su Mingren, "Chief, if you truly possess that furnace, just give it to this esteemed immortal. Indeed, there's no need to provoke his wrath over a mere furnace. Please, esteemed immortal, do not be enraged. We have lived here for many years and have never heard of any treasured furnace in the chief's home." Su Mingren fell heavily to the ground, the impact exacerbating his frail state, resulting in several broken ribs, the pain causing his face to contort. Nearby, Su 12 witnessed the entire scene from the haystack. Seeing his grandfather injured, panic surged within him as he gripped the alchemical furnace, ready to rush to his grandfather's aid. To him, no treasure could compare to the life of his grandfather. However, as he prepared to emerge and hand over the furnace, his grandfather's earlier warning echoed in his mind, "No matter what happens, you must not come out." Recalling his grandfather's words, Su 12 hesitated. On the ground, Su Mingren noticed the haystack quivering slightly and, gritting his teeth against the pain, spoke again, "Esteemed immortal, I truly do not know what this treasured furnace is." Having lived long and learned much, Su Mingren understood that regardless of whether he surrendered the furnace, both he and the villagers were doomed. The only thing left was to protect his grandson's life. Hearing this, the black figure's eyes glimmered with malice, and he let out a sinister laugh. "Old fool. Are you seeking death? Alas, it seems I must search for it myself." Shaking his head, his expression turned cruel. With that, he summoned his inner energy. Forming a sword gesture with his hand, a dark flying sword erupted from his back, hovering in midair and spinning ominously. Suddenly, a multitude of sword lights appeared, each transforming into a skeletal figure, diving towards the villagers below. The sight of this sent the villagers into a state of shock, with a few quick thinkers turning to flee immediately. "No, please, esteemed immortal, spare us. We know nothing." As the threat of death loomed, the villagers cried out in terror, instinctively pleading for mercy. Yet, against a cultivator of such formidable power, they were no more than ants. Under the onslaught of the malevolent sword energy, death was but a moment away. In an instant, the small village ran red with blood as the air thickened with the scent of carnage. Su Mingren lay on the ground, his eyes filled with rage and despair. Though he had prepared for death, witnessing the slaughter of his fellow villagers plunged him into profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Su 12 was also paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground, his limbs cold as ice, as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. This was no immortal. He was a bloodthirsty demon. At that moment, the black figure approached Su Mingren, smirking. "Do you see? They all perished because of you. I shall give you one more chance. Surrender the furnace." Reaching out, he grasped the flying sword, its tip aimed directly at Su Mingren. The surrounding black mist surged, releasing a terrifying pressure. Su Mingren lay there, feeling as if he were suffocating under the weight of this oppressive force. Yet, with resolute defiance, he shook his head, declaring, "No." The black figure's gaze hardened, channeling his energy into the flying sword, sending forth a skeletal sword energy that severed Su Mingren's arm. "Now what do you say?" Su Mingren writhed in agony, gritting his teeth as he shouted, I truly do not know anything about this furnace." "Humph. If that is the case, then you have no need to live any longer." The black figure sneered, unleashing another skeletal sword energy that surged towards Su Mingren's heart. "No. Please." From the haystack, Su 12 watched in horror, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Clutching the furnace tightly, he yearned to rush out and save his grandfather. But the overwhelming pressure from the black figure rendered him immobile. With a thud, the skeletal sword energy pierced through Su Mingren's heart, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. His body slumped, lifeless. Witnessing his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, Su 12's pupils constricted, his heart clenching in despair, causing him to faint on the spot. In the mountain village, the black figure paid no heed to the haystack, methodically searching each home for the fabled furnace. For him, slaughtering the entire village was as trivial as a mundane task. From dusk until deep into the night, the black figure scoured every corner of the village, from the rafters to the cellar, yet found nothing. Though powerful, his divine sense could only extend as far as a golden core cultivator. The small stone village lay adjacent to the fabled Tianjue peak, a place notorious among cultivators. Even Golden Core practitioners would find themselves inexplicably suppressed here. After 2 hours, the black figure returned to Su Mingren's corpse, confirming there was nothing of value on him. A flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Damn it, could the information have been erroneous? Or has someone else already beaten me to it? Enough. It seems I must seek other leads. With that, the black figure leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the horizon. He had never imagined that a half-grown child lay hidden in the very spot he had descended upon. This was the very essence of the paradox. The most perilous place could also be the safest. An hour later, the figure cloaked in black, concealed within the shadows of the night, returned silently once again. Observing that the situation remained unchanged, he could only shake his head in resignation before departing on his sword. Su 12 had been unconscious for 2 hours, and as dawn began to break, he suddenly convulsed and awoke, drenched in cold sweat. During his unconsciousness, his mind was plagued by visions of that skeletal monster and the horrific scene of his grandfather's murder. The first thing Su 12 did upon awakening was to gaze outside, hoping fervently that the events of the previous day had merely been a nightmare. However, such hopes were in vain. In his line of sight, his grandfather lay motionless in a pool of blood. Su 12 trembled all over, scrambling out from the haystack to reach Su Mingren. Grandfather, please wake up. I will never call you old man again. Please awaken. I beg you acknowledge me. He clutched Su Mingxian, calling out repeatedly, tears streaming down his face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Yet, no matter how he cried out, the lifeless figure on the ground showed no sign of response. Su 12 wept over his grandfather until the sun rose, until his tears ran dry, until blood tears streamed from his eyes. He fainted several times, his voice hoarse from grief, until he could no longer produce sound. Only then did he lower his gaze to the elixir furnace in his arms. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, grandfather wouldn't have died, and everyone else would still be alive. In a fit of rage, Su 12 grasped the elixir furnace tightly, believing it to be the root cause of their demise. Had it not been for this furnace, none of this would have happened. If he could exchange this artifact for his grandfather's life, he would do so without hesitation. With all his might, he hurled the furnace away in anger. However, after hesitating a moment as it rolled on the ground, he returned to retrieve it. This furnace is the last relic my grandfather left me. I cannot afford to lose it. Moreover, it is coveted even by those celestial beings. It must be a treasure of great significance. If I am to avenge grandfather and everyone else, I must utilize this artifact. I just do not yet know how to use it. Perhaps once I master the celestial arts, I will understand its purpose. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 tucked the furnace back into his embrace. He then stifled his sorrow, procuring a shovel to dig deep graves in the village clearing, where he buried his grandfather alongside the villagers. The following evening, a modest plot of graves appeared in the village center, a resting place for 100 souls. Kneeling before the graves of his grandfather and the others, Su 12 succumbed to another wave of sobs. Yet he restrained himself, refusing to let any more tears fall. He silently vowed to himself that this would be his last bout of weeping. From this day forth, he had but one objective: vengeance. No matter the trials he would face, he would not shed another tear. Grandfather, that figure cloaked in black possesses formidable power to confront him. I must join the celestial sect and learn the arts. Perhaps, when I master the celestial techniques, I will also comprehend the furnace's purpose. He had heard from Little Fatty that celestial beings were accepting disciples in Huilong Town these days. He resolved to investigate, no matter the cost. He would ensure retribution for you and everyone else. Su 12 whispered this to himself, glancing at the elixir furnace in his arms, then bowed 4 times at his grandfather's grave. With renewed determination, he stood resolutely and sprinted toward the direction of Huilong Town. Chapter 3. The spiritual root test. On the following day, before dawn, the town of Huilong resembled a pot of boiling water, bustling with activity. Countless vendors flooded the streets, calling out vociferously. Groups of figures, whether walking or riding in bullock carts and horse-drawn carriages, converged from all directions towards Huilong Town. The Yunj sect, situated on the majestic Luofu Peak, was set to recruit disciples, an event that occurred once every 3 years, targeting children aged between 10 and 12. This tradition had become an ingrained custom, for the day of recruitment also marked a grand gathering in Huilong Town. Families from nearby villages, with children of suitable age, flocked to try their luck. They sought not only to purchase everyday necessities, but also to aspire for the glory of having their child chosen as a disciple of an immortal, a feat that would elevate their family's prestige beyond measure. Among the throng, Su-12 made his way into the town. The path from Little Stone Village to Huilong Town was rugged and treacherous, and he had only visited once as a child with his grandfather. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and after a challenging journey, he arrived just as dawn broke. However, his clothes were tattered and filthy, giving him the appearance of a little beggar. As he walked, he kept his ears perked and eyes keen. Being alone, he was unsure of where the recruitment event would take place, yet he knew that among the parents accompanying children his age, there would surely be those seeking to enroll their offspring as apprentices. Before long, Su-12 found himself in the center of the town, where a clearing was surrounded by adults. Nearly 100 children of similar age gathered in the open space. From the conversations among passers-by, Su-12 discerned that this was the venue for the upcoming recruitment test. All the children aspiring to become disciples awaited the arrival of the immortal to assess their talents. Su-12 squeezed into the crowd, seeking a quiet corner to sit down. After a long night of traversing the mountain path, he was both weary and famished, with swollen feet. At that moment, all he wished for was a moment of respite. Suddenly, the clouds overhead began to swirl, and a flying sword streaked through the sky like lightning. The sword was broad, and upon its blade stood two ethereal figures. Immortals. The immortals have arrived. As the crowd looked up in awe, everyone, regardless of age or gender, held their breath, their faces etched with anticipation. The lively din of Huilong Town fell silent in an instant. In a blink, the flying sword passed overhead, and the two figures leaped gracefully down to the center of the clearing. In midair, the sword radiated brilliance, swiftly shrinking to a 3-foot length before settling behind the two figures. One of the arrivals was an elderly man clad in a long blue robe, with a face resembling that of a phoenix and hair white as snow. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, his chest adorned with a thick, flowing beard. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. The other figure was a striking young woman of 17 or 18, with delicate brows and pearly teeth, her lips a vibrant red against her fair complexion. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her flowing light blue gown fluttered in the breeze, giving her an almost celestial presence. Is that a fairy? She is extraordinarily beautiful. I never imagined I would witness such a stunning celestial being in my lifetime. I've heard tales of the Princess of Song being as beautiful as a fairy, yet she pales in comparison to this enchanting maiden. As soon as she touched the ground, the crowd erupted with excitement. Faced with such an exquisite beauty, the mortals present were momentarily entranced. The nearly 100 children, including Su-12, stood mesmerized. After landing, the young woman gazed curiously at her surroundings, marveling. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I have finally descended from the mountain. I did not expect Huilong Town to have grown so populous in just a decade. The old man smiled at the young woman and said, "Enough with the nostalgia, let us attend to business. If we cannot suppress Tianhua Peak this year, I shall become the laughingstock of that old scoundrel, Fu Baran." The young woman nodded with a smile. "Do not worry, grandfather. I want to delay your matters. There are many participants this year. Surely we will find a few promising talents." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a square table appeared before them. On the table lay a uniquely shaped stone, the spirit-testing stone used by the sect to assess the spiritual roots of potential disciples. The old man nodded, his gaze shifting to the children in the clearing, his expression turning stern as he spoke coldly. "Among you, only a few will be selected to join our Yunj sect." His chilling words sent a shiver through the crowd. Su-12 instinctively recoiled, his heart racing with anxiety. The spiritual root is the foundation for cultivators. Next, I shall test each of your spiritual roots. Form a line and approach one by one, placing your hand upon the stone. The old man gestured dismissively towards the testing stone. As his words fell, the children formed a sparse line. Su-12 stood at the end, his fists clenched tightly, peering anxiously ahead. The first child, feeling brave enough, cautiously approached and placed his hand on the spirit-testing stone. The stone trembled slightly, emanating a dim red light. The old man's expression remained impassive as he declared, "Inferior fire's spiritual root. Qualified, stand to the right." Hearing this, the child's face lit up with joy as he hurried to the right to stand quietly. In the crowd, a couple erupted with excitement. Another child stepped forward, placing his hand on the stone, but this time, the stone remained unresponsive. "Unqualified. Step aside. Unqualified. Inferior earth spiritual root. Stand to the right." In the blink of an eye, more than half of the test had passed. Only 2 children had emerged with inferior spiritual roots. Observing the dwindling number of children left, The old man's brow furrowed in frustration, his demeanor growing increasingly impatient. Inferior spiritual roots were the most common and mediocre in the realm of cultivation. To return with only 2 such candidates would render him a laughingstock. Just then, a dark-skinned boy clad in coarse cloth stepped up to the spirit testing stone. As he placed his hand upon it, the stone trembled violently, and simultaneously, a brilliant golden light and a dazzling red light erupted forth. The radiance was blinding, exuding an aura of formidable power. This scene left everyone speechless. The old man's expression transformed into one of elation as he exclaimed, "What? It's an exceptional gold spiritual root and an exceptional fire spiritual root. Double spiritual roots. Ha! My trip here has not been in vain." The old man trembled with excitement, his voice betraying his uncontainable joy. His exuberance was justified. For cultivators, spiritual roots were the very foundation of their abilities, determining their cultivation speed. Those with inferior roots would find their progress painfully slow. For an ordinary person, possessing medium or superior roots was already commendable. But the emergence of exceptional roots was a rarity, a sign of unparalleled talent. And double exceptional roots, such prodigies were virtually unheard of. In the history of the Yunj sect, such roots had only appeared once, belonging to their founding master, the revered Yunj. Beside him, the beautiful young woman, though silent, regarded the dark-skinned boy with evident delight in her gaze. Chapter 4. The Mixed Spiritual Roots. Good. 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 What is your name? The elder repeated the word good 3 times, gazing intently at Han Yu, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, as if he wished to consume the boy with his gaze. The young boy, radiating an air of pride, calmly replied, "Han Yu. What a fine name. You are indeed a good child. Come to me." The elder nodded, smiling warmly as he beckoned Han Yu closer. He grasped Han Yu's small hand with a benevolent expression, as if he feared that this precious find might be snatched away. Standing beside the elder, Han Yu held his head high, exuding an air of dignity. Despite his youth, he appeared markedly more mature and composed than his peers. This reaction further pleased the elder, who silently nodded in satisfaction. The assessment continued, and the elder's anticipation grew. However, among mortals, those who could naturally awaken spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. In the blink of an eye, 30 or so children had been tested, yet none had manifested spiritual roots. The elder's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disappointment. Every so often, he cast a glance at Han Yu, his eyes filled with fervor. For him, the presence of others had become inconsequential, as long as he could nurture this promising talent. It would undoubtedly elevate the status of Luo Fu Peak within the Yungu sect. At that moment, only 2 children remained, Su 12 and a chubby boy. Su 12 noticed that the chubby boy was dressed in splendid garments, his rosy complexion indicating his affluent background. Before Su 12 could approach, the chubby boy rushed ahead, excitedly placing his pudgy hands on the testing stone. The stone trembled slightly, but showed no changes. Seeing this, the elder's expression turned impassive. Not qualified, leave. However, the chubby boy seemed prepared for this outcome. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to the elder. "I am Zhu Hanwei, the son of the town mayor of Huilong Town, paying respects to the immortal. I earnestly seek the path and hope you grant me a chance. This is a token of reverence from my father." As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei frantically produced a sandalwood box from his robe. Humph. The elder's expression hardened, and the temperature in the air dropped several degrees at that moment. Zhu Hanwei shivered, and the box slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. The elder was about to scold him when he noticed the box had cracked open. His pupils dilated, and he quickly seized the box, examining its contents. A smile of delight spread across his face. A century-old cold jade? I never expected that your father, a mere mortal, could acquire such a treasure." The elder's eyes sparkled with joy. The century-old cold jade was a rare material for refining tools, and even he found it challenging to collect. In comparison, accepting a child without spiritual roots into the sect seemed trivial. Secretly stowing away the cold jade, the elder resumed his serious demeanor and said, "Very well. Since you genuinely seek the path, I shall give you a chance." Zhu Hanwei was both surprised and overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Thank you, immortal. Thank you." The elder waved his hand. "Enough. Go stand to the side." Zhu Hanwei rose and walked to the elder's right, flashing a friendly smile at Han Yu as he passed. However, Han Yu did not acknowledge him, maintaining his focus ahead. Zhu Hanwei forced a smile, not daring to be offended, for he understood from the elder's demeanor that Han Yu would be a formidable figure in the future. At this moment, Su 12 approached the testing stone with trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, he bit his lip and placed his hand on the stone. The stone shook violently, emitting a faint, flickering light. Seeing the light, Su-12's heart soared with happiness. Thank goodness, I have spiritual roots. Just as relief washed over him, he noticed the elder's grim expression, causing his heart to sink once more. Nearby, a woman exclaimed, "Master, this child possesses the rarest of all spiritual roots." The elder scoffed, "What do you mean rare? Each of his roots is weak beyond belief, equivalent to none at all. He clearly has the most inferior mixed spiritual roots. Such individuals could only cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement throughout their lives." With that, the elder turned his gaze back to Su-12. "Not qualified. Leave." Upon hearing the elder's words, Su-12's heart plummeted, realizing that without entering the immortal sect to learn the ways of cultivation, how could he ever seek revenge for his grandfather? In a moment of despair, he hesitated, trembling slightly, and pleaded, "Immortal, but I have spiritual roots. Is it not said that one with spiritual roots may enter the sect?" The elder replied coldly, "What nonsense is this? In my 200 years of cultivation, I have never encountered roots as poor as yours. Accepting you into the sect would merely squander resources and waste your time." Su-12 gritted his teeth, casting a quick glance at Zhu Hanwei, feeling a surge of indignation. However, he dared not unleash his frustration and murmured, "But he has no spiritual roots." Yet he was allowed into the sect. The notion that someone without spiritual roots could gain entry through gifts astonished Su-12. The fabled immortal sect did not appear to be as glorious as he had imagined. The elder, who seemed to tower above all, behaved no differently than the local scoundrel trying to take advantage of others. "Boy, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" The elder's face darkened, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. Su-12's breath caught, his heart raced, and fear washed over him, rendering him speechless. The overwhelming aura transported him back to his village, where he had been similarly intimidated by a cloaked figure. The woman beside the elder furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Su-12 for a moment before speaking. "Grandfather, this child does possess spiritual roots. Why not grant him an opportunity? Cultivation is arduous. If he cannot persist in a few years, we can send him back down the mountain then." Upon hearing his granddaughter's plea, the elder's expression softened slightly. He addressed Su-12, "Very well, stand to the right. Your potential is only slightly better than that chubby boy's. You will serve as a laborer." Su-12 exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at the woman before moving to stand aside. With Su-12's testing complete, no other children remained. In total, only 5 had passed the assessment, including Zhu Hanwei, who had leveraged connections, and Su-12, who had benefited from a plea on his behalf. The elder turned to the group and said, "Though you all possess spiritual roots, do not rejoice too soon. The path of cultivation is long." He continued, "I shall now take you to the sect for training. From this moment forth, the world of immortals and mortals shall be distinct. If you wish to withdraw now, you may still do so." With a wave of his hand, a flying sword shot forth from behind him. Empowered by his true essence, the sword expanded, swiftly growing over 10 meters in length. The sword hovered 1 meter above the ground as the elder took a leap with Hanyu, landing upon it. The others climbed aboard the sword under the woman's guidance. As they prepared to part ways, the 3 children, apart from Su-12 and Hanyu, gazed tearfully at their families in the distance. The elder remained unfazed. After years of cultivation, such farewells had become commonplace for him. Releasing a torrent of true essence, he formed a protective barrier around them, and the sword soared into the sky, carrying them away into the distance. Chapter 5. Entering the Cloud Song sect, the flying sword sliced through the air, creating a howling wind. Su-12 stood at the rear, peering curiously downwards, watching as the village below swiftly diminished into a mere speck. As he gazed further, he beheld the undulating terrain, the sprawling mountain ranges, and the rivers converging, a truly magnificent sight. Su-12's pupils constricted as he realized the vastness of this world. Anger surged within him at the memory of the nameless cloaked figure, mingled with a sense of uncertainty about the future. Ahead on the flying sword, Hanyu stood tall and composed, exuding maturity and steadiness. Yet, the tension in his tightly clenched fists suggested he too was somewhat anxious. In stark contrast, the other 3 were far more distressed, crouched on the sword, their bodies curled up, trembling uncontrollably. After all, they were merely children, and the high-altitude flight, accompanied by the howling winds, filled them with dread. Observing their unease, the young woman began to share stories about the Cloud Song sect, aiming to alleviate their apprehension. From her words, they learned that the sect they were joining was a cultivation sect located on the periphery of the Tsongshan mountain range, known as the Cloud Song sect. Within the sect, there were 7 peaks: Tianshu, Tianhua, Tianyin, Yuntai, Zhaoyang, Luofu, and Luofeng. Externally, the Cloud Song sect was perceived as a unified entity, yet internally, it was divided into 7 factions based on the 7 peaks, each governed by its respective peak master. The elder before them was named Lu Mingshi, the master of Luofu Peak. Upon entering the sect, they would become his disciples. The young woman, Xiaoyu, was his granddaughter and also their senior sister. The information conveyed by Xiaoyu, while somewhat perplexing to the group of children, clearly helped stabilize their emotions. Su 12 listened intently, silently committing her words to memory. He understood that his innate talent was lacking, compelling him to work harder and be more diligent than others. The peculiar fact that Xiaoyu and Lu Mingshi shared different surnames piqued his curiosity. Were they truly not blood relatives? As time flew by, the flying sword carried them for 2 full days. On the morning of the 3rd day, they traversed through a dense fog, returning to the Cloud Song sect. Looking out, they beheld a breathtaking landscape of towering mountains, with peaks stretching into the heavens, shrouded in mist. Among them, the tallest peaks resembled the arrangement of the Big Dipper. Atop each of these 7 peaks stood a grand edifice, pulsating with an unknown energy that occasionally radiated brilliant light. This awe-inspiring scene stirred their spirits, momentarily easing the pain of separation. Su 12's eyes widened as he observed, quickly realizing that these must be the principal peaks Xiaoyu had mentioned. However, he could not yet discern which peak corresponded to which name. On the flying sword, Lu Mingshi and Xiaoyu visibly relaxed, smiles gracing their faces. Despite years of recruiting disciples, each journey out brought a tinge of worry. The world of cultivation was far from tranquil. With a smile, Lu Mingshi maneuvered the flying sword towards the farthest peak. At that moment, Su 12 pointed towards a distant dark spot, inquiring rapidly, "Senior sister, what is that?" As soon as he spoke, the dark spot drew closer, revealing a 30-foot-long crimson ship soaring through the air. At the bow stood a lean man clad in a crimson robe, his sharp gaze piercing the distance. Behind him, the deck was crowded with children of similar age to Su 12. There were over 100 of them. Before Xiaoyu could respond, the figure at the front of the ship addressed Lu Mingshi first. "Brother, I am not a monster. Why must you flee upon seeing me?" "Did you see me run?" Lu Mingshi retorted, his lips curling in disdain. The man, named Fu Boren, was the master of Tianhua Peak, a rival to Luofu Peak. The sight of so many new disciples being recruited by his opponent stirred a blend of envy and resentment within Lu Mingshi. In the realm of cultivation sects, disciples were the foundation for growth. A larger number of disciples meant a substantial enhancement in strength over the years. "Ah, I still care about my reputation, dear brother. If you are deliberately avoiding me, I believe you know the truth yourself," Fu Boren chuckled, casting a quick glance over the flying sword. "But brother, your Luofu Peak seems to be declining year by year. How is it that you have only recruited 5 this year? At this rate, I fear your sect may soon be extinguished." Lu Mingshi's expression darkened, and he retorted sharply, "Nonsense. You speak from a place of ignorance. In the pursuit of cultivation, quality outweighs quantity. Those so-called disciples of yours are hardly worth mentioning. No matter how many you gather." Lu Mingshi, known for his fiery temper, could not bear such remarks and shot back defiantly. For many years, Luofu Peak had been the weakest sect, and while he felt somewhat insecure in the past, the presence of the prodigious Han Yu gave him newfound confidence. "Oh, so it seems you have indeed recruited some fine talent this year? Why not share their names so that I might broaden my horizons?" Fu Boren inquired, his voice dropping as he eyed Su 12 and the others with a sly glint. "Broaden your horizons? Not a chance. Fu Boren, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions to poach my disciples." Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and, with that, guided the flying sword into a streak of light, speeding towards the distant peak. At the bow of the ship, Fu Boren watched the receding silhouette of the flying sword, a contemplative expression crossing his face. With a smirk, he directed his ship towards the second peak, eager to pursue his own ambitions. Chapter 6. Guardian of the Abandoned Dan Room. The flying sword soared swiftly, reaching the skies above the 7th peak in mere moments. The mountain was dotted with numerous buildings, each exuding an ancient charm and grandeur. However, a glance around revealed only a few scattered figures, lending an air of desolation to the scene. The flying sword landed in a plaza, and as soon as it touched the ground, Lu Mingshi turned to Han Yu and said, "Han Yu, follow me. From today onward, you shall be my direct disciple." I will personally impart the methods of cultivation to you." Upon hearing this, even Hanyu, despite his usual arrogance, could not hide his joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Peak Master." Peak Master? Lu Mingshi's brow furrowed slightly. Hanyu promptly knelt, correcting himself. "Thank you, Master." "Very well. Later at the main hall, I shall hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony for you." Lu Mingshi nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to the other children. At this moment, apart from Su 12, the other three youths wore expressions of envy. To have the Peak Master as one's mentor was an extraordinary honor. Alas, they lacked Hanyu's innate talent, leaving them with nothing but admiration. After arranging matters for Hanyu, Lu Mingshi turned to Xiaoyu. "Yuer, please take care of the rest. Tomorrow, allow them to study reading and the sect's regulations at the teachings hall. After 3 months, they shall be assigned to the elder for cultivation methods." "Understood. I will arrange their accommodations." Xiaoyu replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to Su 12 and the others. Just as she was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. "Peak Master, it's terrible. Junior brother Chen, she has been bitten by a ferocious beast." 2 disciples clad in the Yungu sect's robes rushed over, carrying an injured peer on a stretcher. The youth on the stretcher, merely 16 or 17, lay unconscious and bloodied. A ferocious beast? The sect is protected by arrays. How could a beast have entered? Lu Mingshi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the stretcher. The leading disciple quickly answered, reporting to the Peak Master, "The abandoned Dan room is in a remote area, where fierce beasts often roam, including low-level magical beasts." "Humph. You claim to be cultivators, yet cannot handle a mere beast? Have your years of training gone to waste?" Lu Mingshi's expression darkened, his disdain evident. He then focused on the injured disciple, producing a pale blue talisman, channeling his inner energy. The talisman transformed into a beam of azure light that enveloped the youth on the stretcher. Moments later, as the light dissipated, it revealed that while the youth's bleeding had stopped, he had lost a hand and a foot, appearing particularly tragic. "Enough. I have stabilized his condition with the Qingling talisman. However, with his limbs severed, he will find it difficult to cultivate. We shall arrange for him to be sent down the mountain soon." The 2 bearers of the stretcher nodded hastily but hesitated to leave, cautiously asking, "Peak Master, should we still assign someone to guard the abandoned Dan room?" "Humph. Though the abandoned Dan is of no use, its inventory is vital for tracking the sect's medicinal consumption. Do you think it unnecessary?" Lu Mingshi scoffed, displeased. Within the Yungu sect, all medicinal pills consumed by disciples were crafted by the Peak Masters or designated alchemists. The necessary materials were provided by the sect, and by assessing the quantity of pills produced alongside the waste generated, it was possible to monitor material usage and prevent embezzlement. The abandoned Dan room was located in a secluded area, nearly on the outskirts of the Yungu sect. Managing such a trifling matter had no relevance to Luofu Peak. But given that it was the weakest among the 7 peaks, the task inevitably fell upon them. Hearing Lu Mingshi's words, the 2 disciples carrying the stretcher trembled, urgently asking, "Peak Master, who shall we send? We currently lack manpower." "What? No one available? That is not an issue. I brought back a few young ones during my descent." Lu Mingshi mused, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Hanwei. Feeling the weight of Lu Mingshi's gaze, Zhu Hanwei's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He had heard the implications of the previous conversation. The abandoned Dan room was evidently a perilous place, as exemplified by the individual on the stretcher. There was no way he would willingly go. The thought alone made Zhu Hanwei's face turn pale. Before Lu Mingshi could speak, he hastily produced a small wooden box from his robe. "Peak Master, my father has something he wishes for me to deliver to you." Lu Mingshi was taken aback, accepting the wooden box and squinting as he opened it. Inside lay a small piece of century-old cold jade, unmistakably part of a larger piece he had previously encountered in Huilong Town. Concealing his emotions, Lu Mingshi tucked the box away, assessing Zhu Hanwei. "Enough of the glum face at such a young age. But without a spiritual root, your cultivation would be in vain. How about this? My alchemy chamber is in need of a young assistant. You shall serve as my alchemy boy." "Thank you, Peak Master," Zhu Hanwei exclaimed. His spirits lifted at the prospect of avoiding the abandoned Dan room and instead serving as the Peak Master's assistant. Lu Mingshi dismissed him with a glance, turning his attention to Su 12. "All right, it shall be you. From today on, you will guard the abandoned Dan room." Su 12's slender frame trembled, his face turning as pale as snow. He understood the dangers of the abandoned Dan room, just as Zhu Hanwei did. Yet, facing Lu Mingshi, he found himself at a loss for rejection. Zhu Hanwei could offer gifts, He had nothing to present. Nearby, Xiaoyu surveyed Su 12 and the others. Turning to Lu Mingshi as she spoke earnestly, "Grandfather, they are still quite young and have just joined the sect, regardless of who is sent to the abandoned Dan room. If they encounter a ferocious beast, or even a low-level magical beast, would that not be sending them to their doom?" Lu Mingshi's expression hardened. But this time he did not relent. "Doom? Where? Do you think cultivation is a mere game for children? This boy possesses abysmal talent. If he cannot face this minor danger, then what use is there in cultivating? He might as well be sent down the mountain." Lu Mingshi held no hope for Su 12. With the most inferior spiritual roots, any attempt at cultivation would be a waste of resources. Given the current lack of manpower, sending Su 12 to guard the abandoned Dan room was the most prudent decision. As for the dangers, he regarded them as negligible. Encounters with beasts were statistically unlikely. Chen Shi, another disciple with little talent, had spent years in the abandoned Dan room before encountering any peril. Xiaoyu's expression soured, and she was about to argue further when Su 12 suddenly spoke up. "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, thank you. However, the Peak Master is correct. My talent is lacking. If I cannot overcome this small challenge, how can I hope to cultivate in the future?" Su 12 recognized Lu Mingshi's determination. He understood that he had no choice at this moment. Remaining meant he would still have an opportunity to cultivate. Yet if he left, re-entering the world of cultivators would be exceedingly difficult. Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy and wished to protest, but Lu Mingshi nodded. "Very well. It is commendable that you possess such courage. You too, escort him to the abandoned Dan room." With that, Lu Mingshi turned to the two bearers of the stretcher. "All right, this junior brother, come with us." They nodded, their expressions tinged with sympathy for Su 12. Truly, the Peak Master is sending this lad to his demise. Junior brother Chen Shi at least had years of training, yet this boy is only 12. Even if he survives, he will likely be left terrified. Not only they, but Zhu Hanwei and the others also harbored doubts about Su 12. In their view, his decision was foolish. While cultivation was important, losing one's life would render cultivation meaningless. Beside Lu Mingshi, Han Yu observed the frail silhouette of Su Shi'er, hesitating between words. Ultimately, he decided it was futile. With such talent, Su Shi'er would instinctively know when to retreat in the face of danger. Su Shi'er departed alongside two disciples. One bore the injured Chen Shi, while the other guided Su Shi'er towards the waste elixir chamber, perhaps sensing that Su Shi'er would not remain in the sect for long. The disciple in charge of leading him refrained from uttering a single word throughout the journey. Su Shi'er, tucking his chin in, wisely chose not to engage in conversation. Descending from Mount Luofu, they walked for another 2 hours before arriving at a modest peak on the outskirts of the sect. Before them stood a simple wooden and stone structure, enclosed within its own courtyard and divided into several rooms, including a living space and a storeroom specifically for waste elixirs. This was the waste elixir chamber, where the storeroom served to store the discarded elixirs. At the end of each month, various peaks would send their waste elixirs here. Your task is to record the quantity sent by each peak and submit this information to the responsible steward at the beginning of the following month. This book is designed to teach you how to distinguish different types of waste elixirs. Are you literate? If not, worry not, for it contains illustrations. The disciple responsible for Su Shi'er's orientation led him through the various rooms of the waste elixir chamber, then hastily handed him a guide for identifying waste elixirs before swiftly departing. Chapter 7. The mysterious Dan furnace that turns waste into treasure soon. The waste Dan room was left with only Su 12. The vast space was empty, and in the distance, the faint sounds of wolf howls and beast roars echoed. Su 12 stood in the courtyard, his heart racing. Despite his bravado, he was merely a half-grown child. However, he understood that in order to learn the ways of the immortals, he must conquer the immediate challenges before him. Looking down at the waste Dan catalog in his hands, Su 12 began to peruse its contents. The catalog provided a simple introduction to over 100 types of Dan medicines, along with illustrations of their waste forms. Waste Dan. The byproducts of failed alchemical attempts were laden with impurities and even toxins, rendering them utterly inedible. For other children, grasping this information would require considerable effort. Yet, having studied diligently with his grandfather since childhood and possessing a nimble mind, Su 12 memorized much of the catalog after only a few readings. Clutching the catalog, he turned and entered the storeroom filled with waste Dan. Having reviewed the descriptions and images, it was now time to distinguish the physical items. Within the storeroom, various waste Dan were piled high. However, with the knowledge from the catalog, Su 12 quickly discerned that the types of waste Dan were limited to just a handful. The most abundant were the foundational Dan, used by novice disciples to solidify their essence and purge internal impurities. Following that were the gathering Dan, utilized by Qi disciples to enhance their cultivation speed, and a small healing Dan. Gazing at the thousands of waste Dan before him, Su 12 couldn't help but sigh. If these were not waste, but instead precious Dan, how splendid it would be to possess such a collection. Alas, for him, it was merely a fanciful thought. Su 12 remained in the storeroom until nightfall, discovering 2 additional types of waste Dan beyond the 3 he had already identified. Unfortunately, these waste Dan were unwanted refuse, and he could only glean more information about Dan medicine from them. As darkness fell, he decided to return to his room for rest. Just then, a series of low, rumbling beast roars and heavy footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The ominous sounds reverberated like distant thunder, striking terror into Su 12's heart. A beast. Su 12 gasped in shock. Images of severed limbs flashed in his mind. What should he do? He froze in place, paralyzed with fear at the thought of alarming the creature outside. Yet, the ferocious beast showed no signs of retreating. The footsteps grew nearer, and with a thud, something leapt over the courtyard wall and landed inside. Hearing the commotion, Su 12's heart raced. Holding his breath, he cautiously peered through the gaps in the storeroom, straining to see outside. In the courtyard, a fierce tiger with piercing eyes and a blood-red gaze prowled, emitting heavy breaths and exhaling mist from its mouth and nose. Its copper bell-like eyes glimmered with ferocity, and as it caught the scent of a living being, it let out a low growl, shaking its fur as it slowly approached the storeroom where Su 12 was hiding. Seeing this, Su 12's pupils constricted, and an uncontrollable tremor coursed through him. He was no match for such a fearsome tiger. He could hardly be a morsel. Terrified, yet strangely calm, he turned to the towering pile of waste Dan behind him. An audacious idea sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated to the mound of waste Dan, stealthily digging a shallow pit to bury himself among the refuse. Crash! Just minutes later, the storeroom door swung open, and a massive, menacing tiger head poked inside. Its teeth glistened ominously, and the foul breath emanating from its gaping maw caused Su 12 to hold his breath, paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, the overwhelming stench of waste Dan masked his scent, and after a brief inspection, the tiger turned and departed. Only then did Su 12 exhale a sigh of relief. However, fearing the tiger might return, he remained hidden among the waste Dan until dawn. After confirming that the outside was indeed quiet, he cautiously emerged from his hiding place. What a cursed place this is, to encounter such a colossal beast upon arrival. If I stay here any longer, I shall surely be devoured. Su 12's heart raced as he muttered to himself, his face pale with dread. He did not believe his small frame could contend with the tiger. Yet, if he left, how would he ever access the methods of cultivation? Without the ability to cultivate, how could he avenge his grandfather and the others? Moreover, he needed to uncover the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic Dan furnace. Lost in thought, Su 12 pulled out the ancient, worn Dan furnace from his robe. Upon seeing the furnace again, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Wait, are there 2 Dan inside? He saw 2 translucent pills, the size of his thumb, resembling jade nestled within the furnace. Quickly, he poured the pills into his palm, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating him and banishing his hunger and fatigue. Su 12's spirits lifted as he compared one of the waste Dan with the newly found pills. The waste Dan were dark and emitted a faint foul odor, a stark contrast to the pristine pills. After scrutinizing them for a while, he finally confirmed that these 2 pills were indeed good foundational Dan. How peculiar. How did these 2 foundational Dans suddenly appear in the furnace? I had only used it for storing salt before and had never seen any Dan produced. Could it be that waste Dan fell into it last night? With this thought in mind, Su 12 immediately began experimenting. He placed a piece of waste Dan into the furnace and watched intently. Under his gaze, the waste Dan was enveloped in a greenish light, visibly shedding its blackened exterior. It seemed as though the impurities were being refined away by some unseen force. In just a few breaths, the waste Dan transformed from black to a grayish-green hue. After several more breaths, a pristine foundational Dan appeared in the furnace. Su 12 gasped in astonishment. This furnace could actually convert waste Dan into viable pills? The ability to turn refuse into treasure was nothing short of miraculous. No wonder the immortals coveted this furnace so dearly. Yet, I wonder if it can continuously refine? With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he loaded a handful of waste Dan into the furnace. Before his eyes, the waste Dan shimmered under a layer of green light. After a dozen breaths, The luminescence faded, revealing flawless foundational Dan. Su-12 continued experimenting. And regardless of how many pills he placed inside, as long as they fit, they would be transformed into usable Dan within a matter of breaths. Throughout the process, the furnace remained in its original, antiquated state, showing no signs of change. Having confirmed the furnace's capabilities, Su-12 turned to the towering pile of waste Dan, his breath quickening. In that moment, what had once seemed like worthless refuse now appeared to him as a treasure trove of usable cultivation pills. With such an abundance, even if my spiritual roots are somewhat lacking, I am certain to achieve something. This news must remain a secret. Clutching the furnace tightly to his chest, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Though his understanding of cultivation was limited, he recognized the immense value of the furnace. After securely concealing it, he gathered several ceramic vials from the storeroom to store the newly refined pills before returning to his quarters. Now, he could finally ascertain whether these refined pills were truly effective. With that thought, Su-12 retrieved a foundational Dan from his robe. Chapter 8. Hunting the tiger. This was the only elixir he could currently consume. As for the chi-gathering pill, it was intended for disciples in the chi refinement stage. Holding the elixir in his hand, Su-12 hesitated briefly before closing his eyes and swallowing it. As the pill slid down his throat, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being, akin to basking in sunlight, offering an exquisite comfort. This state persisted for a full hour. When the warmth finally dissipated, Su-12 opened his eyes to discover a thick layer of dark impurities seeping from his skin. He hurried to the courtyard to wash away the grime. After taking a few deep breaths, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he was invigorated with newfound strength. A sigh of relief escaped him as the lingering anxiety vanished. It appeared that these elixirs were indeed effective, as the texts had promised, purging impurities from within and enhancing his constitution. If he were to consume all these vitality pills, his physique would surely become remarkably robust. Then, encountering that fierce tiger would no longer instill fear. Su-12 contemplated silently, settling into the abandoned pill chamber, subsisting solely on the vitality pills each day. Little did he realize how extravagant this indulgence was. To consume vitality pills as one would a meal was an unparalleled luxury, not just in the Songshan mountain range, but throughout the entirety of the Zhao kingdom. If the other disciples were to find out, envy would surely consume them. In the realm of cultivation, the success rate of alchemy was notoriously low. A novice disciple of the Yungu sect received a meager allocation of vitality pills each month, no less than 3 and no more than 10. For 10 consecutive days, Su-12 lived in a state of trepidation. Each night, the fierce tiger would appear. Aware of his inferiority, he could only conceal himself amidst the discarded pills, using their presence to mask his own scent. One morning, Su-12 ingested 3 more vitality pills. However, this time, he expelled almost no impurities, aside from alleviating his hunger. He noticed no other significant changes. This realization furrowed his brow. It seemed that the vitality pills could not infinitely enhance his constitution. This posed a dilemma. The tiger remained a continuous threat. Should he encounter it unprepared, his fate would be sealed. He needed to devise alternative strategies, even if it meant taking risks. He must eliminate the beast quickly. His current physique was on par with that of the adults, if he could craft a trap. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination ignited within him. The enhancement of his physique had bolstered his confidence. Yet he resolved not to engage in close combat with the tiger unless absolutely necessary. The primary distinction between humans and beasts lies in the capacity for cunning. Without delay, he inspected each room, soon discovering a collection of farming tools. Selecting a shovel and an axe, he set to work. By the end of the day, he had excavated a pit approximately 5 or 6 meters deep in the courtyard and felled several tree trunks thick as a man's arm, sharpening them to a point and planting them upright in the pit's base and surrounding area. By nightfall, a meticulously crafted trap lay concealed within the courtyard. With the trap hidden, Su-12 gripped the axe and crouched in a corner, patiently awaiting his quarry. He was determined to hunt the tiger tonight. With his ear pressed against the wall, he began to listen intently. After consuming numerous vitality pills, not only had his physique improved, but his senses had sharpened as well. Now, he could discern many sounds from over 100 meters away with clarity. Based on his observations over the past few days, the tiger should be making its appearance soon. Before long, he heard the rustling of footsteps in the distance. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the axe. Pressing his back against the wall, his gaze fixed on the courtyard. With a thud, the tiger leapt into the courtyard as if returning home. Upon seeing the beast, Su-12 shivered, quickly raising the axe and standing ready for battle. Despite his preparations, facing such an opponent for the first time filled him with primal fear. His limbs trembling slightly. The sheer size of the creature was intimidating, far beyond his ability to confront easily. Simultaneously, the tiger caught sight of Su-12 in the corner. Its nostrils flaring as it detected the scent of a human, its ferocity awakened. With a fearsome roar, the tiger lunged at Su-12, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the moonlight, while the foul stench of its breath sent chills down his spine. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the approaching beast. As the tiger drew nearer, Su-12's heart raced, his pulse pounding in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his back. His gaze fell upon the trap not far in front of him, offering a sliver of reassurance. Yet, in the next moment, disaster struck. Just as the tiger was about to step into the trap, it leapt into the air, seemingly poised to clear the pit and pounce directly on Su-12. Panic surged through him. If the trap failed to function, he would be in grave danger. With a mighty shout, he cast the axe towards the airborne tiger, summoning all his strength. The axe struck with a resounding thud, splitting the tiger's head and drawing forth a torrent of blood. At that moment, Su-12's strength rivaled that of a mighty warrior. The tiger, mid-leap, was struck by the axe, its trajectory altered as it crashed to the ground. Upon landing, the tiger winced in pain, baring its teeth and glaring with ferocious eyes, ready to charge at Su-12 once more. However, before it could move, the ground beneath it suddenly gave way, and it plunged into the pit. A spray of crimson blood erupted from the trap as the tiger was impaled by the sharpened stakes, unleashing a deafening roar. But after a few agonized cries, silence fell. Seeing the stillness, Su-12 cautiously approached with his axe in hand, peering into the pit. Just as he leaned in, a shadow darted past. The tiger, despite its injuries, had managed to leap back up. Caught off guard, Su-12 was knocked aside, the axe slipping from his grasp. The impact left him aching all over. Had he not been fortified by the vitality pills, he would have surely been incapacitated by such a blow. Alarmed, he quickly regained his footing. Just as he stood, the bloodied tiger, its eyes gleaming with vengeance, pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground. With its jaws agape, glistening teeth poised to tear into him, Su-12 acted instinctively. He hurled a handful of dirt into the tiger's eyes, seizing the moment while the beast was momentarily blinded. He delivered a powerful kick to its wounded flank. His strength now exceeded that of an ordinary person, and this blow staggered the tiger, nearly sending it tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su-12 rolled away and retrieved the axe from where it had fallen. Fueled by adrenaline and anger, he attacked the tiger with renewed vigor, his pent-up rage demanding release. At that moment, the concept of traps faded from his mind. The thrill of battle consumed him. The wounded tiger, hindered by its injuries, was unable to evade his strikes. After half an hour of fierce combat, Su-12 bore several wounds, yet the tiger, drenched in its own blood, lay incapacitated on the ground. I actually defeated a tiger through sheer strength. The potency of those alchemical pills is astonishing. Standing beside the slain beast, Su-12's heart swelled with exhilaration. The achievement of single-handedly hunting a tiger bolstered his courage immensely. The sense of accomplishment he felt was beyond words. However, soon after, a wave of dread washed over him. What a close call. I had thought the trap was infallible. Yet the fierce tiger feigned death, nearly leading to my demise due to my own negligence. From now on, I must exercise greater caution. The tiger's unexpected counterattack left a profound impression on me, reminding me that I must never underestimate any adversary, no matter the circumstances. That night, Su-12 slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 9. The return of the black-clad man. The following day, he dismembered the ferocious tiger and prepared it as roasted meat, subsequently taking up residence in the abandoned alchemy chamber. However, wild beasts frequented the vicinity, appearing intermittently. In response, he constructed numerous traps around his dwelling, tirelessly hunting these predators. Although he had yet to commence his cultivation, his combat prowess had significantly improved through daily encounters with various beasts. Moreover, his diet had also seen enhancements, greatly benefiting his physical development. That evening, Su-12 donned a tiger skin and concealed himself in a mountain hollow, wielding a crude dagger. He lay there, resembling a slumbering tiger, his ears perked up beneath the hide, attuned to the sounds surrounding him. The beast he was preparing to confront was a bull-like azure wolf, known for its ferocity and ability to unleash gales from its maw, akin to the legendary demon beasts. After several days of strategizing against this creature, he had set additional traps, planning to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Suddenly, A rustling noise reached his ears, causing Su 12's heart to race as he instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger. However, the next utterance from a short distance left him in shock. "Where is it? My subordinate has failed in his duty. Please punish me, esteemed master." Stunned, Su 12 froze in place, a wave of deep-seated hatred surging within him. The voice was hauntingly familiar, one he could never forget. In that instant, the figure of the black-clad man, the murderer of his grandfather and the villagers, flashed in his mind. That man was here in the Yunga sect. With this revelation, Su 12 clenched his fists, acutely aware that he was no match for that individual. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. The black-clad man was far more brutal and terrifying than a tiger. Holding his breath, Su 12 dared not make a sound, straining to listen as the dialogue continued. "You certainly deserve punishment, but you wouldn't want to monopolize that precious furnace, would you? Master, you wronged me. That old coot from Little Stone Village is as stubborn as a rock. I exhausted every means to coerce him, yet he remained tight-lipped. Humph. If you can't handle mere mortals, what use have I for you?" Su 12's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their exchange. "Master?" The man sounded even more formidable than the black-clad figure. Could it be that the black-clad man had a more powerful master behind him? This thought sent a chill down his spine. Lying motionless on the ground, he feared discovery by the two men. Peering through the foliage, he caught a glimpse of two indistinct black figures conversing beneath a towering tree, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, casting an eerie reflection upon him. "Thank you for sparing me, esteemed master. I have another lead." "Oh, what lead?" "Afterward, I returned to Little Stone Village and discovered a new graveyard with over 100 tombstones. One is inscribed with the name Su 12, the grandson of that old man. If I am not mistaken, that precious furnace must be in the hands of this Su 12. What? Such a thing exists? Very well, I shall grant you another month. If you still cannot locate that furnace, you know the consequences." After a brief conspiratorial exchange, the two figures soared into the night sky, departing in different directions. Lying in the hollow, Su 12's mind was a tempest of confusion. The black-clad man knew his name and that the furnace was with him. He had to leave immediately. His heart raced with the urgency to escape. Yet, he pondered, if he fled Yunga's sect, he would have no means to cultivate further. Moreover, having gained a sliver of insight into the black-clad man, he could not leave without uncovering the full truth. With that resolve, Su 12 quelled his panic and waited until the latter half of the night, confirming that the two men had not returned and that the Azure Wolf remained absent. Only then did he cautiously make his way back to his dwelling. The next morning, as dawn broke, Su 12 was roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. The sound was steady, yet each knock reverberated against his heart, quickening his pulse. Oh no, could it be? Has that man arrived so soon? Su 12 sprang from his bed, anxiety tightening his throat. His eyes darted around, contemplating potential escape routes. "Junior brother 12, are you there?" A melodious voice called from outside. "Sister Xiaoyu?" Su 12 paused, his heart still racing. Yet, another troubling thought struck him. He had used his real name upon joining the Luo Fu Peak. Now, the black-clad man not only knew of his existence but also his name. What should he do? Sweat broke out on Su 12's brow as he panicked. Just then, Sister Xiaoyu's concerned voice rang out again. "Junior brother 12? Hearing her call once more, Su 12 suppressed his worries, inhaling deeply before hastily opening the door. "Sister Xiaoyu?" Upon opening the door, he found her standing there in a flowing gown, a sword at her side. Her expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing him. Perhaps she had anticipated that he would not last long, either perishing at the jaws of a beast or fleeing in fear. Recovering quickly, Sister Xiaoyu smiled warmly. "You look well. It seems you've been managing quite well." She glanced around the courtyard, her gaze falling on the various beast pelts scattered on the ground. Her eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, are those beast skins? You actually killed so many beasts?" As she scanned Su 12 from head to toe, incredulity washed over her. A mere 12-year-old child had slaughtered this many ferocious creatures? It was unfathomable. "It wasn't me. I just set up some traps around." The beasts were too foolish and kept falling in. Su 12 chuckled nervously, eager to downplay his prowess and conceal his use of the nourishing pills from anyone. "Oh, so it was the traps. I thought as much. But I must say, it's quite clever of you. Most would likely faint at the sight of such beasts." Seeing the traps eased Sister Xiaoyu's concern. Otherwise, she might have thought him a prodigy. However, her eyes remained filled with admiration and surprise. At 12, she had neither the skill nor the courage he exhibited. This young lad was indeed clever and bold. If only his spiritual roots were not so lacking. He would have made a fine candidate for cultivation. Thank you for your praise, sister. Su 12 grinned. What brings you here today? Sister Shi'er replied. I came to check on your well-being, and clearly, my worries were unfounded. Additionally, I need to inform you about the upcoming newcomer trials. Newcomer trials? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, recalling that the peak master of Tianhua had mentioned them during his initiation. Indeed, Sister Shi'er confirmed. According to the customs of Yungu's sect, every new disciple must participate in the trials 5 years after their admission. Only by passing the novice trial can one remain in the Yungu sect. Otherwise, one would be relegated to the life of a mere servant disciple or be sent back. A servant disciple? Sent back? Su 12 felt a shiver run through him and quickly inquired, what does the trial entail? Shi'er replied, the content of the trial varies each time and will only be disclosed when the trial begins. However, based on past experiences, to successfully pass the trial, one must possess at least the strength of the 4th level of Qi refinement or above. The 4th level of Qi refinement? Su 12's face turned pale. According to Lu Mingshi, he would only be able to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement at most in his lifetime. By this logic, not only did he lack any cultivation techniques at present, but even if he did, the prospect of elevating his cultivation to the 4th level within 5 years seemed dauntingly arduous. Yet the thought of giving up never crossed Su 12's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly asked Xiaoyu, senior sister, what should I do if I wish to cultivate? Chapter 10, Fundamental Breathing Techniques. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows with a smile, clearly indicating that she had no intention of giving up. Fortunately, she had brought the necessary items. Items. Su 12 looked up, momentarily taken aback. As soon as her words fell, Xiaoyu waved her hand, revealing several objects, a set of azure robes, 2 books, and an iron token. This is your identity token, engraved with your name, used for verifying the identity of disciples within the sect. The disciples' robes are crafted from Yunming silkworm silk, allowing for some degree of adjustment to fit your physique. Quite remarkable, isn't it? And these 2 books are the sect's manual and the introductory technique, the fundamental breathing technique. With a smile, Xiaoyu introduced each item before handing them to Su 12. After a moment of thought, she added, furthermore, every disciple who joins the sect can collect 3 bottles of vitality pills from the alchemy pavilion each year. Of course, if your cultivation reaches the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, you will not only be able to select a formal technique from the library, but also receive an additional 10 spirit stones and 3 bottles of gathering Qi pills. Thank you, senior sister. Su 12 exclaimed, receiving the items with gratitude, his gaze sweeping over the fundamental breathing technique book, his eyes sparkling with urgency. He quickly clasped his hands in thanks to Xiaoyu. For him, everything else paled in comparison to this precious technique that taught cultivation. Well then, seeing your eagerness, I shall not disturb your practice. Hanyu has already reached the peak of the 1st level of the Qi refinement stage. You should strive to catch up. Xiaoyu observed Su 12 with a knowing smile, recognizing the urgency in his eyes. However, she did not believe he could rival Hanyu, who possessed exceptional dual spiritual roots. Nevertheless, words of encouragement were still necessary. With a light shake of her head, she left in a hurry. After bidding Xiaoyu farewell, Su 12 committed her instructions to memory and returned to his room, eagerly opening the fundamental breathing technique book to study it earnestly. The book not only detailed the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels of the Qi refinement stage, but also included basic cultivation knowledge and 2 minor spells, fire control and wind calling. Although Su 12 did not pay much attention to this additional information, his good memory allowed him to grasp the general concepts after a quick read. However, his primary focus remained on the cultivation techniques. The book meticulously outlined the methods for absorbing qi into the body and circulating it internally. In this regard, Su 12 displayed a certain innate talent, comprehending the meanings after a single reading. Nevertheless, to be thorough, he read it 2 more times before sitting cross-legged to attempt cultivation with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. After consuming a substantial amount of vitality pills, he could distinctly sense the ethereal spiritual energy in the air. Yet, when he truly attempted to absorb the qi, he found it immensely challenging. The strands of spiritual energy were akin to untamed wild horses, resisting subjugation. For several consecutive days, Su 12 tirelessly practiced day and night. Initially, he was somewhat anxious, fearing the black-clad figure might come for him at any moment. However, he soon realized that the figure might not deduce that he possessed spiritual roots and had joined the Yungu sect. With this thought, he temporarily set aside his worries. Despite his young age, he exhibited remarkable patience in his cultivation. It was not until the 5th day that he successfully absorbed the first wisp of spiritual energy into his body. A wave of joy washed over him as he felt the presence of this spiritual energy within. He focused his mind to lock onto this wisp of energy and exerted all his effort to circulate it according to the technique. After completing a full cycle, the energy condensed into a grain-sized essence, merging into his dantian. In the next moment, he shuddered, a wave of unparalleled comfort coursing through him. Exhaling a puff of white vapor, Su-12 beamed with delight, clenching his small fist in exhilaration. Wonderful! From today onward, I am also a chi refiner. Although this single essence was insufficient for any significant accomplishment, it marked a promising beginning. Onward. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 continued to absorb the chi and refine the spiritual energy. However, after 10 days of relentless practice, he had only managed to refine a few wisps of spiritual energy, resulting in a barely noticeable increase in his essence. This pace and outcome left him utterly disheartened regarding his spiritual roots. This won't do. At this rate, achieving the first level of chi refinement will remain a distant dream. If I cannot swiftly elevate my cultivation, not only will I fail to seek revenge against that black-clad figure, but I may also be unable to complete the newcomer trials in 3 years. It seemed he had to try the gathering chi pills. However, these pills could only be claimed once one reached the 6th level of chi refinement, and there must be a reason for this restriction. Seated on his bed, Su-12 muttered to himself before retrieving a gathering chi pill from his pocket. Gazing at the pill in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. According to the book, the quality of alchemical pills was categorized into 4 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Supreme grade pills, free of impurities, were resplendent and translucent, akin to flawless jade. Such pills, devoid of pill toxins, could be consumed indefinitely by cultivators, rendering them exceedingly precious. Could it be that all the pills produced by the alchemical furnace were of supreme quality? With this thought, Su-12's excitement surged. While others had to be exceedingly cautious when consuming pills and regularly find ways to eliminate pill toxins from their bodies, he, with the aid of the mysterious furnace, had no such worries regarding the pills he refined. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su-12's gaze remained fixed on the gathering chi pill in his hand. For him, the paramount concern was to elevate his cultivation swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his body, it instantly transformed into a vast surge of spiritual energy that flooded throughout him. In the next moment, Su-12's face reddened, his veins bulging painfully. Despite being mentally prepared, he realized the extent of the agony only when confronted with it. Although the spiritual energy contained within the gathering chi pill was not as wild as that of the natural spiritual energy, its sheer volume was overwhelming, far beyond what a chi refiner below the 6th level could endure. At that moment, he found it nearly impossible to cultivate normally. On the brink of fainting from the excruciating pain, the terrifying energy threatened to rupture his meridians. In the haze of unconsciousness, recalling the enmity he bore, Su-12 clenched his teeth, forcing himself to muster every ounce of willpower to activate the breathing technique, enduring the agony to refine the energy within him. Chapter 11. The Art of Fire Control and Wind Calling. 20 days later, Su-12 exhaled a breath of white mist, his joints cracking like popping beans. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his body had visibly emaciated, and he appeared exceedingly fatigued. Yet, a faint smile adorned his face. These 20 days had felt like an eternity, filled with unimaginable suffering. However, the results of refining this chi-gathering pill were unmistakable. His inner true essence had expanded from the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean. At last, he could truly be considered a first-level chi refiner. Indeed, elixirs were the true treasures. Although consuming the chi-gathering pill required enduring immense agony, the acceleration in his cultivation speed was correspondingly magnified tenfold. By this calculation, it was still quite worthwhile. He had heard from senior sister Shi'er that Hanyu managed to reach the first level of chi refinement in just 10 days. While his progress might not be as swift, it was likely comparable to that of an average person. Su-12 clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. He had no desire to compare himself to others. For him, achieving such an advancement in such a short span was already commendable. Calming his elation, Su-12 refrained from hastening his cultivation. Despite having successfully refined the chi-gathering pill, his meridians had suffered damage in the process. Should he attempt to push further without allowing his meridians to heal, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, This was a perfect opportunity to practice the two techniques he had learned. Otherwise, he would be defenseless in the face of danger. Deep in thought, Su-12 swallowed a small healing pill and rose to the courtyard. Recalling the information regarding the fire control technique, he endeavored to channel his true essence while forming hand seals. With a whoosh, in the next instant, a fireball the size of a fist ignited before him, burning with intense heat. The flames danced wildly, threatening to slip beyond his control. Su-12 was compelled to augment his true essence, yet the more he did so, the more unstable the flames became. In the blink of an eye, his true essence was depleted, and with a sputter, the fire vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, Su-12 felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly drained. The difficulty of the fire control technique and its demand on his true essence surpassed his expectations. Nevertheless, Su-12 was not one to surrender easily. He sat cross-legged to silently restore his inner essence. Once rejuvenated, he resumed his practice. This cycle of exhaustion and replenishment was undeniably tedious. While other children his age might have struggled with the monotony, Su-12 was fueled by determination, finding no sense of tedium in his endeavors. Gradually, his control over his inner true essence became increasingly adept. Through this continual process of consumption and restoration, he even discovered a subtle enhancement in his true essence. This revelation filled Su-12 with elation. Before he knew it, 6 months had elapsed since he joined the Yungu sect. One evening, in the woods adjacent to it, Su-12 was crouched against a towering tree, panting for breath. Compared to half a year prior, his skin had noticeably darkened, and his physique had grown more robust. Before him, 3 low-tier wolf demons, their eyes a vivid crimson and bodies battered, were slowly closing in, baring their teeth. Faced with this imminent threat, he remained composed, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, drawing upon the last vestiges of his true essence. When calling fire control, with each incantation, the forest erupted with ferocious winds, obscuring the wolves' vision with dust and debris. Several blazing fireballs plummeted onto the demons. Amidst the chaos, the weakened wolves could no longer withstand the onslaught, emitting pained whimpers as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing this, Su-12 did not rush forward, but instead took a moment to meditate. After a brief interlude, he arose and hurled additional fireballs, shattering the skulls of the fallen wolf demons. Only then did he approach, skillfully stringing the demon corpses together with rope. Making his way back to the. After 6 months of training, Su-12 had not only mastered the two techniques, but also expanded his inner true essence from the size of a soybean to that of a broad being. Though he had honed these techniques well, he lamented the scarcity of his true essence, which limited him to a maximum of 3 spell casts. Moving forward, he would have to rely on the chi-gathering pill for intense cultivation. However, before that, he needed to collect the nourishing pills distributed by the sect. Even though the mysterious alchemical furnace could yield an abundance of these pills, it would seem peculiar for a novice disciple to delay in claiming their allotted elixirs. Furthermore, if possible, he should devise a means to uncover the true identity of the enigmatic figure in black. As Su-12 walked, he plotted silently. He had always been somewhat clever, and over the past 6 months, the daily consumption of nourishing pills had sharpened his intellect. Even if his physical constitution had not seen improvement. After delivering the wolf demon corpses, he donned the disciple robes provided by the sect and promptly made his way to the Danyao Pavilion. The Danyao Pavilion was situated on every peak, and by principle, disciples could only collect their elixirs from the pavilion of their respective peaks. The sect dispensed elixirs and other resources once a year, accessible at any time. Within merely an hour, Su-12 arrived at the entrance of the Danyao Pavilion on Luofu Peak. From the outside, the pavilion resembled a square courtyard. The open door displayed a plaque inscribed with the words Danyuaguan. Peering through the doorway, he beheld a towering alchemical furnace standing over 5 meters tall at the center of the courtyard, with an unknown substance burning within, releasing fragrant smoke that wafted for miles. Su-12 strode into the courtyard and immediately noticed 7 novice disciples of similar age eagerly queuing to receive their elixirs. Among them were 3 children who had joined Luofu Peak on the same day he did. Over the past 6 months, they had been diligently learning to read and write. And today, they had finally passed their assessments, rushing to claim their elixirs. Compared to Su-12, these children appeared noticeably more innocent. Upon noticing Su-12's arrival, the 3 children recognized him immediately, their faces reflecting surprise. "Isn't that the little beggar? He is still alive?" The trio could hardly believe that Su-12 had managed to endure in the for so long. The plump boy at the end of the line, Zhu Hanwei, raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening. Didn't they say there were ferocious beasts in them? How come this little beggar looks even sturdier? He muttered under his breath, then dismissed the thought. In front of the children stood a plump servant disciple in his 20s. His face adorned with an air of impatience as he inspected an identity token. He was flanked by a pile of medicine vials. After a cursory glance, he handed 3 vials of elixirs to a square-faced boy at the front of the line. The boy's excitement was palpable as he eagerly opened the vial, inspecting the elixirs within. In the next moment, however, the square-faced boy froze, his expression shifting slightly. Chapter 12. The arrogant servant disciple. The square-faced boy hesitated for a moment, lifting his gaze to the servant disciple, and inquired, "Senior brother, was it not stated that each person would receive 3 bottles of P1 pills, totaling 30 in all?" I only have 27. What do you mean, 27? All the pills in here were packed by me. There cannot be any mistake. The servant disciple declared with utmost conviction. But there are indeed only 27 here. If you don't believe me, count for yourself. The square-faced boy murmured softly. Count? Can't you see that I'm busy? If you don't want them, then hand the pills over and be gone. The servant disciple's eyes widened, and with a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the table, bellowing loudly. The commotion startled the square-faced boy, causing him to shiver. Glancing at the towering servant disciple, he hesitated and lowered his head, falling silent. The other children, witnessing the scene, also shrank back, their smiles frozen in place. Soon after, another square-faced boy received 3 bottles of pills. Stepping aside, he began to inspect them. Upon closer examination, his complexion immediately turned ashen. However, upon glancing at the servant disciple, the square-faced boy silently returned the pills to the bottles without uttering a word. Su-12 stood at the back of the crowd, observing everything. He clearly saw that the square-faced boy had only poured out 25 pills, 2 of which were completely worthless, and the remaining ones were a dull gray, all of inferior quality. Su-12 furrowed his brow slightly but remained silent. The servant disciple's actions reminded him of the times when villagers came to collect grain, always mixing good grain with the bad, just like Ergo's father, who cheated them out of their harvest. Before long, all 6 children had received their respective pills. However, after inspecting them, they all wore glum expressions, heads bowed as if they dared not voice their anger. The most unfortunate among them received only 20 P1 pills, 3 of which were worthless. At this moment, it was the turn of Zhu Hanwei, who was second to last. The servant disciple glanced at Zhu Hanwei's identity badge and casually grabbed 3 bottles of pills. "Senior brother, I am Zhu Hanwei, the son of the mayor of Huilong Town. I appreciate your hard work in distributing the pills. Please accept this small token of my gratitude," Zhu Hanwei said, smiling as he swiftly pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. The ingot was the size of an infant's fist, appearing quite hefty, weighing at least 50 taels. Upon seeing the silver, the servant disciple's eyes sparkled. Squinting, he deftly tucked the ingot into his sleeve. As a servant disciple with no hope of progressing in cultivation, his only option was to amass wealth, allowing him to enjoy a life of luxury upon returning home. Looking at Zhu Hanwei, the servant disciple's demeanor transformed, becoming notably more friendly. "Junior brother, there is no need to be so courteous. The peak master entrusted me with this important task, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint him. You are quite impressive. Keep up the good work, and you will surely achieve great things." After a few encouraging words, the servant disciple produced 3 porcelain bottles and handed them to Zhu Hanwei. "Rest assured, senior brother, if I truly achieve success, I will not forget you." Zhu Hanwei eagerly nodded. With that, he took the bottles and quickly inspected them. To his delight, he found 2 smooth, round pills among the Peiyuan pills, which were of superior quality. The remaining pills were all bright in color, categorized as medium quality. Moreover, he received exactly 30 pills, neither more nor less. This scene left the other disciples wide-eyed with envy, their faces turning red with jealousy. Su-12 glanced over, but felt no envy. The P1 pills refined by the mysterious pill furnace were all of the highest quality, far surpassing these in value. Nonetheless, even the smallest morsel is still meat. These pills were distributed by the sect and rightfully belonged to him. Holding his identity badge, Su-12 approached the servant disciple. At that moment, the servant disciple resumed his impatient demeanor, quickly scanning the identity badge. He cast a disdainful glance at Su-12, pursing his lips and muttering, "Su-12? The kid who replaced Chun-Shi to guard the worthless pill room? You're quite lucky to have survived that long in such a place. Here, take your pills." With that, he rolled his eyes and roughly grabbed 3 bottles from a corner of the table, tossing them at Su-12. Su-12 frowned, feeling displeased. But he was not there to cause trouble and chose to remain calm. Accepting the bottles, he hesitated before opening one to take a look. Upon doing so, a surge of anger welled up within him. The 3 bottles contained only 15 Peiyuan pills in total. What enraged him most was that all 15 pills were pitch black, exuding a foul stench. These were certainly not spiritual pills, but rather entirely worthless. In the courtyard, the other children, preparing to leave, caught sight of the pills Su 12 had received and couldn't help but smirk with schadenfreude. Initially, they had felt a twinge of envy towards Zhu Hanwei. Now, witnessing someone in an even worse predicament than themselves, their spirits lifted considerably. "Senior brother, what do you mean by this?" Su 12 glared at the servant disciple, slamming the worthless pills onto the table. He possessed a mysterious pill furnace and was not overly concerned about the pill's quality. However, he could not swallow his indignation. If there were only 1 or 2 worthless pills, or a few missing, he could accept it. But now, with the pills reduced by half and all remaining being worthless, it was unacceptable. What if he did not have the pill furnace? These pills could very well have jeopardized his path to immortality. "What do you mean? Kid, what are you doing bringing these worthless pills to me?" The servant disciple snorted coldly, crossing his arms. "Are these not the pills you gave me?" Su 12 questioned, his brow furrowing in irritation. "What do you mean I gave them to you? Kid, are you out of your mind? This is the pill pavilion, not the worthless pill room. Trying to slander me? This is not a place where you can cause a ruckus." The servant disciple's expression darkened, and he began to threaten Su 12. While he did not dare to excessively shortchange the other disciples, he truly looked down on Su 12, a mere guard of the worthless pill room. However, he never expected Su 12 to dare to resist and question him in return. Just moments ago, he had handed over those worthless pills, and now he outright denied it. This blatant act left Su 12 in disbelief. Was this not the epitome of shamelessness? Cause a ruckus? If that is how you see it, then I have no choice but to seek the Peak Master for a resolution. Su 12 retorted coldly. Seek the Peak Master for a resolution? Do you think the Peak Master has the time to deal with you? The servant disciple scoffed, a smirk on his face, convinced of his victory over Su 12. The Peak Master may be busy, but I believe Sister Xiaoyu will have the time, Su 12 replied calmly, refusing to back down. He did not wish to waste too much time on this matter. Seeking Sister Xiaoyu to handle it would undoubtedly be the simplest and most efficient solution. Chapter 13. A First Attempt. You. Do you truly believe that Senior Sister Xiaoyu would trust you? Among so many, is it only you who has a problem? The servant disciple squinted, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. Do you really think that if Senior Sister Xiaoyu becomes aware of this, the others will remain silent? Su 12 flashed a grin, casting his eyes over the other disciples before turning and striding directly towards the exit. In the courtyard, the others brightened at the prospect, their hearts stirred. After all, losing several precious elixirs for no reason left anyone in a sour mood. However, they lacked the same audacity as Su 12. Yet, if he took the lead, they would not hesitate to voice their thoughts. The servant disciple noticed the reactions of the others and felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Xiaoyu was known for her integrity and kindness, being the granddaughter of the Peak Master, holding an esteemed position in Luofu Peak. If this matter reached her ears, his days would be far from pleasant. Enough. Let us speak properly. Here, take this vial of elixirs. He shot a venomous glare at Su 12, but after contemplating, he deemed it wiser to quell the matter for now. If it escalated, it would not bode well for him. Resolute, he produced a vial of elixirs and tossed it to Su 12. Su 12 frowned as he opened the vial, discovering only 10 elixirs inside. With a scoff, he remarked, "Only 10? Kid, these are top-grade elixirs. Don't think that just because it's 10, it's not worth the equivalent of 50 inferior elixirs," the servant disciple retorted, appearing to have suffered a great loss, though his eyes glimmered with malice. For now, I'll let you keep them. Once we leave this elixir pavilion, I will show you how to deal with insolence. If memory serves, the sect rules state clearly that every entry disciple is entitled to 3 vials a year, totaling 30 Peiyuan elixirs. Su 12 let out a cold snort, fixating on the servant disciple, unmoved by his threats. He sensed that the other's intentions were not entirely benign, yet he felt reassured by the apparent weakness of his opponent. For him, possessing the mysterious alchemical furnace rendered the quality of the elixirs irrelevant. Quantity was paramount. Do not push your luck. The servant disciple glared at Su 12, flipping the table in front of him in a furious rage. He merely wished to dismiss Su 12 for the moment and settle the score later. Unfortunately, he had already covertly sold off the surplus elixirs. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to using inferior ones as substitutes. Push my luck. I merely demand what is rightfully mine. If you are unwilling to comply, I shall summon Senior Sister Xiaoyu to discuss this with you. Su 12 retorted, unapologetically shoving the inferior elixirs and the vial of top-grade ones into his possession, striding towards the exit. However, the servant disciple was not about to let him go, glaring at Su 12 with a fury that could almost kill. Kid, since you've chosen this path, do not blame me for being ungracious. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a cultivator. With each word, he summoned his meager true essence, swiftly forming hand seals. A fireball, the size of a fist, materialized before him, rushing towards Su 12's back. Swiftly, the servant disciple grunted as he propelled the fireball, which left a trailing tail as it hurtled towards Su 12. Such an attack, while not lethal, could certainly inflict grave injury. The servant disciple narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile creeping across his face. After all, he was a first-level Qi refining cultivator, and handling a few disciples who had barely been in the sect for half a year would be effortless. Is this what the texts describe as fire control? How utterly astonishing. That little beggar is finished. He deserves this, after all. His senior brother had generously gifted him 10 top-grade elixirs, and he still remained unsatisfied. Thank heavens I did not provoke this senior brother earlier, otherwise I would be in dire straits now. As the fireball soared through the air, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They had just begun to grasp the basics of literacy and had yet to embark on their cultivation journey. To them, the servant disciple's display seemed akin to the powers of a celestial being. In the next moment, their gazes shifted to Su 12, their eyes reflecting sympathy, while inwardly they felt a sense of relief. Although Su 12 had his back turned, he was already on high alert. Upon hearing the commotion, his true essence surged within him. In an instant, he turned to face the incoming fireball, decisively forming hand seals of his own. Gale, go, Su 12 commanded. With an air of calm authority, a tempest erupted, racing forth to confront the fireball. With a resounding boom, the fireball was obliterated by the wind, exploding into a shower of sparks that were swept back towards the servant disciple by the gale. What? The onlookers gasped in unison, utterly astonished. Especially Zhu Hanwei and the others who had accompanied Su 12, they stood dumbfounded. Just half a year ago, they had been equals. Yet now Su 12 had grown so formidable? Impossible. You are a Qi refining cultivator. The servant disciple's eyes widened in horror. Though he was a first-level Qi refining cultivator himself, he had been negligent in his training, leaving him with only a superficial grasp of control over his techniques. Before he could comprehend the situation, the scattered sparks seared his face, and the gale sent him crashing against a large pillar behind him. Humph. You wish to show me the might of a cultivator? Is this all you have? Su 12 scoffed, continuing to form seals with his hands, conjuring a fireball of his own, which hovered in the air, pulsating with intense heat, far more solid than the one previously summoned by his opponent. Senior brother, please spare me. I see my errors now. I will repay you for the Peiyuan elixirs. The servant disciple, aghast, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. In the realm of cultivation, respect is earned through strength. The titles and hierarchy among cultivators are not solely determined by age or time of entry. A cultivator of superior skill, regardless of their youth, often commands respect. Thus, despite Su 12 being a newcomer and the servant disciple having entered the sect earlier, the tables had turned. Now stronger, Su 12 was in a position of authority, and the servant disciple was quick to address him as senior brother. Such norms were outlined in the sect's regulations, so Su 12 was not taken aback. What are the elixirs? Su 12 inquired coldly, having no intention of extinguishing the servant disciple's life. I genuinely do not possess any at this moment. The servant disciple, face drawn in despair, exclaimed, noticing Su 12 preparing to unleash his techniques once more. Wait, senior brother, do not act rashly. I simply do not have them on hand. Grant me 10 days, and I will personally deliver them to the inferior elixir chamber. I assure you they will all be top-grade Peiyuan elixirs, plus an additional 10 as a token of my apology. Do you truly intend to be so accommodating? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the servant disciple with suspicion. The rapid shift in demeanor felt disconcertingly off. Chapter 14, The First Transaction. Senior brother, your words are quite unfounded. Your strength surpasses mine. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? If, in 10 days' time, the elixirs do not materialize, feel free to seek me out for retribution. The servant disciple, head bowed, forced a smile as he spoke. Meanwhile, his eyes darted around, glinting with a sinister light. Humph. In no more than 10 days, senior brother Zhao will return, and he possesses the cultivation of the second level of qi refinement. You have taken the 10 superior Peiyuan pills he had reserved. When the time comes, you shall have cause for concern. Very well, I advise you not to employ any trickery, for the consequences of inciting my wrath could be dire. Su 12's gaze bore into him coldly, having discerned the man's ulterior motives, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Over the past 6 months, the relentless slaughter of beasts had imbued him with a faint aura of malevolence. His temperament had shifted. No longer that simple youth who had just emerged from a humble village. Yet, surrounded by so many witnesses, he could not act against the man in public. He could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. Of course, senior brother, rest assured. The servant disciple continued to laugh ingratiatingly, but a shiver ran down his spine under Su 12's penetrating gaze. What is there to fear? He is merely a brash youth of 12 or 13. With this thought, the servant disciple regained his composure, further solidifying his nefarious plans. Su 12 chose to ignore the man's scheming, uttering a final remark before turning to leave. In the courtyard, Zhu Hanwei and the others gazed enviously at Su 12's retreating figure. Had they possessed his power, they would not have been subjected to the servant disciple's bullying. Once Su 12 had departed, the servant disciple finally exhaled, coldly glaring at Zhu Hanwei and the others, threatening, "You little brats. If any of you dare to speak of today's events, do not blame me for being ungracious." The group shuddered, hastily nodding in agreement before begrudgingly vacating the elixir pavilion. However, after witnessing Su 12's prowess, their fear of the servant disciple had diminished significantly. Did you know that person just now? Of course. We are all from the Cloud Song sect. Just half a year ago, he was merely a little beggar. Upon arrival, he was assigned to the useless pill chamber. And unexpectedly, instead of learning to read from the instructors, he began cultivating. As they walked, the group expressed their astonishment. I recall the sect master mentioning that the little beggar had a very poor spiritual root and would cultivate slowly, Zhu Hanwei remarked. Indeed, with such a terrible spiritual root, if I were to cultivate, I should be faster than him. I must hurry back to practice, Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, and immediately a round-faced child beside him thumped his leg, puffing up with pride. After speaking, the round-faced child glanced at the Peiyuan pills in his hand and dashed off toward his residence like the wind. The other children, seeing this, followed suit and ran toward their homes. Soon, only Zhu Hanwei remained behind. He lacked a spiritual root, and his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be slower than Su 12's. Casting a glance back at the elixir pavilion and then at Su 12 traversing the mountain path, Zhu Hanwei hesitated for a moment. Looking down at the item he clutched in his arms, he gritted his teeth and sprinted after Su 12. Wait, senior brother. Wait for me. Do you need something? Su 12 continued walking, momentarily taken aback by the voice behind him. It took him a moment to realize it was directed at him before he halted to face the newcomer. Senior brother, I wish to purchase some Peiyuan pills. Zhu Hanwei panted, yet his face radiated a bright smile upon seeing Su 12. Purchase Peiyuan pills? What makes you think I would sell them to you? Su 12 responded, bemused as he scrutinized Zhu Hanwei. Peiyuan pills primarily benefit those without cultivation. For those with cultivation, their efficacy diminishes. Thus, many senior brothers within the sect choose to trade the Peiyuan pills they receive annually for money or other cultivation resources. Zhu Hanwei quickly explained with a smile, I see. It seems this little chubby boy has gained quite a bit of insight from serving the sect master. Su 12 felt a stir of interest at this revelation. The Peiyuan pills had indeed lost their significance for him. If he could exchange them for something valuable, it would not be a bad deal after all. With this thought in mind, he maintained his composure and continued to inquire, if I recall correctly, you possess no spiritual root. What do you intend to do with so many Peiyuan pills? The notion of having no spiritual root merely implies that the spiritual root remains obscured and cannot be naturally manifested. With the aid of elixirs, there remains a chance for the spiritual root to reveal itself. Peiyuan pills are one such means. However, the spiritual roots born from elixirs are typically not very potent, which is why no sect would waste resources on their cultivation. Zhu Hanwei did not hide his intentions, cheerfully sharing what he knew. Su 12 squinted, recalling how his extensive consumption of top-tier Peiyuan pills had indeed clarified his perception of the natural spiritual energy. He immediately realized Zhu Hanwei's words were not unfounded. Nodding, he continued, selling you a few pills is not out of the question. What price do you propose? Top-tier Peiyuan pills are priced at 100 taels of silver each at the trading square. If senior brother is willing to sell, I will offer 120 taels each, Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his spirit invigorated. The trading square? You mean the one atop Yihuan Mountain? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, recalling that the sect manual had mentioned it. Indeed, Zhu Hanwei nodded eagerly, quickly adding, I also have some trinkets I recently collected. If senior brother is interested, we could exchange those as well. As he spoke, he reached into his robe and produced a small bundle. Upon opening it, a collection of assorted items was revealed. Su 12 then realized that the boy was not as rotund as he appeared. Rather, he had been concealing a small pouch against his belly. A swift glance revealed various objects, a broken knife, beast skins, beast bones, and even a few obscure books. His gaze fell upon the books, and he picked them up to examine them. There were 3 in total. One was an unknown collection of notes, while the other 2 contained martial arts techniques practiced by mundane fighters in the secular world. Seeing Su 12's interest in the 3 books, Zhu Hanwei felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a serious facade. Senior brother has a keen eye. This collection of notes is said to have been written by a formidable cultivator who traveled the world. I spent a full 500 taels of silver just to acquire it. And these 2 martial arts manuals, the Bagua 8 Extremes Fist and the Shadowless Phantom Steps, are our Zhu family's ancestral techniques. Once mastered, they can easily shatter mountains and leave no trace in the snow. These are truly invaluable treasures. As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei's enthusiasm became palpable, his words flowing in a torrent of fervor. Chapter 15. 8th level Bagua Fist and Shadowless Steps. Although Su Shi'er's experience was limited, he was not foolish. Despite the extravagant claims made by Zhu Hanwei, he merely smiled and remained silent. Once Zhu finished speaking, Su Shi'er finally spoke up. I am uncertain about the prowess of these 2 manuals, but they are, after all, meant for martial artists. They likely hold little value for cultivators, do they not? Zhu Hanwei's lips twitched, forcing a sheepish smile. I cannot say they are entirely useless. At least in the early stages, they can bolster one's strength. He was well aware that such martial arts manuals were deemed insignificant in the eyes of cultivators. If they were of any real value, he would have sold them long ago. His lengthy discourse was merely an attempt to inflate the price. What do you plan to exchange for these 3 books? How many Peiyuan pills? Su Shi'er did not engage in a debate and directly inquired. 8. No, 6 pills. Zhu Hanwei stammered, noticing Su Shi'er's displeasure and quickly retracting his statement. 3 pills. If you want them, we can trade right now. Su Shi'er regarded him for a moment, then set the 3 books down, no longer bothering to look at them. To him, Peiyuan pills were plentiful, yet he had no intention of being overly generous. Such secrets were meant to remain buried within one's own mind. 3 pills? That is far too little. At least 5. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his mouth agape, feigning distress as though he had suffered a great loss. As soon as he uttered those words, he saw Su Shi'er turn to leave and quickly called out, for pills. Senior brother, at least give me 4. Very well. This time, Su Shi'er did not insist further. He was indifferent to how Zhu Hanwei had acquired the books. For him, as long as he could gain knowledge and enhance his strength, parting with a few Peiyuan pills was entirely worthwhile. In no time, Su Shi'er exchanged 4 high-grade Peiyuan pills for the 3 manuals and traded 2 more for 240 taels of silver before parting ways with Zhu Hanwei and continuing his journey to the abandoned pill chamber. Zhu Hanwei watched Su Shi'er's retreating figure, his eyes squinted with a smile. He had not anticipated that a few casually acquired books could hold such high value. With these high-grade Peiyuan pills, his chances of awakening a spiritual root had increased significantly. Grinning broadly, he hurriedly stashed away his possessions and made his way home. Abandoned pill chamber. Upon returning, Su Shi'er immediately began practicing the contents of the 2 martial arts manuals. While the techniques were not particularly intricate, the insights regarding force application and combat skills greatly broadened his understanding. In contrast, he previously possessed only brute strength. To facilitate his training, he even crafted several wooden dummies in the courtyard. Within just 7 days, he had mastered the 2 disciplines. In the courtyard, Su Shi'er executed the Shadowless Steps, moving with remarkable agility, his form flowing gracefully and unpredictably. Occasionally, he would unleash punches and strikes upon the dummies. Bang, 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 as his fists and palms struck down. They transformed from fluid grace to powerful, sweeping motions, each blow delivering tremendous force. The wooden dummies shattered on impact. Just as he was about to deliver another blow, a spark of inspiration struck Su Shi'er. He initiated a movement, channeling the true essence within him. In an instant, a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his palm. The fireball radiated intense heat. Before he could unleash it, he pressed it against the dummy. Whoosh! In the next moment, flames erupted skyward, engulfing the dummy in an inferno. Noticing that this consumed less than 1/10 of his true essence, Shi'er's face lit up with joy. Could it truly be possible? This means that against low-level demon beasts, I could easily slay them without relying on traps. If fire control can be integrated with this technique, what about wind manipulation? With a glint in his eye, Shi'er executed the shadowless steps, dashing towards the farthest wooden dummy. Wind manipulation. As he lifted his leg, a gust of wind surged from behind him. His body glided through the air for a moment before landing beyond the farthest dummy. The wind was fierce, yet the concept was viable. A broad smile spread across Shi'er's face, akin to a discoverer unveiling new lands, as he continued his enthusiastic practice. Before long, it was time to meet the servant disciple from the Pill Pavilion. That afternoon, at the mid-slope of Tsuewan Mountain, two figures emerged. One was a stocky man, the servant disciple from the Pill Pavilion. The other was a young lad, seemingly around 15 or 16, with an impressive demeanor and a long sword strapped to his back, exuding a certain charm. I truly do not understand how you have trained over the years, as you cannot even defeat a disciple who has only been in the door for half a year, the sword-carrying youth scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. The servant disciple followed closely, as docile as a chick. This cannot be blamed on me. I did not expect that fellow to be a chi refiner. And he attacked without provocation. I had mentioned that the bottle of high-grade spirit pills was reserved for you, yet he still snatched them away. The servant disciple lamented, his face a mask of misery. Humph, I shall see how a newcomer dares to take what is mine. The youth snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at the servant disciple. But that item was lost from your possession. Do you not owe me an explanation? The servant disciple shrank back, forcing a smile as he said, Do not worry. Senior brother, I will certainly take responsibility. These two first-grade escape talisman are what I painstakingly collected. Saying this, the servant disciple reluctantly produced two yellowish talismans, each measuring 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, from his pocket. Seeing this, the youth snatched the talismans from him, grinning widely as his gaze turned towards the mountain, quickening his pace. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the abandoned pill chamber. Senior brother, I shall knock, the servant disciple exclaimed, his eyes brightening upon seeing the tightly shut door, and he stepped forward to knock. Knock. Humph, no need for that, the youth scoffed, a chilling light flashing in his eyes as a fireball the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The fireball shot forth and exploded against the door. Inside, Shi'er was engrossed in his reading when he heard the commotion outside and became alert. However, before he could react, the door was reduced to ashes in the blaze. Moments later, two figures stepped inside. It's you? It appears. You have reconsidered your stance? Shi'er raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping from the servant disciple to the sword-carrying youth. Such dense spiritual energy, a second-level chi refiner. Upon seeing the youth, Shi'er's heart jolted in surprise. The cultivation level of a practitioner is typically discernible unless they deliberately conceal their aura. Naturally, a lower-level practitioner cannot detect the prowess of a higher-level one. Conversely, a higher-level practitioner can easily perceive a lower-level one, unless the latter employs special techniques to obscure their presence. Chapter 16. Trouble approaches senior brother. It was this brat. The Puan Dan you wanted was snatched by him. The servant disciple did not respond but pointed at Su 12, swiftly turning to the sword-bearing youth. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Daring to steal the elixir I had reserved? The sword-bearing youth glared at Su 12 with an imposing demeanor. In his eyes, this was merely a chi refining stage novice, a newcomer who had joined the sect for less than half a year. He did not perceive the man before him as a worthy opponent. Not just him, but the servant disciple harbored the same thought. What you had reserved has nothing to do with me. I merely took what I was owed. Su 12 retorted coldly, a sense of caution brewing within him. The moment these two appeared, he sensed that today's events would not conclude peacefully. Fortunately, although the sword-bearing youth exuded a strong aura, he was not invincible. Reflecting on his recent training progress, Su 12 felt he was not without the strength to fight back. Moreover, this was his territory. If the situation became dire, he had other means at his disposal. Ode. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. If you're smart, hand over the elixir and kneel, calling me grandfather 3 times. And we'll consider this matter closed. The sword-bearing youth scoffed, his arrogance palpable. Before arriving, he had gathered sufficient information. knowing that the person before him was merely a lowly character with mixed spiritual roots, lacking any backing within the sect. Otherwise, had it been another disciple, he would not have been so brazen. You seek death. Upon hearing this, Su-12 felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his fury igniting. With a furious shout, he charged at the adversary. Just in time, you fell for my trap. The sword-bearing youth smirked, revealing a hint of malice. Fire control technique. Swift. The sword-bearing youth, composed, conjured a fireball with a swift motion. It was evident he had intended to provoke Su-12 from the start. In the heat of battle, one must avoid becoming flustered. The fireball, fast and fierce, hurtled directly towards Su-12. For anyone else, evading such an attack at this close range would have been nearly impossible. However, having recently mastered two techniques, Su-12 felt a sudden clarity amidst the heat radiating from the fireball. With a light tap of his toes as the fireball approached, he leaped sideways several meters. Simultaneously avoiding the fireball, he surged forward, instantly reaching the sword-bearing youth, his palm brimming with power, striking down upon him. What? A martial artist? Both the sword-bearing youth and the servant disciple gasped in astonishment at Su-12's maneuver. Wind-calling technique. Go. Compared to the servant disciple, the sword-bearing youth clearly possessed more combat experience. In a moment of crisis, he swiftly retreated while forming hand seals, summoning a powerful gale that rushed towards Su-12. This wind, peculiar and fierce, exceeded the might of Su-12's wind-calling technique. As the tempest approached, Su-12's form swayed, causing his attack to miss its mark. Kid, you've merely learned a few trivial techniques and dare to show off before me. Today, you shall understand what it means to face an insurmountable obstacle. Fire control. Wind calling. Once more, he formed hand seals, this time conjuring 3 fireballs. As soon as the fireballs were released, the sword-bearing youth unleashed another wind-calling technique. Bolstered by the gale, the 3 fireballs blazed forth with astonishing speed towards Su-12. Not daring to be careless, Su-12 employed the illusory step technique, weaving left and right mid-air, narrowly evading the fireball barrage. He felt a twinge of fear. Had he not mastered those 2 techniques, he would have likely sustained severe injuries today. Is this fellow really just in the second layer of chi refining? Yet he is this formidable? But, can he sustain the use of so many techniques? While evading, Su-12 keenly observed the sword-bearing youth's condition. As he suspected, the youth showed signs of fatigue after unleashing so many techniques. How is it possible? You managed to evade my attack. Gasping for breath, the sword-bearing youth's expression turned grim as he began to retreat. It seemed he was contemplating fleeing from this losing battle. Meanwhile, the servant disciple trembled, his legs weak, lamenting internally. No way, senior brother Zhao Yu is in the second layer of chi refining. How can he not defeat this brat? 8 extremes mountain collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Su-12 shouted, executing the shadowless illusory step to its utmost. His body surged forward like a cannonball. Fists clenched as he unleashed the lethal strike of the 8 trigrams 8 extremes fist. In that critical moment, the sword-bearing youth suddenly smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. Humph, you dare to close in? You're doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-bearing youth gripped the long sword behind him. After years of training, he was not reckless. His apparent extravagance with his true energy was merely a ruse to lower his opponent's guard. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as Su-12 saw a blinding light flash before him. In an instant, his hair stood on end, a strong sense of danger rising within him. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, and the moment the white light shone, he had already cast the wind-calling technique upon himself. With a light tap of his toes, the gale propelled him upward at an angle. In a swift motion, he landed atop a nearby wall. Just as he touched down, he saw a sword light flash past, carving a narrow fissure into the ground. Su-12's pupils constricted, secretly grateful for his caution. Had he not dodged in time, that strike would have surely resulted in grievous injury. After executing that sword strike, the sword-bearing youth appeared somewhat pale. Clutching his 2-foot-long sword, he stared at Su-12, maintaining a calm facade while his heart was filled with bewilderment. How is it possible? What kind of technique is this? How did he evade my lethal blow? Damn it! This brat is truly just a newcomer? He had used these techniques to defeat other opponents, even those in the 3rd layer of chi refining, who had not fared well against him. Yet today, he found himself at a disadvantage against a mere child. On the courtyard wall, Su-12 quickly discerned that the sword in the other's hand was exceptional, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. However, he understood well that his cultivation was inferior, and his true energy could only sustain 3 techniques at most. Competing in technique alone would yield no victory. Gritting his teeth, he leapt forward once more, closing the distance. You seek death. The sword-bearing youth, emboldened by his treasured sword, showed no fear. Channeling his true energy, he unleashed another wave of sword chi. But in the next moment, a gust of wind swept in, and Su 12 used the wind to propel himself forward, accelerating to land behind him. Boom! A fireball struck the youth's back with a forceful smack. The intense heat seared his back, and the overwhelming power sent him flying, coughing up blood upon hitting the ground. The sword-bearing youth appeared gravely injured, his sword falling from his grasp. Quick as lightning, Su 12 snatched the prized sword. The moment it was in his hand, he felt its extraordinary nature. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, he brandished the sword, lunging towards his opponent. Although he had never taken a life, the battles with various fierce beasts and monsters over the past 6 months had honed his ferocity. The adversary had shown no mercy, and neither would he. As the sword light approached, the sword-bearing youth's pupils dilated, his eyes nearly bursting. Brat, I will settle this score with you eventually. With that, he gritted his teeth and produced a yellow talisman from his hand, a first-level escape talisman. Infusing it with his true energy, a yellow light enveloped him. Before Su 12 could react, the yellow light flashed, and the sword-bearing youth vanished from sight. Chapter 17. Forging the Precious Swordham? Talisman. Shi'er had previously encountered descriptions of talismans in the sect manual, and he was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. His gaze turned icy as he glanced at the side where a servant disciple was seated. The servant disciple, already paralyzed with fear, immediately produced a first-level escape talisman upon meeting Shi'er's piercing gaze. As the talisman was activated, the disciple vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, Shi'er chose not to pursue. The sect rules strictly prohibited internal conflicts among disciples. This secluded and tranquil alchemy room was the perfect place for covert actions. But venturing outside could lead to encounters with others. He decided it was best to let it go for now. They likely wouldn't return soon. Alas, my 30 superior chi-enhancing pills. Nevertheless, this sword seems promising, likely a low-grade magical artifact, though its value remains uncertain. Even if it pales in comparison to those chi-enhancing pills, it should still be of considerable worth. Muttering to himself, Shi'er lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand. The 2-foot-long blade shimmered in a deep azure hue. Its material unknown to him. The hilt bore the inscription, White Mist. The blade glinted with a chilling radiance, unmistakably sharp. Judging by its craftsmanship and quality, it was undoubtedly a low-grade magical artifact. Magical artifacts are treasures utilized by cultivators, activated solely by their unique essence. Beyond magical artifacts, there exist spiritual tools and treasures. But those are far beyond the reach of a chi-refining stage cultivator. Recalling the sect manual's descriptions, Shi'er attempted to channel a strand of essence into the sword. As his essence flowed into it, the sword quivered slightly, emanating a bright gleam. Seizing the moment, Shi'er swung the sword. Bang! An invisible wave of sword energy shot forth, leaving a conspicuous scratch on the ground. Excellent! This truly is a fine sword. With this treasure, my offensive capabilities will surely be enhanced. Witnessing the might of the low-grade magical artifact, Shi'er's heart brimmed with joy, banishing the gloom of losing the chi-enhancing pills. Upon returning to his room, Shi'er sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved a medicine vial, only to find it empty. It dawned on him that he had exhausted the last of the chi-enhancing pills. He rummaged beside him for a bottle of discarded chi-enhancing pills and a mysterious alchemy furnace. Just as he was about to toss the discarded pills into the furnace, his gaze fell upon the enigmatic device, and he suddenly recalled the earlier experience of activating the low-grade magical artifact. Surely, this alchemy furnace must be a treasure as well. What would happen if I infused it with my essence? With a flicker of inspiration, Shi'er grasped the mysterious alchemy furnace and began channeling his essence into it. The moment his essence touched the furnace, his expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, he felt a powerful suction drawing his essence away at an alarming rate, as if he were being drained completely. This sensation reminded him of his first experience with the fire control technique. Fortunately, this state lasted only a brief moment. Once his essence was depleted, the furnace slipped from his grasp. As it fell, the furnace expanded dramatically, quickly growing to about 2 feet wide. Shi'er tilted his head in curiosity, observing the furnace. To his eyes, aside from its increased size, it appeared unchanged, still ancient, worn, and devoid of any discernible aura. Had he not witnessed its transformation, he would have assumed it had always been this way. Has it merely enlarged? Or does it possess other capabilities? Regardless, its size could accommodate a considerable amount. But would it be able to refine other materials? Shi'er pondered aloud, his gaze drifting to the sword beside him. Should I give it a try? With a raised brow, he placed the flying sword into the now enlarged furnace. As soon as the sword entered, it was enveloped in a layer of azure light. In the next moment, the sword rapidly shrank in size, condensing to a length of merely over a foot. What? Shi'er gasped in astonishment, preparing to retrieve the sword, yet upon closer inspection, he was overcome with elation. In such a short span, the sword had transformed into a superior magical artifact. What if I continue refining it? His eyes lit up, and he fixated intently on the alchemy furnace. However, after its transformation into a superior magical artifact, the sword exhibited no further changes. Instead, moments later, the furnace began to shrink. Observing this, Shi'er hastily retrieved the flying sword. As he tucked the now normal-sized furnace back into his possession, he focused on the sword. Is it only capable of being refined to the level of a superior magical artifact? Could it be that this sword's potential is limited to this extent? After a moment of contemplation, Shi'er arrived at what he deemed a reasonable conclusion. Smiling, he secured the sword and resumed his cultivation. At the same time, beneath the Tsulwan mountain, two figures were huddled together. Upon spotting the servant disciple, the sword-bearing youth rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. You said this was the worthless trash? A dregs of spiritual roots? Easy to deal with? The sword-bearing youth's anger escalated with each accusation, resulting in increasingly forceful strikes. The servant disciple lay on the ground, quickly becoming bruised and battered. Zhao Yu, please spare me. I didn't expect this kid to be so formidable. The servant disciple clutched his head, feeling deeply wronged. To him, it made no sense that Zhao Yu, a second-layer chi refining cultivator, could not defeat a first-layer chi refining cultivator. Spare you? That white mist sword is a low-grade magical artifact. I traded 50 superior chi enhancing pills for it. How can I possibly spare you? Zhao Yu ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The chubby youth shivered at Zhao Yu's furious gaze and quickly exclaimed, Brother, wait. There is something strange about this. Zhao Yu coldly glared at him. What strangeness? That kid is undoubtedly a dregs of spiritual roots. This was confirmed by the peak master himself. There is no mistake, otherwise he wouldn't have been assigned to guard the discarded pill room. Yet, he managed to cultivate to the first layer of chi refining in such a short time and possesses this level of strength. I suspect he must have some extraordinary treasure. The chubby youth's eyes sparkled with cunning. Extraordinary treasure. Zhao Yu's eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed. Otherwise, how could a dregs of spiritual roots be so powerful? We should gather a few more people and quietly eliminate him. Then, the treasure will be ours. The chubby youth nodded vigorously, his gaze turning icy as he made a gesture across his throat. Your speculation is not without merit. However, let us keep this matter under wraps for now. We will discuss everything once I return. Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with cunning as he released the chubby youth. Brother, are you leaving? The chubby youth finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily inquiring. Indeed. Elder Song from the transmission hall has summoned 20 disciples for focused training for this year's new recruits. I must report tomorrow morning as one of them, Zhao Yu replied, his eyes narrowing with a hint of pride. Focused training for new recruits? Aren't our past servant disciples excluded from participating? The chubby youth was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, only that this year's rules have changed. In addition to new recruits, previously eliminated servant disciples may also register. As long as they complete the trial, they can attain the status of formal disciples, Zhao Yu explained impatiently. I see. Congratulations, brother. With your potential, your strength will surely soar after focused training. Indeed, the pressure on this new cohort of recruits will be immense. The rotund man busily clasped his hands and chuckled. Upon receiving this news, he felt a surge of excitement. Although his abilities were rather lacking, there remained several years before the newcomer trials commenced. According to Zhao Yu, there was indeed a chance to complete the trials and ascend to the status of an official disciple. Enough with the congratulations. Just make sure to register when the time comes. Once the trials begin, I will summon my elder brother Zhao Yin to join us, Zhao Yu remarked, pursing his lips. Brother Zhao Yin? He is undoubtedly the strongest among our junior disciples. If he participates, success is virtually assured. But, will we take action during the newcomer trials? The rotund man asked, his spirit invigorated. Precisely. Elder Song's training will only conclude once the newcomer trials start. Moreover, is there any occasion more fitting for action than the newcomer trials? Zhao Yu's gaze turned icy as he spoke, then he turned and departed. Chapter 18. Transaction Talisman in the Abandoned Alchemy Chamber. Su 12 remained oblivious to the fact that he had not been detected by the cloaked figures, but rather had caught the attention of his fellow disciples. A scheme targeting him was quietly unfolding. After fending off 2 servant disciples, he resumed his arduous cultivation in the dilapidated chamber. Aside from the discarded elixirs sent by disciples from various peaks each month, he rarely ventured outside. Occasionally, when demonic beasts intruded upon his territory, he effortlessly vanquished them using his dual disciplines of secular martial arts and a superior magical artifact. Time slipped by, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, atop Ihuan Mountain, a lean youth, aged around 16 or 17, with sun-kissed skin and clad in the disciple garb of the Yungu sect, strolled slowly towards the peak's trading square. The square, square-shaped and sprawling over 10 acres, was designed in A pattern, dividing it into 4 main streets and 9 zones, each further segmented in a cross shape. Winding paths intersected, lined with various stalls manned by cultivators. Regardless of whether they were vendors or shoppers, everyone donned disciple attire. The atmosphere brimmed with life, bustling and vibrant. Amidst the crowd, the youth, with a beast-skin sword sheath slung over his back, bore an unremarkable visage that blended seamlessly into the throng. He surveyed the surroundings leisurely, not in haste to make any purchases. This youth was none other than Su 12, who had devoted 4 years to arduous cultivation in the abandoned alchemy chamber. With the aid of numerous high-grade chi-gathering pills, his cultivation level had steadily ascended. Just a day prior, after relentless efforts, his true essence had finally expanded to the size of a fist, successfully crossing the threshold into the 4th stage of chi refinement. Such a pace of advancement was comparable to that of a budding prodigy. With less than half a year remaining until the newcomer trial, he realized that it would be improbable to elevate his cultivation to the 5th stage within such a short period. After careful contemplation, he decided to visit the trading square to procure items that could enhance his strength for the impending trial. After a thorough exploration, Su 12 purchased nothing but gained a general understanding of the trading square. The marketplace offered an eclectic array of wares: herbs, iron and stone, beast hides and bones, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and techniques, everything imaginable. The currency for transactions was varied. While the most common was the chi-gathering pill, gold and silver treasures also circulated, and occasionally, exchanges were made through barter. As Su 12 walked through the square, his eyes widened in awe, particularly when he spotted a seemingly inconspicuous stall where he recognized a talisman identical to the one used by the sword-wielding youth who had fled 4 years prior. It was a low-grade escape talisman, priced at 3 high-grade chi-gathering pills. He cast another glance, but chose not to engage in trade. Just then, he halted, his gaze drawn to a nearby stall bustling with 5 or 6 cultivators. The stall displayed an assortment of fine goods, including numerous talismans, blank talisman papers, and a dozen books related to talisman crafting. What captivated the onlookers was a sandalwood box at the center, from which emanated a faint yellowish glow. Inside lay a talisman of remarkable quality. A sign beside it boldly proclaimed, "Top-grade defensive talisman, 3 low-grade chi-gathering pills." Below were smaller inscriptions detailing, "Low-grade spirit talisman, 3 high-grade chi-gathering pills. Medium-grade spirit talisman, 10 high-grade chi-gathering pills. Talisman books, 50 chi-gathering pills each. Top-grade defensive talisman." Su 12's pupils dilated. After wandering for so long, he had only encountered low-grade medium talismans. This was the first top-grade talisman he had ever seen, and it was among the most precious in the realm of offensive and defensive talismans. His heart raced as he examined it closely, feeling the rich yellowish spiritual energy enveloping the talisman, imparting a sensation of weightiness akin to a mountain. The spiritual force contained within was palpably overwhelming, far surpassing that of ordinary talismans. Indeed, one could hardly comprehend the vastness of the world without venturing out, should this talisman be activated. Even those at the 7th or 8th stage of chi refinement might struggle to shatter it. Just then, among the spectators, a dashing young man clad in a silk headband and wielding a sword spoke up. "For this top-grade defensive talisman, I offer 300 high-grade chi-gathering pills. Will you sell it?" "Not for sale." The stall owner, a young female cultivator in her 20s dressed in a flowing yellow gown, firmly shook her head in refusal. 400 high-grade Qi gathering pills. Sister Chu, a low-grade Qi gathering pill is worth a maximum of 100 high-grade Qi gathering pills. You would be making a considerable profit. The young man persisted. With a flourish of her elegant fingers, the female cultivator rolled her eyes. Spare me. Low-grade Qi gathering pills are scarce and sought after. If you truly desire it, bring me the Qi gathering pills. The young man pouted in frustration and turned to leave. And the others soon followed suit, shaking their heads in dismay. The most accomplished among them was the silk headband youth, who stood at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. It was evident that none possessed any Qi gathering pills, and even if they did, they would likely reserve them for their own cultivation, unwilling to part with such treasures. Soon, the stall stood empty. Observing the scene, Su 12 hesitated briefly, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before stepping forward. Miss, regarding this top-grade defensive talisman. Before Su 12 could finish, the female cultivator shot him a glance, coldly interjecting, "Brother, I only trade this top-grade defensive talisman for Qi gathering pills." "I understand. How about this?" Su 12 nodded, producing a vial from his robe and offering it to her. The female cultivator furrowed her brow, casually opening the vial. To her surprise, it contained a single round, radiant medium-grade Qi gathering pill. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A medium-grade Qi gathering pill. Her exclamation faltered midway as she stifled her excitement. Assessing Su 12, her initial fervor quickly transformed into a calculated smile. "Brother, this pill is quite impressive. But a single medium-grade Qi gathering pill is worth a maximum of 2 low-grade Qi gathering pills. How about this? If you present another, I shall offer you an additional 15 medium-grade talismans. What do you say?" "This is my only one," Su 12 responded decisively, his gaze darting to the other items on the stall. While everything else tempted him, he understood that producing another pill would be a perilous gamble. It was impossible to part with more than one. "Is this truly your sole possession?" The female cultivator scrutinized Su 12, her eyes sparkling with allure, nearly causing him to lose his composure. "Indeed. If you choose not to trade, consider this conversation moot," Su 12 asserted, reaching for his solitary Qi gathering pill. Were circumstances different, he would prefer not to use a medium-grade Qi gathering pill for this exchange. It was far too conspicuous. Yet, there was no alternative. That mysterious alchemical furnace was extraordinarily potent, refining discarded Qi gathering pills into top-grade ones in mere moments. After attempting this process over 20 times, he had managed to produce only 2. Chapter 19. Being pursued, don't be hasty. I never said I wouldn't exchange. I've accepted the elixir, and this spirit talisman is yours. However, my dear brother, you truly excel in business. The female cultivator of the Chu clan swayed her waist and tucked the porcelain vial into her bosom. Immediately afterward, she reached for a first-grade premium defensive talisman from the stall and handed it to Su 12. As she passed it to him, her fingers lightly brushed against his palm. "My dear brother, do you see anything else you desire? You could purchase a few to take back." A tingling sensation coursed through Su 12's palm as he hastily stowed the talisman away, his face flushing crimson. He had never been close to a woman, and the one before him was simply enchanting. The fact that he did not embarrass himself on the spot was already a testament to his remarkable composure. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his rapidly beating heart. His gaze fell upon the wares on her stall, and after a moment's contemplation, he selected 24 first-grade medium-quality talismans and 2 introductory books on talisman crafting. "How much for these?" 10 first-grade medium-quality talismans for 1 Peiyuan Dan, and 50 Peiyuan Dan for each of these 2 books. That totals 340 Peiyuan Dan. The Chu clan female cultivator quickly replied, her eyes occasionally glancing at Su 12. "Senior sister, since I'm buying so many items from you, could you offer a discount? How about 300 Peiyuan Dan?" Su 12 scratched his head, smiling as he bargained. "You've already purchased my premium talismans. Do you still need to haggle over this?" The Chu clan female cultivator replied with a playful smile. "How could it not be important? This is all I have left." Su 12 retracted his neck, appearing rather earnest. "All right, 300 it is." The Chu clan female cultivator beamed, nodding in agreement. Su 12 paid the elixirs without hesitation, stowing his acquisitions before turning to leave. Having secured these items, he considered his journey a resounding success. At this moment, he still had some Peiyuan Dan left and wished to browse for books on cultivation techniques. Just as Su 12 departed, the young man in a silk headband, who had previously held a sword in both hands, hurried over. Upon seeing the empty sandalwood box, He frowned and promptly inquired of the Chu clan female cultivator, Senior Sister Chu. What happened to that first-grade premium defensive talisman? It has been sold. The Chu clan female cultivator replied nonchalantly, her gaze still lingering on the crowd, searching for Su 12. What? Did a senior brother of the 6th stage of Qi refinement come by? The young man in the silk headband knitted his brows, a hint of frustration evident on his face. No, it was just a junior brother of the 4th stage of Qi refinement. The Chu clan female cultivator waved her hand, stating definitively, Senior Sister Chu, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? A junior brother of the 4th stage has the means to acquire gathering Qi Dan? 3 of them, no less. The young man looked astonished. I have no reason to deceive you. Take a look for yourself. The Chu clan female cultivator flashed a smile, opening the porcelain vial to show the young man. What? Medium quality gathering Qi Dan? The young man gasped in surprise. That junior brother must have quite a few of them. The Chu clan female cultivator said with a teasing smile. Are you certain? The young man appeared skeptical. Oof, what is there to doubt? The Chu clan female cultivator raised her hand, producing another vial. Inside was yet another medium quality gathering Qi Dan. Had Su 12 been present, he would have gasped in astonishment. This was the additional one he had prepared. Clearly, Senior Sister Chu's skills in the art of deception had become increasingly refined. Seeing the 2 medium quality gathering Qi Dan, the young man's expression shifted, his breath quickening. He then whispered, taking a step back, Senior Sister Chu, which junior brother bought the talismans? What are you up to? Do not forget, the sect strictly prohibits disciples from fighting among themselves. The Chu clan female cultivator admonished sternly. Senior Sister Chu, how could you say that? I merely wish to make the acquaintance of that junior brother, the young man replied awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before nervously offering a low-quality gathering Qi Dan from his pocket. Ah, in that case, it is permissible. The one over there. The one with the beast skin sword pouch, the Chu clan female cultivator said, her eyes narrowing as she accepted the gathering Qi Dan and pointed towards Su 12 among the crowd. Thank you, Senior Sister Chu. The young man's face brightened with gratitude as he thanked her and turned to follow Su 12 from a distance. Behind the stall, the Chu clan female cultivator's eyes darted as she swiftly gathered all the items, tapping her waist to make everything vanish. She then hurriedly walked in the opposite direction. Su 12 walked unhurriedly through the crowd, blissfully unaware that another medium-quality gathering Qi Dan had slipped from him. He perused the surroundings, exploring for a full hour, during which he encountered numerous rare treasures. Among them was a cultivator selling low-quality spatial artifacts, specifically storage pouches. The storage pouch boasted 10 compartments, akin to a tiny portable room, truly wondrous. Of course, the price was steep, marked at 20 low-quality gathering Qi Dan. Su 12's eyes gleamed with desire. Having such a storage pouch would greatly enhance his convenience. Yet, he was also acutely aware that purchasing it would undoubtedly invite trouble upon himself. Ultimately, he spent the remaining 100 Peiyuan Dan on 2 books from an elderly vendor. One was a travelogue written by a cultivator named Qi Zhuzhenren, worth little. The other documented 3 minor spells, the rain summoning spell, the object manipulation spell, and the heavenly eye spell. The vendor initially asked for 120 high-quality Peiyuan Dan, but after much negotiation, Su 12 acquired it for 100. With all his belongings secured, Su 12 hastily departed. Within an hour, he arrived at the foot of Tsue Huan Mountain. However, as he walked, a frown began to crease his brow, an ominous feeling gnawed at him. Am I being followed? By whom? Squinting his eyes, Su 12 pondered swiftly, yet he did not look back. Instead, he maintained his composure and altered his course towards the other side of Tsue Huan Mountain, an area where he often hunted demonic beasts. After a stick of incense had burned, as Su 12 passed a towering tree, the ground beneath him stirred, and a large net woven from hemp suddenly sprang up, as if ensnaring something. He quickly glanced back, only to see a figure emerging from within the net, accompanied by a surge of energy, a young man in a silk headband, clutching a sword. A first-grade low-quality invisibility talisman was disintegrating into ash on his shoulder. Is it him? His pupils constricted in surprise. He had considered the possibility of the Chu clan female cultivator or the elderly vendor who sold him the books, but he never expected this individual would be the pursuer. Inside the net, the young man in the silk headband struggled in frustration. You little rascal, how dare you trick me? Let me go, or once I'm free, I will make you pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Su 12 remained silent, turned on his heel, and fled. This was a formidable opponent, a 5th-stage Qi refinement cultivator. He did not believe a mere trap would be sufficient to restrain such a person. If there were no ulterior motives, that would indeed be a marvel. He had extensive experience battling demonic beasts daily, and his combat acumen was well honed. Chapter 28 Fierce Battle. This lad actually isn't falling for it. Observing that Su 12 not only refrained from approaching, but also decisively fled, the youth in the silk scarf felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, releasing a surge of energy from his body. With a crackle, the trap shattered into dust under the force of his energy. Before his figure even touched the ground, a gust of wind swept him up, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Su 12. Kid, I shall see just how far you can run today. The youth in the silk scarf wore a grim expression as he trailed behind Su 12, forming hand seals. Binding technique. Go. As his voice rang out, a rustling sound followed. 5 or 6 vines, akin to serpents, rapidly slithered across the ground. Caught off guard, Su 12 was tripped by 2 of the vines. With his balance disrupted, he leaned forward, nearly collapsing. Not good. Fortunately, his martial arts training came to his aid. He twisted his waist and executed a side somersault, regaining his balance. However, as soon as he landed, the vines swiftly coiled up his ankles, binding him like a large rice dumpling. Brother, what is the meaning of this? We have no enmity between us, do we? Su 12 covertly channeled his energy, peeking out to assess the approaching youth. Indeed, there was no grudge, but what was the purpose behind his trap? The youth in the silk scarf, holding his sword, approached with a cold smirk. Brother, you are unjustly accusing me. This is my first time here. How could I have set a trap for you? Su 12 replied with a smile. Is that so? Then why did you flee when I was ensnared by the trap? The youth's expression darkened, his icy gaze scrutinizing Su 12. Brother, surely you jest. That trivial trap could never ensnare you. I fled because I suddenly recalled an urgent matter to attend to. The sect manual strictly prohibits disciples from engaging in private combat or harming one another. Su 12 chuckled, easily capable of freeing himself from the vines. Yet, the fact that this person had followed him here indicated ill intentions. He was more curious about the true reason for this pursuit. Sect regulations? Humph. I have no time to waste on your words. If you wish to survive, hand over all your chi-gathering pills. The youth in the silk scarf stated indifferently, his eyes gleaming with menace fixed on Su 12. Here for the chi-gathering pills? Su 12's heart sank, the visage of the female cultivator with the surname Chu flashing in his mind. He understood that this matter was undoubtedly linked to her. Brother, you have the wrong person. Chi-gathering pills are only possessed by brothers at the 6th level of chi refining. How could a novice like me at the 4th level possibly have any? Taking a deep breath, he replied with a smile, unwilling to concede so easily. Is that so? If that's the case, then you have no reason to live. The youth's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent erupting from his eyes. In that moment, he formed hand seals, the true essence swirling in the air. Suddenly, the temperature in the arena surged, and a fire crow, the size of a head, materialized before him. No, don't act rashly. I do have a bottle of chi-gathering pills. If you let me go, I will hand it over to you. Su 12 hastily exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the fire crow, realizing its power far surpassed the fireballs he could conjure. He understood that the gap in their strengths was too vast. To prevail, he must take risks. Humph. You best not try any tricks, or I guarantee your demise will be most gruesome. The youth in the silk scarf scoffed, one hand controlling the fire crow while the other began to dissolve some of the vines binding Su 12. Confident in his superior magical prowess, he was unperturbed by Su 12's potential schemes. The chi-gathering pills are in this bottle. Please accept it, brother. As Su 12's hands were freed, he swiftly produced a porcelain vial from his robe and tossed it over. Within the vial, there were no pills, but rather a first-tier middle-grade fire explosion talisman he had pre-prepared. He had created no fewer than 5 such vials for emergencies. The youth in the silk scarf caught the vial. Just as he lowered his gaze to inspect it, a sudden rush of wind whooshed past his ear. Wind call. Go. The instant Su 12 threw the vial, his eyelids flickered, and he unhesitatingly activated a wind call technique. A fierce gale surged forth, directly blowing towards the fire crow hovering in front of the youth, causing the flames to roll back and engulf the youth himself, who was casting spells. Humph. Seeking death. The youth had been on guard against Su 12. Upon witnessing this, he sneered and tossed out a rain condensation talisman. A streak of aquamarine light flashed, and rain cascaded down, extinguishing the encroaching flames with ease. Having effortlessly neutralized Su 12's ambush, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he prepared to continue his assault. However, at that moment, A surge of violent energy coalesced in his palm. Not good. It's a fire explosion talisman? The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the porcelain vial contained no chi gathering pills, but rather a fire explosion talisman, despite his vigilance. When Su-12 seized the opportunity to launch an attack, he had focused solely on Su-12, completely unaware of this additional ploy. Without time to think, he hastily attempted to discard the vial. At such close range, even a low-grade talisman could inflict significant damage. But it was too late. The vial erupted the moment it slipped from his grasp. Boom. A pillar of fire soared into the sky, engulfing him whole. "Ah, you bastard, I will kill you." Flames roared and ignited the dry twigs and leaves on the ground, transforming the area into a sea of fire, accompanied by the youth's anguished screams. He was thoroughly taken advantage of by Su-12. Success. Su-12's face lit up with joy as he narrowed his eyes, summoning a fire crow in his palm and striking the vines binding his legs. The vines ignited upon contact with the flames. In the next moment, he broke free from his constraints, his gaze steely as he decisively activated the shadowless phantom step and prepared to unleash his 8th level 8 trigrams fist upon his adversary. Seizing the moment of weakness to claim victory, Su-12 understood this principle well. But just as he charged towards his foe, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In the next instant, from within the flames came the youth's furious roar. "You think a single fire explosion talisman can seriously injure me? Today, let me teach you a lesson so that you understand how unwise it is to oppose a sword cultivator." Su-12's pupils constricted violently, his expression shifting instantaneously. But before he could react, 2 beams of sword light interwove into a cross, shooting out from the fire. The sword radiance was swift and fierce, emanating a chilling murderous intent, capable of claiming lives. Su-12's heart sank, realizing the dire situation. At such close proximity, evasion was futile. He silently lamented. Yet his actions remained swift. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his robe. A first-tier premium defense talisman would suffice to withstand such an assault. But as he extracted the talisman, his complexion changed once more. What he held was not a first-tier premium defense talisman, but merely an ordinary first-tier middle-grade defense talisman. Chapter 21. The Turn of Events Deceived? Damn it. This is the end. Su-12 felt a sudden tightness in his breath, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. He could not fathom when the switch had occurred, yet he understood that this was not the time for contemplation. Fortunately, it was still a defensive talisman. Without further thought, he quickly infused his true essence into it. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and earth and stone rose, coalescing into a protective shield. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his toes, employing the shadowless step in conjunction with the wind-calling technique, propelling himself backward and upward. As he retreated, just to be safe, he hurled out 3 additional defensive talismans. 4 talismans transformed into 4 overlapping earthen shields. Even so, Su-12 still felt a sense of unease. But just as he contemplated casting more talismans, a series of sharp sounds erupted. In an instant, 2 beams of sword light streaked past. The earthen shields, formed from 4 layers of earth and stone, crumbled like paper. The sword light effortlessly pierced through the shields, striking Su-12 directly. Hiss. The blade grazed him, leaving a shallow cross-shaped gash on his chest. Blood flowed from the wound, and the pain made Su-12 gasp. How careless. Facing an opponent at the 5th level of chi refinement was indeed formidable. If it weren't for the 4 defensive talismans, which mitigated much of the attack, he would have been utterly obliterated by those sword strikes. Still shaken, Su-12 landed atop a towering tree, swiftly retrieving 3 small healing pills, crushing them and sprinkling the powder over his wound. The small healing pills were potent remedies that could be ingested or applied externally. At that moment, amidst the flames, the youth in a silk headband emerged. A faint blood-red, eerie aura enveloped his body, while his face and skin bore numerous cuts and burns from shattered porcelain vials. He wielded a 2-foot-long, smoke-colored sword, exhaling a cloud of foul breath, cursing inwardly. That despicable scoundrel, how insidious. If it weren't for the blood shield I had just cultivated the other day, I would have been severely injured. Fixating on Su-12, the silk headband youth's fury ignited. His visage contorted with rage. Very well. It seems you have indeed purchased a considerable number of talismans. Let me see just how many you truly possess. Gale slash. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he infused his true essence into the sword, sweeping it with ferocity. This time, 4 beams of sword light erupted, intertwining into a formation that radiated a fierce aura. For beams of sword light? How utterly unfair. Su 12 inhaled sharply. He knew the power of these 4 beams was substantial, and he could not afford to be struck again. As the 4 beams advanced, he took a deep breath and leaped into the air. A whirlwind appeared, lifting him higher. In the blink of an eye, the sword light sliced through the lush, towering tree, reducing it to splinters. High above, Su 12's heart raced. Was this the attack method of a sword cultivator? It was terrifying in its might. Completely unaffected by the wind-calling technique or any other spells. No, merely evading is not a solution. My supply of defensive talismans is dwindling, and maintaining such spells consumes far too much true essence. A swift resolution is imperative. Hesitating only briefly, Su 12 steeled himself, concealing all his attack talismans in his sleeve. Diving toward his opponent on the wind. In the air, he continuously shifted his form, denying his adversary any opportunity to strike, and in an instant, he appeared before the youth. 8 Extremes Mountain Collapse. In close proximity, he bellowed, decisively activating the 8 trigrams 8 Extremes fist, bringing it down upon the youth. A martial artist's technique? How presumptuous. Do you truly think I am unaware of your intentions? With those worthless talismans, you believe you can shatter my blood shield? Dare to approach me, and you shall descend to the underworld. In the face of Su 12's assault, the silk headband youth scoffed, sword in hand, unceremoniously exposing Su 12's objective. At such a close distance, he doubted Su 12 could evade. As for the so-called talisman attack, even if it could breach his blood shield, he was confident he could withstand it. Swish. However, in the moment of confrontation, Su 12 did not unleash his attack talismans. Instead, he revealed a 1-foot-long sword in his hand. It was the White Mist sword, obtained 4 years prior, hidden within his sword sheath. So, he had concealed a flying sword? How unfortunate for you to think you could compete in swordplay against a sword cultivator. Seeing Su 12 suddenly wield a 1-foot flying sword, the silk headband youth was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. As a sword cultivator, he had confidence in his swordsmanship. Moreover, his cultivation level surpassed that of the figure before him. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he affixed several defensive talismans onto his body. He then gracefully twirled the flying sword in his hand, sweeping it to parry Su 12's descending strike with a resounding clang. Observing this, he finally relaxed. To have so easily blocked the attack, this lad's swordsmanship was indeed lackluster. It seemed he truly had no further tricks up his sleeve. With a shift in thought, the silk headband youth infused his true essence into the sword, preparing for a decisive strike. Yet at that moment, a sharp crack echoed. The sword in his grasp shattered instantly. His true essence had nowhere to go. What? You possess a superior grade magic weapon. How is this possible? The youth finally grasped the situation, his heart jolting, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could finish, he sensed the danger and hastily attempted to retreat. However, Su 12's sword showed no mercy, severing the youth's flying sword. It continued its descent. He lacked the exquisite swordplay of his opponent, and he had waited for this precise moment. Before a superior grade magic weapon, even the most resilient blood shield of the silk headband youth could hardly withstand the onslaught. In a flash, the sword light surged forth, a spray of blood erupted, and an arm was severed. Puff! The silk headband youth collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to suppress his anguished cries. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known Su 12 possessed a superior grade magic weapon, he would never have allowed the other to approach so easily. The once favorable advantage had been reversed in the blink of an eye. Now, with his arm severed, he was gravely injured, and his combat effectiveness had plummeted. In contrast, Su 12 seized the opportunity without hesitation, channeling his true essence into the White Mist sword. The White Mist sword trembled slightly, its brilliance intensifying, and a sharp beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the youth's neck. Although he had severely wounded his opponent with one strike, he dared not let down his guard. After all, this was a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement. Who knew what other hidden cards he might still hold? Since that harrowing encounter 4 years ago, when he had nearly been killed by a fierce tiger's counterattack, Su 12's approach had become exceedingly cautious. Otherwise, he would not have noticed this fellow trailing behind him from the very beginning. Chapter 22, Secrets of the Trial U. As the sword light surged forth, the young man in the silk headband's expression shifted drastically. Ignoring the blood pouring from his wounds, he hastily summoned all his true energy, channeling it to his chest. At the brink of life and death, a tortoise-patterned round shield emerged before him. And as the sword light struck, A narrow crack immediately appeared across its surface. Yet, this shield managed to deflect the deadly blow. He truly has a hidden card? Su-12 raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure while gradually distancing himself from his opponent, all the while continuing to channel his misty white sword. If it was a fight to the death, he was prepared to see it through to the end. The young man on the ground was utterly terrified, his heart quaking with fear. With a severed arm, many of his abilities were rendered useless. The tortoise-patterned shield was his last line of defense. But being merely a mid-grade magical artifact, it could not withstand the onslaught for long. As the sword light approached, the young man cried out, "Wait, I know secrets about this new trial. If you kill me, you will surely regret it." New trial? At the mention of this term, Su-12 hesitated momentarily. After a brief pause, he swiftly struck out with 3 slashes of his sword, severing the tendons in the young man's hands and feet. The young man collapsed, his face contorted in agony. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, Su-12 interrupted him. "Speak quickly. If your information does not satisfy me, the next strike will take your life." Su-12 held the misty white sword aloft, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. An attack and defense talisman was clenched in his hand, ready to be unleashed at any moment. "I will speak, but you must allow me to leave alive." The young man gasped through gritted teeth. Recognizing Su-12's decisive nature, he understood he was up against a formidable opponent. Though he still had the chance to launch a sneak attack, it seemed increasingly faint. In that moment, he yearned only to survive. "Agreed," Su-12 replied without hesitation. The young man hesitated. Su-12's swift agreement only heightened his anxiety, yet he knew he had no choice left. Taking a deep breath, he quickly gathered his true energy to stabilize his injuries and said, "Do you know why this year's newcomers can participate in the trial, even those who failed previous assessments?" Those who previously failed can participate? Su-12 frowned slightly, for he was unaware of this. However, this revelation alone alerted him to the potential dangers. It was essential to note that those who had failed assessments in the past, after years of cultivation, would not be weak, regardless of their current level of skill. No matter the nature of the trial, should conflict arise between old and new disciples, the newcomers would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Suppressing his curiosity, Su-12 maintained a stern demeanor and declared, "I have no interest in answering your questions. You would do well to be straightforward, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your wounds will allow you to leave alive." The young man glared at Su-12 with resentment before continuing. "The reason for this new rule is that 10 years ago, the sect master of Tianyin Peak accidentally located an ancient forbidden zone while researching an ancient teleportation array. This zone is rich in spiritual energy and is filled with abundant treasures, including rare herbs that have matured for hundreds of years." Su-12 listened intently, his eyes fixed on the young man, wary of any trickery. Upon hearing this information, he frowned and replied coolly, "An ancient forbidden zone? Abundant treasures? If such a place truly exists, would the sect permit us to enter?" He expressed his skepticism candidly. Though he had dedicated himself to arduous training over the years, he had also managed to read numerous texts. While he may not have extensive knowledge, he possessed a basic understanding of common sense. Treasures were coveted by all cultivators. This was not merely a matter of the sect's willingness. The ancient forbidden zone was fraught with powerful arrays that would pose increasing pressure on more capable cultivators. Several elders had been severely injured after recklessly entering. Only those at the 6th level of Qi refinement or below could navigate such a place without being affected. If this location were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other sections. Thus, the sect decided to allow all those who had previously failed, and who were below the 6th level of Qi refinement, to participate. Lying on the ground, the young man chuckled bitterly. He had entered the sect much earlier than Su-12 and was a disciple of Tianhua Peak, possessing far more knowledge. Su-12, on the surface indifferent, felt half convinced. In his view, the sect's decision to include those lower-ranked disciples served 2 purposes: to create additional fodder for exploration in this unknown territory and to fulfill the trial's true objective. This also implied that this new trial would be unprecedentedly brutal. No matter how many treasures were available, no one would complain about having more. Conflicts were inevitable. He was aware that the disciples of Yunga's sect were not to be underestimated. There were primarily 2 types of lower-ranked disciples: those who had been accepted into the sect but chose to remain after failing the trial, and those who had entered as lone cultivators, often possessing certain levels of skill and diverse backgrounds, many of whom were quite ruthless. "Is that all you have to say?" Su-12 asked once the young man finished. "Of course not. According to the information relayed by our elders at Tianhua Peak, There exists a spirit herb garden within that ancient forbidden zone, home to a 100-year-old Zhugua tree, which sprouts for 200 years, flowers for 200 years, and fruits for 200 years. Consuming just one of those 100-year Zhugua can enhance one's cultivation by over a decade. You have proven your strength by defeating me. I possess the map to that spirit herb garden. In this trial, we can join forces to seek out the 100-year Zhugua tree. The young man suppressed his hatred towards Su 12 and extended an invitation. Where's the map? Su 12 fixed his gaze upon him and immediately inquired. He was not entirely ignorant about Zhugua. He had encountered relevant information in various notes before. Consuming 100-year Zhugua could indeed enhance one's cultivation by over a decade. His mixed spirit root made cultivation particularly arduous, and he felt a strong inclination towards any elixir that could boost his progress. The map is in my dwelling. Once the trial begins, I will meet you with the map. As for the spirit herb garden, neither of us can claim it alone. We must work together to obtain those Zhugua. Seeing Su 12 visibly intrigued, the young man hastily continued to persuade him. Agreed. How will we divide the spoils? Su 12 nodded. 60-40, you take 40, I take 60. Only then did the young man let out a sigh of relief. He understood that to ensure his survival, he had to sway Su 12's favor. Achieving this collaboration was the best course of action. Though he was gravely injured, with severed limbs, a restorative pill could mend him. Once he recovered, the situation could change drastically. Understood. You may leave. Su 12 nodded and replied coolly. As he spoke, he sheathed the misty white sword and strapped it to his back. With his hands clasped behind him, he appeared to be captivated by the treasures while his mind reflected on the technique of controlling objects. Seeing Su 12's demeanor, the young man finally relaxed his tense heart. All right, I shall remember this favor. He struggled to rise, preparing to take out a fleeing talisman to escape. However, the moment he turned, with a sudden thud, a fragment of a broken sword struck his heart. The young man in the silk scarf felt his breath catch. Turning to gaze at Su 12, who remained motionless, the flying sword still hovering behind him. Lowering his head, he then noticed, to his dismay, a shard of his own shattered flying sword had unknowingly fallen beside him. Raising his gaze once more, his eyes brimmed with unwillingness and resentment. You deceived me. Chapter 23. Inventory of gains and clues deceiving you? I certainly did not lay a hand on you. You merely impaled yourself upon the sword. Can you really blame me for that? Shi'er spoke with an expressionless demeanor. From the very beginning, this individual had aimed to bring about his demise. Moreover, his cultivation was significantly superior to Shi'er's. If he were to allow him to escape, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Although Shi'er was tempted by the crimson fruit, he had not lost his senses entirely. Engaging in prolonged dialogue served merely to lower the other's guard. For him, conserving energy meant enhancing his capacity to confront potential crises. You bastard. May you suffer a terrible fate. The young man in the silk headband spewed blood from his mouth, screaming in a fit of despair. In mere moments, he lay on the ground, vitality nearly extinguished. His body frail and weakened. His unfocused gaze fell upon Shi'er, and he began to plead, I beg you, please save me. I do not wish to die. I still aspire to attain the great way. Yet whether he cursed or begged for mercy, Shi'er remained indifferent, standing aside without response. Minutes later, the young man lay still and lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open in a haunting stare, as if in death he could not find peace. Shi'er withdrew the white mist sword and struck a few more times from a distance, ensuring the man was truly dead before he exhaled in relief and approached. He was indeed dead. Shi'er stood in place, feeling somewhat dazed. After all, it was his first experience with taking a life. At that moment, aside from the relief of surviving, he felt an emptiness within. However, considering the countless beasts that had perished at his hands over the years, his temperament had become quite resilient. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure. He collected all useful items from the young man's body and the ground, then conjured a fireball to incinerate the corpse entirely before hastily departing. Though this location was remote, the ruckus from their battle had been substantial, and he feared the arrival of others. Should anyone discover this, his fate would be sealed. Engaging in private duels among disciples was a grave taboo, and killing a fellow sect member was a capital offense. Half an hour later, Shi'er returned to his residence. He sat in silence, calming his mind and restoring his internal essence before examining the items he had gathered. The first thing he picked up was the identity token of the young man in the headband. It bore 6 distinct characters, Tian Wapik, Mengtiani. He was indeed from Tianhua Peak? That made sense. According to the sect manual, Tianhua Peak was predominantly comprised of sword cultivators. Given that he claimed to be a sword cultivator, his affiliation with Tianhua Peak was entirely logical. Shi'er muttered softly, conjuring another fireball to incinerate the identity token completely. After completing this, he picked up a round shield. Without the enhancement of essence, the shield had shrunk to the size of a palm. Its surface was adorned with patterns reminiscent of turtle shells, and 3 small characters could be faintly discerned. Turtle shield. No wonder this shield could withstand attacks from superior-grade magical artifacts. It was indeed a middle-grade artifact. Fortunately, he had engaged in close combat. Otherwise, had the young man activated the turtle shield beforehand, the outcome of their encounter might have been uncertain. Regrettably, the turtle shield bore a crack. He wondered if the mysterious alchemical furnace could mend the damage. As he examined the shield, he noted a slender crack running along its surface. Shi'er felt a mix of relief and sorrow. After some contemplation, he took out the mysterious alchemical furnace, infused it with a measure of essence to enlarge it slightly, and then placed the turtle shield within. Just as he had with the white mist sword, the moment the turtle shield was inserted, it was enveloped in a faint azure glow. After a few breaths, the transformation ceased. Shi'er carefully retrieved the mysterious furnace and reassessed the turtle shield. Following the refinement, the shield had shrunk to half its original size and now gleamed with a crystalline luster, the sandy brown surface radiating a hint of brilliance. Could it be that this had transformed into a superior-grade artifact? Shi'er's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. In the realm of cultivation, defensive artifacts were often more precious and rare than offensive ones. A superior-grade defensive artifact was comparable in value to even ordinary spatial artifacts. With such a treasure in his possession, his safety was significantly enhanced. Had he possessed this artifact earlier, Mengtiani's sword energy would not have been able to harm him. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Mengtiani for inadvertently providing him with such a remarkable item prior to the newcomer trial. It was unfortunate, however, that the crack on the turtle shield had not been repaired. It seemed the mysterious furnace could only enhance the grade of treasures but lacked the ability to restore them. Suppressing his excitement, Shi'er gazed at the turtle shield a moment longer before carefully stowing it away. Although it bore a crack, the turtle shield's transformation into a superior-grade artifact had significantly improved its defensive capabilities. The cracks were secondary concerns now. After securing the turtle shield, Shi'er also stored the 2 low-grade chi-gathering pills and the 3 escape talismans he had found. His gaze then fell upon the final item he had retrieved from Mengtiani's body. It was a book that Mengtiani had kept close to him. The book appeared tattered and worn, its cover long since missing. The pages were yellowed, and many of the characters were somewhat blurred. However, given its intimate proximity to him, Shi'er believed it must be of considerable value. Upon opening the pages and glimpsing the contents, Shi'er's pupils abruptly constricted. In an instant, his veins surged, and he became agitated, breathing heavily as he quickly turned the book aside. The majority of the text detailed a sword technique known as the skeleton sword art. This technique could only be cultivated by those at the 6th level of chi refining or higher, encompassing only the sections for levels 6 through 9. Moreover, its practice required the use of numerous treasures and corpses. Once mastered, it would allow the practitioner to unleash a unique sword energy that consumed the blood essence of the living during attacks. The more blood essence absorbed, the mightier the sword energy became. Such descriptions immediately conjured memories of the black-clad figure who had slain his grandfather and the villagers. He recalled vividly how the sword energy unleashed by that figure resembled a skeleton, mirroring the descriptions in the book so closely that one might say it was even more formidable. The skeleton sword art. Could it be that the black-clad figure was hiding within Tianhua Peak? Yet, despite Mengtiani carrying this technique with him, one could not dismiss the possibility that he had acquired it from elsewhere. It seemed that uncovering the whereabouts of the black-clad figure would require considerable effort. Regardless of where he may be, I shall inevitably track him down. However, the immediate priority must be to enhance my own strength. Seated on his bed, Shi'er lingered in a daze for a moment before regaining his focus. Over the past 4 years, although he had dedicated himself to intense training in the alchemical chamber, he had also discreetly sought information regarding the black-clad figure. Regrettably, all his efforts had yielded no results. While he still lacked concrete leads, he at least now knew the name of the sword technique employed by that man and its distinctive characteristics. Taking a deep breath, Shi'er resumed his examination of the enigmatic book. Chapter 24, The The Study of Magical Arts and the Practice of Talismans. This tome, a mere fragment, contains only a few pages after the sword techniques, detailing two forms of magic. One is called Bloodlight Shield, and the other, Bloodlight Escape. However, the latter is so severely incomplete that it offers little more than a few scattered words, utterly insufficient for cultivation. In contrast, the Bloodlight Shield is recorded in meticulous detail. It is the very technique employed by Meng Tianyi to counteract the talisman ambush against him. After perusing the contents, Su 12 committed them to memory with fervor. The sword techniques were beyond his reach, as he lacked the fundamental cultivation prerequisites. Yet, the Bloodlight Shield appeared to be remarkably suitable for him. Having assessed his recent acquisitions, Su 12 resumed his intense training. This time, he did not focus on enhancing his cultivation level, but rather on honing his magical skills, including the magical tome purchased from the trading square. He now had 4 forms of magic to practice: Bloodlight Shield, Rain Summoning Technique, Object Control Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. In truth, among these 4, only the Bloodlight Shield held any noteworthy efficacy in combat. The other 3 were rather mediocre. The Rain Summoning Technique merely conjured a light drizzle, typically employed by the lower-ranking disciples for nurturing spirit fields. The Object Control Technique allowed the manipulation of objects through true essence, with varying consumption based on the weight and material of the item, but it lacked any significant offensive capability, primarily serving to retrieve items. As for the Heavenly Eye Technique, it enabled the observation of the flow of spiritual energy in the world, possessing the ability to unveil invisibility and concealment. The latter 3 techniques were evidently more functional in nature. Few would squander time on their cultivation, yet Su 12 harbored different intentions. He believed the Heavenly Eye Technique could prove useful during trials. He approached all magical arts with utmost seriousness. While he did not achieve mastery, he practiced diligently and grew proficient. 2 months later, with less than 4 months remaining until the newcomer trials, feeling that further advancement in magic was elusive, Su 12 retrieved 2 purchased introductory tomes on talisman crafting for study. Talismans are a wondrous creation, encapsulating magical techniques within a small piece of paper, allowing for instantaneous activation with minimal true essence, a most convenient method. For Su 12, with his limited cultivation and insufficient true essence, this posed a continual challenge. If he could acquire a sufficient quantity of talismans, he would possess numerous means to safeguard his life. However, as talismans are consumables, he could afford them but was reluctant to expend them frivolously. 2 months prior, he had been swindled for a first-level premium defense talisman, narrowly escaping a life-threatening situation. This experience solidified his resolve to master talisman crafting and take control of the skill himself. Talisman crafting primarily employs 2 methods. One utilizes cinnabar and talisman paper, while the other employs beast blood and hides. Nonetheless, both methods necessitate an indispensable item, the talisman brush. The talisman brush serves as a vital conduit between the practitioner and the materials. A quality brush significantly enhances the success rate of talisman creation. Fortunately, the tome provided a detailed methodology for crafting the brush, and creating first-level talismans could be accomplished with a merely ordinary brush. Over the past 4 years, Su 12 had unknowingly hunted countless magical beasts. Thus, when it came to practicing talismans, beast hides and blood naturally became his materials of choice. In the ensuing days, Su 12 immersed himself entirely in the practice and creation of talismans. Over the course of 4 months, he managed to ruin 20 brushes and countless materials. From a series of failures at the outset, he gradually succeeded in producing a few talismans. Although his success rate remained low, his relentless dedication allowed him to accumulate a variety of usable talismans. One morning, the sound of resounding bells echoed throughout the sect. The magnificent tolling reverberated loudly, stirring activity within the entirety of Yungu's sect. Upon hearing the commotion, Su 12 sprang from his bed and hurried toward Luofu Peak. At the summit of Luofu Peak stood a grand hall before a bustling plaza filled with nearly 100 individuals, all of whom were disciples of the 6th level of Qi refinement or below. The age range was striking. Some were as young as 16 or 17, while others were elderly, their faces lined with wrinkles and their backs stooped. Some even in their 60s or 70s. The sect was evidently making a tremendous effort to explore this ancient forbidden zone. Arriving at the peak and witnessing the scene, Su 12 felt a sense of reassurance. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the 4th level of Qi refinement despite his mediocre spiritual root. Initially, he had worried about being scrutinized by the peak master, but with so many present, the likelihood of being noticed was significantly diminished. Taking a deep breath, he blended into the crowd, seeking a discreet spot while suppressing his aura and employing the heavenly eye technique to observe others quietly. In his view, many of the older disciples had successfully concealed their auras to a great extent. Among the younger disciples, only a handful made any effort to conceal themselves. Brother 12, I finally found you. A voice suddenly called out, startling Su 12. He turned to see a plump figure approaching with a broad smile, none other than the considerably grown Zhu Hanwei. You're looking for me? For something? Su 12 inquired, his brow furrowed as he quickly scanned Zhu Hanwei. Now a second-level Qi refinement practitioner, Zhu Hanwei's advancement surprised Su 12. It seemed he had awakened his spiritual root after consuming the P1 pill. Zhu Hanwei nodded enthusiastically, his eyes darting around before he whispered, this time. There are so many lower-ranking disciples participating in the newcomer trials. We've only been in the sect for 5 years, and in terms of cultivation and strength, we can't possibly compare to them. Although I'm not sure why, I have a strong feeling that these newcomer trials will be quite dangerous. I believe we should unite. If anything goes awry, we'll be better equipped to handle it. Su 12 listened without revealing his thoughts. Yet he couldn't help but regard the plump boy with newfound respect. The information he had received about the newcomer trials from Meng Tianyi was relatively comprehensive. Yet, Zhu Hanwei had sensed danger simply from the increased number of lower-ranking disciples. Such intuition was indeed quite astute. As for why he sought Su 12, it was not difficult to deduce. Given Zhu Hanwei's cultivation level, he had little hope of rallying those disciples who had joined earlier. Thus, his best option was to approach Su 12, who shared a similar entry point and mediocre spiritual root. Noticing Su 12's silence, Zhu Hanwei grew a bit anxious and quickly added, Brother, if you're worried that we'll be short-handed with just the two of us, fret not. I've also invited Chen Tai and Li Jingjing to join us. As he spoke, he waved cheerfully toward 3 figures standing not far away. Only then did Su 12 realize that 2 of them were the other 2 disciples who had joined the sect alongside him 4 years ago. Standing together, they regarded Zhu Hanwei's greeting with indifference, their expressions somewhat haughty. Their cultivation levels included 1 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 2nd level. Not particularly impressive for newcomers, but not entirely lacking either. Chapter 25. Mobilization. Su 12 had not intended to join forces with anyone, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt even more disenchanted. He shook his head resolutely, declining the offer. No, I prefer to operate alone. After speaking, he turned and merged into the crowd, seeking a less conspicuous spot. Zhu Hanwei wished to persuade him further, but upon seeing Su 12's steadfast demeanor, he could only open his mouth in vain and ultimately retreated to his 3 companions. As he approached, a young man in the 3rd stage of Qi refinement rolled his eyes and remarked, I told you long ago not to invite that guy, but you wouldn't listen. Fortunately, he didn't come. Otherwise, we'd have another deadweight. Exactly. That fellow has only been cultivating for half a year. Nearly 1 step ahead of us and becoming a Qi refiner. With his mixed spiritual roots, he has likely just reached the 2nd stage of Qi refinement at best. Meanwhile, I am at the peak of the 2nd stage, on the verge of breaking into the 3rd. A square-faced youth chimed in, his tone tinged with pride. However, he is quite arrogant, failing to appreciate the opportunity he has been given. Does he truly believe he can pass the trial alone? Another youth with an oval face added, pouting slightly. Enough about him. Once the trial ends and he fails the assessment, becoming a mere servant disciple for life, he'll surely regret it. The young man in the 3rd stage of Qi refinement spoke again, effectively halting the discussion. Zhu Hanwei stood quietly to the side, wearing a forced smile and saying nothing. Yet deep down, he harbored a sense that Su 12 was not as simple as he appeared. He vividly recalled that among the 4 of them, the fastest cultivator, Chen Tai, who was also in the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, took a full 7 months to become a Qi refiner at the 1st stage. Meanwhile, Su 12 remained blissfully unaware of the conversation, having found a discreet spot to patiently await the proceedings. As the sun began to rise, the once bustling square fell into an unexpected silence. From within the grand hall, 3 figures emerged. The central figure, clad in a long azure robe, with a youthful face and white hair, was none other than Lu Ming-Shi'er, the master of Luofu Peak. Flanking him were 2 young individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The young man, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, was strikingly handsome, tall and stately, exuding an air of defiance. This was Han Yu, the prodigy who had joined Luofu Peak alongside Su 12 5 years prior. The young woman possessed an enchanting figure, with delicate brows and captivating eyes. radiating beauty akin to a celestial being. Her gentle smile revealed charming dimples, resembling a gentle breeze. This was Xiaoyu, Lu Mingxi's granddaughter and the acknowledged beauty of Luofu Peak. As they walked side by side, they appeared as a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Their cultivation astonishingly impressive, both at the pinnacle of the sixth stage of qi refinement. Their attire and footwear were far more splendid than those of the crowd, emanating a faint radiance, and each bore a long sword, one azure, the other violet, upon their backs. These garments, shoes, and swords were indeed superior magical artifacts. Upon observing the two, the crowd collectively gasped in awe. This moment transcended mere envy, it was a palpable resentment. What constituted true wealth was made manifest in their presence. Among the throng, Su 12 gazed with keen interest. Just from what was visible, each of them possessed 3 exquisite magical artifacts. Yet, what lay hidden from view? He clearly noticed that both Han Yu and Xiao Yu had a finely crafted small pouch at their waists, unmistakably storage bags. The favored disciples of the Peak Master were, indeed, distinct from the rest. However, Han Yu's talent seemed almost too formidable. In just 5 years, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th stage of qi refinement. It was no wonder the master regarded him with such exceptional favor. Su 12 was not surprised by Xiao Yu's level of cultivation, given that she had already demonstrated considerable prowess 5 years ago. But Han Yu was truly astonishing. In that moment, he comprehended the staggering chasm that separated geniuses from the ordinary. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. He had no desire to compete with anyone. His singular focus was to steadily enhance his own strength and seek out the dark-clad figure, avenging his grandfather and the villagers. At this juncture, Lu Mingxi led Han Yu and Xiao Yu to the forefront of the square. His gaze swept over the gathered assembly, and with an air of indifference, he began to speak. The primary focus of this new disciple trial is singular, the collection of materials. These materials include those for weapon forging, alchemy, and various other purposes. The final results will be based on the quantity of materials gathered. Those collecting over 10 secondary materials will be eligible to become formal disciples. To assist everyone in gathering materials more effectively, the sect will provide each person with a temporary storage bag, a comprehensive material manual, and a teleportation talisman. The talisman requires 90 days to channel its spirit. After this period, it will automatically return the bearer. Therefore, it is imperative to safeguard it diligently and avoid losing it. Lu Mingxi succinctly outlined the trial rules, also mentioning some details regarding the ancient restricted zones, which closely aligned with what Su 12 had learned from Ming Tian, albeit omitting the process of discovering the restricted zones. Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Mingxi quickly scanned the crowd, his brow furrowing slightly in dissatisfaction as he shook his head. Although the square was crowded, in his eyes, most appeared as mere misfits, inconsequential and unworthy of mention. With a sigh, he turned his attention to Han Yu and Xiao Yu. This trial will take place in a new location, and while there will undoubtedly be some dangers, the opportunities are immense. I cannot rely on the others. This time the main responsibility lies with you. Your senior sister's cultivation is commendable, but she currently lags slightly behind you. You must look after her. As he spoke, a satisfied smile adorned Lu Mingxi's face, radiating warmth and approval. Rest assured, master, I will not let you down. Han Yu replied with pride, standing tall and resolute. Lu Mingxi nodded in satisfaction, disregarding the rest of the gathering as he continued to quietly confer with Han Yu and Xiao Yu. The atmosphere among the crowd lifted significantly due to Lu Mingxi's words. The newly discovered ancient restricted zone, brimming with rare treasures. This news was nothing short of explosive. For many disciples of average aptitude, mere hard work would not suffice for achievement. Only by harnessing the power of these rare materials could they hope to ascend further. Even the lowly, who once felt their path to immortality was hopeless, found a flicker of hope reignited within them. Amidst the crowd, Su 12 exhibited a degree of restraint, for he was already well aware of this information. Unlike the excitement displayed by others, he perceived that this journey would likely be even more perilous than anticipated. At that moment, 2 disciples clad in sect uniforms appeared, each carrying a large tray to the square. Upon the trays lay numerous palm-sized, brand-new pouches, storage bags of low-grade space-type magical artifacts. Using his identity token, Su 12 swiftly claimed one for himself. Chapter 26. The enigmatic beauty holding the storage bag in his hand, he infused it with a strand of true essence, immediately sensing a square space of approximately 10 feet in size. The sensation was difficult to describe, akin to having an additional room in his mind. Whenever he desired, he could effortlessly place any objects he came into contact with into this space. Within the storage bag at that moment lay a thick tome, a foot in depth, alongside a spirit talisman measuring a finger's length, specifically a teleportation talisman. The talisman's paper was intricately inscribed with a multitude of complex patterns, some shimmering with a faint spiritual light, clearly undergoing a process of spiritual infusion. Curious, Su-12 glanced at it, but ultimately chose to forego any attempt to understand it, as the intricate designs were far beyond his comprehension. He hung the storage bag at his waist and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, placed all his small belongings inside, leaving only the white mist sword strapped to his back. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a few talismans and carefully concealed them within his sleeve. Completing these tasks, he resumed his wait. This time, the wait was not prolonged. As the sun rose, a melodious ringing of a bell resonated from the center of the sect. "Let us depart," Lu Mingshi bellowed from the front of the square. With a wave of his hand, a diminutive flying boat was cast forth from his grasp. The boat expanded in size immediately, growing to a length of 5 or 6 yards. It hovered just under a meter above the square, its hull adorned with dragons and phoenixes, grand and exquisite, creating a spectacular sight. Upon the appearance of the flying boat, the entire square fell silent, with countless gazes fixated upon it, filled with awe. Su-12 was no exception. This was not his first encounter with such a vessel. During his initial entrance into the sect, the master of Tianhua Peak had transported the new disciples back in a flying boat. However, it was only upon truly becoming a Qi refiner that he understood the immense value of such a craft. The creation of a flying boat was far more complex than that of offensive or defensive magical artifacts, and only the sect possessed the capability to forge vessels of this magnitude. One day, I too shall possess my own flying boat. With his head bowed, Su-12's thoughts surged within him. As the flying boat descended, Lu Mingshi, together with Han Yu and Xiao Yu, soared into the air, landing first at the bow of the vessel. "Everyone, aboard. We have quite a distance to cover to reach the trial as teleportation array. My flying boat will save us considerable time," Lu Mingshi called out to the crowd. Upon hearing his command, everyone began to employ wind-calling techniques, leaping onto the boat. Subsequently, Lu Mingshi gathered his true essence and urged the vessel forward. The boat trembled slightly before soaring into the air, carrying nearly 100 people westward. Simultaneously, the other 6 main peaks ascended with their own colossal flying artifacts, their speeds far surpassing that of Su-12's vessel. The boat flew for half a day before finally descending into a secluded valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains, narrow at the top and wide at the base, making it an exceptionally hidden location. Before even landing, Su-12 noticed a multitude of servant disciples standing in the open space at the valley's center. At first glance, it was a sea of heads, bustling and lively. These disciples, led by the peak masters, were divided into 5 groups of varying sizes. Among them, Tianhua Peak boasted the largest contingent, appearing to have over 1,000 members, making it particularly conspicuous. The other peaks had roughly 500 disciples each. What drew the most attention was Tianyin Peak, the only peak in the sect exclusively for female disciples. The area occupied by the Tianyin disciples was densely packed with thousands of beautiful women, all fair-skinned and graceful, resembling a vibrant garden in full bloom, captivating the gaze of everyone present. Among them, one woman stood out as exceptionally stunning. In her 30s, she possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. Clad in an ice-blue disciple robe with a fringed shawl, her 3,000 strands of hair were styled into a celestial bun, enhancing her otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a legendary ice palace fairy. Even Su-12, known for his indifferent demeanor, could not help but steal a few glances at her. Upon closer inspection, he sensed something amiss. Although she appeared to be an ordinary disciple, the other female disciples surrounding her consciously maintained a distance, their expressions reflecting a mix of restraint and reverence. This woman is not ordinary. Instinctively, Su-12 activated his heavenly eye technique to scrutinize her. What he saw was a surge of spiritual energy enveloping the area, each person possessing varying degrees of spiritual power. However, the servant disciples exhibited dispersed and thin spiritual energy, indicative of their low cultivation. In stark contrast, the enchanting woman radiated a profound and concentrated spiritual force, clearly of exceptional caliber. Almost simultaneously with Su-12's observation, her spiritual energy abruptly dissipated, rendering her seemingly no different from the others. Su-12 was momentarily taken aback. But the next second, the woman suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Their eyes met in the air. Her expression was cold and indifferent, filled with an unmistakable warning. Su 12 felt a jolt in his heart, hastily diverting his gaze elsewhere. After a moment, he glanced back towards the crowd of Tianhua Peak disciples. 6 months prior, Meng Tianyi, whom he had slain, was a disciple of Tianhua Peak. In the initial days following that incident, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that someone from Tianhua Peak might uncover the truth. However, as time passed, he realized that no one seemed to care. Now, witnessing the multitude of servant disciples here, he finally comprehended the reality. For the sect, servant disciples were plentiful, and the loss of one or two was insignificant. It is said that the path of the Tao is merciless, and indeed it rings true. People do not concern themselves with the lives of ants, perhaps. In the eyes of those formidable cultivators, we are merely ants as well. Su 12 felt a sense of resonance and quietly sighed. Just then, before the flying boat had fully landed, a voice called out from the direction of Tianhua Peak. Senior brother, what is the matter with your Luofu Peak? You have so few people, yet you always arrive so late. Fu Borun, the master of Tianhua Peak, grinned and shouted towards Lu Mingshi. Humph, you old rascal. What do you know? Important figures always make their entrance last. Can't you see that the master of Tianshu Peak has even arrived yet? Lu Mingshi retorted, his eyes widening as he puffed out his cheeks, responding without restraint. The master has arrived because Tianshu Peak is indeed quite strong. But what do you have at Luofu Peak? Lacking in both numbers and strength. Senior brother, we ought to maintain some dignity. Fu Borun teased with a smile. Maintain dignity? Old rascal, if I remember correctly, that piece of purple thunderstone you lost to me in a bet 3 years ago has yet to be returned. Lu Mingshi snorted, continuing his banter. Fu Borun coughed lightly, hastily interjecting, ahem, I have other uses for that purple thunderstone. I'll find another one for you when I get back. Pa, other uses? Don't think I don't know. You forged a low-grade spiritual weapon with that purple thunderstone. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, controlling the descending flying boat while expressing his discontent. Fu Borun's face flushed slightly, clearly embarrassed. This was his dark history. Luckily, his naturally reddish complexion concealed it well. With a quick glance over the flying boat behind Lu Mingshi, he chuckled, indeed, I did forge a purple thunder sword from that stone. As he spoke, Fu Borun raised his hand, producing a violet-blue longsword. The sword was enveloped in spiritual energy, intermittently crackling with lightning, emanating an impressive aura upon its reveal. Low-grade spiritual weapon? In that fleeting moment, nearly everyone in the valley found themselves drawn to the spectacle. Even the other peak masters, who had previously shown little interest, cast astonished glances. Spirit tools, treasures of formidable power that far exceed that of mundane artifacts, contain a trace of sentience and can only be wielded by cultivators of the Foundation Establishment stage and above. Even among Foundation Establishment cultivators, most rely on ordinary artifacts, making the possession of spirit tools a rarity. Chapter 27. The bet in an instant, the audience erupted in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the inferior spiritual artifact, showering it with praise. Fu Borun's face radiated delight as he scanned the crowd. Upon spotting the disciples of Tianhua Peak, he paused momentarily and inquired, Elder Su, has Master Shen not arrived today? In front of the Tianhua Peak disciples, a graceful woman in palace attire smiled and replied, Master has been consumed by the intricate array formations recently, exhausting his mental energy, and is currently in seclusion within the peak to recuperate. Exhausted his mental energy? Master Shun has truly worked hard. Here, I have a vial of spirit-nourishing liquid. Could you kindly pass it to him, Elder Su? Fu Borun's expression shifted to one of concern as he spoke, promptly retrieving a jade vial the length of a finger from his robes and handing it to the woman with genuine care. I shall express Master Shin's gratitude on his behalf. The woman responded with a smile. Observing this, several other peak masters and elders also produced items to offer to the woman in a show of concern. Although Tianhua Peak was not the strongest, its master excelled in array formations and was renowned as the most beautiful in Yungu's sect, earning the affection of many elders and masters. The woman graciously accepted the offerings, her demeanor warm and welcoming. At that moment, an elderly man with a long, curled beard from Yuntai Peak called out with a chuckle, Fu Shidi, you have truly concealed your talents, quietly producing an inferior spiritual artifact. Fu Borun responded with a smile, Brother Chun, you flatter me. My skills are merely trifling. Your mastery of alchemy is truly remarkable. Without your support, we would lack the numerous elixirs we consume. Moreover, the creation of this purple thunder sword is entirely thanks to Brother Chaoyang from Chaoyang Peak. I did not expect him to be absent from the team today. As he spoke, Fu Baran cast a glance towards the Chuyang Peak disciples. Among the crowd, only an elder led the group, who, upon meeting Fu Baran's gaze, offered a faint smile without speaking. Humph, you old rascal, flaunting your achievements. You could only forge this inferior artifact using my purple thunderstone. Return it to me. At that moment, Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and said to Fu Baran in annoyance. Fu Baran chuckled and shook his head. The purple thunderstone is no longer in my possession. However, brother, are you interested in making another wager? I propose the purple thunder sword as my stake. What do you think? Lu Mingshi's anger was about to flare. But upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Another wager? Using this inferior artifact. What do you intend to bet? Quite simply, let us wager on which peak collects more and better materials during this trial. Should we lose, the purple thunder sword will belong to you. If you lose, that complete century-old cold jade in your possession shall be mine. What say you? Fu Baran pouted, visibly displeased by the moniker but remained unperturbed, smiling as he spoke. Lu Mingshi waved his hand dismissively, grumbling, "Pa? As if I fear you. Our Luofu Peak is already short-staffed. No matter how much we gather, we cannot compete with your numbers. If you desire my century-old cold jade, just say so, but I assure you, it is unattainable." Fu Baran remained composed, retorting with a grin, "Brother, there is no need for such ire. I would never propose something so unfair. For this trial, as long as Luofu Peak collects more than 1/10 of what Tianhua Peak gathers, you shall be victorious. Though your numbers are few, I trust you possess enough confidence to accept this challenge, do you not?" Lu Mingshi furrowed his brow, quickly glancing back at his own disciples before surveying the Tianhua Peak members. If they were to compare totals, the odds seemed bleak. However, if it was merely 1/10, it might just be feasible. Moreover, he had specifically instructed the transmission elder to secretly train a group for this trial. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of excitement. The purple thunder sword, an inferior spiritual artifact. While the century-old cold jade was valuable, it paled in comparison to such a treasure. Are you certain? Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Fu Baran. Absolutely. Other brothers and sisters will bear witness. Do you fear I might renege? Fu Baran laughed heartily. Turning to quickly scan the other peak masters and elders, Fu Baran continued, "Fellow brothers and sisters, I wonder if any of you would be willing to serve as witnesses for Brother Lu and me?" The others exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in agreement. While they might not be inclined to participate in the wager, their curiosity was piqued. However, they collectively believed that Luofu Peak's chances of victory were slim. With Tianhua Peak boasting the largest numbers and strongest capabilities, their dominance in Yungu's sect was well established. "Brother Lu, do you see this? Shall we wager?" Fu Baran inquired once more, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Lu Mingshi. "Humph, do you truly think I fear you, old rascal? Very well. I shall accept this bet," Lu Mingshi said, raising an eyebrow and snorting in response. After making this declaration, he shot Fu Baran a disdainful glance before turning his attention to the others aboard the flying vessel. "You all heard the terms of the wager with Tianhua Peak. The loss of a few items is minor, but we, Luofu Peak, must not be looked down upon. In this trial, I expect everyone to exert themselves, regardless of whether we surpass Tianhua Peak. The top 5 individuals who gather the most materials will not only become formal disciples but will also receive an additional opportunity to select treasures from the treasure pavilion." Having delivered his speech, Lu Mingshi's gaze fell upon Han Yu and Xiao Yu. In his heart, these 2 direct disciples were his foremost favorites. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to encourage the others, for even the smallest contribution could prove significant. The atmosphere aboard the vessel shifted as Lu Mingshi's words ignited renewed enthusiasm among the group. Each peak possessed its own treasure pavilion, and the treasures within were guaranteed to be at least superior-grade artifacts. Furthermore, there were also remarkable techniques and secret arts among them. In previous times, such opportunities would have been inconceivable for mere servant disciples. Even Su 12 could not help but feel a swell of anticipation. For cultivators, acquiring a fine treasure or superior technique equated to gaining a new lease on life. Observing the responses of the crowd, Lu Mingshi continued to maneuver the flying vessel towards the ground. The group quickly disembarked, joining their peers from other peaks in patient anticipation. Before long, 6 streaks of light zipped through the sky, followed by 6 flying swords descending gracefully into the valley's center, carrying over 30 individuals. Among them, only one sword bore an elder, clad in snow-white robes adorned with cloud patterns, his hair coiled in a Taoist bun, his wrinkled face framed by a foot-long white beard. He possessed a gaze that was profound and eternal, embodying an air of celestial elegance. The remaining 5 swords each carried 7 young disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Their cultivation was insufficient for flight. Yet at this moment, they soared through the skies, creating a spectacle that captivated the audience. These individuals were none other than the elders and disciples of the main peak, Tianshu Peak. In terms of numbers, Yunji's 7 peaks found Luofu Peak to be the least populated, but when it came to strength, Tianshu Peak was by no means inferior. To be admitted to Tianshu Peak, one had to possess at least a superior grade single spirit root. Chapter 28. The first secondary spiritual material amidst the crowd. The leaders and elders of the various peaks exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting both surprise and shock. On one hand, they were astounded that Tianshu Peak had sent only 35 disciples to participate in the trial. On the other hand, they were taken aback by the formidable prowess of these 35 individuals, each possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi refinement, radiating a fierce aura that made it evident they were far from ordinary. With a calculated glance, Fu Baran's gaze fell upon the elder. He clasped his hands and smiled. "Esteemed elder, what brings you here this time? Where's the sect master?" The elder gently stroked his beard and replied with a calm smile. "The sect master is currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the next realm. I shall preside over this new disciple trial." With that, he waved his hand, and a torrent of profound, true essence emanated from his body, sweeping through the valley's center. The force was palpable, akin to the crashing waves of the sea, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. In an instant, 100-meter diameter clearing appeared in the valley's midst. "Esteemed peak leaders, I implore you to lend me your strength," the elder continued to call out. In the crowd, 6 figures soared into the air, each channeling their true essence towards the central clearing. Vivid hues of true essence intertwined and transformed in the clearing. Subsequently, the earth trembled as a colossal circular formation emerged. As the formation materialized, it radiated an ancient and primordial aura, its intricate patterns woven together in an immensely complex array. Su 12, standing among the crowd, cast a curious glance and immediately felt dizzy, as if his head might burst. However, he noted that the formation's patterns bore a striking resemblance to the teleportation talismans within his storage pouch. It was evident that this was the teleportation array leading to the ancient Forbidden Zone. As the formation activated, the disciples received their orders and entered the teleportation array in an orderly fashion, heading towards the trial grounds. Above the array, the elder's beard quivered as he boomed, "Prepare yourselves." Instantaneously, the gathered disciples felt a jolt of energy, exchanging glances filled with hesitation or determination. Yet soon, they all approached the array. The moment they stepped into it, they transformed into beams of white light, vanishing from sight. Amidst the throng, Su 12 stepped into the array and was enveloped by a blinding light, dazzling as daylight, rendering him unable to look directly. He felt as though he were weightless, with no solid ground beneath him. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. Thud! He soon found himself crashing into a dense forest. The instant he landed, 2 attack and defense talismans materialized in his hands. As his vision gradually cleared, he quickly surveyed his surroundings, greeted by towering trees stretching dozens of meters high. He could not spot any other disciples in sight. What an abundance of spiritual energy! Is this truly the ancient Forbidden Zone? If I could cultivate here, my progress would be at least doubled, he mused. Regrettably, this trial lasts only 90 days. Otherwise, enduring hardships in this place would be an excellent choice. However, he was surprised to find himself randomly teleported. Clearly, not forming a team had been the right decision. After swiftly observing his surroundings and sensing the rich spiritual energy in the air, Su 12 concluded that his location was temporarily safe and refrained from hastily exploring. Instead, he sought out a nearby tree, effortlessly climbed it, and took out the compendium of materials provided by his sect, beginning to peruse it attentively. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Since he needed to gather materials, he deemed it necessary to familiarize himself with their details. He was not the only one with this mindset. Upon landing, many disciples similarly chose to hide and consult the materials compendium provided by the sect. Yet, more disciples opted to search for materials directly or to do so while glancing at the compendium. After all, for most spiritual materials, the rarer they were, the more abundant their inherent spiritual power. With tens of thousands of disciples, reactions and methods varied widely. As numerous disciples commenced their activities, encounters, frictions, and conflicts swiftly ensued. Su 12 remained blissfully unaware of all this. After 2 full days, he had memorized all the information regarding the spiritual materials in the compendium. Only then did he jump down from the tree and casually select a direction to walk in. An hour later, the temperature turned humid and cold, and the air became saturated with rich water spiritual energy. Such abundant water spiritual energy. Could there be some water attribute treasure nearby? Su 12 inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, before activating his heavenly eye technique to scan the vicinity. The heavenly eye technique, aside from revealing the invisible and concealing one's presence, also allowed one to discern the movement and dispersion of spiritual energy. Often, it was used by cultivators in their treasure hunts. With a swift glance, Su 12's pupils contracted, his spirit jolting. Through the heavenly eye technique, he distinctly perceived that the rich water spiritual energy emanated from a singular location in the distance, which was quite unusual. Could there be water attribute materials or treasures? Remaining composed, he scanned his surroundings for any signs of danger. Upon confirming there were no disturbances, he cautiously approached the source of the water spiritual energy. Before long, a serene lake came into view, its shallow banks adorned with a pale blue Xianqing ice lotus in full bloom. This is a second-tier superior spiritual plant, the Xianqing ice lotus. A look of delight crossed Su 12's face as he instantly recognized the spiritual plant, having thoroughly memorized the compendium. Gazing at the second-tier spiritual plant before him, Su 12 did not rush to harvest it. Instead, he shifted his attention to the lake behind it. If memory served him correctly, the Xianqing ice lotus was often accompanied by a creature known as the poison arrow frog. Although this beast was not particularly powerful, being a low-tier demon beast, it was numerous and notoriously treacherous. Recalling the relevant information, Su 12's gaze swept across the lake's center, where tiny bubbles were rising. With a flick of his hand, 2 beast-skin fireball talismans appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to activate them, he hesitated and instead retrieved 2 ice-sealing talismans. Low-tier demon beasts held little value, and using the fireball talismans would create too much noise, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Contemplating this, he channeled his true essence into the ice-sealing talismans. The next moment, 2 beams of icy blue light arced through the air, landing on the lake's surface. The temperature in the air gradually dropped. Within less than a stick of incense, a layer of solid ice, half a foot thick, formed over the lake's surface. Witnessing this, Su 12 finally approached to harvest the Xianqing ice lotus. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Stop! That spiritual plant belongs to our Tianhua Peak." Startled, Su 12 swiftly turned around, his expression wary. He beheld a young man with sword-like brows and striking eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. Clad in the disciple's uniform embroidered with the Tianhua Peak insignia and sporting a fiery red headband, he carried a long crimson sword on his back. 5th stage of Qi refinement. Upon seeing the young man's cultivation level, Su 12 felt a jolt of alarm, instantly sharpening his focus. Chapter 29, Deception Brother. What do you mean by this? I was the one who discovered this spiritual plant first. With a stern gaze, he spoke earnestly. What do you mean you discovered it first? Can't you comprehend my words? I shall grant you 3 breaths of time, should you fail to depart. You need not leave at all. The youth with the sword-like eyebrows sneered viciously. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed a fiery red longsword. The blade shimmered with brilliance, emanating an intense heat. It was directed straight at Su 12, exuding a palpable murderous intent. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su 12's eyes as several talismans silently appeared in his hands. In the 5th stage of Qi refinement, he was not without the capability to fight back. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed from the ice behind him. This is... Su 12 raised an eyebrow slightly. But in the next moment, he dismissed the thought, lowering his head and quietly turning to walk away. That's more like it. The youth with the sword-like eyebrows chuckled triumphantly, still holding his sword aloft. Cautiously surveying his surroundings and seeing no other threats, he hastened toward the spiritual plant on the shore. Quickly plucking the Xianyu ice lotus, the youth immediately distanced himself from the lake, all the while keeping a wary eye on Su 12. After running a dozen steps, he finally exhaled, casting a mocking glance back at Su 12. What a coward. It's no surprise, with a master like that, one can only expect a disciple of the same caliber. That old fool Lu Ming sure taught well. I truly wonder where he found the courage to wager against our master. This time, the odds are certainly against you from Luofu Peak. The youth mocked unreservedly, his eyes glinting with malice as he subtly channeled his true essence in his grip on the sword. Hearing these words, a cold glint flashed in Su 12's gaze. But he remained silent, even retreating a few steps without revealing his intentions. He understood the other's strategy. This was merely an attempt to provoke him into action, to seize the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Of course, even if he did not act, the other party would not let him off easily. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds erupted from the ice, heading straight for the youth with the sword-like eyebrows. What? Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the youth was taken aback and hurriedly turned to retaliate. He had been fixated on Su 12, planning to strike when the latter was unsuspecting. As for the threat behind him, he believed he had distanced himself sufficiently from the shore, and even if there were beasts, he felt no fear. He never anticipated such an ambush. Yet, the assault came suddenly and with great swiftness. Before he could fully turn around, a barrage of ice spikes, glistening with a dark green hue, struck his back. The icy spikes pierced his body, sending waves of chilling energy coursing through him, accompanied by the venom that clung to the spikes. All of this transpired in an instant. In the next moment, the youth let out a tormented scream and collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony, filled with regret. He was not a fool. He realized immediately that he had fallen into a trap meticulously set by Su 12. He had assumed that Su 12 was intimidated by his presence, only to find himself ensnared by a horde of low-level demonic beasts. What a profound humiliation. With this thought, the venom coursing through his body overwhelmed him, and he expelled a mouthful of black blood. You scoundrel! You deceived me. In his final moments, the youth cast 2 resentful glances at Su 12. At that moment, there was nothing more he could do. No sooner had he finished speaking than he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Su 12 stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold. A cold smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He had ensnared this individual, yet this individual had sought to ensnare him as well. Seeing the other's life extinguished, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Had he not been forewarned about the characteristics and details of the materials, he might have encountered peril before this individual could make a move. From his words, it seemed that Tian Hua Peak had absolute confidence in their victory in this wager. Could it be that there were deeper secrets at play? Never mind. These matters hold no relevance for me. I must first gather 10 secondary-level materials to ensure my passage through the trial. Shaking his head, Su 12 did not approach. Channeling his true essence, he employed a technique to retrieve the Xianyue Ice Lotus, the sword, and the storage pouch from the fallen youth. Having completed this, just as he was about to cast a fireball spell to obliterate the evidence, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, Su 12 pulled out an invisibility talisman and affixed it to himself, activating the shadowless phantom step, and swiftly departed. He moved silently, and not long after he had left, 2 disciples from Tian Hua Peak arrived at the lakeside. That scream just now, could it have been Hu Jinxin's voice? Be cautious, lest we fall into a trap ourselves. The 2 walked in tandem, their gazes landing on the corpse on the shore. One of the shorter, stout disciples' expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward. This is bad. As soon as he spoke, a dozen poisonous ice spikes shot forth from the lake. Low-level demonic beasts, poison-spiked frogs. Brother, be careful. The taller disciple swiftly conjured a fire control spell. 2 columns of flame erupted from his hands, striking the lake's surface. In the next moment, several fist-sized poison-spiked frogs flipped onto their backs, floating on the water's surface. What has become of Brother Hu? The tall disciple inquired anxiously as they dealt with the poison-spiked frogs. The stout disciple shook his head, sighing, Brother Hu has perished. What? How could Brother Hu be so careless as to fall prey to such low-level beasts? The tall disciple was taken aback, frowning deeply upon seeing the wounds on the corpse's back. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly asked, by the way, what of Brother Hu's storage pouch? The 4 secondary-level materials we found over the past few days were all with him. The stout disciple quickly turned over Hu Jinxin's corpse, and moments later, his face turned ashen. The storage pouch is missing. There must have been others nearby. The tall disciple reached down to feel the body, seething. The body is still warm. That person cannot have fled far. As he spoke, the tall disciple produced a pouch of unknown powder. With a flick of his wrist, the powder scattered into the air. He then formed hand seals, and as his true essence surged, the powder swirled, emitting a luminous glow, transforming into a trail of starlight, pointing directly towards the direction Su 12 had fled. Illuminated by the starlight, faint traces of Su 12's footsteps remained, barely visible. Quick, pursue. Also, notify the nearby brothers and sisters to help keep an eye out. The 2 exchanged glances before immediately chasing after the direction indicated by the footprints. As they ran, the stout disciple produced a palm-sized compass-like artifact. Infusing it with his true essence, he swiftly imprinted a message within. Chapter 30. the insidious individual unbeknownst to Su 12. He had already become the target of someone scheming. However, he remained vigilant, running for dozens of miles before finally pausing after utilizing a teleportation talisman. A glance at the fiery red flying sword revealed it to be merely a low-grade magical artifact, prompting him to dismiss it without concern. He then harnessed a trace of true essence to inspect the contents of his storage bag. To his astonishment, a mere 5th-level Qi refinement disciple from Tianhua Peak had managed to collect 4 second-tier materials in just 2 days, including the zwanking Ice Lotus. This meant he was only halfway to gathering the required materials to become an official disciple. After examining the storage bag, his initial shock was quickly replaced by delight. Inside lay 4 pieces of second-tier materials, 1 spirit plant and 3 iron stones, alongside some personal belongings of the disciple. Aside from a few talismans, there appeared to be nothing of significant value. As he prepared to withdraw his observation, Su 12's brow furrowed, and he uncovered a palm-sized parchment map. The map depicted several paths to celestial realms and marked locations, the most prominent being a red circle indicating the spirit plant garden. Could this be the map mentioned by Ming Tian? Su 12's breath caught in his throat as realization dawned upon him. However, as he scanned the map, a sense of frustration washed over him. It was exceedingly rudimentary, offering little more than a few marked locations and descriptions, devoid of any contextual information. He found himself utterly lost, unable to correlate any of the places he had traversed in recent days with those indicated on the map. It seemed that even if everyone in Tianhua Peak possessed a copy, it would not guarantee the discovery of the spirit plant garden's location. Nevertheless, Tianhua Peak was undeniably populated. With over 1,000 individuals, it was likely that many were familiar with the garden's details. With such a multitude, surely a handful would succeed in locating it. No wonder Tianhua Peak exuded such confidence. While he had a vague inkling of Tianhua Peak's intentions, the map's inadequacy left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, reflecting on his progress thus far, having gathered such a substantial amount of spirit materials was indeed a positive development. At this rate, he could aspire to rank among the top 10 within the peak or amass enough materials to ascend to official disciple status before retreating for 2 months of intensive cultivation. In the subsequent days, he adeptly utilized his heavenly eye technique, scouring various locations and eventually uncovering 2 additional second-tier spirit materials. The ancient restricted area was undeniably vast. The sect had evidently invested heavily in extracting resources from this land. Over the past 10 days, he had explored no fewer than 20 locations, only to find them preemptively claimed by others. However, the heavenly eye technique was not specifically designed for treasure hunting, leading him on several occasions to the lairs of fierce beasts. Thankfully, his speed had spared him from danger. One day, Su 12 activated his heavenly eye technique. Navigating through an unfamiliar forest, his gaze caught sight of wisps of golden spiritual energy emanating from a distance. Judging by the distribution of this energy in the air, it was undoubtedly a material of gold attribute. Muttering softly to himself, he soon emerged from the woods onto a small hillside. Upon sighting 2 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, his pupils constricted instinctively, compelling him to flee. After retreating a few steps, he halted, scrutinizing the scene. Before him lay a robust man and an elderly figure. The strong man was sprawled in a pool of blood, a deep gash across his neck indicative of a swift death by sword. In his hand, he clutched a golden stone the size of a pigeon egg. The elderly man lay nearby, wielding a low-grade magical sword, 3 nails embedded in his forehead and 4 iron nails scattered around him, seemingly dislodged in haste by a flying sword. If he wasn't mistaken, the golden stone in the strong man's grasp was likely a second-tier premium material, Lioli gold. It appeared that the two had fought over this precious resource. The strong man, bested by his adversary, met his demise, yet not before retaliating with 7 iron nails, ensuring their mutual destruction. Su 12 silently assessed the scene, unable to stifle a sigh. It was tragic that fellow disciples would resort to such fatal conflicts over materials. This grim tableau starkly illustrated the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, a veritable arena of life and death, rather than mere trials. Shaking his head in resignation, he stepped forward, intent on claiming the spoils. Their mutual demise had inadvertently benefited him. Just as he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the strong man's calloused hands, and his pupils dilated in realization. Wait a moment. Such thick calluses suggested that the man could not possibly have wielded iron nails as weapons. In that instant, Su 12's breath hitched, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. He had previously scanned the surroundings with his heavenly eye technique and detected no other presence. Had he not noticed this detail in time, He might have found himself joining the deceased in mere moments. Who could be so insidious? Muttering under his breath, Su-12 maintained his composure as he continued forward. Yet, upon nearing the bodies, he suddenly halted. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he activated his object manipulation technique, drawing the scattered iron nails into his sleeve and securing them in his storage bag. Having completed this task, he prepared to turn and leave. Thief! Return my soul-piercing nails. A furious voice echoed through the air, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, a voluptuous woman materialized before him. Without hesitation, she hurled 3 fire talismans, 3 fist-sized fireballs hurtling towards Su-12. So there was someone. To his shock, it was the very woman who had sold him talismans at the trading square 6 months prior. You wretched woman, not only did you swindle me, but now you seek to ambush me. Su-12's eyes narrowed as he glared at her, vowing that their next encounter would not go unpunished. 6 months ago, he had been deceived into purchasing inferior talismans and had lost a valuable gathering cheat pill. He could think of no one else but this woman as the culprit. As the fireballs approached, he stomped the ground with force, activating his shadowless step, and soared into the air amidst a gust of wind. I am no wretch. You, however, dare to claim my properties? You think you can escape today? To her surprise, the Chu surname woman had not anticipated Su-12's survival. What a joke. You're still alive? But her astonishment quickly turned to fury upon hearing his words, causing her chest to heave with rage. She retaliated by launching 3 ice spike talismans, which instantly manifested into 3 sharp ice spikes, hurtling towards Su-12 with alarming speed. The ice spike shimmered ominously in the air, clearly possessing formidable power. Chapter 31. Blocked. Su-12 felt a chill run down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his bloodlight shield. Instantly, a crimson barrier enveloped his entire being. Thud, thud. Ice spikes fell, and the shield immediately became riddled with cracks, yet it did not dissipate. Utilizing the force of the impact, Su-12 soared higher. With a swift step, he vanished from sight. Watching Su-12's retreating figure, she gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with frustration. This brat has even learned Meng Tiany's bloodlight shield. Given his cautious demeanor, it seems that Meng Tiany did not flee, but rather succumbed at his hands. Moreover, this scoundrel not only left, but also made off with my 4 soul-piercing nails. Infuriating. If I ever cross paths with you again, I will ensure your dismemberment. As she muttered in indignation, a luminous star trail drifted into the air. A tracking spell? More company is arriving. The female cultivator of the Chu clan gasped softly, immediately holding her breath and silently reciting a spell as she sidestepped. Under the influence of the incantation, her figure swiftly faded into invisibility. Moments later, on the hillside, 2 figures, one stout and one slender, emerged. They were disciples from Tianhua Peak, tracking Su-12. Upon spotting the 2 corpses on the ground, their expressions tightened, and they instantly became vigilant. Judging by the state of these 2, they must have perished together in a mutual demise. The stout disciple quickly scanned the surroundings and analyzed. Indeed. The lean disciple's face brightened. This is splendid news. We can profit from this. As for that brat, he didn't even take the treasure. He must have realized we were onto him. Let us collect this loot and continue the pursuit. The loss of life is minor, but the loss of materials is significant. The stout disciple nodded in agreement, stepping forward to grab the glassy gold from the hands of the burly man. Meanwhile, the lean disciple hastened to collect the storage bags from their waists and the magical sword held by the old man. As they approached, a thick cloud of inky mist suddenly erupted from the corpses. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping both disciples. Not good. It's a trap. It's poisonous. Seeing the sudden turn of events, both the lean and stout disciples turned pale, urgently attempting to flee. However, as they took their first steps, their bodies convulsed, and they collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they coughed up blood and succumbed. The lethal poison of the 5-poison spirit serpent is indeed extraordinary, alas. It is only this potent in limited quantities. If only I had more, I could amass a fortune. In the next moment, the Chu female cultivator appeared on the scenes, a smile gracing her lips as she softly spoke to herself, while swiftly collecting the belongings from the old man and the burly figure. Her gaze then fell upon the stout and lean figures on the ground. Thankfully, that brat fled, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to eliminate both of these unfortunate souls at once. Tianhua Peak is far superior to Luofu Peak. These 2 were formidable. Within a few days, they should have gathered 2 or 3 materials. With a gleeful whisper, the Chu female cultivator's eyes narrowed into slits. Rubbing her hands together, she raised them, promptly securing the storage bags of the two men. Infusing her essence into them, she examined their contents and her brows furrowed, her expression turning distinctly gloomy. Surely, this cannot be. Apart from a few worthless talismans and a low-grade magical item each, there is nothing else? Are these truly disciples of Tianhua Peak? In just 2 days, they couldn't even find a single material? Utterly useless. Grinding her teeth in frustration, the Chu female cultivator tossed several fireballs to incinerate the corpses. These two had clearly just executed a minor tracking spell, evidently in pursuit of that brat. Could it be that they were robbed by him? Regardless of the circumstances, I must retrieve my soul-piercing nails without delay. With a quick glance at the direction Su 12 had departed, she gritted her teeth, grasped the star trail in her hand, activated a teleportation talisman, and pursued him. Su 12, wary of lingering in the air for too long due to the considerable essence consumption and conspicuousness, descended to the ground to continue his cautious exploration. Discovering the 4 iron nails within the storage bag elevated his spirits. To his astonishment, these 4 soul-piercing nails are actually superior magical items. Their greenish hue suggests they are heavily poisoned. That woman is indeed as venomous as a scorpion. Yet, considering her anxious demeanor, these nails must be of considerable value. Surely they exceed the worth of a single level 1 premium defensive talisman. The more he examined them, the more pleased he became, feeling a sense of relief and vindication. After 3 days of fruitless ventures, he had visited several locations without significant finds. On this day, he activated his heavenly eye technique, tracing a faint trace of earth spirit energy, leading him to a vast stone forest filled with towering boulders. Judging by the distribution of spiritual energy here, there should be something valuable beneath those stones, at the very least, a second-tier earth attribute spiritual material. Wait a moment. This location seems to correspond precisely with the giant stone forest depicted on the spiritual planting garden map. As he pondered, he suddenly spotted the scene before him, his pupils dilating as he swiftly retrieved the palm-sized map for confirmation. Yes, this stone forest stretches for dozens of miles. It must be here. Thus, the spiritual planting garden should lie 100 miles to the east of this location. Regardless of the certainty, I will first gather the materials here before investigating further. With his resolve firm, Su 12 followed the current of spiritual energy and stepped into the stone forest. Soon, he ventured deeper into the growth. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure from the corner of his eye, and his expression shifted to one of solemnity. I never anticipated encountering you so soon. The grudge from 4 years past can finally be settled today. A stout disciple, with a face full of flesh and a corpulent frame, approached him with a sinister grin. This disciple was not particularly powerful, only at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Yet he was a familiar face, the troublesome servant who had deliberately made things difficult for everyone during Su 12's first medicine pill retrieval, the rotund Huang. Revenge? Observing the other's provocative demeanor, Su 12 remained unmoved, scanning his surroundings and assessing the environment. Indeed, a cautious fellow, but unfortunately for you, there is no escape today. Another voice rang out, followed by 2 figures emerging from the stones on either side of him. One was Zhao Yu, the sword-bearing youth from 4 years ago, while the other, a formidable-looking man with a fierce demeanor and a muscular build, radiated a menacing aura. 5th level of chi refinement. 6th level. Su 12's pupils contracted as he scanned left and right, his complexion darkening considerably. Chapter 32, The Most Powerful Servant with a Sweeping Glance. Su 12 fixed his gaze on the disciple with leopard-like eyes. Brother, surely we bear no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present? Moreover, before entering the trial, the Peak Master explicitly instructed that no fighting among fellow disciples is permitted. He acknowledged that against the combined strength of the 3, he was at a disadvantage. However, if he could persuade the strongest among them to withdraw, he would not fear facing the other 2. Do you think you can intimidate me with the Peak Master's name? Do you even know who I am? I am Zhao Yan, the most formidable among the servant disciples of Luofu Peak. You are finished today. Before Zhao Yan could speak, Zhao Yu glared and mocked him with venomous sarcasm. My elder brother, the strongest among the servants of Luofu Peak? Su 12's heart sank, and thoughts of retreat surged within him. If you are wise, hand over the treasures you possess. For the sake of our shared peak, I might grant you a chance to live, Zhao Yan scoffed from a distance. Treasures? What do you mean by that? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, maintaining a facade of calm while discreetly retrieving a talisman from his robe. You, a mere waste with a mediocre spirit root, have managed to cultivate to the 4th level of chi refinement in just 5 years? Do you expect anyone to believe you have no treasures? Zhao Yu rolled his eyes, speaking with unwavering conviction. Zhao Yin grunted heavily, a malevolent glint in his eyes. It seemed that his rapid cultivation had indeed attracted attention. A cold light flickered in Su 12's eyes as he turned to Zhao Yin, calmly inquiring, "Indeed. I possess a treasure that can enhance my cultivation. But can you assure me that if I hand it over, you will allow me to leave?" "Of course. I, Zhao Yin, am a man of my word." Zhao Yin nodded, portraying a sense of resolution. "Brother, this fellow is cunning. We must not let him escape." Zhao Yu hastily turned to Zhao Yin, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Humph. This matter is mine to decide," Zhao Yin retorted, his tone dismissive. It appeared that Zhao Yin had indeed made his decision. Su 12 could not help but smirk inwardly. These individuals were quite adept at their roles. However, he secretly hoped they would continue their performance. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed a porcelain vial forward. This vial contains a spirit herb that can rapidly enhance cultivation. As the vial soared through the air, Zhao Yin swiftly drew a long spear. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the vial, causing the talisman inside to disintegrate as well. Clearly, he had never taken Su 12's words at face value. "You dare to perform such tricks in front of me? Since you are so oblivious to your own demise, I will have to eliminate you first and then search for the treasures." Zhao Yin coldly snorted, a formidable aura emanating from him as he charged towards Su 12. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and the rotund Huang were not idle. Zhao Yu brandished a flying sword, sending forth a beam of sword light. Huang, lacking a weapon, resorted to clumsily casting spells to attack. "Humph, you think you can kill me? You are overestimating yourselves." Su 12 shouted, raising his hand to unleash 30 attack talismans, which transformed into a myriad of assaults directed at the three before him. Such an abundance of talismans. How can this fellow be so wealthy? The trio was taken aback by the sheer volume of talismanic attacks. This was not merely an assault, but a significant expenditure of resources. The density of the attacks posed a genuine threat to them. Zhao Yu and Huang's expressions changed as they hurriedly prepared to counter, though they were clearly overwhelmed. Zhao Yin, however, remained unfazed, wielding his spear to deflect nearly half of the talismans with a resounding clang. The various attacks struck the stone pillars, causing debris to fly and dust to billow. Unfazed by the chaos, Su 12 seized the opportunity to produce a fleeing talisman, infusing it with his vital energy. The talisman ignited, enveloping him in a warm, earthy glow. Suddenly, a cold glint surged forward. Zhao Yin's spear, like a dragon, pierced through the air, dispersing the escape light surrounding Su 12. "You think you can flee before me? You are sorely mistaken." Zhao Yin sneered, aiming the spear directly at Su 12's heart. Su 12's heart raced, waves of trepidation washing over him. The fleeing talisman had been shattered, an unexpected turn of events. Yet, he was not one to succumb without a fight. Drawing upon his inner energy, he activated the tortoise-patterned shield he had placed against his chest. The shield burst forth, expanding into a protective barrier before him. Clang! The sharp sound reverberated as Zhao Yin's spear struck the tortoise shield, causing it to shake violently but failing to penetrate. However, a crack appeared on the shield, causing Su 12 to wince in discomfort. His current strength was insufficient to fully utilize the defensive capabilities of this top-tier artifact. "What? You possess a supreme defensive artifact?" Zhao Yin exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. In the next moment, his breathing quickened, eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Ignoring Zhao Yin, Su 12 hastily urged the tortoise shield to protect himself, then launched himself off the stone forest, employing the shadowless phantom step to navigate through the rocky terrain. He had no intention of fleeing just yet. Instead, he kept a vigilant eye on Zhao Yu and Huang not far away. With his agility, the stone forest afforded him the advantage to evade their attacks. Without the cover of the stone forest, he stood no chance against their combined forces. He had to eliminate the two weakest links first to carve out a path for escape. Even if that artifact offers you temporary protection, what can you achieve with your strength against it? Today it shall be mine. Zhao Yin's covetousness ignited further, his spear radiating an overwhelming aura. With a sweeping motion, he shattered boulders under his assault, fixating his gaze on Su 12 as he relentlessly pursued him. Amidst the dust, Zhao Yu and Huang, their faces smeared with grime, hastily searched for Su 12's whereabouts after dispelling the talismanic explosions. Zhao Yu's eyes darted toward Huang, and with a subtle motion, he affixed an invisibility talisman to himself. That fellow isn't leaving just yet. He must be planning to ambush us. At that moment, Su 12 sprang forth like a hawk, suddenly appearing behind Huang. His fist, ablaze with flames, struck Huang's back decisively. "Ah, you." Huang barely had time to scream before his internal organs were obliterated by the force of the blow. After dispatching Huang, Su 12 retreated without hesitation. At last, I found you. Zhao Yu revealed himself, swinging his sword towards Su 12's back. The strike was swift and fierce, showcasing the full extent of his 5th-level Qi refinement prowess. Chapter 33, The Trap of the Female Cultivator from the Chu clan Disaster. As the cold gleam appeared, Su 12 sensed the impending danger, his heart racing as if pricked by 1,000 needles. The turtle-patterned shield floated before him, leaving him no time to react. In this critical moment, he hastily activated the bloodlight shield. Crack! The sword light descended, shattering the bloodlight shield instantly. The blade struck fiercely against Su 12's back, leaving a gory wound. Pain surged through him as he fell to the ground. Before he could hit the ground, Zhao Yu seized the opportunity to thrust his sword once more. In this dire situation, Su 12 executed a roll, the white mist sword appearing in his grasp, parrying Zhao Yu's attack with a swift motion. He felt confident in countering an attack from someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Clang! After the swords clashed, Su 12's expression shifted again. Although he managed to block the strike, the immense force caused his palms to crack. In front of Zhao Yu, 3 fireballs, each the size of a human head, began to coalesce, radiating an alarming heat. Humph! You are merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet you dare to challenge me? Today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Zhao Yu sneered, his eyes gleaming with fervor. At the same time, not far away, Zhao Yan was also advancing, spear in hand, ready to strike. Faced with the dual assault of both foes, Su 12 felt a wave of despair. These adversaries were indeed formidable. A minor misstep had plunged him into this perilous situation. Determined, Su 12's gaze hardened as he flung out a soul-piercing nail. Hidden weapon? Foolish boy, do you think such tricks will work on me? Zhao Yu laughed sinisterly, raising his sword to intercept the incoming nail, revealing a mocking expression towards Su 12. But in the next instant, he felt a slight sting at the back of his head, akin to a mosquito bite. The smile on his face froze, replaced by shock. Su 12 had skillfully controlled another soul-piercing nail with his telekinesis, driving it into Zhao Yu's skull. The nail was clearly laced with poison, sealing his fate. In disbelief, Zhao Yu's eyes widened as he glared at Su 12, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Yan lunged forward with his spear aimed at Su 12's back. However, this time, Su 12 was prepared. The turtle-patterned shield had already been summoned to his rear. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the turtle-patterned shield trembled violently, absorbing the impact of the spear thrust against Su 12's back. He let out a muffled groan, the force sending him into a daze. Yet, gritting his teeth, he harnessed this momentum to perform the shadowless phantom step, swiftly fleeing into the distance. To have managed to take down a 5th-level Qi refinement opponent was already a perilous feat for him. As for Zhao Yan, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had no intention of engaging him directly from the outset. Brother Yu, boy, if I do not slay you today, I, Zhao Yan, shall never be human. Zhao Yan's gaze fell upon Zhao Yu's lifeless form, his rage boiling over, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his true essence and pursued Su 12. The two moved with incredible speed, akin to leopards in pursuit. Although Su 12 was not as powerful as Zhao Yan, he occasionally tossed out attack talismans, making Zhao Yan's pursuit far from easy. However, he was wounded, and despite having consumed 3 small elixirs earlier, he felt his stamina waning. I must devise a way to shake him off quickly, or I will inevitably be caught. Su 12 was in deep distress when he dashed out of the boulder forest, only to spot a familiar figure ahead. It was none other than the female cultivator from the Chu clan, who had been pursuing him all along. Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Su 12, the Chu female cultivator revealed a sinister smile and hurled 3 soul-piercing nails. Su 12's pupils constricted, and a plan formed in his mind. He abruptly halted, a gust of wind lifting him upwards. The 3 soul-piercing nails flew past his feet, heading straight for Zhao Yan, who was hot on his heels. Hidden weapon? Seeking death. Zhao Yan, spear in hand, swept fiercely, deflecting the 3 nails. Upon noticing the unexpected figure before him, his expression slightly changed. He scrutinized the woman before him, contemplating whether her attack was directed at him or not. But before he could comprehend the situation, Su 12 shouted from midair, "Sister Chu, you shouldn't have come at this time. This guy is far too powerful to handle." You. The Chu female cultivator glanced at Su 12, quickly deducing the situation, her expression darkening as she prepared to expose him. However, before she could utter a word, Su 12 tossed a palm-sized leather map towards her, continuing to shout, "Sister Chu, The treasures and the spirit plant garden are marked on this map. Quickly take it and leave. I will hold this guy off. When you become strong enough, remember to avenge me." Seeing the flying leather map, the true female cultivator instinctively wanted to destroy it, but upon hearing the words spirit plant garden, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily grasped the map. At the same time, Su 12 grinned, turning to launch the remaining 2 soul-piercing nails at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan instinctively raised his spear to block, still harboring doubts, but his gaze fell upon the 5 soul-piercing nails scattered on the ground. They were indistinguishable. He had already begun to believe. Then he noticed the leather map in the true female cultivator's hands, and his pupils narrowed, greed flashing in his eyes. Revenge for his brother could wait, but this treasure must not be lost. In an instant, he resolved, thrusting his spear towards the true female cultivator. "So, you are in cahoots. Then you shall both die? You must be insane. I do not even know him." The true female cultivator's face darkened, nearly dripping with venom. At merely the 5th level of qi refinement, she dared not underestimate the assault from Zhao Yan, who was at the 6th level. As she spoke, she flung out over a dozen talismans. The talismans transformed in midair into a myriad of attacks, hurtling towards Zhao Yan. Such a ruthless woman. "But today you shall all perish." Zhao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the true female cultivator. Along this journey, he had suffered greatly from her talisman attacks. There were hardly a few disciples in the entire sect capable of wielding so many talisman attacks. Despite her protests, Zhao Yan no longer believed her claims. Moreover, judging by their interactions, it was evident they knew each other, whether out of enmity or not. "Stay strong, Sister Chu. I'll go call for help." Su 12 feigned panic, shouting as he dropped to the ground and activated a fleeing talisman. A flash of earthy yellow light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight, along with the 5 soul-piercing nails on the ground. In response to Su 12's disappearance, Zhao Yan hesitated only for a moment before resuming his frenzied assault. "You damned little brat, don't even think of escaping." The true female cultivator gritted her teeth, filled with animosity towards Su 12. She had long heard rumors about the spirit plant garden, yet had been unable to acquire the map. Knowing full well it was a trap, she had no choice but to leap into it. But allowing Su 12 to escape like this was something she could not accept. With a cold huff, she threw another attack talisman and leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, pursuing the fleeing Su 12. Watching the fleeing light flicker and reappear on the ground, she furrowed her brow tightly. "This damned little brat possesses so many fleeing talismans. Humph. You think you can escape?" Zhao Yan scoffed, gripping his spear tightly. With his true essence fully unleashed, he swiftly defended against the attacks and hurriedly pursued. In an instant, the 3 figures formed a line, racing forward in a tense chase. Chapter 34, Treasure in the Cave. Listening to the sounds emanating from the ground behind him, Su 12 remained vigilant, casting escape talismans one after another. At that moment, he silently expressed gratitude for having spent time beforehand to study and create a multitude of talismans. Otherwise, encountering such a situation would have been disastrous. That wretched woman was pursuing him with remarkable speed, seemingly intent on his demise. Su 12 wore a look of frustration. His plan had indeed succeeded, as the female cultivator of the Chu surname had engaged Zhao Yan in combat. However, her swift withdrawal from battle was entirely unexpected. As he navigated through the underground stone forest, he could only continue fleeing, hoping to increase the distance between them. Suddenly, he felt a sharp descent and fell into an underground void. Startled, he braced himself, only to realize he had landed. A flicker of firelight appeared in his hand, illuminating his surroundings. Before him lay a hall constructed of stone, standing over 10 feet tall and measuring 2 to 3 times that in length and width. Each wall bore 2 rusted candlesticks, and the hall was otherwise empty, save for a pile of pulverized wood. Scanning the area quickly, he sensed no immediate threat and allowed himself a moment of relief. He swiftly grasped another escape talisman, hesitating for a moment before pressing against the stone wall to wait. Half an hour passed without incident, and he finally pocketed the talisman, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped. It was evident that one should never underestimate anyone. The hall appeared to have once contained furniture, now reduced to dust over time. Could this have been the cave of an ancient cultivator? Su 12 speculated silently, knowing that their trial was indeed situated within an ancient forbidden zone where cultivators had once roamed. His gaze fell upon the right wall, which led to a smaller chamber. The room exuded a rich, earthy aura. Such dense earth spirit energy. Could this be the location of the materials I was previously tracking? His brow furrowed as realization struck him. He casually stowed away the 8 candlesticks in his storage bag and approached the smaller room, holding the fireball aloft. Though the candlesticks were rusted, the materials used to craft them were undoubtedly spiritual in nature. Upon entering the small chamber, his pupils dilated. Before him sat a skeleton clad in a robe, cross-legged on a mat, from which the rich earth spirit energy emanated. Aside from this, the room contained nothing else. It seemed his conjecture was correct. This had indeed been the cave of that individual. Yet, what had this person been doing, and why had they constructed their dwelling underground? Ultimately meeting their demise? Su 12 squinted, standing at the entrance before discreetly invoking a wind spell. The gust swept through, reducing the skeleton and its garments to ash. Evidently long turned to dust. A soft chime echoed as a blue, ancient ring rolled to the ground. Observing the mat and the ring, Su 12 hastily used his telekinesis to retrieve both items before returning to the hall. The mat, astonishingly, was woven from an entire second-tier spiritual plant, the earth vine, making it a superior magical artifact. The previous cultivator must have been exceedingly extravagant. This artifact clearly was not meant for combat. Could it perhaps aid in cultivation? Reflecting on the skeleton's ash form, Su 12 promptly placed the mat on the ground and sat cross-legged to experiment. As his internal cultivation method activated, he felt a swift influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The speed of refinement far surpassed that which he experienced in the Emerald Ring Mountain. Several times faster. The rich spiritual energy of this place was one factor, but the mat's ability to accelerate the refinement process was paramount. This was truly a remarkable find. Upon discovering the mat's benefits, Su 12's face lit up with excitement. Although he possessed a mysterious alchemical furnace that continuously refined various elixirs, his spiritual root was lamentably poor. Even with the aid of elixirs, he could barely match the level of an ordinary disciple. Had he not been diligent? Reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement within the past 5 years would have been his utmost limit. However, with this mat, his future cultivation speed could increase significantly. The quicker he enhanced his strength, the swifter his vengeance would be. Having confirmed the mat's utility, Su 12 eagerly settled onto it, shifting his focus to the ancient ring. The ring felt substantial in hand, adorned with intricate, archaic patterns. Yet, despite his scrutiny, he could sense no traces of spiritual power emanating from it. Nonetheless, he understood that its endurance through the ages indicated it was anything but ordinary. He decided to infuse it with his true essence. As his essence touched the ring, it felt as though it was met with a thin barrier. Raising an eyebrow, Su 12 unleashed a surge of true essence, breaking through the barrier. In the next instant, his mind jolted, revealing a space roughly 100 cubic feet in size. This was indeed a storage artifact akin to a storage bag. Such a vast space could only belong to a superior quality storage artifact. Astonished, he focused intently on exploring the storage ring's contents. Although the space was considerable, it was largely empty, save for a small cylindrical object and a half-sized jade tablet. With a mere thought, he summoned both items from the ring. Donning the storage ring on his finger, Su 12 examined the cylindrical object. The cylinder was engraved with ancient patterns, faintly displaying 3 small characters. Jade-eye cylinder? Jade-eye cylinder? It seemed to have been mentioned in a certain miscellaneous record, used by ancient cultivators to document techniques and insights. Recalling the information from the record, Su 12 pressed the jade cylinder to his forehead. Instantly, several segments of information flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the knowledge contained within the jade cylinder. Small Zhou Tian Qi cultivation. Small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique. Thunder forging technique. Zhou Tian sect. It turned out that the jade cylinder was an item distributed by the Zhou Tian sect to its entry-level disciples. This implied that the individual who had perished was likely a minor chi refinement cultivator among the ancient practitioners. However, why did the small Zhou Tian Qi cultivation contain 12 levels of chi refinement methods? This contradicted the foundational breathing techniques clearly outlined by the sect, which stated that the 9th level of chi refinement represented completion. Su 12 blinked in confusion. This perplexing issue eluded him for the moment, and he could only set it aside. However, the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique, capable of concealing one's cultivation level, was certainly worth practicing. Additionally, the thunder forging technique, which enhanced physical strength, could grant one defenses comparable to high-quality magical artifacts at its pinnacle, albeit it required the use of weak lightning for its operation, making it difficult to wield. With his thoughts shifting, Su 12 turned his attention to the jade tablet. Chapter 35. The enigmatic beauty. The jade token was modest in size. One side intricately carved with flora and stone, while the other bore the inscription pass permit. A pass permit? Where could it lead? As Su-12 toyed with the jade token, a thought crossed his mind. He attempted to infuse it with his true essence. In the next moment, the jade token quivered, and a luminous image emerged. The image morphed into a map, indicating several locations. On the map, 2 glowing points were marked, one nearby, the other distant. The nearer point flickered, identified as a cluster of massive stones, while the other rested on a simple building, marked with the character spirit. Spirit? A spirit plantation? Could this be the path to enter the spirit plantation? Indeed, if the spirit plantation was truly brimming with spirit herbs and the rare 100-year-old vermilion fruit, it would be unthinkable for it to lack any protective measures. Looking down at the jade token in his hand, Su-12 was filled with exuberance, suddenly grasping the implication. This meant that even if others attempted to enter, they might not succeed. I must hasten my recovery and venture forth to investigate. With that thought, Su-12 swiftly gathered his belongings and sat cross-legged on a mat, diligently healing his wounds while practicing the minor Jotion breath-concealing technique. A technique capable of masking one's cultivation was, for him, a delightful boon. His greatest concern was being recognized by those familiar with him. As a mere boy with a mediocre spiritual root would find it difficult to justify such rapid progress in cultivation. 10 days later, a figure emerged from the heart of the stone forest. Clad in a blue disciple's robe, Su-12 immediately scanned his surroundings for danger. Once assured of safety, he oriented himself and employed the shadowless step technique, swiftly making his way eastward through the stone forest. At this moment, not only had his injuries healed completely, but his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement had also solidified. However, to an outsider, he would appear as a mere 3rd-level disciple of Qi refinement, a testament to the efficacy of the minor Jotion breath-concealing technique. Su-12 glided through the air with remarkable speed. As he navigated a shattered area of stones, he stumbled upon 2 lifeless bodies lying on the ground, the young man with the sword he had slain and the servant disciple. What? The bodies remain? Could it be? Zhao Yan has been counter-killed? His apprehension regarding that Chu surname female cultivator escalated. Zhao Yan was no feeble adversary. His solid foundation made him a formidable opponent. Startled, Su-12 activated his object manipulation technique, retrieving any useful items from the deceased, then tossed 2 fireballs to incinerate their remains before continuing his journey. After traversing nearly 100 miles, a vague outline of a large estate appeared before him. The estate was vast, spanning at least 100 acres, shrouded in dense mist. Only the outlines discernible. Surrounding the estate, groups of cultivators patrolled back and forth, their numbers totaling around 100. These cultivators were all below the 6th level of Qi refinement, donned in attire similar to Su-12's, though theirs bore the emblem of Tianhua Peak. Indeed, the people of Tianhua Peak have arrived ahead of me. Su-12 murmured softly, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the spirit plantation. There, over 100 Tianhua Peak disciples were gathered, collaboratively casting spells. An array of spells intertwined in the air, bombarding the entrance of the spirit plantation with relentless force. The spectacle was tremendous, a display of power that extended for miles. Yet, as the attack struck the mist, they merely caused it to roil without inflicting any damage upon the spirit plantation. Such a multitude united against me could easily reduce me to ashes. Yet, the spirit plantation remains unscathed. How utterly astonishing. It appears that access to this place requires the pass permit after all. However, I have no idea how to utilize this permit. I must devise a method to approach and observe from a closer distance. Standing atop a small hill several miles away, Su-12 surveyed the scene. He was cloaked in an invisibility talisman, his presence entirely concealed by the minor Jotion breath-concealing technique. As he sensed the overwhelming aura in the air and listened to the continuous rumbling, he was both astonished and apprehensive that the spirit plantation had not sustained any damage after a full day and night. Contemplating his next move, he planned to find a less crowded area to approach the spirit plantation. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Su-12's ears perked up, and he swiftly fixed his gaze on a towering tree behind him, silently leaping into its branches. The minor Jotion breath-concealing technique was at its peak, completely masking his presence. In a moment, 2 graceful silhouettes entered his line of sight. Is it them? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Su-12's pupils constricted in surprise. One was the Chu surname female cultivator, while the other was the striking beauty he had encountered before the trials began at Tianyin Peak. The exquisite woman held her hands behind her back, emanating an aura of cold elegance. Upon arrival, her piercing gaze fixed on the distant estate, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. An enigmatic and ancient energy radiated from her, utterly captivating. At this moment, the Chu surname cultivator trailed respectfully behind the exquisite woman, slightly bowing in deference. Master. This is the spirit plantation recorded on the map. The Tianhua Peak disciples are exceedingly overbearing. They must have known the location of the spirit plantation all along, not letting a whisper escape. Now, they are exploiting their numbers to seize control. How outrageous. Master, why not reveal yourself and drive them away? The Chu surname cultivator suggested with a pout, her dissatisfaction evident, yet her demeanor soon shifted to one of playful optimism. My entry must remain a secret from the other peak masters. As for the spirit plantation, it is guarded by layers of formations, and breaking through will not be an easy feat. Even if Fu Boren has made preparations, they cannot breach it in less than a month or two. The exquisite woman spoke with an unflinching expression, her voice laced with an icy undertone. Master? Who is this enchanting woman, to whom the Chu surname cultivator refers as master? Clearly, her status is not trivial. Su 12's heart raced, and his mind spun with conjecture. In the next moment, he held his breath, not daring to move. Regardless of the exquisite woman's identity, it implied that her true cultivation level was at least at the foundation establishment stage. For him, it was crucial that she remained oblivious to his presence. 1 or 2 months. Do we have to wait here that long? The Chu surname cultivator appeared astonished, her expression shifting to one of distress. A month would be manageable, but 2 months would nearly coincide with the conclusion of the trials. The specifics of the spirit plantation's offerings remained uncertain. The exquisite woman calmly shook her head and replied, no need. While the formation is difficult to dismantle, it is not challenging to allow a single person to enter. I require some time to prepare. You should head to Thunder Drum Peak and wait for me. Once I acquire the materials inside, I will find you. Thunder Drum Peak? The Chu surname cultivator leaned in curiously, whispering, is that? Someone approaches. We must withdraw. The exquisite woman suddenly raised an eyebrow, turning to leave. The Chu surname cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, hastily following suit. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the spirit plant garden, the 2 individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, their movements utterly silent. Su 12 crouched atop a tree, refraining from making even the slightest sound throughout the encounter. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, although he sensed nothing amiss, he dared not act recklessly, remaining on high alert in his heart. Legu Peak? What manner of place could that be? However, the so-called trial, which was said to permit only disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement and below, was not as exclusive as it appeared. The peak master of Tianyin Peak managed to gain access. What about others? It seemed he must proceed with even greater caution. Su 12 pondered this quietly when suddenly 3 figures dashed past. These 3 were not highly skilled, all at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and were disciples from Tianhua Peak tasked with patrolling the vicinity. Standing on a slope, they swept their gazes around quickly. Finding nothing, they departed shortly thereafter. Once they were gone, Su 12 gracefully descended from the tree, employing the wind summoning technique to glide toward the spirit plant garden. Approaching the thick fog, he noted a lack of guards nearby. After observing the dense mist for a moment, Su 12 took a deep breath and cautiously stepped into its depths. The instant he entered, the fog surged violently around him, an immense pressure enveloping him from all sides. Instantly, breathing became laborious, and he felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. In haste, Su 12 activated his bloodlight shield, inwardly cursing his predicament. If the jade tablet proved ineffective, he would not only perish but suffer greatly. Was this the might of the formation? No wonder the disciples from Tianhua Peak dared not approach. A thought flashed through his mind, and in this critical moment, he quickly retrieved the jade tablet while tightly gripping a talisman in his other hand. Fortunately, as soon as the jade tablet emerged, it emitted a faint glow, and the violently swirling fog seemed to sense something, rapidly dissipating. Thankfully, it appeared this jade tablet indeed served as a pass. Su 12 felt an immediate alleviation of pressure and could not help but exhale in relief. Grasping the jade tablet firmly, he assessed his bearings and hastened toward the spirit plant garden. The fog extended for miles around the perimeter, growing denser as he approached. With the glow of the jade tablet intensifying, Su 12 speculated that without the pass, one would likely face even greater pressure the closer they got to the garden. Arriving at the garden's wall, he leaped effortlessly over, employing the shadowless step technique. Upon entry, he inhaled a refreshing breath filled with rich spiritual energy, invigorating his spirit. What a bountiful presence of spiritual energy! Even without spirit plants, this garden would undoubtedly be an exceptionally suitable place for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 directed his gaze upon the garden. My goodness, what an abundance of spiritual medicinal materials. This sight took his breath away, and his eyes widened in astonishment. As he surveyed the area, he saw that the garden spanned over 100 acres, partitioned into numerous meticulously arranged plots. Several of these plots were enveloped by formations that seamlessly simulated various growth environments for the herbs: sunny, rainy, warm, truly extraordinary. Each plot was home to a variety of medicinal plants, with the least being second-tier inferior spirit plants, many of which were first-tier but had aged into the second tier. From a distance, the plots appeared orderly and well-organized, with a few third-tier spirit plants discernible. The total number of spirit plants in the garden was not fewer than 30,000 and perhaps even more. Ginseng over 100 years old, astragalus, Shi'er mushroom chiffon leaves. Kalanchoe, dream fruit. With each glance at a plot, Su 12 felt his heart race, an involuntary twitch at the corners of his eyes. Most of these spirit plants he recognized. Yet many were not even listed in the compendium of medicinal herbs. After swiftly scanning the garden, his heart raced fiercely, feeling as though it might leap from his throat. The value of these medicinal materials likely surpassed that of an entire peak. With these, even without the aid of a mysterious alchemical furnace, I would not lack for pills and could swiftly enhance my cultivation. No, I must quickly gather these herbs and make my escape. The peak master of Tianyin Peak is a master of formations. It won TB long before she can gain entry. Thoughts raced through his mind as Su 12 composed himself, refusing to waste a moment. He hurried to a plot brimming with over 100 500-year-old ginseng plants and promptly set to work. With rapid movements, he gathered the spirit plants into his storage pouch. This was a moment of great harvest. However, to prevent discovery of the harvested spirit plants, after collecting from each area, he expended considerable true essence to scorch the earth, disguising it as a barren landscape. He even left behind some withered or half-dead plants. Over the course of 2 days, Su 12 managed to collect nearly all the spirit plants from the vast garden. At this point, his storage pouches were filled to capacity, and his storage ring also contained a significant quantity. Thankfully, he had obtained this storage ring. Otherwise, even entering would have left him unable to carry so many spirit plants. The remaining herbs were of fine quality, and he hastily finished collecting them, preparing to leave. Calculating the time, it seemed the peak master of Tianyin Peak would soon arrive. Early in the morning, after finishing another area, Su 12 quietly murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings and noting only 2 plots left, directing his gaze to the nearest one. In this plot stood a towering tree, 100 meters high, shrouded in thick fog. The tree was lush with foliage, adorned with 7 round, brilliantly red fruits the size of fists. Su 12 felt a surge of astonishment. His eyelids flickered as he recalled Meng Tiany's words. In the spirit plant garden, there grows a 100-year-old zhugua tree that sprouts for 200 years, flowers for 200 years, and bears fruit for 200 years. Wait, is that the 100-year zhugua? Gazing at the grand tree before him, Su 12's heart began to race once more. The 100-year zhugua, this was a genuine third-tier spirit plant. Though it was merely of inferior quality, its properties for enhancing cultivation would incite fierce competition among all cultivators. Suppressing his excitement, Su 12 rushed forward, eager to harvest the 100-year zhugua. If he could gather these fruits, this trip would not be in vain. But what was that? Noticing several vibrant markings on the zhugua tree, Su 12's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a massive, thick-bodied python coiled around the branches, its body adorned with fiery red patterns. Its immense size indicated it was no ordinary beast, but a powerful serpent-like demon beast. The giant python lay with its eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, yet exhaling clouds of mist that enveloped its entire form. Had Su 12 not been cautious and employed his heavenly eye technique to observe closely, he would have likely overlooked the presence of this formidable creature. To his eyes, the python's aura felt exceptionally weak, seemingly lacking strength. Yet, its solid presence gave him an uncanny sensation reminiscent of his first encounter with the enchanting woman from Tianyin Peak before entering the trial. Chapter 37. The Master of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miao. And this gigantic python is certainly no ordinary creature. It is likely not merely a high-tier demon beast, but rather one on par with a second-tier beast of the Foundation establishment stage. The mere thought of having spent the past few days in proximity to such a perilous being sends chills down my spine. The cultivation realms for practitioners are divided into 9 stages: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine sense, integration, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Advancing through each realm is fraught with peril and challenges. However, once one ascends, their power surges dramatically. As the saying goes, each realm represents a new heaven. In the Zhao Kingdom, where the Yun-Gus sect resides, golden core practitioners are a rarity, and nascent souls are akin to phoenix feathers. The higher realms are but legends. Reluctantly glancing at the 7 fruits hanging from the tree, Su 12 took a deep breath and decisively retreated. He was acutely aware that facing a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner would be a daunting task for him. The foundation establishment stage felt far beyond his reach. No matter how precious the treasures, preserving one's life takes precedence. Moreover, his current gains were already substantial, leaving little room for regret. With this thought, Su 12 felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, before he could retreat too far, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted throughout the spiritual garden. This is bad. Could it be? She has arrived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su 12 swiftly produced an invisibility talisman and affixed it to himself. Hastening to hide amidst a cluster of large stones not far away. Concealed between the boulders, he activated the lesser Zhou Tian concealment technique to its utmost extent, thoroughly masking his presence. Whether this concealment technique could withstand the scrutiny of a foundation establishment practitioner remained uncertain to Su 12. Yet, he had experience with the master of Tianyin Peak, who, after sealing her powers, was unable to detect him. Just as Su 12 secured his hiding spot, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Shen Miaowen, holding a circular disc in one hand and forming hand seals with the other, effortlessly tore open a rift in the array and gracefully alighted in a corner of the spiritual garden. As the master of Tianyin Peak and the foremost expert in formations of the Yun-Gus sect, this location was a death trap for others but manageable for her, as she could suppress her cultivation to participate in a trial. Upon landing, her sharp gaze swiftly scanned the entire courtyard, observing the vast expanse of desolate land. She noted several withered or barely surviving spiritual plants. Her brows furrowed slightly before she turned her attention to 2 areas yet to be harvested by Su 12. One area was piled high with boulders, upon which grew several stone-colored flowers. The other featured a towering tree, standing 100 meters tall, remarkably conspicuous. Have so many areas fallen into desolation? Could it be due to the passage of time? Fortunately, some spiritual plants remained. The flowers growing on those boulders should be second-tier premium spiritual herbs, the dendrobium orchids, at least 500 years old. As for that tree, deep in thought, Shen Miaowen gracefully glided towards the century-old red fruit tree. Upon seeing the tree, even her usually placid demeanor broke into a smile. Her lips parted, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Century-old red fruit? It truly exists here. Wait, this red fruit has likely matured for 1,000 years. Consuming one could equate to 2 decades of arduous cultivation. If I could consume 2 of these red fruits, even without going to Thunderdrum Peak, I would have a solid chance of forming a golden core within 10 years. With a soft murmur, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. A century-old red fruit is already immensely enticing, but a 1,000-year fruit is a coveted treasure even sought after by golden core and nascent soul practitioners, particularly for Shen Miaowen. It held an immense allure. Her unique cultivation method required her to reach perfection in the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, lest she be forced to disperse her power and start anew. Each time she dispersed her power, the difficulty of her subsequent breakthroughs would multiply. Hidden amidst the crevice of the boulders, Su 12 felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing Shen Miaowen's voice. What? Could that truly be the 1,000-year red fruit? One could enhance cultivation by 20 years? Regrettably, I am no match for that second-tier beast. I should find an opportunity to flee. With that thought, Su 12 quickly dismissed his unrealistic notions and patiently awaited his chance to escape. At that moment, he was grateful for his cautiousness. Otherwise, if discovered by her, she would undoubtedly search for him vigorously, believing someone had beaten her to the treasure. Shen Miaowen's excitement subsided rapidly as she approached the red fruit tree, preparing to harvest the fruits. Suddenly, a jolt of foreboding struck her heart, an ominous sensation enveloping her. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt into the air, retreating swiftly. Swish, swish, swish. The branches of the red fruit tree swayed violently as a gigantic python, over 10 feet long, burst forth. Its body, adorned with intricate patterns, shimmered under the sunlight, and its sheer size was astonishing. Detecting the presence of intruders, the python flicked its tongue, twisting its long, thick body like a whip as it swung violently towards Shen Miaowen. Before the attack landed, a fierce wind whipped through, disheveling Shen Miaowen's garments. Sensing the imminent danger, she gasped, quickly altering her trajectory mid-air and gliding to the side. Boom! The python's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth beneath it. A fissure nearly 100 meters long split the ground open, sending tremors through the land. Su 12, hidden among the boulders, felt a wave of numbness wash over him, lying still on the ground, too terrified to move. Such a ferocious attack was beyond his capability to withstand. Even a glancing blow would spell doom for him. In contrast, the python, enraged by its missed strike, opened its gaping maw, releasing a foul stench. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the air as a torrent of flames erupted from the python's mouth. The dark red flames, not only exuding an extreme heat but also laced with venom, surged directly towards Shin Miaoyin. Could it be a mid-tier fire cloud python? It seems. I have no choice but to take a risk today. Sensing the imminent threat, Shin Miaoyin's brows knitted tightly. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. But she quickly steeled her resolve. A mid-tier second-tier beast was formidable, yet not insurmountable for her. If she were to lift her own restrictions, she could easily contend with it. However, doing so would subject her to the backlash of the ancient prohibitions in this place, risking severe injury or even death. Yet, with the 1,000-year red fruit within her grasp, such a reward made the risk worthwhile. As for retreating, Shin Miaoyin didn't even consider it. With a glint of determination in her eyes, she wasted no time. With a thought, her delicate fingers moved swiftly, forming intricate seals. A surge of spiritual energy wove between her hands, materializing into a complex pattern, which suddenly surged into her body. Chapter 38, Exposure Boom. It seemed as though something had shattered, and Shin Miaoyin's cultivation swiftly ascended. Her entire aura became increasingly cold and proud, resembling an imposing iceberg. Fixating on the gigantic python before her, she let out a cold snort, waving her sleeve, from which 5 azure flying swords shot forth. Each sword measured only a foot in length and was enveloped in a thin layer of frost. Upon their emergence, the temperature in the air plummeted several degrees. The blades danced through the air, weaving like 5 nimble fish. A more intense chill emanated forth, propelled by the swords as they surged toward the colossal serpent. In the next moment, the frost met the flames. Sizzle. A sound akin to crackling electricity resonated as the cold and fire began to dissolve each other, sending wisps of mist spiraling upward. Within the fog, the 5 flying swords deftly struck at the python's body. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds echoed, with sparks erupting in clusters. Despite the unparalleled sharpness of the swords, they could not pierce the python's flesh. Hiss! The python flicked its forked tongue, displaying evident impatience. With a sudden flick of its tail, it sent the 5 swords flying. Then it leapt into the air, glaring furiously at Shin Miaoyin, and opened its cavernous mouth wide. In that instant, its entire form blazed with a fiery hue, rapidly turning a brilliant red, while an even more astonishing inferno surged forth from its maw. A torrent of flames rushed toward Shin Miaoyin. Just in time. The frost sword array. Shin Miaoyin clenched her teeth. The backlash from the ancient restrictions imposed immense pressure upon her. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the python unleash such an attack, her heart steadied. With a series of hand seals, the 5 swords that had been dislodged flew back like fish returning to water, hovering above the serpent. As Shin Miaoyin chanted her incantation, the 5 swords trembled in unison, unleashing 5 streams of icy air. The chill coalesced in midair, transforming into a swirling mass of frost-laden mist. From within the mist, a colossal sword shadow descended from above. Thud! A muffled thump resounded as the sword shadow pierced through the python's body. In that instant, blood rained down like a downpour. The python writhed in midair, its attack interrupted. In pain, the python inhaled sharply, swallowing the 5 flying swords whole. With its copper-ringed eyes fixed menacingly on Shin Miaoyin, it exuded an overwhelming malice. Its gaping mouth seemed to devour all in its path. Among the boulders, Su 12 felt a pang of anxiety, unable to suppress his concern for Shin Miaoyin, seeking death. Upon witnessing this, Shin Miaoyin's gaze turned icy, her hand seals shifting once more. Suddenly, the giant python, mid-attack, halted. Its expression contorted in agony. Thud, thud, thud. Silently, the 5 swords pierced through the python's body from within, returning to Shin Miaoyin's side. Severely injured, the python's body stiffened, crashing heavily to the ground. It appeared to be gasping for breath. Is this truly her strength? This is utterly terrifying. This giant python is formidable, yet it cannot withstand even 3 moves against her? Who is this woman? Su 12 lay upon the stone, astonished by the scene before him, his heart racing with an insatiable desire for power. However, he noticed that she too seemed gravely injured. Could it be due to the restrictions of this area? Su-12 speculated quietly. Meanwhile, having accomplished all this, Shen Miaoying trembled violently, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion turned as pale as snow. With her perfected foundation cultivation, dealing with such a beast was not a daunting task. However, being in this ancient restricted zone, her powers unsealed, the backlash from the restrictions left her gravely wounded. Indeed, the restraints here are formidable. Fortunately, she had dealt with the creature in time. Otherwise, had she delayed, she would have perished in this place. Casting a glance at the giant python, she hastily formed another seal, sealing her own cultivation. After securing this, she approached the python, intending to fully comprehend the creature before harvesting the crimson fruit from the tree. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The near-death python suddenly reared up, lifting its head and biting at the crimson fruit tree. "Oh no, you dare, vile creature!" Shen Miaoying's expression changed, erupting in furious anger. As her voice rang out, she summoned her true essence and slashed a beam of sword light toward the beast. Bang! The sword light struck the python's wound, causing its body to tremble once more. Yet, the python's jaws closed around 3 crimson fruits. Upon consuming the fruits, a radiant red glow enveloped the python. Under the red light, the python's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and the once-dying creature began to regain vitality. Hissed within the red glow, the python flicked its tongue, its resentful gaze locking fiercely onto Shen Miaoying. Twisting its body, its immense form swept toward her like a whip. Second-tier beasts possess rudimentary intelligence, and the python could distinctly sense Shen Miaoying's waning aura. This is bad. Caught off guard, Shen Miaoying could only instinctively raise her sword to block. Bang! After a muffled sound, she was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. This is troublesome. The python has consumed the crimson fruit. Even if it cannot recover in the short term, its power now exceeds mine. Seeing the python's vitality steadily returning, and feeling the creature's forked tongue approach her, Shen Miaoying inwardly lamented. At present, she dared not unseal her cultivation. If her power were to leak, the terrifying backlash from the restrictions would crush her to dust in an instant. With her cultivation at the 6th level of chi refining and bearing injuries, she felt utterly powerless against the giant python. Glancing around, she spotted the location of the dendrobium flower not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Miaoying leapt into action, sprinting toward the pile of boulders. She intended to use them as cover to evade the pursuing python. Although reluctant, she understood that if she did not escape swiftly, the python would regain more strength, and even she would not escape death. At the same time, Su-12, hidden among the boulders and seeking an opportunity to depart, was rendered speechless, fear coursing through him. As a mere 4th-level chi refining cultivator, he felt utterly outmatched by the battle unfolding before him. What? There is another person hiding here. Upon seeing a figure suddenly emerge from the stone pile, Shen Miaoying's expression turned cold, a chill running down her spine. Then, recognizing Su-12, realization struck her. It's him, that fellow from Mount Luofu. What is his background? How could a 4th-level chi refining cultivator enter this place and evade my detection? Astonished though she was, Shen Miaoying's mind quickly turned, and she devised a plan. Chapter 39, Collaboration. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly pursued Su-12's footsteps, shouting from behind, "Stop running. This fire cloud python is gravely injured. If we join forces, we can surely defeat it." "I believe not a word you say." Su-12 sprinted with all his might, disregarding Shen Miaoying's words. Despite its severe injuries, the fire cloud python was still comparable to a foundational level beast, and he harbored no thoughts of confrontation. Clutching the passage token tightly, he wished fervently for wings to escape. Sensing the commotion behind him, he felt utterly exasperated. What on earth is this woman thinking? She's a foundational expert. Why is she following me? Shen Miaoying furrowed her brows, equally frustrated. Her intentions had been sincere. Yet she never anticipated that the disciple before her would not only ignore her but also run even faster. How cowardly can this boy be? Is he combining mundane agility with wind manipulation? Just then, the massive python suddenly halted, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of poisonous flames. Watch out! Shen Miaoying shouted sharply, her cold ice sword releasing a chilling aura to protect herself while warning Su-12. Before she could finish, Su-12 had already detected the imminent attack from behind. Damn it! This woman is going to get me killed. Cursing under his breath, he hastily activated the turtle-patterned shield in his possession while channeling a blood-red protective barrier. A crimson shield enveloped him as the turtle-patterned shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering barrier that shielded him. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Su-12 swiftly produced a series of defensive talismans, earth walls, water walls. A dozen or so defensive enhancements were layered before the turtle-patterned shield. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Miaoyin couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. An exceptional defensive artifact? And so many defensive talismans. Even Lu Mingshi's granddaughter hasn't enjoyed such privileges. Could this be Lu Mingshi's true trump card? Whoosh. The flames roared as the poisonous fire engulfed Su-12. The defensive talismans he had summoned were completely obliterated by the toxic flames. In the next moment, the flames collided violently with the turtle-patterned shield. Su-12 felt a significant portion of his vital energy drain away as the shield shuddered violently, sending him hurtling through the air. He had intended to use the momentum to flee the spirit herb garden swiftly, but the force of the attack was staggering. His body swayed, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shatter. In midair, the passage token slipped from his grasp. As the toxic fire swept past, the token was incinerated into nothingness. No way. Su-12 stood dumbfounded, witnessing the token's disappearance. Without it, his strength was insufficient to escape the garden's array. Glancing at the turtle-patterned shield, he felt his heart bleed. The shield was riddled with countless fine cracks. One more such attack, and it would be utterly destroyed. This was a miscalculation. What a disaster. Was I, Su-12, destined to perish here today? He silently lamented, casting a quick glance around for any potential escape routes. Young man, regardless of how you entered, I will remind you one last time. This fire cloud python is severely wounded. If we combine our efforts, it still has a fight left in it. Otherwise, once it fully digests the medicinal properties of the Zhu fruit, we will undoubtedly meet our demise. Shen Miaoyin's figure flickered as she, like Su-12 had moments earlier, combined agility with wind manipulation, gliding through the air. With graceful steps, she swiftly reached Su-12's side, landing with a grave expression. Su-12 did not respond immediately, instead cautiously observing the distant fire cloud python. After enduring 2 consecutive attacks, it appeared noticeably weakened. Now lying on the ground, panting heavily. With a sullen expression, he finally said, "What do you want me to do? If it weren't for your pursuit, I would have fled long ago. But now, the passage token is destroyed, and I must rely on you to escape. Buy me a quarter of an hour. I need to reset the sword formation. We cannot allow it to absorb the Zhu fruit's medicinal power." Shen Miaoyin's tone was resolute. A quarter of an hour? Are you joking? My defensive artifact can only withstand one more attack before shattering. This isn't helping you buy time. It's asking me to sacrifice my life. Su-12's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed. In truth, he still possessed numerous talismans. If he truly committed, resisting for a quarter of an hour wasn't impossible. However, doing so would deplete all his means, turning him into easy prey. Moreover, since he knew this woman was at least a foundational expert, she must have valuable items as well. He didn't dare to dwell on whether she would seek revenge afterward. After all, his request was reasonable. Rest assured, I will not let you perish. She replied confidently. I see you possess mundane agility. These superior-grade cloud-treading boots will double your movement speed. Combined with the superior-grade cold ice shield and your strength, holding out for a quarter of an hour should be feasible. Shen Miaoyin quickly produced a pair of white boots and a palm-sized ice blue shield, presenting them to him. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Su-12 accepted the items. Nodding in agreement, he had already resolved to make one final attempt. If it proved futile, he would flee immediately, even if he were to die. He wished to be the last to fall. Seeing Su-12 agree, Shen Miaoyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, we must act. I will set up the sword formation. With that, she hastened toward the locations where the other 4 flying swords had fallen. However, if she had known Su-12's true intentions, she would likely have sought to strike him down with the sword first. As Shen Miaoyin moved, the enormous python sensed the impending danger and opened its gaping maw once more. Su-12 had donned the cloud-treading boots, channeling his vital energy into them. Feeling a surge of power envelop his legs, granting him an ethereal lightness. Noticing the python's actions, he swiftly stepped forward, finding himself several paces away in an instant. The velocity was so astonishing that he struggled to adapt, yet his hands moved with precision, focusing on the python's wounds, and he flung an attack talisman towards it. The talisman transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously, erupting into a myriad of assaults that surged toward the fire cloud python. Enhanced by the wind manipulation, their speed was exponentially increased. Bang, bang, bang. Before the fire cloud python could retaliate against Shen Miaoyin, a barrage of talismans exploded upon its injured body. Hissing in pain, the python's large, bell-like eyes glinted with ferocity as it turned its head, charging directly at Su-12. Caught in the gaze of those enormous eyes, Su-12 felt a sudden tightening in his chest, as if immobilized. Seeing flames ignite within its mouth, he reacted instinctively, channeling his energy and soaring upward with the wind manipulation. In the next moment, a colossal pillar of fire shot forth, extending hundreds of meters. While suspended in the air, he did not forget to throw another attack talisman. The talisman transformed into 2 ice spikes that hurtled toward the fire cloud python. Rain, come forth. Before the ice spikes could descend, Su-12 cast another water technique. A deluge poured down from the heavens, perfectly enveloping the fire cloud python. Before the rain could reach the ground, it evaporated into vapor under the intense heat. Suddenly, the once fearsome fire cloud python appeared to extinguish, its body temperature plummeting. And the flames it spewed diminished in potency. What was ordinarily a mundane disciple's method for watering spirit herbs had proven remarkably effective against the blazing fire cloud python. In the following moments, the 2 ice spikes plunged forcefully into the python's wounds. Chapter 40. The Annihilation of the Fire Cloud Python with a Hiss. The fire cloud python writhed in agony, its expression a blend of pain and fury. Its forked tongue flicked in and out as it suddenly ascended like a cloud. With a crack, its immense body, measuring several dozen meters, whipped through the air with remarkable agility, producing a thunderous sound. This is bad. Su-12 felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him, leaving him with no means to brace himself. In this perilous moment, he hastily summoned the turtle-patterned shield and the ice shield. The 2 defensive artifacts shimmered with magical light, enveloping him within their protective embrace. The next instant, the colossal creature lunged towards him. Bang! After a muffled thud, Su-12 felt as if he had been rammed by a mountain while sprinting at full speed. His body was uncontrollable, hurtling backward. His internal organs ached excruciatingly, and he spat out blood in torrents. Upon hitting the ground, he gritted his teeth, employing wind-calling technique coupled with shadowless steps to quickly distance himself from the massive python. Upon closer inspection, his heart sank. His prized turtle-patterned shield had shattered completely under that strike, disintegrating into countless fragments, devoid of any magical radiance. Fortunately, the ice shield given by Shen Miaoyan, though dimmed, remained unscathed. Its durability was a mystery. This offered Su-12 a sigh of relief, knowing he could refine it later into another top-tier defensive artifact. He swiftly rolled up the ice shield, and with the combination of shadowless steps and wind-calling technique, he began to circle rapidly around the giant python, occasionally launching offensive talismans. This time, he dared not linger in midair. Before coming here, he had prepared a substantial number of talismans, but their rapid depletion was alarming. In the span of merely 15 minutes, he had unleashed at least 300 attack talismans, leaving him with only a handful of inferior ones. Yet, Su-12 remained unconcerned. As long as he could inflict even a modicum of damage upon the fire cloud python and disrupt its recovery, that would suffice. As he saw that only 1 talisman remained, he anxiously glanced towards Shen Miaoyan in the distance. Hey, are you not done yet? I can hardly hold on much longer. Draw it over here. At this moment, Shen Miaoyan's face was as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Hearing Su-12's voice, she gritted her teeth and produced the last remaining azure recovery pill from her possession, swallowing it whole. She then conjured a seal, channeling all her true essence into the ice sword. 5 flying swords ascended skyward, vanishing into the clouds. All right, I'm coming now. Su-12 felt a brief moment of relief, racing swiftly to Shen Miaoyan's side without a moment's hesitation. Right behind him, the fire cloud python relentlessly pursued. But as it neared the sword formation, it abruptly halted, its copper-like eyes betraying a flicker of wariness. This creature is surprisingly astute. What now? Su-12 furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring. How much true essence do you have left? Transfer it all to me, Shen Miaoyan commanded coldly. For her, the sword formation was already established. Whether the fire cloud python approached or not was inconsequential. The real issue was that she was utterly depleted of true essence, having exhausted all her restorative pills. Without sufficient magical energy, she could not activate the sword formation. Seeing Su-12 hesitate, she pressed, Hurry. It will be too late if you delay. What? How do I do that? Su-12 asked, visibly awkward. He understood he had limited options, yet he had never transferred true essence to another before. Place your hand on my back. I will handle the rest, Shen Miaoyan instructed swiftly, realizing that the young man before her was merely a novice in the cultivation world. Following her guidance, Su-12 placed his palm on her back. Though separated by a layer of fabric, the soft sensation and her faint warmth provided him with an unprecedented experience. Yet, that feeling was fleeting. In the next moment, An immense suction force surged from her, causing his true essence to stir uncontrollably and pour forth into her. To think you possess a considerable amount of true essence at the 4th level of qi refinement, Shen Miaoyin noted, raising her brows in surprise as she felt the influx of energy. In her perception, Su 12's true essence was at least a third more abundant than that of other disciples at the same level. Though his mixed spiritual roots hindered rapid cultivation, they also conferred a certain richness upon his essence after reaching a certain level. Su 12 had never exchanged words with others about such matters and was unaware of these nuances. Now, he could only grimace, "Leave me some. At this rate, you'll drain me completely." Without responding, Shen Miaoyin began forming seals with her hands, empowered by the influx of true essence. The seal shot skyward, and within the clouds, the 5-eye swords reappeared, exuding a chilling aura. Amidst the swirling frost, a colossal sword shadow emerged. Frost sword formation. Slash. Shen Miaoyin commanded with fierce determination. As the enormous sword shadow descended, radiating an astonishing coldness, aimed directly at the massive python. The fire cloud python, unyielding, reared up half its body and unleashed a fiery breath, bracing itself against the sword shadow. Despite its primitive intelligence, it grasped the gravity of the situation. With all its demonic energy mobilized, it fought back against the sword shadow, neither yielding nor gaining ground. At that moment, Shen Miaoyin let out a muffled groan. Blood trickling from her lips, her aura growing increasingly disordered. Already injured, she was now exhausting herself to activate the sword formation, resulting in severe strain. Not now. You must hold on. Su 12's heart raced as he sensed Shen Miaoyin's distress. With determination, he gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on the fire cloud python, and produced 7 soul-breaking nails, flinging them forward, along with all his remaining attack talismans. The fire cloud python, preoccupied with countering the sword formation, paid no heed to Su 12's assault, underestimating the potential threat of the 7 small iron nails. Thud. With a muffled sound, the soul-breaking nails, accompanied by the attack talismans, embedded themselves into the python's wounds. In the next instant, over 100 attack talismans detonated simultaneously. Although they were inferior quality, their collective explosion struck at the python's injury, akin to a critical hit. Boom. Boom. Caught off guard, the fire cloud python's body was grievously injured. Its flesh torn and bloodied. Its frantic mobilization of demonic energy faltered momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the immense sword shadow, with overwhelming force, cleaved through its brow. The nearly 100-meter-long python was split asunder by that single strike, dead beyond revival. Puff. Having accomplished this, Shen Miaoyin could no longer endure. A mouthful of blood spewing forth as she collapsed to the ground. This battle had left her gravely wounded. Now, she lacked even the strength to move. In the air, the 5 swords that had formed the array plummeted to the ground, one by one. Chapter 41. A minor character could it be? He truly managed to slay this second-tier demon beast? Su 12, though somewhat better off, collapsed onto the ground, displaying an expression of lingering fear. However, he was not in a much better state. At this moment, his dantian was empty, and every cell in his body ached in agony. The pain was so intense that it made him grit his teeth. Engaging in battles of this caliber was something he must never attempt again. It was utterly life-threatening. He had nearly lost his life in this encounter. He silently vowed to remember this lesson and quickly retrieved a bottle of small recovery pills. Swallowing half the bottle in one go, the pills dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, their pure medicinal essence swiftly coursing through his body. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Su 12 regained his mobility and rose from the ground. However, his injuries were severe, and a complete recovery would not be achieved in a short time. Glancing swiftly at the situation around him, he refrained from making any rash movements. His gaze fell upon the woman before him, and he inquired urgently, "How are you faring?" The allure of the Millennium Red fruit was undeniable. Yet escaping depended on this mysterious woman by his side. "What do you think?" Shen Miaoyin replied weakly. At this moment, she was not only drained of true essence, but had also suffered damage to her foundation, lacking even the strength to open her storage bag and retrieve medicinal pills. "I can assist in healing your injuries, but once you recover, you must not turn against me, and you must take me away from here." Su 12 fixed his gaze on Shen Miaoyin and spoke rapidly. "No problem," Shen Miaoyin replied without hesitation. "Furthermore, I wish to take 2 of the remaining 5 red fruits." Su 12 glanced at the distant red fruit tree and continued. "Certainly," Shen Miaoyin responded flatly, her agreement coming swiftly. "So readily agreeable," Su 12 murmured, then asked, "One last question. What is your name?" "Shen Miaoyin," she replied succinctly. "Shen?" I recall that the leader of Tianyin Peak shares that surname. What is your relation to her? A sudden realization struck Su 12, a bold conjecture forming in his mind. He was always cautious, keenly observant of his surroundings. Prior to the trial, Fu Baran from Tianhua Peak had inquired about the whereabouts of the Peak Master Shin. What do you think? Shin Miaoying countered with a hint of a smile. Although gravely injured, she still maintained her composure befitting a Peak Master. Goodness. You are actually the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak. Though he had suspected her identity was significant, he could never have imagined she was the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak. Do you have any further questions? The people from Tianhua Peak may breach the formation at any moment. The longer we delay, the greater the danger we face, Shin Miaoyin said calmly. No. No further questions. Here, take this bottle of small recovery pills. It seems you cannot consume it yourself. Allow me to assist you. My apologies. Su 12 chuckled awkwardly, hastily offering the pills to Shin Miaoying. He soon realized that she lacked the strength to take them herself. He poured the small recovery pills into his palm, preparing to feed them to her with concern. What? Exceptional small recovery pills? 5 of them? What exactly is your background? Upon seeing the small recovery pills in Su 12's hand, Shin Miaoying's brows furrowed in surprise. I have no background. I am merely a minor character. These pills. I acquired them by chance. Su 12 quickly shook his head in denial. Not lingering on that topic, he carefully approached Shin Miaoying, nervously feeding her the pills one by one, as his fingers brushed against her cold, red lips, and he caught sight of her slightly trembling long eyelashes. Su 12 felt his heart race, a peculiar sensation coursing through him. An indescribable emotion lingered in his heart, causing his face to flush and his cheeks to warm. At that moment, he was merely a 17-year-old youth, and having never interacted with a woman before, such a reaction was entirely natural. Moreover, he was in the presence of an extraordinary beauty. As the pills went down, a refreshing sensation swiftly spread throughout Shin Miaoying's limbs, akin to spring rain nurturing the earth. Her injuries were temporarily subdued, and she took a deep breath of the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into strands of true essence within her body. She then waved her delicate hand, retrieving a light blue large recovery pill. After a glance, she put it away again. In theory, large recovery pills possess stronger effects than small ones. However, the one she held was merely a second-tier mid-grade large recovery pill, which paled in comparison to the exceptional small recovery pills. Let us go, gather your belongings, and we shall depart swiftly. Rising from the ground, Shin Miaoying collected her 5 flying swords and approached the red fruit tree. Her gaze swept across, and with a wave of her hand, a blast of cold air coalesced into a flying knife. In a flash, 5 red fruits fell from the tree. Before they hit the ground, Shin Miaoying produced 2 sandalwood boxes, carefully placing the 5 red fruits inside. Turning, she handed the box containing 3 fruits to Su 12. These 3 red fruits are for you. Thank you. Su 12 accepted the box, his eyes gleaming as he examined the 3 plump, red fruits within. A broad smile spreading across his face. His mind was filled with Shin Miaoying's earlier words. A millennium red fruit could enhance one's cultivation by half a decade. He carefully extracted one, casting a cautious glance around before eagerly preparing to swallow it. I advise you to refrain from consuming it just yet. The efficacy of the millennium red fruit is exceptionally potent. After consumption, it will require at least 10 days for you to fully assimilate it, Shin Miaoying stated indifferently. 10 days to assimilate? Su 12 hastily returned the fruit to the box and stored it in his ring. Outside the spiritual plant garden, numerous disciples from Tianhua Peak could arrive at any moment. He dared not linger, not even for a day. Thank you, Peak Master Shin. What shall we do next? Su 12 respectfully clasped his fists before Shin Miaoying. Standing beneath the red fruit tree, she held her ice sword and swiftly traced a circle around it. With a flick of her hand, the magnificent red fruit tree vanished, leaving behind only a massive pit. After completing these actions, Shin Miaoying addressed Su 12. There remain the dendrobium flowers and the carcass of the demon beast. You may choose one. Once you gather your items, wait for me to regain some strength, and we shall depart. Observing Shin Miaoying's collection of the red fruit tree, Su 12 felt a pang of envy. However, he understood that acquiring items would be of no use to him. Upon hearing Shin Miaoying's words, Su 12 swiftly scanned the remaining dendrobium flowers and the corpse of the fire cloud python. The dendrobium flowers were not listed in the materials compendium, but from Shin Miaoying's reaction, he could surmise their value. Yet, at his current level, such spiritual plants were beyond his use. Conversely, the gigantic python was a second-tier demon beast. Its blood, flesh, skin, and fangs were all valuable resources. Most importantly, the superior magical artifact, the 7 soul nails, still resided within the giant python's body. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su-12 made his decision, just as he was about to speak. Chapter 42. What brings you here? Suddenly, the earth trembled, and outside the spiritual plant garden, countless beams of radiance surged into the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning racing through the air. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate violently. The dense fog enveloping the perimeter of the garden rapidly dissipated under this extraordinary phenomenon. What is happening? Su-12 felt an uneasy premonition and hastily inquired of Shen Miaoying. This is bad. The formation of the spiritual plant garden is on the verge of being breached. Fu Boren possesses remarkable audacity to have entrusted the purple thunder sword to his disciples for the trial. Shen Miaoying's expression changed as she recognized the flickering lightning outside. The purple thunder sword? A low-grade spiritual weapon? We must leave at once. Su-12 quickly recalled the situation, hurriedly stowing the corpse of the fire cloud python into his storage ring before rushing to Shen Miaoying's side. He had witnessed the formidable power of the thunder sword when Fu Boren displayed it publicly. There is no time to break the formation and escape. I would need at least 3 days to recover my cultivation. Our best course of action is to find a place to hide temporarily. Shen Miaoying shook her head, her face etched with concern. Severely injured, she lacked the strength to fight again. If they encountered anyone from Tianhua Peak now, it would be dire, especially with one of them wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon. Scanning the area, she swiftly approached the pile of boulders where the dendrobium flower was located, collecting all of them before concealing herself in the crevice where Su-12 had previously hidden, quickly suppressing her aura. Hide? The corner of Su-12's mouth twitched in frustration. Yet he understood there was no choice now. That spot isn't safe. I advise you not to hide there. He quickly warned Shen Miaoying before moving to the boulders. He immediately used the white mist sword to carve out a patch of earth, swiftly digging a rudimentary burrow to slip into. Over the past 5 years, he had engaged in a battle of wits with various beasts daily, inadvertently accumulating considerable experience. Not safe? Shen Miaoying raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing the implications. Without the Zhu fruit tree, this area littered with boulders had become the most conspicuous place. Seeing Su-12 skillfully burrow into the hideout, she intended to follow suit. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy rippled from outside the spiritual plant garden. Oh no, the formation has been breached. She gasped in alarm, gritting her teeth, and without a second thought, followed Su-12 into the narrow hiding place. What are you doing here? Su-12 was about to block the entrance when he felt a weight descend upon him. A delicate figure pressed against him. He hadn't considered Shen Miaoying at all. This burrow had been intended for his sole concealment. It would have been manageable to hide alone, but now with Shen Miaoying in the cramped space. They were face to face, their noses almost touching. Through their clothing, Su-12 could feel the cold yet warm temperature emanating from Shen Miaoying's body, stirring an unusual feeling within him. Do not speak. Quickly suppress your aura. Someone is coming. Shen Miaoying urgently warned, her expression not looking too favorable in the darkness. As the esteemed peak master of Tianyin Peak and an eminent golden core cultivator, it was quite absurd to be squeezed into such a confined space with a mere 4th-level Qi refining junior. Su-12, however, did not dwell on it. The moment Shen Miaoying spoke, he promptly sealed the burrow's entrance. At that very moment, as the formation was completely shattered, hundreds of figures surged through the gates of the spiritual plant garden. Leading them was a young man clad in a fiery red robe, appearing to be in his 30s. With a demeanor of indifference, he exuded an air of authority, his piercing eagle-like eyes reflecting a cold arrogance. His slender phoenix eyes and pronounced nose framing lips that held a trace of pride. Such a countenance and demeanor resembled a sharp sword freshly drawn from its sheath. In his hand, he wielded the purple thunder sword, Fu Boren's low-grade spiritual weapon. If Shen Miaoying were present, she would instantly recognize this young man, not a mere servant or novice, but Yu Liangchuan, the foremost inner disciple of Tianhua Peak. Surrounding him were other disciples, all demonstrating utmost respect. Yu Liangchuan's true cultivation level was at the pinnacle of Qi refining, and with his talents, he was regarded as one of the most promising candidates for foundation establishment in the sect in recent years. Under Yu Liangchuan's leadership, the group excitedly entered the spiritual plant garden, quickly beginning their search. However, upon discovering the desolate state of the garden, they were left in stunned silence. Brother Yu, what happened to this once vibrant spiritual plant garden? A disciple turned to Yu Liangchuan, his voice trembling. As he spoke, many in the crowd turned pale. Among them were several 6th-level Qi refining cultivators. They had disregarded everything to rush to the garden for its abundant spiritual plants. Securing the Lingji mushrooms would ensure their ascension to full discipleship. But now, the absence of any spiritual plants was a devastating blow. To think, halfway through the trial, how could this happen? Is this truly the spiritual plant garden? Not a single spiritual plant in sight? No, look over there. It appears there are signs of a battle against beasts. But it said that this garden housed a Zhu fruit tree and was protected by a second-level beast. Who among the trial disciples possesses the capability to infiltrate the garden silently and to slay that second-level beast before we arrived? One could not speak too hastily. Every peak among the 7 peaks had its own secrets. For instance, Tianyin Peak, with its focus on formations, surely had experts proficient in formations mingling among the trial participants. Moreover, Tian Shuping's disciples, adept at sword flight, were anything but ordinary. As they spoke, the disciples from Tianhua Peak pressed deeper into the garden, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the cracked ground and blood-soaked earth. In the center, Yi Liangchuan furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, his gaze turned icy as he declared, "It seems someone has indeed beaten us to it. However, the blood on the ground is still fresh, and the soil remains disturbed. This large pit is undoubtedly left by the Zhu fruit tree. That person cannot have gone far. From this moment on, everyone must spring into action. No disciple from any other peak within a 20-mile radius of the spiritual plant garden shall be spared. We will dig 3 feet into the earth to find that individual." Yi Liangchuan, sword in hand, spoke coldly, his tone particularly chilling. As he spoke, he approached the vicinity where the Zhu fruit tree had once stood, the closest point to Su 12 and the others. Chapter 43. Surviving the crisis. Listening to the sounds emanating from the ground, Su 12's heart raced furiously. The close proximity to Shin Miaoyin elicited an instinctive physiological reaction within him. Shin Miaoyin's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening as she instinctively prepared to cry out. While intimate contact was one thing, Su 12's reaction made her feel violated. Su 12 felt a twinge of embarrassment. This reaction was beyond his control. Yet his mind remained alert, and upon hearing a sudden noise, he instinctively tilted his head and covered Shin Miaoyin's mouth with his own. In their current predicament, making a sound could very well cost them their lives. The moment she made a sound, Shin Miaoyin realized the gravity of the situation. However, she never anticipated that Su 12 would resort to such a bold method to silence her. This audacious young man. Shin Miaoyin's chest heaved with anger, her breath coming in quick bursts. Yet, the more agitated she became, the more uncomfortable Su 12 felt. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the cavern. Shin Miaoyin's face soon flushed crimson. If there had been light, one would have easily noticed her cheeks, vibrant and alluring. She had always prided herself on her emotional detachment, yet now, due to her injuries, her foundation was shaken. This contact with Su 12 stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her, a tingling feeling that ignited a sense of bashfulness. In the spirit plant garden, Yi Liangchuan wielded a long sword, swiftly organizing the remaining disciples. Behind him, the crowd dispersed rapidly, leaving fewer than 10 individuals. With an expression of indifference, Yi Liangchuan was about to turn away when his gaze fell upon a nearby pile of boulders. "Brother Yi, what has happened?" A disciple inquired anxiously. "Do you think it's possible that the person hasn't left but is hiding?" Yi Liangchuan squinted, pondering the thought. Hiding? Perhaps among those stones? But there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy here. One of the disciples surveyed the boulder pile, hastily attempting to sense any presence. "Regardless of whether there is or not, a thorough check will reveal the truth," another disciple chimed in. "There's no need for such trouble." Yi Liangchuan scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He raised the purple thunder sword, sweeping it through the air as a cloud of purple mist erupted forth, hurtling toward the boulder pile. Within the mist, arcs of lightning danced, slender tendrils of electricity enveloping the entire boulder pile in an instant. Under the might of the lightning, the towering boulders crumbled to dust in the blink of an eye. The residual electricity struck the ground, dissipating into the earth. Within the cavern, the onslaught of lightning caused Su 12 and Shin Miaoyin to convulse in pain. Fortunately, the electricity, having been conducted through the ground, was significantly weakened. Though it was excruciating, it was not fatal. The two could only grit their teeth and endure the agony in silence. Su 12 managed fairly well. The suffering he endured while refining his chi pill was no less than this. However, Shin Miaoyin was not as fortunate. It had been years since she had experienced such intense pain. She clung tightly to Su 12, her fingernails digging into his flesh in her unconscious reaction. Fortunately, The torment did not last long. Let us go. It seems the person has indeed departed. As the last of the boulders turned to dust and no figure emerged, Yi Liangchuan shifted his gaze elsewhere. He remained unaware that Su 12 and Shen Miaoyin were still hiding beneath the rubble in the cavern. Brother Yi, if we cannot locate that person, our trial. Several disciples closely related to Yi Liangchuan whispered anxiously. For them, recovering the spirit plants was of secondary importance. The foremost concern was their own trials. Rest assured, even if we cannot find that person, I have methods to ensure your success in the trial, Yi Liangchuan replied coolly. If we do not uncover any trace of him within 3 days, I will lead you to alternative solutions. His expression was devoid of emotion. He could not afford to waste time, as the pressure surrounding this incident weighed heavily upon him. Should the spirit plant garden yield no results, the ensuing days without success would undoubtedly bring him immense stress. Upon hearing this, the others finally relaxed. In the cavern, Su 12 and Shen Miaoyin remained intertwined until silence enveloped the exterior, allowing them to exhale in relief. They have left. Master Shen, you can release me now. Su 12's eyes twitched as he hastily parted his lips from Shen Miaoyin's, speaking softly. Shen Miaoyin's cheeks flushed, realizing she had been tightly entwined around Su 12. You're back. Feeling the sticky sensation of blood beneath her fingers, she belatedly recognized that she had inadvertently injured Su 12, her tone laced with a hint of apology. It's nothing, just a minor scrape. It will heal in a few days, Su 12 reassured her with a smile. To a cultivator, such injuries were trivial. However, the intimacy of their contact left an indelible impression on him, a unique experience he would never forget. Humph. Shen Miaoyin let out a dismissive snort, raising her hand to push open the cavern's entrance. Master Shen, I advise you not to rush out. The area has been sealed. They will undoubtedly return upon failing to find anyone, Su 12 cautioned, maintaining a composed demeanor. Unexpectedly, you are young yet quite perceptive, Shen Miaoyin remarked indifferently, halting her movements. She had indeed considered Su 12's words, though the closeness made her feel uneasy. Enough, I should take this opportunity to restore my strength. With a shift in her thoughts, she produced a pill and swallowed it, subsequently closing her eyes in concentration to begin the refining process. Only in this state could she remain unfettered by distractions and restore her strength in a timely manner, ensuring she was better prepared for any future dangers. Seeing this, Su 12 wasted no time either. He took out a zhu fruit and swallowed it. The refining of a zhu fruit typically required 10 days. But he had ample time at his disposal. As the fruit slid down his throat, he felt as if he had ingested a massive surge of energy. This energy coursed from his throat to his abdomen. With a mere thought, he sensed a warm current swiftly circulating through his meridians, subsequently transforming into his own cultivation. This process was far easier and more pleasurable than refining natural spiritual energy or chi pills. However, his rate of peeling away the fruit was far less than the energy it contained. Realizing this, Su 12 was determined not to waste a moment. He focused intently, channeling all his efforts into the refining process. His cultivation visibly progressed at an observable rate. For 10 days, the disciples of Tianhua Peak scoured the perimeter of the spirit plant garden repeatedly, returning to the garden multiple times, yet they found nothing. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relinquish their search in frustration. On the 11th day, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the boulder pile. Shen Miaoyin wore a smile, appearing invigorated, radiating a robust aura, an unmistakable sign of restored cultivation. 10 days of recuperation had fully replenished her strength. Once she returned to refine the 2 zhu fruits, she was confident she could condense her golden core. However, as her gaze fell upon Su 12, her expression turned slightly awkward, mostly marked by surprise. Chapter 44. Secrets of Qi Refinement. The 5th peak of the Qi Refinement stage? How could that be possible? You, a mere Qi refiner, consume a single red fruit and, without achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement, you should at least reach the 7th or 8th level. Wait, what is your spiritual root? As she spoke, Shen Miaoyin recalled something and inquired. Su 12, blushing, replied, a mixed spiritual root. His spiritual root was widely known within the sect. It was hardly a secret. One red fruit merely elevated him by 1 level, which left him somewhat disheartened, yet not entirely unacceptable. After all, he was already aware of his spiritual root's limitations and had never harbored high hopes. Moreover, he still possessed 2 additional red fruits, and he was quite content with the pace of his cultivation. What? A mixed spiritual root? How did you manage to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refinement in such a short time? Shen Miaoyin exclaimed, her usually indifferent demeanor momentarily disrupted. In her mind, She had always regarded Su 12 as a valuable asset of the Luofu Peak, but a mixed spiritual root was not something she believed Lu Mingshi would cultivate. Just some personal encounters, Su 12 replied sheepishly, choosing not to elaborate. He intended to keep the secrets of the mysterious alchemy furnace to himself, never to reveal them to anyone. Fortunate encounters were indeed a significant aspect for cultivators. However, as a mixed spiritual root, you will face challenges in the future when establishing your foundation. It is best to prepare early, Shen Miaoyin remarked flatly, not pressing further. She quietly warned him. She harbored little optimism for Su 12's future. While fortunate encounters were essential, not many could continuously experience them. Without exceptional talent, the path ahead would remain limited. Establishing my foundation will be a problem? Su 12's expression shifted, concern flooding his voice. Shen Miaoyin's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, dousing his previously pleasant mood. In the realm of cultivation, each level represented a formidable barrier. The poorer one's aptitude, the stronger the constraints. You already struggle during your daily practice. To break through in the future will be akin to climbing a mountain, Shen Miaoyin stated matter-of-factly. She was not dismissing Su 12, but merely speaking the truth. Is there no other way? Su 12 asked, his expression pained as he pressed on. He had an inkling of the answer, although he had not anticipated the extent of the difficulty. Perhaps due to their shared hardships, Shen Miaoyin, unperturbed by his inquiry, replied calmly, there are indeed methods. Firstly, one could utilize medicinal pills, such as the Foundation Establishment Pill, which enhances the probability of establishing a foundation. However, these pills are exceedingly rare, and your situation cannot be resolved with just one or two. Secondly, certain unique techniques can also increase the likelihood of establishing a foundation. Yet, such techniques are scarce, and the common ones often require decent aptitude. Unless, as she spoke, Shen Miaoyin seemed to recall something, pausing mid-sentence. Unless, what? Su 12 asked cautiously. Unless you can cultivate to the 12th level of qi refinement, breaking through at that level, coupled with the Foundation Establishment Pill, might improve your odds. Shen Miaoyin replied coolly. In ancient times, qi refiners possessed 12 levels of cultivation. However, reaching the 12th level required an immense investment of time, prompting some cultivators to attempt to establish their foundations at lower levels. Over time, this led to a prevailing norm where the 9th level of qi refinement was deemed the highest. The subsequent cultivation techniques gradually faded into obscurity, making them difficult to locate. If you are determined, you may explore this avenue. 12 levels. Su 12's heart raced as he immediately thought of the little Zhou Tian qi refinement technique, which indeed encompassed the 12 levels of qi cultivation. He promptly bowed in gratitude to Shen Miaoyin, expressing, thank you, Peak Master Shen. Your words have been immensely helpful. Shen Miaoyin waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor growing cold. No need for thanks. Consider this assistance as a token of your gratitude to me. The array in the spirit plantation has been dismantled. You may leave at your discretion. After today, our fates are intertwined no more. Should we meet again, we shall be strangers. It would be best for you to forget the events that transpired between us. If a third party discovers this, I will not spare you. With that, Shen Miaoyin resumed her aloof demeanor, her gaze piercing as she regarded Su 12, conveying a warning laden with gravity. For her, this incident was merely an accident. With her talent, she would soon condense her golden core and attain the path of the golden core. As for Su 12's mixed spiritual root, it signified that their paths would unlikely cross again. Rest assured, I will keep this matter to myself, Su 12 promised, retracting his neck. Speaking of it would serve him no advantage, and would only incur the ire of a potential golden core master. He had no intention of courting trouble. Furthermore, Shen Miaoyin's insights had provided him with valuable information. He had resolved to cultivate according to the little Zhou Tian qi refinement technique moving forward. To seek vengeance, relying solely on his qi refinement stage cultivation would undoubtedly fall short. He was willing to explore any method that might enhance his chances of breaking through. After parting ways with Shen Miaoyin, Su 12 chose a random direction and continued onward. Having thoroughly searched the spirit plantation, he was confident in his advancement to an official disciple and saw no need to take further risks. Next, he intended to find a secluded spot to enter seclusion for cultivation. 3 days later, Su 12 utilized the wind summoning technique and the illusory steps to navigate through the towering mountains. He still wore the cloud-treading boots gifted by Shen Miaoyin. Since she had not requested their return, he had no intention of relinquishing them. After all, he had damaged a top-tier defensive artifact to buy time. As he walked, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Someone was approaching? His brow furrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he concealed his presence, slipping into a nearby thicket. With no invisibility talismans left, he had no choice but to rely on the bushes for cover. Soon, 11 figures came into view. They were disciples at the second or third level of Qi refinement, both male and female, frantically fleeing from something. It was a miracle that they had managed to endure until now. But what were they running from? Su 12's gaze swept over them, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Murmuring to himself, he narrowed his eyes, recognizing a familiar figure among the crowd. Zhu Hanwei. What a stroke of luck for him to be here. Su 12 observed from the shadows, remaining hidden. Just then, a rush of wind whistled from the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 arrows of dark green light zipped through the air, striking into the fleeing crowd with blinding speed. In the next instant, 6 figures stumbled to a halt, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining individuals, unable to afford a glance back, fled with even greater terror, their panic driving them towards Su 12's position. These individuals are being hunted like prey? Who could be so ruthless? Su 12's expression hardened as he directed his gaze toward the distance. Chapter 45. A rescue in action. Suddenly, a figure clad in disciple robes, adorned with the emblem of Chaoyang Peak, emerged within his sight. The man appeared to be in his 30s, possessing a hawk-like nose and slanted eyes, exuding an air of danger. A slight smirk twisted his lips, further accentuating his menacing demeanor. His cultivation level was not insignificant, being at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. At that moment, he wielded a dark green longbow, pursuing several fleeing individuals ahead. Fixing his gaze upon the remaining 5, he channeled his internal energy into the bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flash of light emanated from the longbow, releasing 5 arrows formed from concentrated energy. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Zhu Hanwei reacted swiftly, propelling himself off a nearby tree. He lunged forward just as an arrow grazed his calf, embedding itself into the adjacent tree. Wincing from the pain, Zhu Hanwei landed not far from Su 12. The others, however, were not so fortunate. They fell one by one, pierced by the arrows, lifeless on the ground. With only one person remaining, the hawk-nosed man ceased firing arrows and approached Zhu Hanwei with a sinister grin. You reacted quickly, boy, but as prey. You must comprehend your fate. How shall I end your life? He raised his hand, resting his chin upon it, his expression one of twisted amusement. Zhu Hanwei, nursing his injured leg, found himself unable to flee. As he turned to face the hawk-nosed man, fear coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Senior brother, I have already surrendered my storage bag to you. As a fellow disciple of Yun's sect, I beg you, spare my life. Struggling to muster courage, Zhu Hanwei pleaded desperately. Oh, spare your life, you clever little fatso. Yet, lacking talent, you dare to pursue cultivation? Isn't that akin to courting death? Yes. Senior brother is right. I will return home and never cultivate again. Zhu Hanwei knelt, repeatedly begging for mercy. The brutal nature of the trial far exceeded his expectations, leaving him with profound trauma. His only thought was to survive. Return home? Regrettably, I find no reason to let you go. Seeing the glimmer of hope in Zhu Hanwei's eyes, the hawk-nosed man let out a chilling laugh, and the longbow gleamed ominously, the arrowhead aimed directly at Zhu Hanwei, shattering his hopes mercilessly. Before joining Yun's sect, he was a notorious bandit, mercilessly taking lives. During one robbery, he encountered a gravely injured cultivator and subsequently became a rogue. Later, by a twist of fate, he joined Yun's sect, becoming a disciple of Chaoyang Peak. Over the years, he appeared amiable but secretly eliminated numerous fellow disciples to amass treasures. For him, the thrill of killing lay in the torment inflicted, relishing the sight of despair in his victim's final moments. You, monster, what you are doing will surely bring about your own retribution. What nonsense is this? Cultivation, trials, and the slaughter of one's own kind. What is this, if not the work of demons? Zhu Hanwei's heart plummeted into an abyss, and he collapsed onto the ground. His voice raw as he cried out, Shout! Shout! This is the essence of being prey. Alas, even if you scream until your throat bleeds, no one will come to your aid. The hawk-nosed man grinned wider, his smile radiant with malice. Saying this, he drew the bowstring with force, channeling his energy into a luminous arrow aimed at Zhu Hanwei's forehead. Zhu Hanwei sat on the ground, his voice abruptly silenced, his mouth agape. A visage of terror and despair etched across his face. Bang! At the critical moment, a sword light sliced through the air, intercepting the arrow. Stop! A powerful shout erupted as Su 12 burst forth from the underbrush. The others had perished too swiftly for Su 12 to intervene. and he had not intended to save anyone. However, Zhu Hanwei was different. They hailed from the same hometown and shared the same sect. Moreover, had it not been for the transaction with Zhu Hanwei that had provided him 2 martial arts manuals, he could not confidently claim victory over the errant disciple and the sword-wielding youth. For both emotional and logical reasons, he had every justification to step in. The sudden turn of events startled both Zhu Hanwei and the hawk-nosed man. Upon hearing assistance, Zhu Hanwei's spirit soared, and he quickly turned to see the newcomer. Senior Brother 12? But upon recognizing Su 12, his expression fell, his face a mask of despair. In his eyes, Su 12 was merely a third-stage Qi refinement cultivator. He could not fathom how anyone with such a level could stand a chance against the hawk-nosed man. The flicker of hope extinguished once more. Zhu Hanwei sank into utter hopelessness. No, I cannot escape. But 12 is risking himself for my sake. I cannot drag him down with me. Gritting his teeth, he shouted urgently, Senior Brother 12, you must flee. You are no match for him. Run. When you return home, please check on my father. He is the town mayor. Huh. A mere third-stage Qi refinement brat dares to stand up for someone? Do you not think it too late to flee now? Since you are here, you shall become my new prey. Upon seeing Su 12's cultivation level, the hawk-nosed man scoffed, his eyes igniting with a fervent desire for a new plaything. Prey? Su 12 scoffed coldly. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from sight, employing a swift step technique to reappear behind the hawk-nosed man. The white mist sword gleamed in his hand, striking down mercilessly towards his foe. He had cultivated a breath-holding technique so profound that even the peak master of Tianyin Peak, Shun Miaoyin, could not see through it, let alone the man before him. Feigning a third-stage Qi refinement level was a tactical ploy to lower his opponent's guard, setting the stage for this very moment. Wait. You're not just a third-stage Qi refinement. What a cunning little rat. The sudden sense of danger from behind sent chills down the hawk-nosed man's spine. In a moment of desperation, he hurled a black orb into the air. The orb spun ominously, unleashing a chilling black wind that enveloped him. Zhu Hanwei, still seated and astonished by Su 12's swiftness and efficiency, shouted a warning upon seeing the hawk-nosed man release the black orb. 12, be careful. That treasure can damage artifacts. An hour prior, the hawk-nosed man had used that very item to ambush a 6th-stage Qi refinement brother. Damage artifacts? Kill a 6th-stage Qi refinement cultivator? Su 12's heart raced in alarm. Before he could fully comprehend the implications, he felt the white mist sword in his hand grow heavy, as though it had struck a quagmire. Realizing that a surprise attack was no longer feasible, he acted without hesitation, casting a fireball while drawing his white mist sword, swiftly creating distance from the hawk-nosed man. Gazing at the white mist sword, he finally understood what Zhu Hanwei had meant by damaged artifacts. The sword, once pristine, now bore rust and pockmarks, its luminescence dimmed. Should it suffer further, it would surely be rendered useless. Chapter 46. The crucial matter is that you are dead. What a sinister artifact. Caught off guard, I was unable to gain the upper hand. If this was a deliberate scheme, it is indeed possible to ambush someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Su 12 sighed inwardly, gazing at his opponent with palpable wariness. You wish to launch a surprise attack on me? Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. Initially, I thought a target at the 3rd level of Qi refinement would be lacking in challenge. To my surprise, you are at the 5th level. How intriguing. The man with the hawk-like nose sneered, shaking his head as he extended his tongue to lick his lips. As he spoke, the ominous winds surrounding him dissipated, and he swiftly turned, drawing back the longbow in his hand. 6 radiant arrows shot forth, hurtling through the air in an instant. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, fully prepared. The moment the arrows descended, he activated the ice shield, which expanded against the wind, positioning itself before him. Such an onslaught was insufficient to breach the ice shield's defenses. He intended to seize the opportunity presented by this wave of attacks to counterstrike. However, just as the arrows were about to land, his pupils constricted slightly, and an uneasy premonition washed over him. No, this is wrong. With a swift change of thought, he summoned a fierce gust of wind, propelling himself upward. Boom. In the next moment, the arrows struck the ground, exploding with a resounding crash, sending dirt flying and trees toppling. Immediately, a massive pit appeared in the earth. What kind of bow is this? Its power is astonishing. Su 12 inhaled sharply, realizing that had he not noticed the cold smirk on his opponent's face and dodged in time, he would have sustained grievous injuries, if not death. An exquisite offensive artifact is one thing, but to possess a superior defensive artifact as well? Youngster, you seem to possess quite a few treasures. The hawk-nosed man furrowed his brow, verbally dismissing Su 12 as mere prey. Yet, When he took action, he unleashed his most formidable techniques. To his surprise, however, his intentions were detected. This realization irked him, but when he beheld the ice-blue ice shield, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. He possessed numerous treasures. Yet only the wind pearl was of superior quality, while the rest were merely inferior artifacts. Moreover, defensive artifacts are exceedingly rare. Fixating intently on Su 12 suspended in midair, he resolutely nocked another arrow, unleashing 6 more radiant arrows. These arrows lacked the previous threat. Yet Su 12 dared not underestimate his opponent, who appeared deranged yet was, in reality, quite calculating. He navigated through the air with remarkable agility, employing wind manipulation techniques, shadowless steps, and cloud-treading boots. In an instant, Su 12 moved like a specter, appearing alternately in front of and behind the man. Die. Suddenly, Su 12 uttered a low shout, swinging his sword with purpose. The white mist sword, charged with his true essence, emitted a dazzling sword light. Do you think the same trick will work again? The hawk-nosed man snorted coldly, once again directing the wind pearl. This time, the ominous wind surged towards Su 12 head-on. Yet, before the wind could envelop Su 12, the man's expression shifted drastically. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of muffled sounds, 7 soul-piercing nails, controlled by Su 12's telekinetic abilities, approached silently. As the opponent was wholly focused on manipulating the wind, Su 12 exerted force, driving the nails into his back. The soul-piercing nails are superior artifacts imbued with potent poison. Even with the hawk-nosed man's formidable strength, upon being struck, he immediately weakened and collapsed to the ground. The ominous wind dissipated, revealing a dark, sinister pearl that fell to the earth. How can this be possible? An artifact of the concealed weapon variety that is superior? Who are you? The hawk-nosed man hastily retrieved a soul-piercing nail, holding it in his hand, his expression shifting once more in shock. Disciples participating in the trial are typically either newcomers or servant disciples. These individuals lack the strength to possess many valuable items. To have even a medium-grade artifact is remarkable. Possessing a superior artifact makes one exceedingly wealthy. Su 12 has both an offensive and a defensive superior artifact, nearly causing him to drop his jaw in disbelief. He would never have imagined that there could be a superior concealed weapon artifact as well. If he had known this earlier, he would have fled rather than entangle himself with Su 12. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you are dead, Su 12 stated coldly, raising his sword. No, The hawk-nosed man widened his eyes, attempting to say something. However, as he opened his mouth, he felt a chill at his neck, and the world spun around him. A gaping wound appeared on his neck. With a single stroke, he severed the head, ensuring his opponent was truly dead. Only then did Su 12 step forward to collect the man's belongings, proficiently casting a fireball spell to eliminate the body. Zhuhanwei, how do you feel? Not hurrying to inspect the items, Su 12 turned to the side to regard the plump Zhuhanwei. Zhuhanwei stared blankly at the remnants of the hawk-nosed man's corpse, unable to believe that the nightmarish figure had perished so easily, reduced to mere ashes. The most crucial aspect was that it was Su 12 who had slain him. It is known that Su 12 had joined the Yungu sect at the same time as him, and moreover, Su 12's aptitude was not necessarily superior to his own. Although he had long perceived Su 12 as extraordinary, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Could it be that he has encountered some fortuitous event? But what sort of encounter could render him so formidable? Surely, even Hanyu, the most favored by the peak leader, could not be this powerful. Zhuhanwei marveled quietly. And upon hearing a sound, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su 12, saying, "Rest assured, Senior Brother 12, I am fine." As he spoke, he waved his hand, though the wound on his leg caused his mouth to twitch in pain. "This small recovery pill is for you. There is less than a month left in the trial, so be cautious moving forward." Su 12 nodded indifferently, tossing a low-grade recovery pill, sourced from some unfortunate soul's storage bag. Having completed these tasks, he turned to leave. Zhuhanwei grasped the pill in his hand and unhesitatingly swallowed it. Grateful, he gazed at Su 12's retreating figure, his eyes flickering as he gritted his teeth and limped after him. "Senior Brother 12, wait for me." Do you have something to say?" Su 12 halted, looking at him with an expression devoid of emotion. "Senior Brother, you saved my life, and I owe you a debt beyond measure. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, and I will follow your lead," Zhuhanwei declared, patting his chest with emotion. His cultivation was originally not high, and with his injuries, without protection, In the remaining days, he would likely either be killed by others or fall prey to the claws of a beast. For him, the best course of action was to find a powerful ally. He could not cling to Han Yu or Xiao Yu's favor anymore in the sect. The only person he could consider was the one before him. Su 12 had willingly intervened to save him in a moment of crisis, clearly displaying commendable character. In that fleeting moment, he had come to a profound understanding. To follow your lead? Not necessary. Su 12 narrowed his eyes and decisively shook his head. He was not foolish and understood that the other merely sought a strong backing to survive until the trial concluded. He had little interest in such matters. Chapter 47. The trial concludes. Senior brother, I am aware that my abilities are lacking, and I cannot be of much assistance in combat. However, I excel in other areas. You, senior brother, clearly seek enlightenment and the enhancement of your strength. I can take care of many trivial matters within the sect, such as purchasing items and gathering intelligence. Despite Su Shi'er's refusal, Zhu Hanwei did not relent, smiling brightly as he spoke. He understood the principle of leveraging one's strengths. Gathering intelligence. Su Shi'er was about to hasten his departure, but suddenly reconsidered upon hearing this. There was a master behind that cloaked figure, and his origins were unknown. To exact revenge. Strength was undoubtedly important, but possessing sufficient information was equally crucial. It was impractical for him to simultaneously enhance his own power and conduct investigations. Moreover, that cloaked figure knew his name, which posed a constant risk of exposure. Many matters were not suitable for him to handle personally. With this in mind, Su Shi'er formulated a plan. Let us find a secluded place and wait for the trial to conclude. Excellent. I know just the spot. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed with delight. Nodding eagerly. 30 miles west, there is a cave. Su Shi'er nodded in agreement. Let us proceed there. Given your strength, it is commendable that you have made it this far. Zhu Hanwei shook his head, a rueful smile on his face. Senior brother, I hardly possess such capability. During the trial, disciples of my low cultivation level are not taken seriously by others. When faced with formidable opponents, I simply lower my head and allow them to inspect my storage bag to leave unscathed. Su Shi'er reflected on this. Indeed, the disciples who came here were all in pursuit of rare treasures. The likelihood of low-level disciples discovering valuable items was exceedingly slim. Then why were you pursued by that individual earlier? Su Shi'er inquired further. Zhu Hanwei grimaced as he recounted the troubling event. A few days ago, disciples from Tianhua Peak, for reasons unknown, went on a rampage, hunting down disciples from other peaks indiscriminately. Regardless of their cultivation levels, anyone they encountered was met with violence. The entire trial area descended into chaos as all manner of creatures emerged, and we low-level disciples found ourselves in peril, relentlessly pursued. Rumor has it that someone stole their belongings, but no one knows who was responsible. The more Zhu Hanwei spoke, the more frustrated he became. Feeling that he was a victim of an unwarranted calamity, Su Shi'er quickly realized the need to change the subject, suppressing a smirk at the unfortunate turn of events. An hour later, the two arrived at a hidden cave. After returning Zhu Hanwei's storage bag and giving him 10 ordinary second-tier spiritual materials, Su Shi'er settled into a corner of the cave and began to meditate. With an abundance of spiritual materials at his disposal, he recognized that having Zhu Hanwei as a formal disciple would greatly benefit him, not in a hurry to cultivate. He took the time to assess the spoils from the hawk-nosed man. He found no fewer than 50 storage bags, nearly 200 spiritual materials, and a total of 11 inferior-grade magical artifacts. However, their quality was too subpar to catch his interest. As he organized the assorted items, his gaze fell upon the last 3 possessions. The first was a long bow used by the hawk-nosed man, a deep azure bow inscribed with the words Tianlang Bao. Although merely an inferior-grade artifact, its rarity among bow-type artifacts lent it some value. The bow could condense true essence into attacking arrows, comparable in power to fire control techniques, albeit with slightly lesser energy consumption. Yet, this alone could not account for the astonishing power it had displayed. Su Shi'er narrowed his eyes, vividly recalling the incredible arrow shot by the hawk-nosed man, which rivaled the might of a top-tier artifact's full force, perhaps even surpassing it by a fraction. His attention shifted to the second item beside it, a quiver containing 3 glossy black arrows. The arrows shimmered ominously, inscribed with the words explosive arrow. They radiated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Explosive arrows. A one-time use superior-grade artifact. No wonder their power was exceptional. Su Shi'er inhaled deeply, his expression brightening. At a glance, he understood that these arrows were the source of that formidable assault. He had witnessed the explosive arrow's might firsthand, They were undoubtedly a trump card. When paired with the long bow, their offensive capability would be utterly unexpected. With this addition, he had yet another means of self-preservation. With a subtle smile, Shi'er stowed the two items in his storage ring, then turned his gaze to the final item, a black orb. The orb was entirely ebony, emanating a chilling aura, and felt frigid to the touch. As he attempted to infuse it with true essence, he immediately sensed that it contained a cluster of sinister black sand. The black sand occupied only a third of the orb's volume and became particularly restless under his true essence's influence, eager to be unleashed. This black sand was intriguing, though it appeared to be a consumable item. Nevertheless, he deemed it sufficient for critical moments. Contemplating silently, Shi'er also stored the wind of darkness orb away before taking out a jus fruit and consuming it, resuming his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and over 30 days elapsed. One morning, Shi'er opened his eyes, feeling the richness of his spiritual energy. Having refined a jus fruit and dedicated over 20 days to rigorous practice, he had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement. Savoring the abundant true essence within his dantian, a smile crept across his face, betraying his joy. In just 5 short years, he had reached this level of cultivation. Even the most formidable geniuses within the sect could hardly claim such advancement. Yet, he was merely a humble individual with a mixed spiritual root. Senior brother, the teleportation talisman is fully charged. We can depart. At the cave's entrance, upon seeing Shi'er awaken, Zhu Hanwei excitedly proclaimed, clutching a teleportation talisman. Not in haste. I need to organize my belongings first, Shi'er replied nonchalantly, remaining seated as he began to catalog all of his resources. He intended to consolidate all his most valuable and crucial items within his storage ring. This ring was a remarkable asset, more convenient than a storage bag, and it remained undetectable, emitting no trace of energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, at the Yungu sect, over a dozen figures soared through the air, arriving successively at the valley where the ancient teleportation array was set up. They exchanged glances, foregoing unnecessary chatter. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, they began to infuse their true essence into the formation. The earth trembled as the immense ancient array re-emerged before their eyes. Subsequently, they gazed upon the formation, their expressions tinged with anxiety. After all, they were venturing to a new location, sending forth disciples of relatively low cultivation. The uncertainty of how much resources they could bring back weighed heavily on their minds. The quantity of resources acquired would directly impact the future development of their respective peaks, making them direct beneficiaries of the outcome. Furthermore, considerable resources had been expended for this trial, leading to a myriad of thoughts among the gathered individuals. Chapter 48. Gradual Return. Senior Brother Liu, you appear quite anxious. It seems you are aware that this wager is already lost. The master of Tianhua Peak, Fu Boren, chuckled as he cast a derisive glance at Lu Mingstone. Lost? You old fool, no one has even emerged yet, so what are you so smug about? Lu Mingstone rolled his eyes, glaring at Fu Boren with irritation. As mentioned, he felt particularly tense. The outcome of this expedition was crucial to him and Tianhua Peak's wager. Losing the Han Jade was trivial. The real concern was that if they were to lose this, the people from Luofu Peak would face great embarrassment. Fu Boren was about to speak when suddenly an elder shouted, "Someone is coming out." No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than the ancient teleportation array erupted with brilliance. As the light flickered, 35 figures appeared at the center of the formation. These individuals, calm and composed, gathered together as if they were a united front. Their bodies bore the marks of battle, clothes tattered and stained with blood, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. Upon their emergence, the 35 quickly surveyed their surroundings before their gazes fell upon the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak. They hastened towards him, respectfully bowing before standing silently behind him. The Grand Elder stroked his beard gently, nodding slightly at the group, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Tianshu Peak had sent in 35, and 35 had returned. The other peak masters and elders exchanged astonished glances, their eyelids twitching in surprise. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation array glimmered once more, and disciples from various peaks began to appear in succession. Among these disciples, only a few were solitary figures. The majority emerged in small groups, all bearing some degree of injury, some severely wounded, even with broken limbs, a sight most tragic. Their expressions varied, some beamed with joy, unable to contain their smiles, while others hung their heads in dejection, and a few were expressions of sheer relief, thankful to have returned. These individuals quickly sought out their respective peaks and returned promptly. The peak masters and elders maintained their composure, showing no signs of emotional response to the arrival of the disciples. An hour later, more than half of the disciples had returned, with Luofu Peak being the exception. Behind Lu Ming Stone, only 5 junior disciples emerged, each wearing a gloomy expression, clearly indicating their meager returns. Observing this scene, Fu Boren immediately spoke with a smile. "Senior Brother Lu, I recall that your Luofu Peak had over 100 disciples participating in the trials, correct? Why have so few returned?" He chuckled. "This new trial must be exceedingly difficult. If I were you, I would suggest that Luofu Peak forego the next trial altogether." Gazing at the numbers returning from other peaks, and then at the few straggling behind him, Lu Mingstone's wrinkled face had already contorted into a frown. However, hearing Fu Boren's remarks, he snorted dismissively, "Humph. Not everyone has emerged yet. What is the rush? Brother, you really ought to temper your stubbornness, given the current situation. Even if everyone returns, I fear there won't be many left from Luofu Peak," Fu Boren replied with a grin, his gaze sweeping across the array in search of something. Lu Mingstone's expression darkened, ready to retort further. Just then, another wave of light illuminated the array. Lu Mingstone anxiously turned to look, only to have his face fall as he beheld the weary figures emerging, led by a disciple clad in red, all appearing dejected as they approached the members of Tianhua Peak. Yi Liangchuan, wielding the purple thunder sword, walked at the forefront, his demeanor fraught with worry. Initially delighted to see Yi Liangchuan and the others returning alive, Fu Boren's expression soon shifted upon noticing their grim countenances. Had something gone awry? He was about to summon Yi Liangchuan for an inquiry when Lu Mingstone's voice pierced his thoughts. "Fu Boren, you allowed your disciple to participate in the trials with a low-grade spirit weapon." Lu Mingstone's gaze fixated on the inferior spirit weapon in Yi Liangchuan's hand, leaving no room to observe the expressions of the others. His remark drew the attention of the peak leaders, who exchanged surprised glances. Bringing such treasures to the trials was akin to cheating. Fu Boren, hearing the accusation, momentarily set aside his curiosity about the situation. Noticing the purple thunder sword was intact, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Lu Mingstone, he replied cheerfully, "Brother, the trial regulations never stated that spirit weapons were prohibited. You can still concede now to avoid a humiliating defeat later." "Bah, it's just a spirit weapon. Do you genuinely believe you've already secured victory? One might think your disciple was wielding an immortal artifact." Lu Mingstone's expression grew increasingly sour as he anxiously eyed the teleportation array, his retorts relentless. As he spoke, 2 more beams of light flickered across the array, revealing a dashing pair, a man and a woman. Both looked shaken, their bodies marred with injuries. And even the 2 swords they had previously carried were nowhere to be seen, indicating they too had faced a fierce battle. Upon their emergence, they directed their gazes towards Lu Mingstone and swiftly made their way to Luofu Peak. Seeing them, Lu Mingstone visibly relaxed, the tension in his heart easing momentarily. "How did it go?" he inquired once Hanyu and Shi'er returned. Hanyu, covered in dirt, opened his mouth to speak but remained silent. "Not very optimistic." Shi'er replied with a wry smile and a shake of her head. "No matter, the fact that you returned alive is what matters most. You've both worked hard." Lu Mingstone said, his expression stiffening, the weight of disappointment settling deeper within him. Yet he quickly rallied himself, patting the shoulders of the 2 in encouragement. "Not far off." Fu Boren watched with an ever-broadening grin. "Brother, it appears that Luofu Peak hasn't fared particularly well. Are you certain you wish to continue this wager?" "Humph. Look at you gloating. We have yet to reach the final moment. Are you eager to meet your fate?" Lu Mingstone rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Although he harbored little hope, conceding was out of the question. Time passed steadily. The number of disciples emerging from the array dwindled. At Tianyin Peak, 2 beautiful elder women exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed with concern. Many female disciples had already returned behind them, boasting a survival rate second only to Tianshu Peak. However, the absence of Peak Master Shen Miaoyan weighed heavily on their hearts. As the 2 grew increasingly restless, several beams of light once again illuminated the array. Among them, 2 striking figures emerged, drawing numerous gazes. One was Chu Hongwei, a female cultivator, and the other was Shen Miaoyan, known to have crossed paths with Su 12. Upon their emergence, the 2 swiftly scanned their surroundings before maintaining their composure and heading towards Tianyin Peak and Luoyan Peak, respectively. Upon seeing Shen Miaoyan, the leading elder of Tianyin Peak visibly exhaled in relief and immediately approached her, grasping her arm and inquiring with genuine concern. This scene left the other peak leaders bewildered. Although Shen Miaoyin was the peak master, she rarely made appearances, often cloaked in a treasure known as the Wash Silk Mist. Thus, despite many years of working together, they failed to recognize the enchanting beauty before them as the peak master of Tianyin Peak. Chapter 49. A review of gains. Shen Miaoyin returned to the crowd at Tianyin Peak, instinctively glancing towards the location of Luofu Peak. To her dismay, she did not catch sight of the familiar figure, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Over the years, there had been only one man with whom she had shared an intimate moment, the one who had stolen her first kiss. Although she understood that there could be no connection or entanglement with him, the absence stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her, an indescribable sensation rising to the surface. At that moment, several beams of light flickered within the formation. Shen Miaoyin instinctively looked over, her pupils narrowing slightly. However, upon realizing that they were merely the named disciples from other peaks, a wave of disappointment washed over her. As more beams of light appeared and the ancient formation began to dim, signaling its impending closure, she couldn't help but bite her lip, a sense of unease creeping in. Is something troubling you? Are you searching for someone? The elder in palace attire, noticing Shen Miaoyin's unusual demeanor, leaned in to whisper. No, I'm fine. Shen Miaoyin's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she instinctively shook her head in denial. Just then, two figures finally emerged from the formation, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief as her tension dissipated. This also caught the attention of the palace-attired elder, who turned to gaze at the formation. On the teleportation array, two young figures appeared, one plump and the other slender. They were Zhu Hanwei and Su Shi'er. It remained uncertain whether their remote location or the cave's confines were to blame, but after organizing their belongings, Su Shi'er discovered that the teleportation talisman had not responded for an inordinate amount of time. Only after a considerable delay did they realize their predicament. Fortunately, they managed to return just in time. As they emerged, the formation's light completely vanished, and with a rumbling sound, the array sank into the ground and disappeared. Being the last to arrive, all eyes in the crowd were fixed upon them. Observing that one was merely a second-layer Qi refinement disciple and the other a third-layer disciple, the onlookers were only mildly surprised that they had returned alive, soon dismissing them with a shrug. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei instinctively shrank their necks and quickly made their way to the back behind Lu Mingshi, taking their place at the end of the crowd. Senior brother, your disciples from Luofu Peak are quite remarkable, daring to participate in the trial despite being only at the second and third layers of Qi refinement. And they even managed to return alive. Truly commendable. Upon seeing Su Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei, Fu Boring immediately began to tease. Given the limited number of disciples from Luofu Peak, he couldn't fathom a reason for defeat even without a strategic plan. Lu Mingshi's face turned dark, clearly displeased, as he scoffed coldly and remained silent. As his gaze swept over Su Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei, a trace of disdain and disappointment flickered in his eyes. He had some recollection of the two, one with mixed spiritual roots and the other without any roots at all. That they had survived was no surprise. They must have hidden away as soon as they entered, waiting until now. Such disciples could hardly be expected to have any significant gains. His mood already soured. The sight of the two only added to his irritation. Were there not so many onlookers, he would have preferred to dismiss them outright. With a beaming smile, Fu Boring pressed on. Senior brother, now that everyone has returned, shall we promptly assess our gains? The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to cultivate with my 100-year-old cold jade. His words, meant to initiate a simultaneous review of each peak's harvest, drew the attention of all 5 peaks, from the peak masters to the elders and disciples, who eagerly turned their eyes towards Tianhua and Luofu peaks. Everyone was keenly interested, speculating about the outcome based on the numbers alone. No one believed that Luofu Peak stood a chance. Nevertheless, such a spectacle was rare, and they were eager to see the extent of the disparity between the two sides. Of course, one person felt otherwise. Shen Miaoyin cast a nonchalant glance at Su Shi'er, suppressing a smile. Su Shi'er, standing at the back of the crowd with a forlorn expression, seemed to signal that he had likely achieved nothing. Yet she knew that in this trial, apart from Su Shi'er, no one else had managed to gather as much as he had. Let us proceed with the inventory, Lu Mingshi said, his expression awkward, calling out in a feeble tone. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have chosen to concede earlier. The disparity in numbers felt akin to a public execution for him. Yet now that matters had reached this point, conceding would only bring more embarrassment. He could only brace himself and carry on. Then let us at Tianhua Peak make the first showing. Fu Boring laughed heartily, turning to the crowd behind him and calling out, "All right, everyone, bring forth your storage bags. Do not think of hiding anything. There are spirit detection formations in this valley, and your storage bags should bear spirit power marks. After we collect the spiritual materials, the sect will retain 50%, and the remaining will be returned to you upon your return." As Fu Boring spoke, the disciples in front of him sprang into action, retrieving their storage bags and lining up to approach him. Only then did Shi'er notice that all the storage bags were glowing with a spirit power symbol the size of a fingernail. His own storage bag was no exception. However, upon noticing the storage ring on his finger, he felt a surge of joy. This storage ring seemed plain and devoid of any spirit energy fluctuations, let alone any spirit power symbols. Could it be that the spirit detection formation could not detect this storage ring? How splendid! Thankfully, he had transferred all his valuable items into this ring beforehand. Feeling relieved, he resolved that unless the Peak Master discovered it, he would never voluntarily surrender this storage ring. With his mind made up, he continued to observe the situation at Tianhua Peak. He saw disciples diligently removing items from their storage bags and placing them on the ground. Once Fu Boring nodded, they retrieved their belongings and finally handed their storage bags to him. The disciples of Tianhua Peak, possessing commendable strength, boasted abundant gains. Only a few disciples fell short, submitting 3 or 5 spiritual materials, while most managed to find a dozen or even several dozen. Among them, a small number had astonishingly uncovered hundreds or even thousands of second-tier spiritual materials, drawing gasps from the crowd. Fu Boring, standing at the forefront, wore an ear-to-ear grin. His spirits soared even higher upon seeing Yi Liangchuan step forward, for the spiritual materials from the spirit plantation were worth thousands. Yet, Yi Liangchuan was far from pleased. He had long intended to speak with Fu Boring, but never found the opportunity. When it was his turn, he lowered his head and placed over 500 second-tier spiritual materials on the ground. 500? What in the world? Fu Boring's smile faltered, a look of confusion replacing it as he directed a questioning gaze toward him. "Master, there were unforeseen circumstances at the spirit plantation," Yi Liangchuan said dejectedly, hurriedly recounting the events that transpired. He then handed over the purple thunder sword, saying, "I have failed to fulfill my duties. Please punish me, Master." Chapter 50. The Harvest of Sushi. Fu Boring wore a stern expression, causing the temperature in the air to drop several degrees, yet he refrained from speaking immediately. The vast array of spiritual plants in the spirit garden had been unexpectedly intercepted, a scenario he had never anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the other peak leaders. His gaze lingered momentarily on the elders of Tianshu and Tianyin peaks. In his estimation, they were the most likely culprits behind such an audacious act. However, since the deed had already transpired, seeking trouble was not an option. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the Zile sword and calmly remarked, "All right, such unforeseen incidents are quite normal. You are not to blame. The fact that you managed to gather so many spiritual materials is commendable. With the sect competition looming in a decade, which would feature not only various heavenly treasures but also foundational pills," he added, "you will need to rally your fellow brothers and sisters in preparation. Rest assured, Master, I shall give my utmost effort." Yi Liangchuan exhaled in relief, fervently pledging his commitment. Fu Boring nodded, signaling for the disciples behind him to continue. Tianhua Peak, the largest in number, had dispatched over 1,000 disciples, returning with more than 500 after nearly an hour of tallying. These 500 disciples had collectively unearthed over 40,000 second-tier spiritual materials, averaging nearly 100 per person. Despite the incident at the spirit garden, Fu Boring felt satisfied with the outcome. As long as he could obtain the century-old cold jade, he remained confident in his path to achieving the golden core, thus alleviating some of the losses. Turning to Lu Mingshi, he laughed heartily. "Brother Lu, according to our prior agreement, you of the Luofu Peak must produce at least 4,000 spiritual materials to claim victory. What say you? Can you muster them?" As he spoke, the crowd shifted their attention to the direction of Luofu Peak. Such a quantity was enough to ignite the envy of the peak leaders. However, it also implied that Luofu Peak's chances of winning had grown increasingly slim. The disciples of Luofu Peak instinctively held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might provoke their peak leader's ire. Lu Mingshi, his face dark as coal, found himself at a loss for words. The harvest from Tianhua Peak had far exceeded his expectations. More than 3,000 spiritual materials? With the individuals behind him, what a jest. Gathering 300 would have been commendable. The only one seemingly unfazed was Sushi, who quietly stowed away every possible item into his storage ring. If it came to naught, it mattered little. Should fortune smile upon him, the savings would be entirely his, exempt from the sect's customary 50% tribute. Brother, why so silent? Are you conceding defeat? Fu Boren taunted. At this juncture, wouldn't it be prudent to tally your spoils for all to see? Otherwise, some may claim that Luofu Peak cannot bear the weight of defeat. Seeing Lu Mingshi remain tight-lipped, Fu Boren's grin widened. As longtime rivals, he would seize any opportunity to witness Lu Mingshi's embarrassment. Humph, you old rascal, what are you so smug about? Lu Mingshi shot Fu Boren a glare, then turned to his disciples. All right, bring forth the materials you have collected. Victory or defeat matters not. Let everyone witness whether we can stand tall. Upon concluding his words, his gaze fell upon Han Yu, who raised his chin defiantly, surveying the disciples of Tianhua Peak with palpable indignation. With a flourish, he revealed a veritable mountain of spiritual materials, 1,203 spiritual plants. Not bad at all. By personal achievement alone, you have outperformed all 7 peaks. Lu Mingshi, albeit reluctantly, offered a pat on Han Yu's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. This impressive haul drew the attention of the crowd. Though they were acutely aware that every peak possessed its own hidden trump cards, having 1 or 2 exceptional disciples was hardly surprising. As Han Yu stepped down, Shi'er presented her own collection, which paled in comparison, only 600 or so second-tier spiritual materials. The remaining miscellaneous disciples fared even worse, each revealing their meager finds, with the best among them managing a mere 30. The least fortunate was a third-level Qi refinement disciple, who had teamed up with Zhu Hanwei but found not a single spiritual material, even misplacing his storage bag. This infuriated Lu Mingshi, who fumed with irritation, yearning to chastise the hapless disciple. When it was Zhu Hanwei's turn, he quickly produced 10 spiritual materials, earning a nod of approval from Lu Mingshi. After all, for a disciple devoid of spiritual roots to amass such a quantity was indeed surprising. Soon, only Su Shi remained. Brother, is it necessary to tally the spoils for just 1 Qi refinement 3rd-level lad? Before Su Shi could present his findings, Fu Boren interjected once more. This is our affair at Luofu Peak. Your interference is unwarranted, Lu Mingshi retorted sharply. I am not meddling. Your current collection amounts to less than 2,000. Such a significant disparity. You cannot possibly expect this lad to turn the tide for you, can you? Best not waste any more time, hasten and hand over the century-old cold jade. Fu Boren urged with a smile. The outcome elicited no surprise among the crowd, their gazes shifting toward Fu Boren, with several elders displaying envious expressions. The century-old cold jade was indeed a coveted treasure, while not as valuable as a low-grade spiritual artifact. It was a rare 3rd-tier spiritual material, a treasure beyond reach. With Fu Boren's dual elemental roots being a rare sight, once he refined this cold jade, his ascension to the golden core stage would be imminent. Humph, you old rascal, are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? Even if you desire the prize, let us at Luofu Peak finish our tally first. Lu Mingshi retorted, his lips twitching in annoyance. Fully aware of his impending loss, he sought to delay, denying Fu Boren the satisfaction of a swift victory. Very well, as you wish. Fu Boren replied with unyielding cheerfulness, confident in his triumph, unperturbed by Lu Mingshi's antics. Lu Mingshi's gaze fell upon Su Shi, his demeanor far from amiable as he casually remarked, Young man, present your findings. Su Shi stepped forward at this moment. All eyes were on Lu Mingshi, rendering him a mere background figure. Lu Mingshi, intent on stalling for time to thwart Fu Boren's triumph, averted his gaze. Unfazed, Su Shi produced a multitude of storage bags, each filled to the brim. He meticulously infused his true essence into each bag, unveiling the contents. The limited space of his storage ring had necessitated this gathering, especially as it also contained the corpse of a 2nd-tier beast. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a bountiful yield. A dazzling array of spiritual materials cascaded to the ground, forming a vibrant mound. Century-old ginseng, century-old astragalus, century-old lingji. Each type numbered in the hundreds. Chapter 51. A surprising revelation heavens. Am I seeing this correctly? Such an abundance of spiritual materials. There must be at least 7 or 8,000, if not 10,000. How on earth did this young man accomplish such a feat? This is unbelievable. Tianhua Peak has lost. A sharp-eyed disciple immediately exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. In the blink of an eye, all eyes in the hall turned towards Su 12. Gazing at the towering pile of spiritual materials, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, speechless in their astonishment. The leaders of various peaks were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fu Boren, the head of Tianhua Peak, and Lu Mingshi, the head of Luofu Peak, also fixated their astonished gazes on Su 12. However, upon noticing the spiritual materials before Su 12, Lu Mingshi's surprise turned into hearty laughter. At that moment, he felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. His face beamed with joy, and he could not conceal his delight. Turning to Su 12, he found the young man increasingly pleasing to the eye. With a beaming smile, his demeanor transformed into one of warmth and kindness. In stark contrast, Fu Boring's expression was frozen in disbelief, embarrassment etched across his face. How could a wager that seemed so secure have turned so dramatically? Yi Lianchuan stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the mound of spiritual materials. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his body trembled with shock. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed him: confusion, astonishment. He hurriedly approached Fu Boring and whispered, "Master, the materials he has taken out are primarily from the spirit garden. He must have stolen from the spirit garden. The Zhu fruit must be with him." Yi Lianchuan clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in resentment. Fu Boring nodded slightly, having already realized the implications without needing further explanation. His previously flushed complexion turned ashen, his gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Su 12. "What's the matter? Old coot? Can't handle a loss and wish to make things difficult for a junior?" Lu Mingshi interjected, stepping protectively in front of Su 12. Laughing heartily as he addressed Fu Boring. The more he looked at Su 12, the more he appreciated the young man's impressive display. With so many witnesses present, it was inconceivable for Fu Boring to create trouble for Su 12. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to hide his own embarrassment. "Trouble? Brother, your arrangement is truly remarkable. It has opened my eyes. But what about those Zhu fruits? Surely, you would keep them from us?" Fu Boring retorted, his lips pursed in annoyance. He had never imagined that Luofu Peak would intercept him like this. His frustration boiled, for while other spiritual plants in the spirit garden might hold little significance, the Zhu fruits from the Zhu fruit tree were exceptionally precious. If he could refine even one or two, coupled with a century's worth of cold jade, he would have a threefold chance of achieving the strongest golden core. What arrangement? What Zhu fruit? Old coot, what are you talking about? Lu Mingshi looked at Fu Boring with confusion. Are you unaware? It seems your disciple is hiding something. Fu Boring narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Mingshi, who appeared sincere in his bewilderment. Hiding something? What nonsense! He bears no signs of possessing a storage tool to conceal anything. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, unapologetically retorting. He now regarded Su 12 as a treasure. Then it must be your disciple we should question. Young man, do you dare to claim that these spiritual materials did not originate from the spirit garden? Is the Zhu fruit tree and its fruits not in your possession? Fu Boring's gaze sharpened as he once again regarded Su 12. Spirit garden? Zhu fruit? Lu Mingshi raised an eyebrow, recalling some recent rumors. Could it be that this young man has intercepted Tianhua Peak's fortune? How did he manage that? Initially filled with doubt regarding how Su 12 could acquire such a vast quantity of spiritual materials, Lu Mingshi's curiosity was piqued once again by Fu Boring's words. He approached Su 12 with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Su 12, you need not fear. Just speak the truth about what transpired. As the Peak Master, I assure you that no one dares to harm you here. Su 12. Upon hearing Lu Mingshi call his name, Shen Miaoyin from Tianin Peak raised an eyebrow, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Su 12. So, he is named Su 12? Simultaneously, at the forefront of the crowd in Tianshu Peak, the elder with a long beard, who had been observing the unfolding drama, trembled slightly as a flicker of cold malice flashed in his eyes. Startled by Lu Mingshi suddenly calling out his name, Su 12, already on edge, felt a jolt of anxiety. He recalled the dark-clad figure from Yunj sect who knew his name. If discovered, it would spell disaster for him. He quickly scanned the crowd, primarily focusing on the Peak leaders, and upon seeing no change in expression from anyone but Fu Boring, he let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing that he needed to provide an explanation to navigate through today's events. He had already anticipated this and prepared a narrative. Master, the materials indeed came from the spirit garden, but I am unaware of any Zhu fruits. I stumbled upon a passage token to the spirit garden and collected these herbs. However, midway through, I encountered a monstrous python and had to flee. Su 12 recounted a tale of fortune and serendipity, carefully omitting his own efforts and attributing everything to luck. By the time he finished, Lu Mingshi was half convinced. After all, given Su 12's cultivation level, this explanation seemed the most plausible. Lu Mingshi nodded, observing Su 12 with a mix of exasperation and admiration. This young man was incredibly fortunate. While others toiled endlessly to find spiritual materials, he simply stumbled upon a passage token and amassed such a bounty. Many others shared Lu Mingshir's sentiments, their gazes fixed upon Su 12, filled with envy and jealousy. Who would he wish for such luck? Hanyu, however, scoffed disdainfully, tilting his head in derision. In his eyes, Su 12 was merely a timid individual who had relied on luck to reach this point. Such a person could never go far. Su 12 kept his head down, adopting an unassuming, modest demeanor, unwilling to reveal too much of his brilliance. Understanding the dynamics of the situation, Lu Mingshir promptly redirected his attention to Fu Boring, grinning broadly. Brother, I trust you heard that. Do you need me to count the number of spiritual materials for you? I warned you not to be so arrogant. Look where it has landed you. Will you hand over the purple thunder sword now, or do you intend to renege like last time? With a beaming smile, Lu Mingshir shook his head, reveling in his triumph. Chapter 52, The Grand Elder's Desire to Take a Disciple? Fu Borin pursed his lips, his face displaying extreme displeasure, with his eyes nearly bloodshot. The purple thunder sword had just returned to his hands, and it felt as though it hadn't even warmed up yet. Humph. Rest assured, senior brother. My word is my bond. This purple thunder sword is yours. Gritting his teeth, he made a painful decision to toss the sword away. If he were to backtrack after betting privately, he could bear it, but in front of so many witnesses, retracting his promise would ruin his reputation entirely. Pluck. This purple thunder sword is indeed impressive. It is evident that junior brother has worked hard. Lu Mingshir fondled the purple thunder sword in his hands, savoring the power of the spiritual weapon, truly reluctant to part with it. At the same time, he did not miss the opportunity to tease Fu Borin a few times. Humph. You are merely lucky to have encountered such a disciple. If it were up to me, this spiritual weapon should rightfully belong to him. Fu Borin let out a muffled grunt, his eyes darting before he suddenly said, This lad will be generously rewarded when I return. As for you, it seems you are truly bored, meddling in others' affairs? Lu Mingshir rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Generously rewarded? With what treasures from your Luofu peak? Don't you feel the heat from holding onto this spiritual weapon? Fu Borin smiled broadly, turning the tables on Lu Mingshir. He would not miss any chance to vex Lu Mingshir. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshir's expression immediately darkened. Luofu Peak was indeed the weakest among the 7 peaks, lacking any significant treasures. Fu Borin's public remark was clearly malicious, placing Lu Mingshir in a difficult position. Just then, the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, A low-grade spiritual weapon is far too precious for a chi-refining disciple. It could prove detrimental. I happen to have an extra fine-grade magic tool. Why not give it to this young man as a reward? As he spoke, the Grand Elder stepped forward to Lu Mingshir and raised his hand, revealing a measuring tool radiating a faint orange glow about an arm's length in length. The Yuanyang ruler. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Mingshir's eyelids twitched as he hastily inquired. The Yuanyang ruler was no ordinary item. Not only was it a fine-grade magic tool, but it was also crafted from the rare Yuanyang stone. It was a treasure of utmost yang energy, capable of protecting its bearer and countering evil spirits and demonic flames. If combined with Lioli gold and second-grade yang fire, it could at least be transformed into a low-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Mingshir could not believe that such a magic tool could simply be deemed as surplus. At this moment, all eyes in the room turned towards the Grand Elder, perplexed by his intentions. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, smiling calmly before saying, There is no need for Peak Master Lu to be anxious. This Yuanyang ruler is a special reward given to this young man in the name of the sect. Of course, I have a personal interest as well. I find this child to have potential and wish to take him as my disciple. However, I wonder if Peak Master Lu would be willing to part with this disciple? What? The Grand Elder wishes to take him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present immediately fell upon Su Shi'er, eager to discern what merits this young man possessed to catch the Grand Elder's attention. However, no matter how one looked at it, he appeared to be an ordinary disciple, with an unremarkable appearance and mediocre talent, merely a common errand boy. Was it simply due to his good fortune in acquiring so many spiritual materials? Such luck seemed implausible. For a moment, envy swept through the crowd. Tianshu Peak was renowned for nurturing the most talented disciples and providing the best treatment. The Grand Elder held a supreme position within the Yungu sect, second only to the sect master. While there were many elders across the peaks, there was only one Grand Elder for the entire sect. To become a disciple under the Grand Elder would be an immense honor. Su Shi'er's heart raced, standing frozen in disbelief. The Grand Elder's sudden proposal took him completely off guard. Lu Mingshir's lips twitched, equally astonished. How could this lad, with such shockingly poor qualifications, have caught the Grand Elder's eye? Could it be that the Grand Elder had misjudged him? No, I must clarify this. With this thought in mind, Lu Mingshi quickly whispered, Grand Elder, you might not be aware, but this young man's qualifications are rather lacking. The Grand Elder, however, remained unfazed. Responding earnestly, Peak Master Lu is jesting. When I entered the Immortal sect, my qualifications were also the worst. Yet, I still achieved foundation establishment, did I not? In our pursuit of cultivation, talent is merely one aspect. Temperament and opportunity are equally crucial. From this young man, I see a reflection of my own past. Hearing this, Lu Mingshi was rendered speechless. This lad had first stumbled upon a fortune, unexpectedly acquiring a wealth of spiritual materials, and now he was being favored by the Grand Elder. Was he truly blessed with such extraordinary luck? What a joke. Who in this world could consistently be so fortunate? Fortunately, the Grand Elder's interest lay solely in this young man, and he did not intend to set his sights on Hanyu. So there was no need to undermine his authority. Lu Mingshi's gaze shifted, and he nodded, saying, in that case, I have no objections. It ultimately depends on his own desires. After saying this, he turned to Shi'er and added, Shi'er, you heard that. What are your thoughts? The benefits of Tianshu Peak far surpass those of our Luofu Peak. Shi'er stood there, appearing dazed, yet internally he was lamenting. The black-clad figures lurking in the shadows kept him on high alert, as though walking on thin ice. The Grand Elder's remarks about fate were not entirely unfounded. Yet the notion of fortune falling from the sky seemed dubious. He could tell others that it was all luck, but deep down, he understood the risks he had taken to obtain those spiritual materials. The Grand Elder bore a physique entirely different from those black-clad individuals, yet upon closer examination, his voice bore a hint of similarity. At this moment, Shi'er was consumed by anxiety, feeling unworthy to accept the Grand Elder's offer. Shi'er, if you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. Taking a disciple is a matter of mutual consent. The Grand Elder is not coercing you, Lu Mingshi remarked. Surprised that Shi'er stood there in a daze without responding immediately, Shi'er's body trembled, and he quickly adopted a demeanor of humble surprise. Retracting his neck and earnestly stating, to be recognized by the Grand Elder is a great honor for me. However, since I joined the Yungu sect, I have grown up in Luofu Peak, and the Peak Master has shown me deep affection. In my heart, I have long regarded Luofu Peak as my home. Although Tianshu Peak is splendid, it is not my family. I fear I must decline the Grand Elder's kind offer today. Shi'er endeavored to present himself as harmless as possible. He was acutely aware that publicly rejecting the Grand Elder's request would surely offend him. However, there was no point in fearing the unknown, compared to his own life, even if it meant offending someone of higher status. It was unlikely that an elder would act against him overtly. Yet, if the Grand Elder truly was one of those black-clad figures with ulterior motives, then entering his fold would be akin to walking into a den of tigers. Chapter 53, The Recognized Disciple of the Grand Elder. To everyone's astonishment, this young man actually rejected the opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. Su-12's reaction was completely unexpected for all present. Many disciples widened their eyes, wishing they could take on Su-12's role. Typically, when faced with such an opportunity, ordinary disciples would eagerly agree without a second thought. What was wrong with this young man? How could he forfeit such a splendid chance? Lu Mingshi squinted, feeling increasingly perplexed, while others were oblivious. He was well aware of the underlying circumstances. Since entering the sect, Su-12 had been assigned to guard the abandoned pill room. There was no deep bond involved. However, in front of so many witnesses, he could not voice his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and nodded amiably, even obligingly informing the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, it seems I must disappoint you. Upon being rejected publicly, a fleeting glint of anger flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, but he concealed it masterfully, ensuring no one else noticed. He maintained his smile and continued, no matter. The disciple's attachment to the peak signifies that Lu Feng manages it well. Since this is the case, I shall not impose. However, a priceless treasure is easily acquired, yet a worthy successor is rare. Ultimately, I must find someone to inherit my legacy. Thus, I shall take you as my recognized disciple, while you remain a member of Luofu Peak. What say you? With that, the Grand Elder turned to Su-12, his words seemingly a question but delivered with an undeniable authority. Su-12's heart raced, if he had merely suspected earlier. He was now almost certain that the Grand Elder, regardless of any connection to the mysterious figure in black, had ulterior motives. However, given the situation, to refuse again would be exceedingly impolite. Quickly composing himself, Su-12 feigned excitement and expressed his gratitude. To be appreciated by the Grand Elder is a tremendous honor for me. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. With that, he bowed several times, performing the formal gesture of apprenticeship. Regardless of the Grand Elder's true intentions, he could only navigate this moment and plan his next steps later. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his face lighting up with joy. Excellent. From this day forth, you are my disciple, Gutian Chuan. This exquisite Yuan Yang, a supreme artifact, is a reward from the sect. Additionally, this silver sword, a high-grade artifact, is a personal gift from me to you. As he spoke, the Grand Elder cheerfully assisted Su 12, presenting him with a Yuan Yang radiating orange spiritual light and a gleaming silver flying sword. Su 12 received the treasures with both hands, bowing again in respect before rising and pretending to be overjoyed as he stowed the artifacts in his sword pouch. This scene ignited envy among all the disciples present. They watched with fiery eyes, wishing they could be in Su 12's position. How could he reject such an opportunity only to be accepted as a recognized disciple and gifted two precious items? High-grade artifacts were one thing, but a supreme artifact was beyond the reach of most foundation-building masters. When did having poor talent become a stroke of luck? What extraordinary fortune was this? At that moment, the others could only lament why the chosen one was not themselves. Although Su 12 was unaware of their thoughts, he could discern their envious gazes. An amused yet incredulous smile crept upon his face. While the two treasures were indeed impressive, he would have preferred the Grand Elder's attention to fall on someone else. With his mediocre talents, being in the spotlight was hardly beneficial. His singular desire was to proceed discreetly, elevate his cultivation swiftly, and seek vengeance on the figure in black for his grandfather and the villagers. Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation or within the sect, you may always seek my guidance, the Grand Elder said with a smile before turning back to his position at Tian Shu Peak. Next, it was time for the remaining 5 peaks to tally their gains. Tianhua Peak, having lost face, felt embarrassed to linger any longer. Fu Boren summoned the flying boat and swiftly departed with his disciples. Lu Mingshi followed suit, releasing his flying sword. The trial had yielded far more for Luofu Peak than anticipated, and Lu Mingshi had even acquired a low-grade spirit weapon. While pleased, he refrained from being ostentatious, choosing to leave discreetly. With Su 12 now recognized as a disciple of the Grand Elder Gutian Chuan, his status rose significantly. Lu Mingshi called him to the forefront of the flying sword, offering him a few words of guidance. 12. It seemed you were not particularly eager to accept the Grand Elder as your master? Lu Mingshi inquired quietly, pulling Su 12 aside. He was no fool. In his view, Su 12's earlier claims were untenable. Unable to question him earlier, he felt compelled to clarify now. Master, every word I spoke was the truth. Su 12 insisted earnestly. Every word? You claim I placed you in the abandoned pill room out of deep affection? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes. Indeed, master. I initially felt resentment about being placed in the abandoned pill room. However, I gained much experience there. Moreover, senior sister Xiaoyu took the time to check on me, showing genuine concern. She is your granddaughter, and I hold that kindness close to my heart. While Su 12 felt indifferent towards Lu Mingshi, he held a deep gratitude for Xiaoyu. Under scrutiny, he naturally deflected the attention onto her. Oh, I see. You should stay at Luofu Peak and rest assured. I shall not treat you unfairly. Lu Mingshi nodded with a smile, dispelling his earlier concerns. Although he did not place great importance on Su 12, he no longer viewed him with disdain. The two continued their quiet exchange, while the other disciples looked on with envy. Standing off to the side, Hanyu felt a pang of discomfort. Proud by nature and still young, he felt a sense of loss witnessing this scene, as if concern was being diverted away from him. Yet, in that moment, no one cared about their emotions, nor did they spare a thought for those disciples who had tragically perished during the trial. Upon returning to Luofu Peak, Su 12 and the other 5 disciples, under Lu Mingshi's witness, officially became disciples of Luofu Peak. Each received a new identity plate, adorned in splendid azure robes, along with low-grade spatial artifacts, storage pouches. The remaining matter was to collect their respective resources from the pill pavilion in a few days. Naturally, during collection, the disciples could opt to exchange their resources for equivalent finished pills. For many disciples, second-tier spiritual herbs remained exceedingly precious. After arranging these matters and offering a few final instructions, Lu Mingshi dismissed the group, departing with Hanyu and Xiaoyu. Emerging from the main hall, Su 12 did not return to the abandoned pill room, but instead made his way to the designated living quarters for formal disciples of Luofu Peak. Here, numerous individual courtyards were neatly arranged in a square layout. This was the privilege of official disciples, each receiving their own private residence. In contrast, the miscellaneous disciples were relegated to shared rooms, with only those with wealth or connections able to afford a single room. The difference in treatment was stark. Su-12 was assigned a small courtyard, and, at his request, he would continue to oversee the abandoned pill room. Chapter 54. Selecting treasures at the treasure pavilion. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Su-12 was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he silently organized the recent events that had unfolded. The Grand Elder had taken him as a disciple and bestowed treasures upon him, which undoubtedly held unusual intentions. Fortunately, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he would not make any moves against Su-12 in the near term. However, to be prudent, he resolved that he could not return to the alchemical chamber or tamper with the mysterious alchemical furnace until he discerned the Elder's true motives. Regardless of whether the Elder was connected to the shadowy figures, the matter of those cloaked individuals required Zhu Hanwei to investigate discreetly. Although Zhu Hanwei's strength was rather mediocre, he could likely glean some information from the outer disciples. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 grasped the Yuan Yang and the silver light sword, activating his heavenly eye technique to scrutinize them closely. In his eyes, both treasures emanated pure spiritual energy and shone brilliantly, without revealing any flaws. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, placing the two treasures into his sword pouch and deliberately relocating them to the adjacent room. He then retrieved the last Zhu fruit from his storage ring, consumed it, and began his meditation. At this juncture, his cultivation technique had evolved from the foundational breathing method of the sect to the lesser Zhou Tian Qi refinement technique. The 12-fold Qi refinement method was firmly ingrained in his mind, impossible to forget. However, advancing through the lesser Zhou Tian Qi refinement technique required significantly more true essence than the sect's standard methods. Yet, in pursuit of a greater probability of foundation establishment, Su-12 gritted his teeth and continued his arduous cultivation. A month had swiftly passed since the trial concluded. Throughout this time, the Grand Elder showed no inclination to seek him out. After refining the last Zhu fruit, Su-12's cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Nonetheless, his innate talent was lacking and subsequent advancements became exceedingly sluggish. Prior to the trial, he had exhausted all his Qi gathering pills, and now, with the mysterious alchemical furnace too risky to use, he found himself devoid of significant assistance. He could only rely on his meditation mat for gradual cultivation. Thus, upon receiving the resources returned by the sect, he had thoughtfully exchanged 200-year-old ginsengs for a vial of mid-grade Qi gathering pills. Regrettably, the efficacy of mid-grade pills paled in comparison to that of superior grade ones, and coupled with his slow progress, their effect was merely marginal. This won't do, he thought. At this rate, my cultivation speed is far too slow. How can I seek vengeance for my grandfather and the others? I must devise another plan. One day, Su-12 ceased his cultivation, feeling an internal urgency that left him troubled and conflicted. Just as he hesitated over whether to utilize the mysterious alchemical furnace, a sudden knock echoed from outside his courtyard. Frowning, he hastily rose to answer the door. To his surprise, he found Sister Shi'er standing outside. "Sister Shi'er," he exclaimed, "how have you been living on the peak?" Su-12, "Are you settling in well?" Shi'er inquired, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Thank you for your concern, sister. It's quite good here," Su-12 replied, nodding. "Is there something you need from me?" Shi'er beamed. "It's nothing significant. I'm here to give you the treasure token." The Peak Master previously mentioned that the top 5 from this trial would receive an opportunity to enter the treasure pavilion. With that, she raised her hand, revealing a palm-sized, specially crafted token inscribed with the characters for treasure. "Once you present this token to the Elder at the treasure pavilion, you may select a treasure." "Thank you, sister. But, where's the treasure pavilion?" Su-12 scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "The treasure pavilion is that tower-like building to the east. If you wish to go now, I can escort you. I need to choose a treasure as well." Shi'er replied with a smile. "That would be greatly appreciated," Su-12 said hurriedly, following Shi'er as they made their way to the treasure pavilion. In no time, they arrived before the majestic 7-story tower, which exuded an air of grandeur and antiquity. Each peak possessed a similar structure, housing treasures that were mostly either discarded or obtained by the predecessors of each peak. The elders exchanged these for cultivation resources, while the disciples sought treasures within the pavilion, creating a perpetual cycle. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, they were greeted by an elderly elder with white hair who was on guard. Upon seeing Shi'er, a smile broke across his face, radiating warmth and kindness. "Ah, Shi'er girl, come to select treasures?" "Indeed. Good to see you, Elder," Shi'er greeted cheerfully, quickly handing over her treasure token. "Very well. You may enter. Feel free to explore the second floor, where several newly arrived superior-grade artifacts are available. The elder said with a smile. The second floor? But aren't Chi refinement disciples only permitted to select treasures from the first floor? Xiao Yu exclaimed, taken aback. That's not the case. You are the Peak Master's granddaughter, so going to the second floor is perfectly acceptable, the elder replied without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, elder. And what about him? Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy, yet she turned to glance at Su 12. Since you came together, you might as well ascend together, the elder remarked, giving Su 12 a cursory glance. Thank you, elder. Su 12 promptly handed over his treasure token, expressing his gratitude. He understood well that had he come alone, such an opportunity would have been unlikely. The chance to access the second floor was wholly due to Xiao Yu's presence. Let us proceed then, Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully, eagerly pulling Su 12 into the treasure pavilion. The first floor of the treasure pavilion was spacious, boasting around 50 to 60 shelves, each with 5 tiers. The items displayed were predominantly inferior and mid-grade artifacts, with only a handful of superior-grade ones present. The variety was extensive, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, showcasing a plethora of choices. Moreover, each artifact was enveloped in a faint spiritual energy seal, a protective array that rendered them unusable without the elder's dispelling. After a brief glance, the pair ascended to the second floor. The number of shelves here was nearly halved, featuring superior and exceptional grade artifacts alongside some rare and indistinct treasures. Most of these treasures radiated dazzling light, illuminating the entire room in a magnificent display. This is indeed the essence of a sect. Su 12 marveled internally, realizing that any single item here could incite fierce competition among countless disciples. In this moment, he fully grasped that the meager possessions he held were trivial in comparison. Relative to this, he felt like a pauper. Clearly, the elder was correct. This level indeed holds numerous coveted treasures. As they navigated between the shelves, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I owe my presence on this level to your kindness. Sister, Su 12 nodded, smiling in appreciation. Don't take it too seriously. The levels aren't as rigid as you might think. Just select your treasure. What type are you considering? Xiao Yu asked with a gentle shake of her head. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any particular items in mind, sister? Su 12 countered with a smile. Chapter 55. A glimpse of the stunning rainbow sword. I have decided to select this flying sword. Xiao Yu paused, pointing to a sword on the shelf that resembled a blue butterfly. Su 12 turned to follow her gaze, and there lay a top-tier magical flying sword. Shimmering with a brilliant azure light, its form akin to that of a butterfly, with the words butterfly dance engraved on the hilt. Instinctively, he activated his heavenly eye technique, and a fleeting rainbow light caught his peripheral vision, prompting him to glance at another rainbow-hued sword nearby. This sword, measuring less than a foot in length, was also a top-tier flying sword, inscribed with the characters stunning rainbow. It appeared rather dull, lacking any flamboyance. Yet, from this sword, he discerned a faint spiritual essence, a quality he had only previously observed in the low-tier spiritual weapon, the Purple Thunder Sword, at Tianhua Peak. Although he was not well-versed in weapon forging, he understood that the primary distinction between spiritual weapons and magical artifacts lay in the presence of spiritual essence, imbued with sentience. To him, a magical artifact possessing spiritual essence could not possibly be inferior. This sword radiated a subtle power. Both the quantity and fluctuation of its spiritual energy surpassed that of the butterfly dance sword by a significant margin. Sister, if you are in search of a flying sword, I suggest you choose this one. Su 12 pointed towards the rainbow-hued sword. Stunning rainbow. Does this sword possess any special attributes? Xiao Yu directed her attention towards the rainbow sword, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, yet she could not discern any notable differences. Trust your instincts. It's merely a casual remark. You need not dwell on it. Su 12 chuckled, shaking his head, refraining from further elaboration. Casual? Your ability to uncover such treasures during the trial indicates your fortuitous nature. Then, I shall choose this one. Xiao Yu blinked, casting a quick glance at Su 12 before smiling and grasping the stunning rainbow sword, reasoning that since they were both top-tier magical artifacts, the differences would be negligible. And you? What have you found? Almost there. As he spoke, Su 12 employed his heavenly eye technique to scan the room once more. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed, and he hastily approached a corner shelf, crouching to retrieve a dusty tray from the bottommost corner. What is this? Xiao Yu followed him, surprised to see a filthy tray. I can't say for certain. We need to examine it. Su 12 replied, wiping the dust away. Soon, The true nature of the tray was revealed. It contained 5 orbs of various colors, each the size of a baby's fist, their glow faint and unremarkable. These 5 orbs appeared utterly ordinary, seemingly not even qualifying as medium-tier magical artifacts. Do you have any idea what they might do? Shi'er inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Su 12 shook his head decisively, stating, I am unclear. This is my first encounter with them. Surely you won't choose this? I suggest opting for a top-tier magical artifact instead. Shi'er was taken aback by Su 12's apparent indifference, hesitating to offer her suggestion. No need. I shall select this. It may well be a hidden gem. Su 12 smiled, cradling the 5 orbs as if they were treasures beyond value. Through his heavenly eye technique, he could clearly perceive that each orb contained a faint spiritual essence. Though minimal, it was still several times greater than that of the stunning rainbow sword in Xiao Yu's possession. Even without knowing their purpose, he could not afford to overlook such extraordinary items. Very well, let us descend. Xiao Yu felt perplexed, but, seeing Su 12's resolute attitude, chose not to press further. The two walked side by side and soon returned to the entrance on the first floor. Have you chosen so quickly? The guarding elder greeted them with a warm smile. Indeed, Shi'er responded cheerfully. By the looks of it, you must have found something remarkable. Allow me to see your selection. The elder said kindly. Grandfather elder, please take a look. Shi'er beamed, eagerly presenting the flying sword she had chosen. The elder's pupils contracted, his eyes narrowing in surprise. You have an extraordinarily keen eye. Little girl, no wonder you are the granddaughter of the Peak Master. Ah, what makes this sword so special? Shi'er was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, this sword is no ordinary top-tier magical artifact. It is a quasi-spiritual weapon. The elder replied matter-of-factly. A quasi-spiritual weapon? Xiao Yu gasped, her gaze immediately shifting to Su 12. The sword seemed rather unremarkable. Had it not been for Su 12's suggestion, she might not have chosen it at all. Noticing Su 12's unwavering focus on the elder, his expression one of astonished curiosity, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he truly was fortunate? Indeed, this sword is named Stunning Rainbow. Its construction involves unique materials and an extraordinary process, forged from the dual attribute material yin-yang iron of second-tier quality. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for 49 days in realms of extreme yin and yang, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Xiao Yu gasped again, inquiring how the forging process could be so intricate. Certainly, this sword was originally intended to be a spiritual weapon, but unfortunately, it was completed during a thunderstorm, missing the opportune moment, and thus only became a top-tier magical artifact. However, when fully activated, it can unleash 3 strikes of power comparable to that of a spiritual weapon. After that, the sword will self-destruct due to the inability to contain such immense energy, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a stunning rainbow. Hence, the name Stunning Rainbow was bestowed upon it. The elder explained with a smile, running his hand along the blade to unlock its spiritual power seal. Oh, I see. I had no idea there was such a fascinating backstory behind this sword. Shi'er nodded, her face illuminating with joy. The prospect of 3 strikes equivalent to a spiritual weapon's might was indeed astonishing. It could prove life-saving in critical moments, and she could not contain her happiness. With a flicker of her eyes, she turned her attention to the 5 orbs in Su 12's possession. Grandfather elder, what do you think about the purpose of these orbs he has chosen? In the meantime, Su 12 promptly presented the orbs, his curiosity evident. Elder, these are the treasures I selected. Upon hearing the tale of the stunning rainbow sword, he too felt astonished, particularly regarding the potential of 3 strikes equivalent to a spiritual weapon's power, which sparked a tinge of envy within him. This validated his belief that magical artifacts containing spiritual essence were indeed extraordinary. At that moment, he was particularly eager to learn about the function of the orbs. 5-element spiritual orbs. The elder's gaze flickered momentarily, and he promptly identified the treasures. With a hint of surprise, his eyes swept over Su 12. You are indeed fortunate, but you can only choose one of these 5 orbs. 1. Su 12 expressed his astonishment. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, Grandfather elder, what are the functions of the 5-element spiritual orbs, and why can we only choose one? Chapter 56. The 5-element spirit orbs. The elder in charge spoke indifferently. The 5-element spirit orbs are rather unique artifacts. Each one is a high-grade item that can be refined, enhancing the user's corresponding elemental root limit. What? Enhance the elemental root limit? Shi'er Yu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Su 12's mind buzzed, his heart racing uncontrollably as his breath hitched. It was common knowledge that his greatest flaw was his subpar elemental root. Let us not exaggerate. The 5-element spirit orbs are not as extraordinary as you think. Firstly, they are only beneficial for Qi refinement stage cultivators, and secondly, they can merely elevate one's elemental root to a low-grade level. Even if one were to refine all 5 orbs, it would only amount to a low-grade 5 elements root, which is comparable to a mid-grade root. Xiao girl, your elemental root is not lacking. These orbs would be of no use to you. The elder remarked, his expression unchanged. With so many limitations, their effectiveness indeed seemed limited. However, for junior brother 12, this might be just right. Xiaoyu nodded, her mood much improved, and then she quickly turned to Su 12. She understood well that Su 12's weakness lay in his elemental root. That's why I said the boy is fortunate. Have you decided which orb to choose? The elder smiled and turned his gaze to Su 12. At that moment, Su 12 was still engulfed in shock. Although the 5-element spirit orbs were only useful for Qi refinement stage cultivators, they were treasures he could not afford to overlook. If possible, he would certainly wish to acquire all the orbs. However, that was clearly unrealistic. After a brief hesitation in response to the elder's inquiry, Su 12 resolutely declared, then, I will choose this fire orb, given that the Yun-Gu sect was situated in an area rich in fire elemental energy. Prioritizing the fire orb offered the greatest value for him. Reluctantly, he placed the other orbs on the table in front of the elder. Very well. The elder nodded lightly, and, with a flick of his finger, unsealed the fire orb. Grandfather elder, we shall take our leave now. Xiaoyu glanced at both Su 12 and the 4 remaining spirit orbs on the table, a thoughtful expression flashing in her eyes. She then bid farewell to the elder and left with Su 12. As they walked, Su 12's mind was preoccupied with the remaining 4 spirit orbs. Gathering all 5 would be tantamount to possessing a mid-grade elemental root. The disparity between a low-grade and a mid-grade root was considerable. It seemed he must find a way to obtain more treasure tokens. As for the fact that the 5-element spirit orbs were classified as second-tier treasures, Su 12 felt little concern. During the treasure selection, Xiaoyu had mentioned that the first and second-tier classifications were not rigid, even if direct exchanges were not possible. A little incentive should suffice. While Su 12 was deep in thought, furrowing his brow, Xiaoyu leaned in and said, Junior brother 12. If you wish for the other spirit orbs, it can actually be quite simple. Sister, do you have a solution? Su 12 was taken aback and quickly inquired. Of course, all treasures in the treasure pavilion can be exchanged using sect contribution points. Xiaoyu nodded, smiling as she explained. Sect contribution points? Su 12's expression revealed his confusion, as this was a new term for him. Within the sect, all formal disciples can earn more cultivation resources and contribution points by completing tasks from the task hall. Those orbs are merely a few high-grade artifacts. According to the exchange rules of the treasure pavilion, each one can be exchanged for approximately 500 contribution points. This information was included in the formal disciple handbook that was placed in your storage bag when you became a formal disciple. It seems you haven't reviewed it thoroughly. Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile, introducing the details to Su 12. I truly haven't had the chance to look. Su 12 chuckled sheepishly, reaching into his storage bag to find a book inside. He was still unaware of how difficult it was to accumulate 500 contribution points, but for him, having the opportunity was far better than anything else. Thank you, sister. I'll head to the task hall to take a look. Su 12 expressed his gratitude and intended to set off for the task hall. Wait. My fellow disciple Han Yu and I were just planning to undertake a task to eliminate a rogue cultivator. You could join us. This task offers a total of 100 contribution points, and completing it would yield about 30 contribution points each. Xiaoyu invited Su 12 with a smile. She held a favorable impression of him and did not share the same concerns as others regarding his qualifications. Su 12 had won the trial and helped Luofu Peak triumph over Tianhua Peak. In her view, he deserved even greater rewards. That might not be appropriate. With my limited strength, accompanying you to eliminate a rogue cultivator might hinder your efforts. Su 12 was taken aback and hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Xiaoyu shook her head, a confident smile gracing her lips. No worries. With the Jingong sword in hand, dealing with a rogue cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement will not pose a significant challenge. She raised the Jingong sword, exuding confidence. This very sword was one Su 12 had helped her select. By any measure, she had ample reason to assist him. Su 12 squinted, still hesitant. He was aware that Xiaoyu was clearly trying to help him. Had he truly only been at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he would have jumped at such an opportunity without hesitation. Yet, his true cultivation level was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and he knew he could earn more contribution points by undertaking tasks on his own. As his thoughts raced, he smiled and said, "Sister, I appreciate your kindness. However, refining the fire orb will require some time. Moreover, with my current cultivation level, it would be safer to practice within the sect." Very well. I suppose I was being inconsiderate. Should you need assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Xiaoyu frowned slightly but did not press further, turning away to leave. At that moment, she felt a twinge of displeasure. Su 12's timidity was unexpected. However, reflecting on his low cultivation level made it somewhat understandable. Yet, her impression of him had diminished slightly. As Xiaoyu departed, Su 12 paid little mind to her evaluation of him, secretly exhaling in relief. After leaving the treasure pavilion, he hurried back to his residence. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su 12 immediately took out the fire orb to examine it closely. The fire orb emitted a radiant red glow, resembling a flickering flame, yet it felt completely devoid of warmth in his hand. The individual capable of crafting such an artifact must surely be a genius. If this treasure could be refined in the heavenly furnace, its effects would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. However, the heavenly furnace was currently hidden in the abandoned pill chamber. If he were to take it without caution, it would likely alert the cunning Grand Elder. Never mind, I shall refine this fire orb first, and when I obtain the other spirit orbs in the future, I will see if there is an opportunity to refine and enhance them. With his mind racing, Su 12 smiled widely, no longer hesitating. He promptly directed his true essence into the orb. As the fire orb absorbed the true essence, its flames surged brightly. Within the flames, the orb's physical form vanished, transforming completely into a swirling ball of fire suspended in midair. Seeing this, Su 12 inhaled deeply, and the fiery essence flowed into him through his mouth and nose. A wave of heat surged down his throat and into his heart. Suddenly, Su 12's body trembled, and his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 57. The task of investigating the 7 mystical gates. At this moment, he felt as though his heart were being seared in a furnace. An excruciating pain that eclipsed even the agony he experienced during his initial consumption of the chi-gathering pill. How could this be? Gritting his teeth, Su 12's eyes widened in shock, his face contorting from the torment. He had not anticipated that merging this spiritual orb with his body would be such an ordeal. Yet, having reached this juncture, no matter the intensity of the pain, he had no choice but to persevere. He collapsed onto the bed, curling up in a fetal position as beads of sweat the size of peas formed on his forehead. This agony persisted for a full 3 days and nights. After 3 days, the excruciating pain within him finally began to subside, and Su 12 gingerly sat up, his face still marked by trepidation. How perilous! He had not expected the fusion of the fire spirit orb to be so agonizing. He wondered if other spirit orbs would entail such suffering. But there was no turning back now. This path was one he must continue to tread. Muttering softly, he realized that he had lost a considerable amount of weight during this ordeal. Such suffering could only be borne by him among his peers. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to the pain and perished. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the 5-element spirit orbs was indeed remarkable. With the fire spirit root, his cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated. It seemed imperative to quickly gather contribution points to acquire the remaining spirit orbs. After attempting to cultivate, a smile of satisfaction spread across Su 12's face. The refining of the fire spirit orb had significantly increased his absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Controlling his excitement, he retrieved the official disciple handbook from his storage bag and perused its contents. Having finished his review, he gained a clearer understanding of the privileges afforded to formal disciples. Sect tasks served as a vital avenue for disciples to obtain cultivation resources. As Shi'er had suggested, sect disciples could accept and complete tasks, earning rewards and contribution points based on the task's requirements. With this information organized, Su 12 wasted no time and promptly made his way to the task hall. The task hall was located in a small courtyard at the southwest corner of Mount Loafu. Upon his arrival, he encountered Zhu Hanwei, who emerged from within, looking despondent. "Senior Brother 12? Are you here for a task as well?" Upon seeing Su 12, Zhu Hanwei immediately brightened, greeting him with respect. "Senior Brother, if you intend to take on a task, I suggest you wait a few days," he continued. Noticing Su 12's nod. "A few days? Is there an issue at present?" Su 12 inquired, perplexed. "It's not that there's a problem. It's just that we're nearing the end of the month, and all the simpler tasks have already been completed by other disciples. What remains are primarily complex tasks with high requirements and potential dangers," Zhu Hanwei explained, scratching his head. "Ah, no matter. I'll take a look regardless." Su 12 nodded and stepped into the courtyard, making his way to the designated task reception room. Zhu Hanwei hesitated for a moment but quickly followed him inside. Inside the room, two miscellaneous disciples in their early 20s, both at the second level of Qi refinement, were busy with their duties. Upon Su 12's entrance, one of the quick-witted disciples with a square face approached him. "Senior brother, are you here to take a task? What tasks are still available?" Su 12 asked directly. "There are 3 tasks remaining this month. Please take a look." The square-faced disciple promptly presented a circular magic device to Su 12. Looking down, Su 12 observed the device glowing, displaying information about the 3 tasks. The first task involved slaying high-tier demonic beasts, requiring the participant to travel to a place called Dafeng Village to eliminate a pack of high-tier windwolves. The reward for this task was indeed generous, comprising a bottle of Qi gathering pills and 150 contribution points. However, a mere glance was enough for Su 12 to dismiss this task outright. High-tier demonic beasts. And in a pack no less, he, nor even a few disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement, would stand a chance against them. His gaze shifted to the second task. Seek out demon silkworm silk? The submitter can receive 50 contribution points? This task appeared straightforward, yet regrettably. He had never heard of demon silkworm silk, making it quite difficult to pursue. With a resigned shake of his head, Su 12 found himself feeling increasingly disheartened after 2 consecutive tasks proved unattainable. Next, he turned his attention to the final displayed task. Travel to the southern city. Collect tributes from the Jianghu sect, the 7 mystical gates, and investigate the reason for their delayed offerings. This task appeared relatively simple. The reward was an astonishing 100 contribution points. Su 12 was taken aback by the unexpected bounty. But he soon realized that this task was likely not as straightforward as it seemed. After examining the 3 tasks, it became clear that the only viable option was the third one. After a moment's hesitation, Su 12 declared, "I'll take on the task of investigating the 7 mystical gates." At his words, the square-faced disciple visibly flinched, a strange look flashing across his eyes. Assessing Su 12, he casually remarked, "Senior brother, this task is not simple. Perhaps it would be best for you to return next month." "Oh, not simple? What is the issue with this task?" Su 12 pressed, refusing to relent. Since the beginning of this year, for batches of seniors, no fewer than 8 individuals have undertaken this task, and all have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Among them, the last batch included 1 disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement and another at the 7th level. It's not to say that you lack strength, but for safety's sake, I believe it would be wiser for you to wait until next month for new tasks. The square-faced disciple hurriedly explained, maintaining a respectful demeanor but inadvertently revealing a hint of condescension in his gaze. Su 12, concealing his true prowess, was well acquainted with the fickleness of human nature and paid little heed to the other's disdain. Contemplating further, he inquired, in light of such incidents, "Has the sect sent any experts to investigate?" The square-faced disciple shrugged, but before he could respond, Zhu Hanwei interjected. "This trivial matter hardly seems worthy of the attention of a foundation establishment elder. As for other seniors, they likely recognize the task's complexity and prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble." Turning to Zhu Hanwei, Su 12 noted the absence of any surprise on his face, indicating that he was likely aware of the task's circumstances. The daunting nature of this task caused Su 12 to hesitate. To be frank, he had no desire to wade into murky waters. Yet, the pressing need for contribution points loomed large. 100 contribution points were at stake, and relinquishing them felt somewhat unjust. Bearing a deep-seated grudge, he could not afford a moment's respite. The Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak was likely the shadowy figure behind his plight and could strike at any moment. He must swiftly enhance his strength and become formidable. The sect's contribution points were directly tied to the 5-element spirit orbs, which could temporarily elevate his spiritual root quality, even if it meant taking a risk. He needed to secure them as swiftly as possible. While the 7 mystical gates task posed a risk, it offered only 100 points, 50 less than the beast hunting task. This indicated that the sect assessed the difficulty of this task as being lower than that of slaying demonic beasts. Although several disciples had gone missing previously, if he exercised caution, there might still be an opportunity. Resolving his thoughts, Su 12 took a deep breath, determination solidifying within him. "No matter, I will accept this task." What? The square-faced disciple, along with Zhu Hanwei, gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as they stared at Su 12 incredulously. "I'm taking on this task. Is there a problem?" Su 12 countered, unperturbed. The square-faced monk wore a rigid smile and shook his head, saying, "There is no issue per se. but this task necessitates the involvement of at least 2 individuals. Must it be 2? Su 12 inquired, narrowing his eyes. Indeed. Given the significance of the offerings to the 7 mysterious sect, it is imperative that both parties confirm and supervise one another simultaneously to prevent any mishaps. The square-faced monk replied in a cold tone. He felt that his well-meaning consideration for the other party was met with ingratitude. I see, then that simplifies matters. We shall go together. Su 12 nodded, pointing towards Zhu Hanwei. Ah, this. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his mouth agape and a look of panic etched upon his face. Were it not for Su 12's previous kindness towards him, he would have undoubtedly fled at that moment. Noticing his apprehension, Su 12 whispered, First, let us accept this task together. Once we reach South City, we shall assess the situation. If it proves untenable, we will abandon it without hesitation. Chapter 58. The Mysterious 7 Xian Gate. Well, all right. Zhu Hanwei no longer hesitated, gritting his teeth and directly agreeing. Not to mention that Su 12 had saved his life. He was deeply impressed by Su 12's capabilities, which far surpassed the level he had displayed. We shall accept this mission. Su 12 then turned his gaze toward the round-faced disciple before him. Might I trouble the 2 senior brothers to present their identity tokens? The round-faced disciple glared coldly at the 2, his eyes reflecting disdain as if he were staring at corpses. In his view, with Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei's cultivation levels, undertaking this task was akin to courting death. He had done all he could. Further words were futile. After inspecting their tokens, he handed Su 12 a numbered mission plaque along with a map. Upon completion of the task, you may claim your rewards with this token. Thank you. Su 12 expressed his gratitude as he accepted the mission token and departed with Zhu Hanwei. The Zhongshan mountain range is the largest mountain range within the borders of Zhao, surrounded by peaks stretching for thousands of miles. Numerous cities and various cultivation sects and family powers are scattered throughout. Each cultivation power has its domain, where the common folk reside, serving as a vital source of fresh strength for these sections. The commoners, under the protection of the cultivators, also cling to them in various forms, providing services in return for their safeguarding. Among these cultivation powers, the Yunga sect, to which Su 12 and his companions belong, is merely a mid-tier sect. Linan City, situated on the edge of Yunga sect's territory, is jointly managed by Yunga sect and the neighboring Blood Eagle sect. To the west of Linan City, on the most bustling street, stands a grand estate occupying several acres, its red gate firmly shut, bearing a plaque inscribed with Lin residence. On this day, 2 figures, one stout and one slender, appeared before this grand gate. It was none other than the long-traveling Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei. Senior brother 12, this is the residence of the 7 Xian Gates leader, Zhu Hanwei remarked, pointing at the imposing door. The 7 Xian Gate is one of the 2 major powers in Linan City, under the protection of our Yunga sect. They are responsible for maintaining order in Linan City and gathering cultivation resources for the sect. Indeed, let us knock and ascertain the situation. Su 12 squinted slightly, speaking with a calm demeanor. Zhu Hanwei felt a twinge of anxiety, yet having arrived at this juncture, he could not afford to retreat. Nodding, he stepped forward and rapped firmly on the door. Before long, a small crack in the door revealed a servant clad in a blue robe, who peered out. Who are you? Do you even realize where this is? Knocking so forcefully, do you seek death? The servant's impatience was palpable as he scolded the 2. Humph. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is this how you treat your guests at the Lin residence? Zhu Hanwei furrowed his brow, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Startled by this imposing presence, the servant stammered, Guests? You are disciples of Yunga's sect. The servant hastily scrutinized Zhu Hanwei's attire and, seemingly recalling something, quickly opened the door. Forgive me, esteemed guest. I did not recognize your stature. With a stern face, Zhu Hanwei intended to reprimand the servant further, but upon hearing Su 12's soft cough from behind, he merely huffed. Go summon your leader and inform them that those who seek offerings from Yunga sect have arrived. Please enter, esteemed seniors. I shall fetch the leader at once. The servant scrambled to his feet and led the 2 into the residence. Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei followed without hesitation, stepping into the Lin residence. The estate boasted high walls and green tiles, with winding paths and courtyards that were exquisite, bright, and luxurious. A straight, wide stone path led directly to the main hall. A chilling aura lingered in the air. Senior brother 12, this place feels rather eerie. Zhu Hanwei shuddered as he approached Su 12, whispering, Oh, what do you mean? Su 12 inquired nonchalantly. Well, the Lin residence is one of the 2 major powers in Linan City, while it is understandable for the gate to be closed. The silence within is unsettling. Zhu Hanwei remarked, glancing around nervously. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he trembled. Senior brother, look over there. He tugged at Su 12's sleeve, his arm shaking as he pointed toward a nearby garden. Su 12 followed his gaze, his pupils constricting in shock. In the garden's soil, a human skull lay exposed. This was not the only garden. Remnants of bones could be discerned along the pathways. Senior brother, perhaps we should retreat. Zhu Hanwei urged in a hushed voice, his fear palpable. As a mere cultivator in the second stage of qi refinement, he was not much stronger than an ordinary warrior. The sight of such a place was terrifying, especially with the thought of numerous seniors going missing. Do not rush, since we have entered. We must first meet the leader and assess the situation. Su 12 replied, his expression unchanging. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward a towering pavilion in the distance. Seeing Su 12's unwavering demeanor, Zhu Hanwei, despite his trepidation, could only nod and follow with his head down, continuing deeper into the residence. Inside the main hall, the servant expertly prepared them cups of hot tea and arranged exquisite fruit and pastries. Please wait, esteemed seniors. My master will arrive shortly. With that, he discreetly exited, leaving Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei to wait. Senior brother 12, this Lin residence is quite grand and decorated opulently, far surpassing my hometown's town. Zhu Hanwei remarked, cradling the hot tea, hesitating before setting the cup down and whispering to Su 12. The earlier incident had left him with lingering unease, and he now acted with heightened caution. If you wish, with your current cultivation, it would not be difficult to indulge in worldly pleasures, Su 12 said lightly, reclining in his chair, a contemplative glint flickering in his eyes. I think not. I aspire to elevate my cultivation and live for several more centuries, Zhu Hanwei replied, somewhat disgruntled. The lifespan of a commoner rarely exceeded 80 or 90 years, with those reaching a century being exceedingly rare. However, once one embarked on the path of cultivation, even a mere qi refiner could enjoy a lifespan of over 120 years. Should one break through to the foundation establishment stage, they could live for 200 years. But are we truly not leaving? The 7 Xian Gate exudes an air of peculiarity. Remaining here feels rather unsettling, Zhu Hanwei said, shrinking his neck and cautiously observing his surroundings. Rest assured, if they truly wished to act against us, they would have had ample opportunity outside the city. Why wait until now? Su 12 replied calmly, his gaze also scanning the area. Ever since approaching Linan City, he had felt the sensation of being watched. However, no matter how he observed, he could not discern the identity of the observer. Chapter 59, Enchanting Lin Xiao. May peace prevail. Zhu Hanwei whispered a prayer, his heart resolutely urging him to depart from this place of turmoil. Noticing that Su Shi'er had fallen silent, he too became quiet, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Their wait was not prolonged. Within the span of half a teaspoon, footsteps echoed from outside. Before the figure appeared, a voice, sultry and enchanting, floated in. 2 esteemed immortals have traveled afar. Lin Xiao of the 7 Xian sect humbly request your forgiveness for not greeting you properly. This voice possessed an almost magical allure, causing both Su Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei to feel a tremor in their hearts. Soon after, a waft of fragrance enveloped the air as a woman clad in a sheer gauzy dress, her figure gracefully poised, emerged from beyond the entrance. With hair as dark as storm clouds, a face resembling the delicate blossoms of spring, and eyes that shimmered like autumn waters, she embodied exquisite beauty. Her voluptuous form and slender waist rivaled the beguiling allure of blooming peach blossoms in the sun and pear blossoms weeping in the rain. Such a visage was indeed breathtaking, overflowing with charm. If one were to speak of a fox spirit, Su Shi'er could think of no other. The moment he beheld her enchanting features, a hum rang in his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. Just as he succumbed to her beauty, a faint tremor coursed through the yuan yang behind him, sending a surge of warmth throughout his body that jolted him back to reality. Turning his gaze, he noticed Zhu Hanwei's eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth agape, clearly lost in reverie of some delightful thought. If I recall correctly, the master of the 7 Xian sect should be Lin Jinan. I wonder what relation this young lady has to him? Su Shi'er maintained his composure and inquired, though his gaze darted elsewhere, unwilling to meet the woman's eyes directly. Nonetheless, a sense of vigilance stirred within him. This woman radiated no aura of spiritual energy, evidently a mere mortal, yet her beauty had ensnared his senses, a most unusual occurrence. Lin Jinan is my father. He passed away 6 months ago, Lin Xiao replied, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, casting a pall over the entire hall. Oh, I see. My condolences, young lady. My junior and I have come to collect the offerings. Might I inquire why the Seven Shi'er sect has yet to present them this year? Shi'er clasped his hands in respect as he spoke, discreetly channeling energy to toss a pebble at Zhu Hanwei. Startled by the sudden pain, Zhu Hanwei returned to his senses, reluctantly shifting his gaze away. Could it be that the esteemed immortals are mistaken? The offerings for the Seven Shi'er sect were taken away 6 months ago by your sect's senior immortals. Lin Xiaoer initially appeared taken aback, then donned a look of astonishment. Taken away already? Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei exchanged swift glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Indeed, this is the token left by those two esteemed immortals, Lin Xiaoer affirmed, retrieving a half-token from her bosom. Shi'er narrowed his eyes and queried, "In the past 6 months, have there been any others seeking the offerings?" "None." Lin Xiaoer unequivocally shook her head. "Senior brother, could it be that something befell them on the journey? Yet, west of Nan City lies our Yun Gus sect's territory. Who would dare act against them? Or perhaps they absconded with the resources." Zhu Hanwei speculated quietly, fully aware that this matter likely involved the Seven Shi'er sect. However, he had no desire to linger in this place. Both scenarios are plausible. It seems the only way to uncover the whereabouts of the two is to find those senior brothers. Fortunately, within their sect lay a secret technique that could trace the whereabouts of individuals through items imbued with their essence. "Miss Lin, may we take this token with us?" Shi'er inquired nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoer. In truth, he had no knowledge of any tracking techniques. He merely intended to test her reaction. "Of course," Lin Xiaoer responded, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes before she composed herself and handed the token to Shi'er. Although she concealed her emotions well, he remained perceptive, noting the fleeting change in her expression. The Seven Shi'er sect is indeed in trouble, Shi'er thought. Given that the offerings were now out of the question, he resolved to gather as much information as possible to take back with him. Even if he could not procure the offerings, valuable information could still yield significant contribution points. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he continued, "In that case, we shall not impose further and will return to our sect to investigate the situation." With that, he rose, intent on departing. "Why the haste, esteemed immortals? The night has fallen, and you have traveled a great distance. It would be prudent to rest at Lin Manor for the night, departing at dawn," Lin Xiaoer suggested, her demeanor respectful and her invitation sincere. Her enchanting smile seemed to ensnare Zhu Hanwei, who, having regained his senses only moments before, now found himself utterly captivated once more. Just as he had resolved to leave this tumultuous place, his determination evaporated. With an enamored expression, he turned to Shi'er, "Senior brother Shi'er, it truly isn't wise to travel at night. What do you think? Perhaps we should rest here for the night." "Well, so be it. I suppose we shall impose a little longer." Shi'er hesitated before acquiescing, feigning reluctance. He had no real intention of leaving. He awaited this very invitation. Having arrived, he was determined to uncover the truth. As for any potential danger, he felt confident in his numerous treasures. Should peril arise, he believed he could extricate himself. However, he had not anticipated that while he plotted against them, they too were scheming against him. "I shall arrange accommodations for you both." Lin Xiaoer beamed, clapping her hands. A striking young maid, no more than 20, entered promptly. "Please escort the two esteemed immortals to the eastern wing," Lin Xiaoer instructed. And the maid smiled as she led Shi'er and Zhu Hanwei away. Soon, only Lin Xiaoer remained in the grand hall. With a soft sigh, she glanced toward the back of the hall, her brow furrowing with worry. "What troubles you, junior sister?" A raspy voice emerged, followed by the appearance of a robust man, his pallid complexion betraying an ominous aura, clearly not of this world. He approached Lin Xiaoer, reaching out to encircle her waist. "Brother, can that token truly trace the whereabouts of others?" Lin Xiaoer turned to face him, twisting her waist to maintain some distance, her voice laced with urgency. In the realm of cultivation, myriad secret techniques existed, and such a method was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, the crucial factor remained. They must first return safely. The man sneered, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chapter 60. Digging pits for others to jump in. This was already the 5th batch of individuals sent by the Cloud Song sect. If anything were to happen to them, the next time they came, it would likely be an elder from the sect. I had considered this point earlier, which is why I refrained from acting rashly. Lin Xiaoer exclaimed, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Rest assured, among the recent disciples, these two possess the lowest cultivation levels. One is at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and the other at the 3rd. In any cultivation sect, they are merely menial workers, cannon fodder. The loss of such individuals would not draw any attention. Moreover, even if an elder were to come, what could they do? I have, he began, disdain evident on his face as he mentioned Su 12. However, he seemed to recall something and quickly fell silent. Seeing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Lin Xiao'er's eyes, followed by a hesitant expression. All right, then. When do you plan to act? Tomorrow morning. Once they depart, the man replied casually, reaching for Lin Xiao'er's wrist. Junior sister, you previously mentioned that you would observe mourning for your father for half a year. That time has now elapsed. It is time you give me what is due. As he spoke, a greedy expression spread across his face. Lin Xiao'er felt a surge of revulsion, but managed to maintain a smile. Yet, when he grasped her wrist, she sighed and said, of course. However, that thin fellow from earlier seems a bit peculiar. I fear that delaying might lead to unforeseen changes. Never mind. I will deal with them now. You wait obediently in your room. I will return shortly. The pale-faced man hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Xiao'er's worried expression, he gritted his teeth, released her, and turned to leave. In his view, handling 2 Qi refinement level 2 and 3 individuals would be a trivial task. Once the pale-faced man was gone, Lin Xiao'er finally breathed a sigh of relief and nervously made her way outside. Senior Brother 12. Does our sect possess any tracking techniques? In the room, Zhu Hanwei gazed at the token carelessly tossed on the table by Su 12, pondering for a moment before speaking. I do not know, Su 12 replied nonchalantly. What, then, were you deceiving Lin Xiao'er? Zhu Hanwei shuddered, suddenly realizing the implications, his demeanor turning frantic. Indeed, Su 12 admitted without hesitation. But if that is the case, they will inevitably strike first. The last time, we faced a 6th and a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed in a hurry, although he recognized Su 12's formidable strength. He did not believe that the 2 of them combined could match a 6th and 7th level Qi refinement duo. At that moment, he regretted agreeing so easily to Su 12's terms. Once you return to your room, hide under the bed and do not move. I will handle the rest, Su 12 said calmly. To him, forcing the enemy into the open was the best strategy. Otherwise, remaining in the dark while constantly on guard was the true danger. However, he had no interest in explaining this to Zhu Hanwei. That doesn't seem right. If a fight breaks out, how can I just stand by? Zhu Hanwei shook his head vigorously, his resolve firm. In truth, he feared that if he were alone in the adjacent room and the enemy attacked first, he would surely meet his end. Staying with Su 12 felt much safer. Very well, you may meditate in my room. I will wait in the shadows, Su 12 smiled, easily seeing through Zhu Hanwei's thoughts, though he did not care. As he spoke, he produced an invisibility talisman, affixing it to himself, and concealed his presence in the corner of the room. Upon witnessing Su 12's sudden disappearance, Zhu Hanwei felt a wave of panic rise within him. However, seeing that the doors and windows showed no signs of being opened, he realized Su 12 was still present, allowing him to relax somewhat. He could not help but secretly admire Su 12's mastery of magic. Taking a deep breath, he settled onto the bed and began to meditate. Yet, his mind was restless, preventing him from achieving tranquility. His eyes darted around, and he quietly retrieved 2 ordinary escape talismans, holding them tightly in his palm. He resolved that if the situation turned dire, he would flee without hesitation. He was grateful to Su 12 for the many things he could accomplish. But that did not mean he was willing to sacrifice his life. Time passed slowly. After what felt like a single meal's duration, Zhu Hanwei heard footsteps approaching. Su 12's ears perked up, and he immediately held his breath. As the footsteps drew near, they suddenly halted. Su 12 understood that the enemy was employing magic to conceal their movements. 7 soul-piercing nails were held firmly in his palm, his true essence surging in preparation to strike. For him, delivering a sudden, lethal blow was the ideal outcome. Outside the room, the pale-faced man was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, almost floating to the door of Su 12's room. A glance through the window revealed only one figure, causing him to frown slightly. Just one person? Never mind. I will deal with this lad first before seeking the other. With a swift thought, the pale-faced man summoned his true essence, formed a hand seal, and prepared to deliver a fatal strike to the meditating Zhu Hanwei. In the corner of the room, Su 12 detected the fluctuations of spiritual energy and immediately launched the soul-piercing nails. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled sounds followed as the nails pierced through the window, heading straight for the pale-faced man. Not good. The pale-faced man felt a sudden pang of alarm, realizing the imminent danger, but his spell was already halfway cast, leaving him no time to react. Caught off guard, he was struck by the nails, letting out a scream as he was violently thrown back, crashing to the ground outside. Is it done? Inside the room, Zhu Hanwei, witnessing Su 12's sudden emergence and the figure outside collapsing, immediately opened his eyes, his expression filled with excitement. Do not celebrate just yet. This fellow is no slouch. He may have some means of survival. Su 12 cautioned, refraining from leaving the room as he hurled several fireballs out the window. Bang! Bang! The fireballs shattered the window and were poised to strike the ground. The pale-faced man, now on the ground, suddenly leaped up. Humph! A cunning and treacherous guy. Unfortunately, soul-piercing nails are utterly ineffective against me. The pale-faced man's expression darkened as he spoke in a sinister tone. As he spoke, he slapped his chest, dislodging the soul-piercing nails. Immediately, a wave of dark energy coursed across his skin, converging upon his face. He then exhaled a stream of dark green mist, effortlessly neutralizing the poison of the soul-piercing nails. How is this possible? This guy was struck by your soul-piercing nails, yet he remains unharmed. Zhu Hanwei gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. He had witnessed the devastating power of the soul-piercing nails in the trial grounds. Chapter 61. The White-Boned Master and His Peculiar Techniques. Su 12 fixed his gaze upon his adversary, and instantly, the silver sword bestowed by the Grand Elder materialized in his grasp. With a swift leap, he vaulted through the window, his feet gliding silently as he advanced toward his opponent. Like a wraith, he moved through the dim night, a solitary silver beam slicing through the darkness. The true essence within him surged, yet he refrained from unleashing it. The technique of breath concealment was wondrous, but any exertion of true energy would render it ineffective. Before him stood a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement. While Su 12 possessed the confidence to emerge victorious in a direct confrontation, it would demand considerable effort. He aimed to disguise his true cultivation level and deliver an unexpected strike. Humph! A mere 3rd level Qi refiner dares to act brazenly before me, scoffed the pale-faced practitioner, brandishing a dull blade that shimmered with a grayish hue. He raised it high, sending forth a streak of cold, gray light to meet Su 12's assault. Though he wore a mask of disdain, internally he remained vigilant, sensing that this young man might possess hidden strengths. In the next instant, their forms collided, and a sharp clang resonated. The air vibrated with an astonishing force, and as the energy emanating from Su 12 enveloped the pale-faced man, the latter's expression shifted to one of shock. What? You are a 7th level Qi refiner. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet never anticipated that the individual before him was of the same cultivation tier. Consequently, all his precautionary measures became futile. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, the pale-faced man hastily retreated, attempting to distance himself from Su 12. Do you think it's too late to flee now? Su 12 remarked, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Gripping the sword in one hand, while forming a hand seal with the other, he summoned the wind summoning technique, transforming his true essence into a swirling tempest that encircled the pale-faced man in a heartbeat. With a flash of silver, the silver sword, propelled by his true essence, unleashed an even more resplendent beam of light, piercing through the man's back. Ugh! The pale-faced man gasped, blood pouring from his chest. Yet, a thin layer of black mist surrounding him surged forth, as if it had a will of its own, rushing towards Su 12. Su 12 remained unfazed, raising his arm, which became enveloped in flames through the fire control technique. The black mist, encountering the flames, recoiled as if facing its nemesis. Utilizing the 8th level 8 trigrams fist, he struck with a fiery punch, engulfing the mist entirely. Beneath the blaze, the pale-faced man's anguished scream echoed, and he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Now, Su 12 was a seasoned combatant. His movements were swift and decisive, flowing seamlessly like water. The pale-faced man had not even begun to exert his full strength before being grievously wounded and defeated. Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Su 12 interrogated, glaring at the fallen figure. You dare to injure me? My master will not let you go. The pale-faced man spat through gritted teeth, casting a venomous glance at Su 12. Humph! Su 12's gaze turned frosty. With a swift motion, he swung the silver sword, cleaving through the man's legs. That answer is irrelevant. The next strike will sever your head. As excruciating pain contorted the pale-faced man's features, he yearned to succumb to unconsciousness. However, upon seeing Su 12 raise his sword once more, he hastily exclaimed, I am a disciple of the White-Boned Mountain, apprentice to the White-Boned Master. I attack because my cultivation technique allows me to absorb the cultivation of others to swiftly enhance my own power. White-Boned Mountain, White-Boned Master, Su 12 murmured, contemplating the limited knowledge he possessed regarding other sections. Yet, his curiosity about the 7 Shi'er sect outweighed this. He promptly inquired, "What is your connection to Lin Shi'er of the 7 Shi'er sect?" "She is my junior sister, chosen as the vessel by my master, the white-bone master." The pale-faced man replied, lying on the ground, compelled to answer every question. A vessel? Su 12 was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of such practices, he had encountered descriptions in various texts. He understood this to be a despicable method of cultivation, employing women to cultivating energy, which was then harvested to enhance one's own young energy. Such practices were deemed disgraceful among cultivators. Reflecting on this, Su 12's gaze hardened, and a murderous intent ignited within his eyes. The pale-faced man, sensing the chilling silence and the growing intensity of Su 12's stare, trembled and urgently warned, "You should release me at once. Otherwise, when my master returns, you will regret it." "You threaten me? You have chosen the wrong opponent," Su 12 retorted coldly, brandishing his sword once more. Regardless of what information the man possessed, he could not allow him to leave alive. "You." The pale-faced man's eyes widened in terror, but before he could utter another word, he felt a coldness at his neck, and in an instant, his head rolled away, leaving his body lifeless. "Senior brother, wait." At that moment, a voice called out from within the room. However, when Zhu Hanwei emerged, he was met with the sight of the pale-faced man's dismembered corpse, his face turning as pale as snow. "Is there a problem?" Su 12 asked, his expression serene as he regarded Zhu Hanwei. "Senior brother, if my memory serves me right, the White-Bone Master is a formidable rogue cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage. He possesses a violent temper and lacks the demeanor of a venerable cultivator. Any sect that provokes him would find him targeting their junior disciples. He has run rampant in the Tsongshan mountain range. I heard that 2 years ago, our Yungu sect clashed with him, and only after the combined efforts of the 7 Peaks leaders were they able to defeat him. I never imagined he is still alive." Zhu Hanwei spoke hurriedly, his face betraying his fear. Su 12 had anticipated that this individual might have a significant background, but upon hearing Zhu Hanwei's account, he could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. However, he did not allow this to show, responding coolly, "Why are you in such a panic? Since he has only re-emerged after a year, he must have sustained considerable injuries from that confrontation. Regardless, for safety's sake, we should depart quickly and report back to our sect." With that, he employed the object control technique to collect all usable treasures from the pale-faced man's body. Then, with a fireball technique, he expertly obliterated the evidence of the encounter. After completing these tasks, he turned to leave without hesitation. Though he had not obtained the offerings from the 7 Shi'er sect, the information gathered was sufficient to report back to his sect and secure a reward for the mission. Zhu Hanwei nodded vigorously in agreement. The two had just exited the courtyard, heading toward the main gate, when suddenly, 3 streaks of light dashed through the air, approaching swiftly. "Not good. The White-Boned Master has returned," Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his face drained of color. Chapter 62, Observing in Secret. Hide quickly. Su 12 reacted with remarkable speed, seizing Zhu Hanwei and retreating to a rock formation in the nearby garden. He immediately stilled his inner energy, retracting his aura entirely. Turning to Zhu Hanwei, he whispered a cautionary reminder, "Conceal your presence and remain silent. If we are discovered, use the escape talisman to flee." Zhu Hanwei, already in a state of panic, found solace in Su 12's voice, hastily suppressing his aura and clutching the talisman tightly. In the next moment, 3 figures descended in quick succession. The first to land was a hunchbacked elder draped in a sinister gray robe, exuding an air of malevolence. This elder, at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, had an ugly visage with a pallid complexion that sent chills down their spines. Neither Su 12 nor Zhu Hanwei recognized this man, but they could surmise from his ghastly countenance that he was likely the so-called Bone Elder. The subsequent 2 figures, however, caused both Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei's pupils to constrict in surprise. "Sister Xiaoya? Brother Hanyu? What are they doing here?" Though neither spoke, astonishment was evident on their faces. Zhu Hanwei visibly relaxed. With their presence, he felt a surge of security. Su 12 squinted, suddenly realizing that the task Sister Xiaoya had mentioned involved eliminating this very individual. Thoughts racing, they exchanged glances, opting not to reveal their position just yet, but instead continued to observe the unfolding situation. Hanyu, wielding a golden long spear, radiated formidable energy, appearing both imposing and valiant. With a fierce glare, he fixated on the hunchbacked elder, growling, "Humph! Bone Elder, today you shall find no escape. If you are wise, Surrender gracefully. Otherwise, I shall ensure your annihilation, leaving you no chance to reincarnate. Escape? You ignorant youngsters, do you truly think I fear you? The Bone Elder retorted, spinning around to face his pursuers, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He uttered a chilling incantation, swiftly forming hand seals, his voice echoing ominously, "Bones of the dead. Heed my command. Arise, bone swords, and strike terror into the hearts of the living." With his command, the earth trembled. Numerous bones erupted from the ground, swiftly coalescing into 8 towering bone swords, each composed of 204 bones, imbued with formidable spiritual energy and resentment. The 8 swords hovered around the Bone Elder, casting an overwhelming aura over the entire forest. Witnessing this, Xiaoye and Han Yu exchanged glances, their expression shifting to one of grave concern. The bone swords were evidently extraordinary, and they both sensed an intense danger. "Sister, this old fiend possesses too many tricks. We must end this swiftly." Han Yu furrowed his brow, speaking urgently to Xiaoye. "Indeed, he must not escape again," Xiaoye replied, her expression serious. Nodding gently, she drew her Jinghong sword, channeling her inner energy into its blade. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of rainbow-hued sword lights toward the Bone Elder. Skyward winds. Han Yu, standing resolutely beside her, thrust his spear forward with determination, conjuring a tempest that propelled a golden spear shadow towards the Bone Elder. "Foolish children, do you dare flaunt your meager abilities before me? Today, I shall claim your lives and forge a couple more bone swords." The Bone Elder remained unfazed, executing hand gestures that summoned a torrent of energy from within. The bone swords responded to his command, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. A thunderous clash resonated as the attacks converged mid-air, unleashing a staggering energy explosion. The bone swords quivered but remained intact. What? The realization struck Xiaoye and Han Yu simultaneously. They understood the opponent's prowess was formidable, yet they had not anticipated such a fierce confrontation. As the sword light surged towards them, a chilling intent enveloped the two. Hidden in the shadows, Su 12's gaze fixed upon Xiaoye. Instinctively gripping his silver sword, he prepared to intervene. Within Yun's sect, Xiaoye had been the sole figure to show him considerable kindness. In truth, she was benevolent to all her disciples, but such kindness held little relevance to him. As the bone swords drew nearer, Xiaoye tightened her grip on the Jinghong sword, readying for a decisive strike. Han Yu, gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, focused intently on the incoming sword lights. With a powerful shout, he unleashed 8 afterimages of his spear. Clang, clang, clang. Each thrust struck a bone sword, triggering explosive bursts of energy. Following the resounding clatter, the bone swords were sent flying back to the Bone Elder, while Han Yu staggered backward, his hands trembling from the recoil. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained serious injury. Simultaneously, a strange force coursed through his body, hindering his energy flow. Steadying himself, he quickly warned Xiaoye, "Sister, these bone swords possess some peculiar energy that disrupts our spiritual power." Xiaoye nodded gravely, her expression tense. "Indeed, this adversary is difficult to contend with. We must retreat and devise another plan to subdue him." Recognizing Han Yu's injury, she understood that her own strength was insufficient to face the Bone Elder. At that moment, her resolve to flee solidified. "Leave? Little girl, do you truly believe you have the chance to escape?" The Bone Elder sneered, his hands continuing to weave seals. The bone swords that had returned to his side shot out once more, encircling Xiaoye and Han Yu, sealing off their paths of escape. He had meticulously lured them to this spot and would not allow them to slip away. "Humph," Xiaoye scoffed, clenching her teeth and resolutely channeling her energy into the Jinghong sword, unleashing a strike akin to a spiritual artifact's might. With a hum, the Jinghong sword swept forward, releasing a dazzling arc of rainbow light that resonated with an ominous drone. As the brilliance dimmed by a third, a narrow crack appeared along the blade. "This is bad. How is this possible? You possess a spiritual artifact." The Bone Elder's expression shifted dramatically, his voice betraying his astonishment as he hurried to summon back his bone swords. His bone swords, though refined through unique methods, could not compare to a true spiritual artifact. Yet, he was a moment too late. The rainbow light swept through, shattering 2 of the bone swords with a crisp crack, scattering their remnants across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoye grasped Han Yu and prepared to make their escape. Chapter 63. Rescuing the beautiful senior sister. The Bone Elder grimaced in pain as he cast a glance at the shattered white bone sword on the ground. His gaze filled with resentment directed at Xiaoyu. His eyes fell upon the Jinghong sword, and a flicker of greed flashed in his gaze. "Humph, You dare to ruin my treasure and think you can escape? If I do not refine you into a furnace for my alchemy today, I shall not be worthy of the title Bone Elder." With that, he unleashed another bellow, his hands swiftly forming seals as a surge of true essence erupted. The ground trembled once more, and countless shattered bones erupted from the earth, both human and beast alike. Compared to the bones that composed the white bone sword, these were imbued with resentment but lacked significant spiritual energy. Yet, the multitude of bones swirled through the air, instantly forming a bowl-like prison that ensnared much of the forest manor. A dense wall of bones loomed before her, blocking her path, causing Xiaoyu to tremble with a mix of fear and fury. So many bones. How many lives? How many beasts must have perished to accumulate such a collection? Grasping the Jinghong sword, she swept it through the air, releasing a brilliant arc of rainbow light. Although her opponent was 2 minor realms above her, and this place was filled with their sinister tricks, she felt the urgency to eliminate the Bone Elder, but recognized it was not the opportune moment. As the rainbow light passed, it reduced swathes of bones to dust. The seemingly impregnable wall of bones was torn open, revealing a narrow gap. "Sister, be careful." Just as Xiaoyu intended to escape with Hanyu, his voice suddenly rang out beside her. Turning her head, she saw the Bone Elder controlling the remaining 6 white bone swords, launching a sneak attack. Cunning and experienced, he executed this strike silently and with astonishing swiftness. Xiaoyu cursed under her breath, hastily raising her sword to block. Hanyu, aware of the dire situation, summoned his true essence and brandished his golden spear once more. However, the spear's movements were notably slower than before. Both struck simultaneously, but while they managed to fend off 1 or 2 swords that could not withstand the combined assault of the 6. With 2 sickening sounds of swords piercing flesh, Xiaoyu and Hanyu each felt a white bone sword stab through their waists, collapsing to the ground. A chilling and malevolent energy coursed through their bodies, draining the color from their faces and leaving them unable to muster even a shred of true essence. The Bone Elder approached with a mocking laugh, relishing his triumph. His first act was to seize the Jinghong sword from Xiaoyu's grip. However, upon seeing the sword's dim sheen and the 2 cracks upon its surface, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Humph, merely a high-grade magical artifact with a hint of spiritual essence. What a pity. Such artifacts suffer greatly when attempting to unleash their full potential. At this rate, it may only serve its purpose once more. You 2 young ones. No wonder you dare to provoke me. Alas, you are ignorant of your own limitations. But, my dear girl, you truly possess an enchanting beauty. You appear to be untouched. Just right for me to refine into a furnace. The Bone Elder twisted his neck, his attention fixated upon Xiaoyu. Her beauty captivated him, and a sinister smile spread across his grotesque face as his gaze roamed over her alluring figure. Xiaoyu felt a wave of agony radiate from her waist. Her expression contorted in pain. Hearing his words, she was further horrified, trembling uncontrollably. She understood well what being a furnace entailed, an excruciating and cruel fate for any female cultivator. Lying on the ground, Hanyu shouted in fury, "You scoundrel! If you dare to harm a hair on my senior sister, my master will never let you go." The Bone Elder scoffed, casually tossing the Jinghong sword aside, where it pierced Hanyu's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. "Boy, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. No matter, I shall first extract your senior sister's essence. Once you bleed out, I will refine your bones into a white bone sword." With one eye wide and the other squinted, he leered at the fallen Xiaoyu, his laughter echoing as he reached for her. "You, stay away. Don't come near." As he advanced, Xiaoyu, ignoring her pain, pushed herself off the ground, retreating desperately. Ultimately, she was but a woman in her early 20s, with limited experience and emotional resilience compared to the ancient fiends. The thought of what was to come filled her heart with despair. In that moment, regret washed over her. Before setting out, her grandfather had repeatedly warned her to be exceedingly cautious when confronting the Bone Elder. If a chance to strike arose, it must be taken, and if he fled, she must not pursue. Yet, emboldened by the Jinghong sword, she had believed herself invulnerable. Now she understood the depths of his cunning, but it was too late for regrets. The grotesque visage drew nearer, and fear clashed with despair within her heart, tears glimmering in her eyes. Her vulnerable state evoked pity in anyone who beheld her. The Bone Elder, driven by primal instincts, drooled at the sight. Just as his hand reached out to touch Xiaoyu, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Hidden behind a rock formation, Su 12 seized the moment and decisively launched the soul-severing nails. Under any other circumstance, he would have ignored the plight of others. However, with Xiaoyu in danger, he could not stand idly by. From the very beginning, He had anticipated that neither Xiao Yu nor Han Yu could contend with the Bone Elder. Yet, he chose to act not at the first sign of their peril, but at the moment the Bone Elder was most complacent. Another ally? Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the Bone Elder's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had not expected such a turn of events, his extensive battle experience from years as a Foundation cultivator allowed him to react swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled aside, evading the soul-severing nails as they sliced through the air, embedding themselves into the ground. Seeing this, Su-12 was not surprised. He merely sighed inwardly at the Bone Elder's prowess. Before the Bone Elder could regain his footing, Su-12 leaped onto the rock formation, fixing his gaze on him as he drew his celestial wolf bow to its full tension. Channeling true essence into the arrows, 6 radiant, colorful projectiles materialized. With a whoosh, the arrows were released, accompanied by 3 explosive arrows, each more potent than a full-powered strike from a high-grade magical artifact. The Bone Elder was no ordinary foe. This, Su-12 had already discerned. Faced with such an opponent, he did not hesitate to expend his explosive arrows, unleashing his most formidable techniques. Even if he could not vanquish his enemy, he would inflict the maximum possible damage. You think such attacks can threaten me? You are sorely mistaken. Turning to confront the incoming arrows, the Bone Elder scoffed contemptuously. Though they appeared dazzling, their actual power was limited. The concealed explosive arrows, lacking any spiritual fluctuations before detonation, were mere child's play. Had Su-12 not discerned the arrogance in the Bone Elder's hawkish gaze, he too might have fallen victim. But he would not repeat that mistake. After unleashing a volley of light arrows, he drew his silver sword, activating his shadowless steps as he charged toward the Bone Elder, simultaneously channeling his true essence to summon an even more formidable radiant sword. To the onlookers, it seemed the light arrows were a mere distraction, while the silver sword was the true weapon of death. Chapter 64. The Scheme of the Bone Elder Seeking Death. Since you have come, it is fortuitous for me to forge another bone sword. The Bone Elder's gaze was fixated entirely on Su-12, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Cunning and experienced, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, despite the youth's tender age of 17 or 18. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of true essence, summoning the remaining bones from the heavens as if they were called forth. They rapidly converged before him, forming a massive bone shield. As he fortified his defenses, he simultaneously propelled the bone sword towards Su-12. 6 beams of sword light sped towards him but did not reach their target. Su-12 halted abruptly, casting a wind manipulation technique that sent him flying backward. The 6 beams of sword light, swifter than arrows of light, struck the ground, creating a tremendous pit. It was only then that Su-12's arrows of light landed upon the Bone Elder's shield. With a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and sent chills down the spines of all onlookers, a fearsome energy storm erupted, shattering the bone shield into countless fragments. The Bone Elder was sent tumbling away, covered in dirt, and upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his meticulous preparations, he had not anticipated that these 6 seemingly inconsequential arrows would be the crux of his downfall, nor the magnitude of their power. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from Su-12's strike to the Bone Elder's defeat. 12. On the ground. Xiao Yu heard the commotion and initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Su-12 appear, her surprise deepened. Su-12 was here, and he possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refining. This was simply unbelievable. She had seen him just days ago. There could be no mistake. Furthermore, if it were not Su-12 himself, he would not have emerged to rescue her. Was he not a mixed spirit root? How could his cultivation surpass both mine and Han Yu's? Xiao Yu's eyes widened, her thoughts racing as she witnessed the violent explosion that sent the Bone Elder flying. This revelation left her gasping in astonishment. How could he be this powerful? Xiao Yu hurriedly rose from the ground. Overwhelmed with emotion she could hardly articulate. Beside her, Han Yu, pinned to the ground, was equally astonished. He stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the individual he had never taken seriously possessed such formidable strength. Good lad, well played. I truly underestimated you. On the ground, the Bone Elder, quick to react, performed a swift maneuver and regained his footing. He glared at Su-12, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, fury burning in his eyes. Having dominated the cultivation world for many years, he had never suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a junior. However, if this is all you can muster, you shall meet your demise today. Suppressing his rage, the Bone Elder snorted coldly. A surge of true essence erupted, exuding immense pressure. The bone sword moved in accordance with his will, weaving into a net of blades that rapidly advanced towards Su 12. Yet, he was not content with this. A bone spike, measuring merely the length of a finger, was readied in his palm. This spike, crafted from a rib of his former corpse, was a remnant from when he was besieged by the Seven Peaks leader of the Yunga sect, leaving him with only this fragment of bone after he managed to seize this grotesque form, though it did not compare to his spirit weapon. This bone spike was akin to a top-tier magical artifact, its power remarkable. Fixing his gaze on Su 12's heart, he prepared to deliver a fatal strike. The sword net shimmered with a chilling light, emitting clouds of black mist that plunged the temperature of the air, enveloping Su 12 in a suffocating embrace. Xiaoyu's expression shifted as she quickly warned, 12, be careful. His sword net is incredibly troublesome. The malevolent energy on the sword can corrode the meridians and hinder the flow of true essence within the body. Su 12 nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the incoming attack, while secretly bracing himself for the Bone Elder's true prowess. He understood that this cunning old monster possessed numerous treacherous techniques and would not limit himself to mere assaults. True essence surged within him as he subtly summoned the ice shield, while simultaneously raising his hand to summon another treasure obtained from the eagle-hooked nose, the Wind Pearl. The pearl hovered before him, spinning rapidly, unleashing a chilling gust of wind. A wave of sinister energy surged forth, swirling with countless dark sands. The wind swept through the air, directly countering the encroaching black mist. The bone swords, which should have pierced through Su 12, began to tremble in the tempest. What? You possess erosion sand. The Bone Elder's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing the wind. Without hesitation, he summoned back his bone sword. As it escaped the grasp of the wind, the sword's surface was left marred, and its magical aura greatly diminished. The sight of this damage pained the Bone Elder deeply. Thankfully, such levels of degradation were not irreparable for a top-tier magical artifact. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his wary gaze on Su 12, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. This youth, at such a tender age, wielded extraordinary power. His spiritual root potential must be astounding. If he could forge a bone sword, he might even create a pseudo-spirit weapon. Today, he must not be allowed to live. Boy, this erosion sand diminishes with each use, but I shall see just how long you can endure. The Bone Elder's voice dripped with malice as he ground his teeth, biting into his tongue to unleash a mouthful of blood upon the bone sword. Instantaneously, a rich scent of blood enveloped the arena. 6 bone swords lined up before him, their blades swirling with dark mist, coalescing into an enormous vengeful spirit. With a chilling howl, the spirit's malevolent aura surged, emitting a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. Onlookers, Xiaoyu, Hanyu, and Zhu Hanwei, who was hiding behind a rock formation, all grimaced in agony. Su 12 was no exception. As he felt the wind pearl rapidly depleting, he too was filled with concern. Suddenly, the shriek pierced through the air, sending a jolt of pain through his eardrums, leaving him disoriented. In that moment, the vengeful spirit lunged at Su 12 as if it were a sworn enemy. Not good. Su 12 silently cursed, gritting his teeth, enduring the discomfort brought on by the shriek as he raised his hand to unleash a beam of silver sword light. Swish! The sword light struck the vengeful spirit, passing straight through it, leaving no mark or damage whatsoever. What? This creature is immune to attacks. Chapter 65. Deadly Pitfalls. Su Shi's pupils constricted as he acted without hesitation, casting forth a barrage of fireball talismans that ignited into brilliant flames, hurtling toward the vengeful spirit. Simultaneously, he invoked the wind calling technique, his feet dancing upon the shadow's step, creating a series of afterimages as he swiftly distanced himself from the spirit. The vengeful spirit halted momentarily, then unleashed a chilling gust that extinguished the fireballs, resuming its relentless pursuit of Su Shi. Humph! You think such petty tricks can challenge me? I will eliminate your companions first, and then deal with you. Let us see how long you can evade today. The skeletal figure, observing Su Shi's swift retreat, couldn't help but commend his agility internally. Such a young lad possessed an impressive wealth of combat experience. Alas, he had encountered an opponent like me. With a glint in his eye, he unleashed a torrent of true essence upon his bone sword. 6 bone swords transformed into streaks of light, speeding toward Xiaoyu and Hanyu. Uncertain of how many shadow erosion sands Su Shi possessed, he was cautious not to unleash other treasures against him just yet. With a cold smirk, he set his sights on Xiaoyu and Hanyu, believing Su Shi had appeared solely to rescue them. As a practitioner of dark arts, he cared little for ethics. His only goal was to achieve his desires. A bone spike, the length of a finger, rested in his palm. Should Su Shi dare to intervene, he would strike without remorse. After all, aiding others would inevitably distract him, and he was confident in his ability to eliminate Su Shi even if the latter activated the shadow erosion sands. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu in peril again, Su Shi's pupils contracted, and he hurled several fireballs to block the vengeful spirit. Instantly changing direction, he dashed toward Xiao Yu, gripping the Yin wind pearl tightly, channeling his true essence into it. Even before he arrived, the icy winds surged toward the bone swords. Meanwhile, the Yuanyang ruler within his sword pouch stealthily approached the skeletal figure under the influence of his telekinetic control. He understood that the opponent's actions were merely a ploy to force him to save his companions. The true target was himself. For him, vanquishing the skeletal figure was the key to resolving the predicament. A flicker of insight crossed Su Shi's eyes, swiftly replaced by urgency. The skeletal figure, observing Su Shi's movement, smirked, his bone spike gleaming with a chilling light, infused with true essence. Suddenly, a thunderous hum echoed as the bone spike hurtled through the air towards Su Shi at an alarming speed. Bang! The bone spike reached Su Shi in the blink of an eye. However, he was prepared. The bloodlight shield surged forth, and the ice shield gifted by Shen Miaoyin materialized, forming a large barrier before him. Yet, the ice shield, despite being a premium artifact, was insufficient to withstand the skeletal figure's strength, which surpassed his by one realm. In the next moment, the ice shield trembled violently, a finger-sized hole appearing. The bone spike continued its relentless advance, piercing through Su Shi's bloodlight shield. With a sickening thud, the spike embedded itself in his abdomen, emerging from his lower back. Su Shi staggered. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, followed by a surge of malevolent energy coursing chaotically within him. His true essence became increasingly difficult to circulate, and his complexion paled to a ghostly white. "Boy, you have fallen victim to my bone spike. Your demise is assured. This time, I shall see what other tricks you possess." Seeing Su Shi wounded, the skeletal figure grinned with satisfaction. He raised a finger, commanding the vengeful spirit, now freed from the fire-controlling spell, to screech towards Su Shi, its claws poised to tear him apart. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Yuanyang ruler, under Su Shi's command, descended upon the skeletal figure with force. Clever boy, you are more cunning than I anticipated. Yet, you remain too inexperienced in my presence. Delighted to see a premium artifact in the form of a ruler, the skeletal figure eagerly reached for it. But in the next instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. The Yuanyang ruler, gripped in his hand, trembled violently, releasing a burst of orange light. As the orange glow shimmered, it burned like flames. The skeletal figure's palm, infused with dark essence, recoiled as if confronted by its nemesis, emitting a hissing sound as it recoiled in pain. "What? This ruler is a supreme Yang treasure." He gasped in disbelief, hastily relinquishing his grip on the Yuanyang ruler. However, at the moment of release, the ruler expelled a wisp of orange mist that coalesced into a golden flower. The golden flower glowed with a fiery radiance, pulsating like flames. The Yuanyang golden flower? Curse it! The skeletal figure, sensing imminent danger, could no longer afford to control the bone swords or direct the vengeful spirit's assault. He hastily retracted his true essence, fearing contact with the golden flower. Though his reflexes were quick, the proximity was too close. In the next moment, the golden flower descended upon him with a whoosh. The flames of the golden flower infiltrated his body through every pore, igniting the dark essence within him. In an instant, golden flames enveloped him entirely. The skeletal figure contorted in agony, rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, the now uncontrollable vengeful spirit paused, turning its gaze toward the writhing skeletal figure, an intense hatred igniting in its eyes. With a piercing, wrathful scream, the spirit lunged at him. "No! No! Stay away!" Seeing the vengeful spirit approach, the skeletal figure emitted a hoarse, dreadful cry, attempting to evade the spirit's grasp as he rolled on the ground. The Yuanyang ruler, embodying pure Yang energy, possessed a natural restraining effect against dark essence and demonic fire. The vengeful spirit, however, showed no hesitation, diving headfirst into the golden flames. The skeletal figure, already in excruciating pain, found the spirit's intrusion akin to pouring oil on a fire. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, sending flames soaring high into the sky. The skeletal figure was propelled upward, crashing back to the ground. As the flames subsided, only a charred corpse remained, lying lifelessly on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Su Shi narrowed his eyes and beckoned, reclaiming the Yuanyang ruler. As he held the ruler, a surge of heat coursed through him, swiftly purging the dark essence from his body. Feeling his true essence fully restored, Sushi raised the Yuan-Yang ruler and unleashed a torrent of golden flames upon the charred remains of the skeletal figure. Under the golden fire's embrace, the skeletal figure trembled once more as a mass of black mist coalesced from its body, forming a grotesquely aged visage. Chapter 66. The Astonishment of Xiaoyu. Young man, your heart is truly ruthless. You shall surely meet a wretched end. The remains of the skeletal figure retained but a wisp of lingering soul, which, upon emergence, unleashed a roar towards Su 12. He had not anticipated that even in his diminished state, he could still be detected, fixing Su 12 with a furious glare. His eyes blazed with an intensity capable of boiling the seas, while within him churned an abyss of despair. How could this boy, who seemed more cautious and meticulous than the ancient beings who had lived for centuries, outmaneuver him? Even in life, he could not withstand the onslaught of the primordial yang golden fire. In death, with merely a wisp of soul remaining, it was utterly impossible. In this moment, he was consumed by regret and bitterness. Had he known that Su 12 possessed such a treasure, had he foreseen the boy's treachery, he would never have been so careless. Revealing all his means of defense, both the skeletal sword and the vengeful spirit could have aided him in his resistance. Alas, he had ultimately miscalculated. As the flames surged forward, the skeletal figure let out a final, desperate cry, dissipating entirely into the ether. He would never comprehend that Su 12 had not discerned his presence. Rather, he had merely exercised greater caution than others, ensuring that his foe was entirely extinguished before he could feel reassured. Meet a wretched end? Humph. If I can avenge my grandfather and our villagers, then what does it matter if I do not meet a good death? Su 12 scoffed inwardly, maintaining an air of calm. He was acutely aware that this world was merciless. To survive, one must remain ever vigilant. Only when the skeletal figure had turned to ash did he exhale a long sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, he gathered the fallen storage pouch and the 6 skeletal swords that had plummeted from the sky. The contents of the skeletal figure's storage pouch were uncertain, but those 6 skeletal swords were undoubtedly exceptional artifacts. He was not in a hurry to inspect the pouch. Instead, he swiftly turned his attention to Xiaoyu. Senior sister, how do you feel? At that moment, Xiaoyu stood dumbfounded, still engulfed in shock. 12. You actually vanquished that skeletal figure. Unable to grasp the reality before her, she hesitated, but the truth was undeniable. Hearing his voice snapped her back to her senses. Do not worry, As she spoke, a dark aura manifested upon her face, and she coughed forth a mouthful of black blood. Senior sister, Su 12 exclaimed, clearly sensing the ominous energy swirling around her. With a raised brow, he brandished the cloud yang, gently tapping it. A beam of primordial yang golden light erupted, instantly purging the malevolent energy from Xiaoyu's body. Feeling suddenly lighter, Xiaoyu quickly retrieved a small elixir, crushing it into powder and applying it to the wound at her waist. 12. Truly thank you. If it were not for you today, both Hanyu and I would undoubtedly have met our demise. Gazing at Su 12, Xiaoyu's face was a portrait of gratitude. At that moment, her appreciation for him surged immeasurably. Senior sister, we are the same sect. No need for thanks. If you are in danger, how could I stand idly by? Su 12 replied with a gentle smile. In response to Su 12's smile, Xiaoyu felt an immense sense of reassurance. Her gaze then shifted to Hanyu, who lay motionless, causing her pupils to constrict. Hanyu, junior brother? Rest assured, he merely lost too much blood and has fainted, Su 12 replied nonchalantly, directing the cloud yang once more to project another ray of primordial yang golden light. Under its glow, the malevolent energy enveloping Hanyu swiftly receded. However, he remained unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Su 12 swiftly removed the Jinghong sword lodged in his body, performing basic first aid on Hanyu's wounds. With the skeletal figure vanquished, he did not mind taking the opportunity to save another. After a few swift motions, he turned to Xiaoyu, offering her the Jinghong sword. His injuries are severe. He will likely need to rest for some time after we return. Indeed, as long as he is safe, that is sufficient. Xiaoyu felt an immense relief. Hanyu was her grandfather's most valued disciple and a recognized hope for the entire Luofu peak. His mishap would significantly impact their sect. Soon regaining her composure, she regarded Su 12 with astonishment. I cannot believe your cultivation has reached the 7th level of qi refinement. At that moment, a wave of incredulity washed over her as she marveled at Su 12's formidable spiritual power, her mind racing with questions. The once overlooked mixed spiritual roots had unexpectedly flourished to such an extent. With her beautiful long eyelashes fluttering and her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars, she inhaled deeply before inquiring, 12. If I am not mistaken, you must have concealed your cultivation earlier, right? Su 12 nodded, having anticipated this question. With a serene smile, he explained, during the trial, I inadvertently consumed a golden fruit. Unexpectedly, my cultivation surged, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement by the end of the trial. However, senior sister, you are aware that my spiritual roots are rather poor. If this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly invite a plethora of troubles. Hence, I have been deliberately suppressing my cultivation aura. In the days to come, I hope you will keep this matter confidential. As he concluded, Su 12 clasped his hands in a gesture of humility towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. A golden fruit? Could it be the legendary golden sacred fruit? How extraordinarily fortunate. Yet, she pondered, how could such remarkable combat experience be explained by merely consuming a wondrous fruit? With this thought lingering, she blinked, pondering Su 12's words with skepticism. Nevertheless, she recognized that Su 12 had risked peril to save her, which spoke volumes about his character. With her thoughts racing, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. I truly did not anticipate that your fortune would reach such heights. Rest assured, I will keep this matter a secret. Oh, by the way, I have yet to inquire how you came to be here. Su 12 shrugged with a smile. I came here with Zhu Hanwei to undertake a task, investigating the situation with the Qishuan sect. Little did I expect it to be related to the you sought to eradicate. Zhu Hanwei, he is here too? Xiaoyu expressed her surprise, recalling that Zhu Hanwei's strength was rather lackluster in her memory. Could it be that he too had encountered some fortuitous event? Su 12 nodded with a smile, refraining from elaborating further, and turned his gaze towards the distant rockery. Senior sister Xiaoyu, I am over here, behind the rockery. Zhu Hanwei shakily emerged, trembling as he did. Having witnessed Su 12's injury earlier, he had been thoroughly frightened, his legs still weak. At this moment, seeing that the skeletal figure had been reduced to nothing, he felt a renewed admiration for Su 12. Noticing Zhu Hanwei's state, Xiaoyu smiled slightly, realizing he had merely come along to join the fray. Nodding at him with a smile, she rummaged through her belongings and handed a mission token to Su 12. 12. This is for you. Chapter 67. Inventory Harvest. Mysterious leaf. The task order for eliminating the malevolent cultivator left Su 12 momentarily stunned. Within the Yungu sect, anyone bearing a task order and token could submit their mission to receive rewards. With a charming smile, Shi'er remarked, since you were the one to slay the Bone Elder, this task should rightfully be considered completed by you. Senior sister, we are both disciples and friends. There is no need for such formalities between us. Su 12 quickly shook his head in refusal. The task of exterminating the evil cultivator offered a substantial reward of 100 sect contribution points. He felt a flicker of temptation, as he might have accepted it from a less familiar peer. However, given Xiaoyu's considerate nature towards him, he had never anticipated any form of recompense from the outset. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Xiaoyu continued, since you mentioned friendship, this item should be accepted without hesitation. The 5-element spirit pearl is of great significance to you, and you must be eager to exchange it. Consider the contribution points from this task as my sponsorship. Or a loan, if you will. Shouldn't friends help one another? As she concluded, she tilted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with a radiant smile. All right. If that is the case, I shall accept it. Su 12 found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on how Xiaoyu's beauty contrasted sharply with Shen Miaoyin's. While Shen Miaoyin exuded an icy, noble, and enigmatic aura, Xiaoyu radiated warmth and kindness, akin to a beloved elder sister, creating an atmosphere of springtime comfort. Nodding in agreement, Su 12 chose not to persist in his refusal. He resolved to repay her kindness in due time from other avenues. With that thought, he accepted the task order. After a moment's consideration, he added, Senior sister, now that the task is concluded, I plan to return to the sect. It would be prudent for us to travel together for mutual support along the way. Indeed, I share the same intention. Xiaoyu eagerly nodded in agreement. She had been contemplating suggesting the same to Su 12. The journey from Nan City to Yungu sect was a long one, and her injuries had yet to fully heal, compounded by the presence of the heavily wounded Hanyu. Even without ill-intentioned cultivators, encountering formidable beasts could pose a significant challenge. However, with Su 12 by her side, the circumstances would be vastly improved. She had witnessed his prowess firsthand, which could only be described as breathtaking. Yet, there was a subtle difference between her initiating this collaboration and Su 12 proposing it. In that moment, she felt a surge of admiration for his thoroughness and attentiveness. Zhu Hanwei, go into the city and procure 2 carriages. At dawn, We shall set forth back to Yungu sect, with Xiao Yu's agreement. Su 12 wasted no time and promptly instructed Zhu Hanwei. After issuing the command, he cast a casual glance towards the highest tower of the Lin residence. Within the tower, a graceful figure gazed at him with an expression of gratitude. Lin Xiao had been chosen by the Bone Elder, ostensibly as a disciple, but in reality, she was merely a selected vessel. Despite her lack of knowledge and cultivation, she understood the sinister intentions behind it. With the Bone Elder's demise, she felt a sense of liberation. As their eyes met, she opened her mouth, silently conveying her appreciation. Su 12, however, had no desire for lengthy conversation, merely ensuring that no further latent dangers lingered. He soon settled cross-legged on the ground to recuperate, having expended considerable energy during his confrontation with the Bone Elder. Zhu Hanwei, invigorated by a sense of purpose, hurriedly exited the Lin residence. The following morning, the four of them departed in carriages, leaving the Lin residence behind as they journeyed toward Yungu sect. Su 12 shared a carriage with Xiaoyu. However, due to her injuries and the prior extensive use of the stunning rainbow sword, both her energy and vitality were heavily depleted. With Su 12's presence, she felt entirely at ease. Once inside the carriage, she lay down and quickly fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, Xiaoyu appeared serene, her eyelashes fluttering gently, while a faint fragrance, reminiscent of innocence, lingered in the carriage. Su 12, tilting his head, could not help but gaze at her a few more times. At this moment, he found himself experiencing the stirrings of youthful affection, feeling somewhat bewildered by his emotions. He held no specific thoughts, merely captivated by her beauty. For him, being in Xiaoyu's company felt entirely different from his time spent with Shen Miaoying. After a few furtive glances, he composed himself and retrieved the Yin Wind Pearl. At that moment, the Yin Wind Pearl emitted a dull sheen, with the black sand contained within dwindling to less than 1/10 of its original amount. In erosion sand. From the Bone Elder's earlier remarks, it seemed this sand harbored significant implications. Regrettably, the supply was limited, and each use diminished its quantity. At this rate, it would likely be exhausted after a maximum of one more use. Su 12 shook his head in dismay, then inspected the ice shield, which bore a small hole the width of a finger. Thankfully, the magical light remained intact. Despite its flaws, it remained usable. Next, he examined the belongings of the Bone Elder, beginning to tally them. The Bone Elder possessed few items, 6 bone swords and a bone spike, along with a collection of ordinary first-level materials. In terms of wealth, he was inferior to Su 12. Alas, who would have thought that the Bone Elder was a miser? He lamented. Yet, considering his reincarnation, it was likely that he had lost any valuable possessions to the Seven Peaks sect master. With a resigned sigh, Su 12 scrutinized the bone swords and spike. These 6 bone swords and the bone spike were indeed remarkable. While the swords were damaged, the issue was not grave. With some nurturing of spiritual energy, they could eventually be restored. Forging swords from bones, though wicked, was the Bone Elder's doing, and not his concern. Moreover, the vengeful spirits within the bones had perished alongside the Bone Elder, serving as poetic justice. I could never partake in such deeds. But there is no harm in utilizing these artifacts as contingency tools. He mused, his expression calm as he stored the malevolent treasures within his spatial ring. For cultivators, wielding artifacts imbued with dark energy often led to misunderstandings from others and could corrupt one's own nature. Nevertheless, Su 12 remained indifferent. To him, whether a treasure was imbued with pure yang or tainted by evil mattered little. What was paramount was the enhancement of his strength. The Grand Elder's inaction loomed over him like a sharp sword, leaving him with a sense of insecurity. Only through formidable power could he navigate crises and avenge his grandfather and the villagers. Clenching his teeth, Su 12's gaze became resolute. He then gently shook his head, placing the Bone Elder's other materials into his storage bag. Although these materials were ordinary, even the smallest mosquito was meat. Wait, what is this? Just as he was about to withdraw from his spatial ring, he suddenly noticed a gray leaf among the pile of materials. The leaf measured barely an inch and exhibited no trace of spiritual energy. It appeared rather dull and mundane, reminiscent of an ordinary object. Chapter 68. Bloodthirsty Demon Devourer. Swordbone forging, swordbone formation, however, Su 12 found it peculiar. If it were truly an ordinary object, how could it be treasured by the Bone Master? With a flicker of thought, he hastily extracted the leaf. The leaf, held delicately in his palm, felt as light as a feather. After glancing at it a couple of times without discerning any particular details, Su 12 attempted to channel his true essence into it. Yet, When his essence made contact with the leaf, it yielded no response, showing no signs of absorption. Could it be merely an ordinary leaf? Su-12 raised an eyebrow, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He summoned his true essence, invoking the eye of heaven to scrutinize the leaf anew. HM? Are there words on it? Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized the distinct patterns. The leaf was inscribed with countless minuscule characters, smaller than ants. Su-12 diligently examined them, and upon completion, he gasped in astonishment, his expression reflecting profound shock. The leaf contained records of 3 sinister cultivation techniques: the bloodthirsty demon devouring sutra, the sword bone forging art, and the sword bone formation. The bloodthirsty demon devouring sutra was a technique for cultivation, encompassing methods from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. As its name suggests, it involved consuming the essence and blood of living beings to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. The sword bone forging art utilized the bones of living creatures as primary materials, employing special secret techniques to forge bone swords. The greater the strength of the creature in life, the superior the quality of the forged bone sword. Using the bones of a foundation establishment cultivator or a foundation establishment beast could even yield legendary spiritual weapons. Lastly, the sword bone formation was a technique to deploy bone swords for defense against enemies. The higher the quality and greater the number of bone swords, the more potent the formation's power. Holding the gray leaf, Su-12 sat in the carriage, his mind racing with information regarding these sinister techniques, momentarily lost in thought. Is this what they call a malevolent cultivation method? To so readily consume blood and shatter bones, it is utterly brutal. According to the techniques, the targets for consumption could also include the essence of demon beasts, and the forging of sword bones could likewise involve the bones of these creatures. Su-12 pondered deeply. His heart raced, and his breath quickened at that moment. He remembered that within his storage ring lay the carcass of a mid-second-tier fire cloud python. If he were to utilize this technique to absorb its essence, his cultivation would undoubtedly see significant advancement. Furthermore, if he were to forge a bone sword from the python's bones, even if he did not succeed in creating a spiritual weapon, he could achieve the level of a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Such temptation was immense for Su-12. Yet, he was acutely aware of the risks involved. While this technique promised rapid enhancement of cultivation and power, it profoundly influenced the practitioner's mindset. Especially given its focus on demon beasts, the practitioner would endure considerable suffering. Should one's mind falter, the consequences could range from madness to death. No wonder those who cultivate malevolent techniques often exhibit extreme personalities. As he quietly contemplated the information on the techniques, Su-12's emotions gradually cooled. No, this method is far too sinister. It would be wise not to practice it lightly. Moreover, now is not the right time. As for the sword bone forging art, it poses little risk. However, I primarily possess spiritual plants as materials. It seems I must seek out additional materials. For now, I shall focus on mastering the sword bone formation. Resolute in his decision, Su-12 wasted no time. He closed his eyes and began to silently recall all the information regarding the sword bone formation. The carriage thundered along, and the journey was uneventful. Occasionally, wayward demon beasts obstructed their path, but Su-12 dispatched them with ease. Before long, the group of 4 returned near the Yungu sect. At that moment, Hanyu also awakened. The first thing he did upon waking was to express his gratitude to Su-12, yet he felt an undeniable discomfort in Su-12's presence. Having been regarded as exceptionally talented within the sect, it felt absurd to him that he had been surpassed by a disciple with mixed spiritual roots. However, upon hearing from Xiaoyu that Su-12 had possibly consumed the legendary golden sacred fruit, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, one could have a stroke of good fortune once or twice, but it was implausible to be lucky every time. He prided himself on his top-tier spiritual root and temperament, believing he could soon surpass Su-12 without much effort. With this thought, he felt somewhat at ease. Su-12 remained oblivious to Hanyu's inner turmoil and cared little for it. Except for slaying demon beasts, he constantly practiced the small Zhou-Tian breathing technique, keeping his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Soon, the carriage entered the gates of the Yungu sect. Upon returning, Su-12 immediately parted ways with Xiaoyu and Hanyu, taking Zhu Hanwei to the mission hall to submit their tasks. The rewards for the 7 Xian sect's missions were typically shared with Zhu Hanwei. However, Zhu Hanwei, being quite astute, had learned from Xiaoyu that Su-12 required contribution points. After submitting their tasks, before Su-12 could speak, Zhu Hanwei declined to share the contribution points, claiming he had not contributed. Su 12 welcomed this, and, not being stingy, shared some pills with him. For Zhu Hanwei, resources for cultivation held greater value than contribution points. In the days that followed, aside from his cultivation, Su 12 frequently visited the mission hall to undertake various tasks. Most of the time, he worked alone, but occasionally, he brought Zhu Hanwei along. The abandoned pill room was entirely entrusted to Zhu Hanwei's care. Since the trial concluded, Su 12 had not returned to the abandoned pill room even once, nor had he touched the mysterious alchemical furnace hidden there. He conducted himself with great discretion, and within the sect and beyond, no one noticed the presence of such an ordinary disciple. Even the fame he garnered during the newcomer trial gradually faded with the passage of time. One day, in a red maple forest 100 miles north of the Yungu sect, Su 12 leaned against his sword, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Around him lay the corpses of 3 high-tier demon beasts, the red flame wolves. Phew, with my current strength, facing 3 high-tier demon beasts simultaneously is indeed somewhat taxing. Fortunately, the rewards for this mission yield ample contribution points. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. Glancing at the bleeding wounds on his body, Su 12 managed a faint smile of satisfaction. Over the past 6 months, his cultivation had barely improved. Yet his relentless pursuit of tasks had accumulated considerable contribution points. Once he submits this task, he will gather enough points to exchange for the remaining 4 spirit pearls. Muttering to himself, he swiftly scanned the red flame wolves' bodies, then took a deep breath, beckoning to gather all the demon beast corpses. After clearing the battlefield, he hurried toward the sect. The thought of soon acquiring the 5-element spirit pearls, which would grant him a cultivation speed on par with that of a mid-grade spiritual root, filled him with excitement. As he journeyed, a sudden gust of wind caught his attention. A sharp sense of danger surged within him, causing his hairs to stand on end. Chapter 69, a world where might makes right. In the ensuing moment, a sudden contraction seized Su 12's pupils. Dozens of colossal fireballs materialized, converging from all directions. Their velocity was astonishing, their advent utterly devoid of premonition, affording him no opportunity for reaction. Dire straits. A silent alarm echoed within Su 12's mind. Instinctively, he summoned the winds, conjuring a tempestuous vortex that lifted him skyward, ascending into the firmament. Boom! A deafening detonation reverberated through the air, unleashing a cataclysmic maelstrom of spiritual energy. From his aerial vantage, Su 12 gazed downward, a primal fear gripping his senses. Had such an assault found its mark, his demise would have been inevitable. Who dares to ambush me in this forsaken place? Fortunate am I to possess such prudence, lest I meet my end without comprehension. His thoughts raced, and without hesitation, he seized the fleeting respite to descend into the distance. Before his feet touched the ground, he was already bounding across the arboreal canopy, fleeing in the opposite direction of the Cloud Song sect. He understood all too well that such a coordinated onslaught, emanating from all points of the compass, could not be the work of a solitary assailant. Regardless of their identity, the wisest course lay in strategic retreat. Any ordinary disciple, facing such peril, would instinctively seek sanctuary within the sect's embrace. But those who harbored such murderous intent would surely have anticipated this, laying further snares along the path. The optimal strategy was to distance himself from the sect's confines. As Su 12 made his escape, a dozen figures emerged from the verdant thicket. The leader, a square-faced cultivator clad in azure robes, voiced his astonishment. What? Was it not said that this whelp was a mere 3rd-level chi practitioner? How is it that he is at the 7th level? No wonder senior brother Yi urged us to come together. It seems he was aware of the lad's hidden strength. The square-faced cultivator muttered, his gaze fixed upon Su 12's receding figure, making no immediate move to pursue. Beside him, a rotund cultivator with cherubic features scoffed, Humph. This brat has been undertaking all manner of tasks these past 6 months, many of which would be beyond the capabilities of a 3rd-level chi practitioner. It was evident to all that something was amiss. Lu Tao, your perception is woefully slow. Fatso, are you seeking confrontation? The square-faced cultivator glared, his tone laced with irritation. Spare me. I have no time for petty squabbles. The rotund cultivator's eyes darted about as he shrugged his shoulders, adding, this lad must be kin to a rabbit. How else to explain his fleetness of foot? TCH, does he truly believe he can evade us? Senior brother Ye's sagacity is unparalleled. He has already dispatched Zhu Wenqi and the others to intercept him beyond the sect's boundaries. The square-faced cultivator sneered, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Senior brother Ye's cunning is indeed formidable, befitting a disciple of the Peak Lord. But are you certain that we should tarry? Should we fail to meet senior brother Ye's expectations, the consequences will be dire. The rotund cultivator narrowed his eyes. His tone measured. The square-faced cultivator conceded. Indeed, we must not squander time. Let us give chase, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. With these words, the two advanced in unison, leading their cohort in pursuit of Su-12. Unbeknownst to Su-12, the events unfolding behind him were of no concern. Confronted with this sudden ambush, he dared not relax his vigilance. Expending nearly half of his true essence, he traversed the terrain with the agility of a hare, covering hundreds of feet in mere moments. Reluctant to deplete his true essence entirely, he descended to the ground, relying on the phantom steps to hasten his passage. Yet, the instant his feet touched the earth, a volley of icy projectiles assailed him from the surrounding trees. A trap. I have been outmaneuvered. A jolt of realization coursed through Su-12's veins. Despite his caution, he had fallen prey to their machinations. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of defensive talismans, simultaneously activating his frost shield. Earthen walls, stone barriers, and icy ramparts materialized before him, only to be shattered by the relentless assault. However, this second wave of attacks was noticeably weaker than the first. The icy projectiles, upon contact with the frost shield, dissipated in a burst of spiritual energy. Then, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, and 13 disciples, ranging from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, emerged, swiftly encircling Su-12. Su-12's pupils constricted as his gaze locked onto a figure at the forefront. The individual was clad in crimson robes, adorned with mystic cloud patterns, his slender phoenix eyes framed by a pair of cold, haughty lips. His very presence exuded an air of arrogance, akin to a drawn sword. None other than Yi Liangchuan, the vaunted inner disciple of Heavenly Splendor Peak. Yi Liangchuan, what is the meaning of this? Su-12 demanded, his eyes fixed upon his adversary. Yi Liangchuan's countenance remained impassive as he emitted a dismissive snort, retorting, the meaning? You have pilfered what belongs to Heavenly Splendor Peak, and yet you dare inquire as to the meaning? Beside him, a handsome man of towering stature, his face as fair as jade, sneered, glaring at Su-12 with undisguised animosity. Boy, surrender all the resources you possess. Out of consideration for our shared sect, we may spare your wretched life. Otherwise, your demise is assured. Despite his striking features, the man's attire consisted of a garish plaid robe, his lips painted crimson, his fingers held in a delicate pose, rendering him strangely effeminate. The overpowering fragrance emanated from his very being. Su-12's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze swept over the man, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Among the assembled throng, this individual, second only to Yi Liangchuan, radiated an aura of menace akin to a venomous scorpion. Yet, he directed his attention back to Yi Liangchuan, ignoring the other. Pilfered from Heavenly Splendor Peak? The newcomer trials were a contest of skill and fortune. Heavenly Splendor Peak may be the foremost peak within the Cloud Song sect, but are you such sore losers? Su-12's eyes darted about, seeking an opportunity for escape as he spoke, his tone laced with derision. He harbored no faith in their words. Even if he surrendered his resources, would they, having gathered such a force, truly allow him to depart unscathed? Sir losers? Truly, you possess a glib tongue, far more cunning than that prodigy Han Yu of the floating mist peak. You are adept at concealing your strength, at maintaining a low profile. But this is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. No amount of words will alter your present predicament. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Yi Liangchuan's expression remained impassive as he cast a condescending gaze upon Su-12. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red sword materialized. The blade shimmered with brilliance, its magical aura radiant, a testament to its exceptional quality. As the sword was drawn, its blade trembled, emitting a resonant hum. An invisible sword intent permeated the air, engulfing Su-12 in its oppressive embrace. Chapter 70, Ultimate Move, Exploding Bone, Sword. How formidable. Is this the true power of a perfected 9th level in the Qi refinement stage? As Su-12 sensed this overwhelming aura, his heart sank. Feeling as though he was mired in a quagmire, immobilized and helpless, silently lamenting his plight. He had never experienced such a sensation even when facing the White Bone Elder. With a 2-level disparity in cultivation, he doubted his chances against such an opponent. Brother Yi, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This brat is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. I, Zhu Wenqi, can handle him alone. Before Yi Liangchuan could make a move, a flamboyantly dressed man with painted lips interjected, posing with an exaggerated flourish and revealing a sinister smile. Suddenly, Su 12's heart jolted as he sensed danger. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated a wind manipulation technique, swiftly shifting half a zhang to the side. Whoosh! At that very moment, a sound of slicing air whizzed past his ear, yet he saw nothing in front of him. Not bad, kid. Your reflexes are surprisingly quick, Zhu Wenqi squinted. His eyes glinting with a cold light, somewhat taken aback that his ambush had been detected. Humph. Let us see how long you can evade. With a muffled grunt, he flicked his fingers in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of cold flashes flickered through the air as Su 12 realized that 10 flying needles, manipulated by fine threads, were weaving a deadly net around him. Though of moderate quality, these mid-tier artifacts were exceedingly treacherous, if used properly. They could rival high-grade artifacts or even exceed them. Narrowing his eyes, Su 12 wasted no time and summoned a blood-red shield to envelop himself. With the silver sword in hand, he continuously swung it, sending forth arcs of sword light to repel the incoming needles. Yet, the needles were agile and swift, leaving him in a state of frantic defense. Understanding that prolonged combat would be disadvantageous, Su 12 felt a surge of anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he decisively activated the Yin Wind Pearl, unleashing the remaining Yin Erosion Sand. A chilling wind arose, swirling around him. The flying needles, upon encountering the wind and sand, erupted with a cacophony of clashing sounds. Damn it! What on earth is this? Zhu Wenqi, controlling the needles, suddenly changed color in alarm, exclaiming as he hurriedly retracted them. Looking at the now dull and lifeless needles in his hand, his expression darkened, dripping with frustration. Yi Lianchuan's gaze turned icy as he turned to the others with a low grunt. What are you all waiting for? Attack together! Upon hearing this, the others hastily summoned their respective swords. In an instant, dozens of sword lights crisscrossed through the air, converging upon Su 12 with the speed of lightning. This is bad. I must escape swiftly. Su 12's heart raced, feeling as if it had jumped to his throat, urgency consuming him. Just Yi Lianchuan alone sent a shiver down his spine, let alone the numerous capable disciples surrounding him. With so many formidable assaults converging, one misstep could lead to his obliteration. With no time to ponder, he took a deep breath, his expression grim, and raised his hand to swiftly summon 6 bone swords. With a vigorous throw, he unleashed a torrent of true essence upon them. In an instant, the bone swords radiated brilliance and levitated into the air. At that moment, Su 12 felt his true essence surge forth like a flood, rushing out at an alarming pace. Gritting his teeth, a myriad of cold light erupted from his eyes. His hands danced wildly, leaving trails of afterimages as he formed an intricate hand seal. The 6 bone swords spun rapidly, soaring around Su 12 and instantly shattering the incoming attacks. A chilling malevolence enveloped the scene. What? This guy actually possesses 6 supreme-grade flying swords? What a joke. What kind of artifact is this, exuding such an ominous and chilling aura? He can't possibly be a dark cultivator, can he? Humph. What if he is? With so many of us joining forces, as long as he isn't a Foundation establishment cultivator, he is bound to die today. As the malevolent energy permeated the area, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically. Many held an innate dread towards dark cultivators. In the center, Yi Lianchuan's gaze turned frigid as he let out a cold snort. With his true essence surging, the flying sword in his hand suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A dazzling and searing sword light shot into the sky, accompanied by a tempestuous wind surging towards Su 12. With Yi Lianchuan's strike, the other cultivators unleashed their ultimate techniques as well. The atmosphere brimmed with murderous intent, akin to a torrential tide, seemingly intent on engulfing Su 12. While Su 12 was not overly concerned about the attacks from the others, Yi Lianchuan's sword alone sent chills racing down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end and his breath to hitch in his throat. No, I cannot take that sword head-on. It will be fatal. I must end this quickly and escape. A powerful sense of crisis washed over him, prompting an immediate decision. He bit down on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the 6 bone swords. Empowered by his essence, the bone swords experienced an immediate surge in might. With a whoosh, they shot forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, hurtling toward Yi Lianchuan and the others. Humph, want to fight to the death? You're merely courting disaster. Yi Lianchuan scoffed, infusing a vast amount of true essence into his flying sword. Instantly, over a dozen sword lights erupted in front of him, converging to form a colossal sword barrier. Seeing Su 12 resort to desperate measures, a smirk crept across Yi Lianchuan's lips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Confident in his calculations, Yi Lianchuan was certain of his victory. As a perfected ninth level in the Qi refinement stage and the disciple of the peak master of Tianhua Peak, dealing with a mere 7th level practitioner was child's play. Or so he believed. Yet, Su 12's desire to escape was not so easily thwarted. Explode. Su 12 gritted his teeth, his voice low and resolute. Knowing time was of the essence, he unleashed the most powerful move of the Bone Sword formation, Exploding Bone Sword. This was a desperate measure, designed to detonate all bone swords for a devastating blow against his adversary. Gazing at the 6 bone swords, Su 12's heart ached. These were 6 supreme-grade artifacts. However, with no other choice to ensure his swift escape, he steeled himself. The 6 bone swords trembled violently before erupting in a thunderous explosion. A terrifying storm of spiritual energy surged forth, engulfing Yi Liangchuan and the others. This is bad. Retreat quickly. What in the world is this attack? As the spiritual storm erupted, the faces of the cultivators transformed in horror. They scrambled to evade and defend themselves. Particularly, Yi Liangchuan, standing at the forefront, turned ashen. Damn it! Who is this guy? How could he possess so many supreme-grade artifacts and unleash such a terrifying attack? This strike bore the weight of annihilation. Even he sensed the impending doom. No, I cannot endure this. Yi Liangchuan made a swift decision, his form flickering as he darted away. However, the overwhelming force unleashed by Su 12 at the cost of 6 supreme-grade artifacts was not so easily evaded. The horrifying storm of spiritual energy raged, shaking the heavens as if the apocalypse had descended. Yi Liangchuan barely had time to evade before he was on the verge of being consumed by this obliterating force. In this life and death moment, Yi Liangchuan's gaze turned icy. He swiftly maneuvered himself behind Zhu Wenqi. Chapter 71. Oh no. Quickly, catch me. A surge of true essence flowed into Zhu Wenqi's back, leaving him astonished as he turned to look at Yi Liangchuan. Before he could utter a word, his own true essence was drawn forth, wildly dissipating around him, transforming him into a human shield. A piercing scream echoed, and in the next moment, he was engulfed by a terrifying storm of spiritual energy. Underneath this overwhelming force, Zhu Wenqi felt as if 1,000 swords were piercing through him. An unimaginable agony enveloping his being. His eyes widened in desperation, filled with regret, resentment, and a myriad of complex emotions that surged within him. At that moment, he was consumed by profound remorse. It was he who had volunteered to come here, believing that following Yi Liangchuan would provide him with an opportunity for merit. Yet, he never anticipated that in this life or death moment, he would become the sacrificial pawn. He had never imagined that death would arrive so abruptly. Zhu Wenqi's body trembled violently before being torn asunder by the overwhelming energy, his very essence shattered. He was not alone in this demise. 3 other disciples on either side fell victim to the onslaught of the spiritual energy. The remaining few reacted swiftly, dodging out of harm's way, standing at a distance, dazed. Yi Liangchuan was also in dire straits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his proud posture hunched. Though Zhu Wenqi had shielded him from the brunt of the energy's assault, he was still injured as a result. Su 12 felt equally unwell. The attack had drained nearly all of his mental fortitude, leaving him visibly weakened. Gazing at Yi Liangchuan, he raised his hand and retrieved his silver sword, intent on eliminating the culprit before him. But just then, he heard a commotion behind him. Over a dozen figures were approaching, each one launching an attack before they even reached him. This is bad. Retreat. Su 12's expression shifted instantly as he decisively abandoned his offensive, leaping away and sprinting into the distance. With his shadowless steps and wind-calling technique, he quickly distanced himself from Yi Liangchuan and the others. In the forest, the simultaneous detonation of 6 supreme magical artifacts left the ground ravaged. Colossal trees toppled, and the earth scoured for 100 meters in radius. Yi Shixiang, what is happening? The pursuing blue-clad cultivators were taken aback, frozen in shock at the scene before them. Such an attack could only result from the full activation of spiritual artifacts, surely. The blue-clad cultivators scanned the area, noticing the scattered remnants of the magical artifacts, and murmured in trepidation. Initially, Yi Liangchuan had intended to ambush with him here. Had he been in the same position, he too would have perished. Yi Liangchuan's expression was grim, nearly dripping with malice as he gritted his teeth, seething. That brat detonated 6 supreme magical artifacts. A collective gasp escaped from the blue-clad cultivator and the round-faced fatty. What? 6? 6 supreme magical artifacts? That brat is so wealthy? Yi Shixiang, should we continue the pursuit? The round-faced fatty stammered, his brows furrowing in disbelief. It was known that for ordinary formal disciples like them, possessing even one superior artifact was already commendable. Yi Liangchuan squinted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Beneath that murderous aura lay an undeniable greed. Even he possessed only one supreme magical artifact. Yet that brat had managed to detonate 6 in a single attack? He must be extraordinary. Could it be he has acquired some ancient cultivator's relic? As this thought blossomed in his mind, it spread like a vine. If his earlier attack on Su 12 was motivated by resources and personal grievance, now there was an even more compelling reason. With a low grunt, he coldly declared, "Humph. What's the rush? Supreme magical artifacts are not cabbages lying on the ground. After detonating 6, that brat must have little left. Probably just the Yuan Yang ruler gifted by the Grand Elder. He could never unleash such power again. Keep pursuing. Do not forget. He possesses a wealth of spiritual plant resources." Yi Liangchuan commanded coldly, resolute in his pursuit. 7 days later, in a secluded cave within the wilderness, Su 12 sat quietly in meditation, exhaling a long breath as he opened his eyes. He had acted with caution, evading for 2 full days, only feeling secure enough to find this cave to recuperate after confirming he had shaken off Yi Liangchuan and his companions. I truly did not anticipate that despite my low profile and careful actions, I would still be targeted. 6 supreme magical artifacts, along with my precious Wind Pearl. All gone in one night. Yi Liangchuan, I shall remember this grievance. Fuming, Su 12 muttered to himself before rising and stepping outside the cave. Upon exiting, he instinctively looked up at the sky, furrowing his brows. Ever since the trial concluded, he had felt a lingering sensation of being watched whenever he left the Yungu sect. Because of this, he remained perpetually vigilant, on guard in all circumstances. Initially, he suspected the Qi Xian sect's people, but the Whitebone Master had long since perished, reduced to dust, rendering any such possibility moot. As for Yi Liangchuan and his group, while not entirely dismissing that notion, Su 12 felt it was unlikely. Could it be? Some sinister entity is tracking me from the shadows? Yet why, no matter how I investigate, can I uncover no trace? Forget it. The immediate priority is to elevate my cultivation. Yi Liangchuan's threat is far more immediate than that of the Grand Elder. Now, how shall I enhance my strength? Su 12 squinted, traversing the wilderness as his mind churned with thoughts of his next steps. Returning to the Yungu sect was certain. The 5-element spirit pearl could enhance his spiritual root quality, and he could not afford to lose it. Yet currently, Yi Liangchuan's threat was far more pressing. Lacking sufficient strength, he had no choice but to remain in hiding. At that moment, a heavy, hurried sound of footsteps approached. Soon after, a neutral voice called out, "Hey, the fellow up ahead, step aside." Huh? Someone. Su 12's heart raced with caution as he turned to follow the voice. He saw a small-statured cultivator in a white robe, crouched atop a mid-level demonic beast, the wind-pattern pig. The cultivator had a delicate appearance, bright, expressive eyes brimming with vitality, and wore loose-fitting garments that made him appear quite peculiar. His cultivation level was low, merely at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. He wore a black gauntlet on his hand, relentlessly striking the beast's back with punches. Each blow stirred waves of spiritual energy, causing the beast to thrash in pain. Inadvertently charging towards Su 12, the white-robed cultivator shouted warnings while continuing his assault. Assessing the situation, Su 12 raised an eyebrow, having no intention of intervening. He swiftly stepped aside, allowing the beast to pass. However, as it rushed by, the creature abruptly halted, shaking its body. "Oh no! Quickly, catch me!" The cultivator was thrown off balance and hurled through the air, landing precisely where Su 12 stood. A figure flashed before him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Su 12 squinted, showing no intention of aiding. Instead, he remained composed and took another step back. Chapter 72. Making Friends. No one loses thud. Ouch! In the next moment, the cultivator crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. His gaze swept over Su 12, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in his eyes. Who is this person? How heartless could he be? He never expected that the other would watch him fall without a hint of concern. Rubbing his sore backside, the cultivator hastily got to his feet, cautiously focusing on the wind-patterned pig demon beast not far away. The creature huffed and puffed, its eyes the size of fists glaring angrily at him. It then stomped heavily on the ground, charging forward with reckless abandon. "Hey, aren't you going to dodge? I'm no match for it." Just as the cultivator was about to flee, he hesitated for a moment, turned to Su 12, and shouted. They were heading in the same direction. If he dodged, it would be Su-12 who bore the brunt of the beast's wrath. In his eyes, Su-12 was merely a rookie at the third level of chi refinement, just like him. This person is rather interesting. Su-12 raised an eyebrow, surprised by the cultivator's reaction. It seemed not all cultivators were selfish. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Su-12 fixed his gaze on the charging beast and activated his shadowless phantom step to meet it head-on. Just as he was about to collide with the demon beast, he shifted his form and appeared beside it, combining the 8 trigrams and 8 extremes fist with the fire control technique. He unleashed a punch with nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Bang! A dull sound resonated as the demon beast let out a whimper, its spine shattered, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With his strength, dealing with such a demon beast would normally require just a single sword strike. However, he had no intention of revealing his true capabilities, using only a very faint amount of true essence, which did not exceed the third level of chi refinement. After dispatching the beast, Su-12 casually stowed its corpse into his storage bag and turned to leave, showing no desire for further interaction. Well, is he really that strong? Not far away, the cultivator looked down at the gloves he wore, then at the fallen beast, breath caught in his throat, utterly dumbfounded. To him, they were both at the same level of chi refinement, and he had the assistance of magical artifacts. Yet, the disparity in their abilities was staggering. After a moment, regaining his composure, he hurriedly pursued Su-12. Hey, wait a moment. Su-12 narrowed his eyes, not concealing his wariness. The cultivator approached, promptly introducing himself. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. I am Jiang Feishui. Yun. Jiang Feishui? Su-12 raised an eyebrow. No, it's Jiang Feiyun. Jiang Feishui is my sister, Jiang Feiyun corrected, his expression slightly awkward. Ah, Jiang Feiyun. You must be Jiang Feishui then. Su-12 sniffed the faint fragrance in the air and quickly pieced it together. Surveying Jiang Feiyun, he directly inquired, do you have something to discuss with me? I am a craftsman from the Qianshan market, and the bones of that wind-pattern pig demon beast are a rare material I have long sought. Could you possibly part with the beast's corpse? Rest assured, I won't take anything for free. I can offer you this in exchange, Jiang Feiyun hurriedly explained, hesitating for a moment before removing the black iron gauntlet from his hand. Gazing at the gauntlet, Su-12 was somewhat taken aback. This is a mid-grade magical artifact? Is the wind-pattern pig of such high value? Qianshan market? A craftsman? Could it be that there is a market nearby? Su-12 mused silently, recalling information about markets from the sect manual. Markets are places within the cultivation world where cultivators trade, exchange, and purchase materials and treasures. They often feature craftsmen and alchemists who create magical artifacts and elixirs. Markets vary in size, with larger ones sometimes containing auction houses where rare treasures are frequently available. The trading square he had previously visited was a micro-market within the sect. Reflecting on the information about markets, Su-12 quickly realized something important. He possessed numerous spiritual plants, which offered little benefit if consumed directly for cultivation. Learning alchemy would require relevant books and time, both of which were not feasible for him at the moment. Even though he understood the value of these spiritual plants, he could only make other plans. If he could exchange these materials for elixirs that enhance cultivation or good magical artifacts, it would significantly benefit his training and strength, especially the corpse of that fire cloud python in his storage ring, if he could gather the other necessary materials. Forging a bone sword would yield at least a pseudo-spiritual weapon. If he could acquire such a weapon, the high-grade magical bone swords he once possessed would pale in comparison. With this thought, Su-12 quickly formulated a plan. He raised his hand and casually tossed the wind-pattern pig's corpse to the ground. Then spoke, "It was merely a small effort. There is no need for you to be so courteous, Jiang Daoist. I am Xu Hanwei, a wandering cultivator from Linan City. From your words, it seems there is indeed a market nearby. Would you be so kind as to share its location with me? As for the mid-grade magical artifact, it is too precious. I cannot accept it. The market is 50 miles northeast from here. I happen to be returning there as well. So I can take you with me," Jiang Feiyun promptly replied. "Thank you very much." Su-12 gratefully clasped his hands in appreciation. Jiang Feiyun picked up the demon beast's corpse and led Su-12 toward the market. At the same time, she scratched her head, slightly embarrassed, and said, "It's not a trivial matter. There's no need for you to be so polite. However, you saved my life, and I feel I must do something in return. How about this? If you ever need crafting services in the future, you can come to our Jiang family's forge, and I will forge a magical artifact for you free of charge. Let us be friends. Everyone benefits." Su-12 nodded in agreement, not refusing, and followed her as they continued on their way. Along the journey, he took the opportunity to ask Jiang Feiyun numerous questions. Jiang Feiyun, with her carefree personality, answered nearly all of his inquiries and even volunteered a wealth of information. From her, Su 12 gained a simple understanding of the upcoming market. Although the Qinshan market was merely a small one, it was quite substantial in scale, due to its location deep within the Tsangshan mountain range. It boasted a considerable number of cultivators and a diverse array of resources. Resources required for cultivators below the Golden Core stage could generally be found there. An hour later, the two arrived at a bamboo grove enveloped in thick mist. Jiang Feiyun produced a guiding spirit talisman and led Su 12 onward. Chapter 73. The Thousand Mountains Market. As Su 12 traversed the bamboo grove, a breathtaking vista unfurled before him. A sprawling edifice, reminiscent of a town and covering over 1,000 acres, materialized within his sight. This entire settlement was encased beneath a glass-like, azure-transparent dome. At the entrance stood a magnificent archway, adorned with a plaque inscribed in vigorous calligraphy, Thousand Mountains Market. Behind the arch, rows of buildings stood in an orderly fashion, each structure housing a shop. In the heart of the market, a resplendent pavilion of intricately carved balustrades towered majestically. Before the pavilion lay a vast square paved with blue stone. Within this square, numerous cultivators, resembling small vendors, were arranged in a grid, setting up stalls of varying sizes. The atmosphere was vibrant, with a constant ebb and flow of people, creating a bustling scene filled with the sounds of haggling and calls for trade. Were it not for the palpable aura of potent spiritual energy radiating from each individual, one might easily mistake this for a mundane city. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Su 12 shook his head in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement. Was this merely a small market? The multitude of cultivators, most of whom appeared to be at the 6th level of Qi refinement, surpassed anything he had previously encountered at the Yunga sect, both in numbers and overall prowess. Each person sported distinct attire, exuding a fierce and formidable presence. Among them, he even discerned several formidable foundation establishment cultivators meandering through the crowd. A shiver coursed through Su 12, prompting him to take a deep breath to regain his composure. He silently admonished himself that perhaps this was the true essence of the cultivation world. Here, one must exercise utmost caution. A moment's negligence could result in an encounter with a formidable practitioner capable of obliterating him. Brother Zhu, this is the Thousand Mountains Market. What do you think? Isn't it astonishing? Jiang Feishui exclaimed, flashing a grin that revealed her small tusks, tilting her head as she cheerfully cautioned Su 12. You've arrived at the perfect time. The market is currently hosting its annual gathering, attracting the highest number of cultivators in the past year. But I must warn you, there are all sorts of characters here. You must remain vigilant or risk being deceived while counting your losses. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. I will be cautious. Su 12 clasped his hands in gratitude, a smile gracing his lips. The sight of such a grand trading market filled him with renewed confidence in acquiring the resources he sought. As they walked, Jiang Feishui maintained a lively pace, chuckling. But you needn't worry too much. With me, the esteemed young lady, esteemed young master, by your side, you won't encounter any issues. She puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence. Upon learning of Su 12's intention to trade materials at the market, she eagerly volunteered to assist him. Su 12 did not decline her offer. He recognized Jiang Feishui's innocence and generosity, considering her a potential friend. Moreover, her familiarity with the area would surely alleviate many potential troubles. Brother Jiang, if I wish to exchange for some spiritual materials and cultivation pills, how should I proceed? Su 12 inquired as they strolled side by side, keenly observing their surroundings. Simple. Just look at the shops on either side and the stalls further ahead. Whatever catches your eye, approach them directly to make your purchases. Jiang Feishui replied, hands clasped behind her back, her neck tilted back as she shared a wealth of information. In this market, the most commonly used currency consists of pills that can enhance your cultivation, such as Qi gathering pills, essence gathering pills, and Qi condensing pills. Additionally, some may require specific materials for barter. Su 12 nodded, his eyes reflecting a contemplative gleam. He carried a substantial amount of resources acquired from his trials, which could be refined and absorbed directly. However, he understood that these resources were far less effective than the pills, and to resort to them would be wasteful. Buying and trading each item individually would consume an inordinate amount of time. If I wish to exchange a larger quantity of resources, what should I do? He continued, pondering aloud. A larger quantity of resources? Jiang Feishui raised an eyebrow, regarding Su 12 with mild astonishment. She found it curious, as he was merely a third-level Qi refinement cultivator like herself. How much could he possibly possess? Nevertheless, she smiled as she explained, "That's easy. You can head over to the pavilion and visit the Duobao Pavilion or the Dan Pharmacy for direct trading. However, their offerings are lackluster and overpriced, so I wouldn't recommend it. Alternatively, you can set up a stall, display your items, and clearly mark prices, allowing others to bring you the resources you need in exchange. It might take some effort, but if your goods are good, you'll complete your trades swiftly." Su 12 squinted at the distant pavilion, which boasted exquisite architecture adorned with vibrant colors, its grandeur evident. He understood that the items within would likely not be affordable, and although he had some wealth, he was reluctant to squander it. Yet, the thought of setting up a stall brought a flicker of concern. Would he attract unwanted attention? He was aware of the wisdom in keeping wealth discreet. Brother Zhu, you're quite overly cautious. How much could you possibly have to warrant such attention? Jiang Feishua chuckled, her eyes narrowing playfully. Fear not. The Thousand Mountains Market is under the watchful eyes of Foundation establishment elders, with a dedicated enforcement team patrolling. No one dares to cause trouble here. If you're still apprehensive, this item can help us alter our appearances. With that, Jiang Feishua produced 2 waxy yellow masks from her belongings. The masks emanated a faint glow, clearly crafted from the hide of some special beast, serving as a unique magical artifact. Perfect. Let us set up our stall. Su 12 felt a wave of relief wash over him as he accepted the mask and donned it, transforming into the visage of a 30-something cultivator with a waxy complexion. Excellent. I shall go rent a stall. Jiang Feishua donned her mask as well, morphing into a similarly waxy-faced young cultivator, her excitement palpable. In less than half an hour, the duo secured a modest stall in a corner of the square. Brother Zhu, from here on, simply place your resources on the stall and write down the items or pills you wish to exchange on this wooden sign, Jiang Feishua instructed. Gesturing at the stall and the small wooden sign beside it, hands on her hips, her smile radiant. Chapter 74. A scheme to defraud? Well, let us start with 1,000 plants. Su 12 nodded, extending his hand to sweep across the stall, and instantly, over 1,000 spiritual plants appeared, releasing a rich fragrance of medicine into the air. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000, Jiang Feishua initially dismissed it, thinking they were merely ordinary resources. 1,000 common spiritual materials, while substantial, were hardly rare. She had seen much of the world. However, upon closer inspection, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? 1,000 second-tier spiritual plants? Brother Zhu, you are a spiritual plant master? Jiang Feishua turned to Su 12, her voice trembling. 1,000 second-tier spiritual plants might not be much for sects or families, but for a rogue cultivator or an individual, that was an extraordinarily extravagant number. Even among the elite disciples of major sects, few possess such resources. A spiritual plant master? I am not. I merely came across these plants by chance. Su 12 replied with a shake of his head and a smile. He could not help but feel a sense of relief that just 1,000 plants had rendered Jiang Feishua so astonished. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed everything at once. This. Brother Zhu, your luck is truly remarkable. Jiang Feishua smiled, her curiosity about Su 12 piqued. Was it indeed mere coincidence that he possessed so many spiritual plants? It seemed this Brother Zhu had an extraordinary background. Nevertheless, he appeared to be warm-hearted beneath his cool exterior. He was likely not a bad person, though she was innocent. She was not foolish. Su 12 grinned, about to speak when a voice interrupted. Boss, how much for this century-old ginseng? I have a piece of Xian iron. Would you trade it for this century-old astragalus? For this Xianqing ice lotus, I'll offer 50 qi condensation pills. Would you sell it? One by one. Voices called out as the aromatic scent from the 1,000 spiritual plants attracted a multitude of cultivators. In no time, hundreds of figures surrounded Su 12's stall, each shouting boisterously. Everyone, please be patient, come one at a time. These spiritual materials will be traded primarily for blood amber stones, ghost iron, blood fiend vines, and fierce tooth bones. Secondly, I will consider pills that enhance cultivation of at least high quality. Also, high-grade and supreme-grade magical artifacts are welcome. Scanning the crowd and noticing the overwhelming response, Su 12 promptly announced his desired resources. Blood amberstones, ghost iron, blood fiend vines, and fierce tooth bones were all second-tier materials of the Yin attribute, essential for forging the bone sword of the spiritual weapon tier. Meanwhile, Jiang Feishua busily noted down the resources Su 12 needed on a small wooden sign. Boss, this blood amber stone, I'll trade you for 2-century-old Lingji mushrooms." As soon as Su 12 finished speaking, a pale-faced man in the crowd shouted, holding up a fist-sized, blood-red stone. "Deal." Su 12 glanced at it and decisively agreed. "I have ghost iron. How about 1 Buddha fruit in exchange? I have blood fiend vines. I'll trade." For figures crowded closer, and one by one, resources were exchanged with Su 12. In less than no time, more than half of the 1,000 spiritual materials had been bartered away. Su 12 not only gathered the materials needed to forge the bone sword, but also acquired several cultivation-enhancing pills. This supreme-grade defensive magical artifact. Will you trade it for the remaining spiritual plants? Yes or no? Just then, a booming voice resonated through the crowd. A stout, robust man with a pockmarked face, a peak 7th-layer chi refining cultivator, squeezed through the crowd accompanied by 2 others. Upon their arrival, many cultivators cast glances, seemingly recalling something, and soon adopted a look of eager anticipation. As they reached the stall, the pockmarked man swiftly produced a long box about a foot in length. Opening it revealed a splendid, umbrella-shaped magical artifact glowing with orange light. The artifact radiated a brilliant aura, exuding a pure yang energy. Su 12's heart raced upon catching sight of it. A supreme-grade defensive artifact was exceptionally rare. He hadn't held much hope initially, but to his surprise, someone was indeed willing to trade. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he activated his Heavenly Eye technique to confirm the artifact's authenticity and immediately nodded in agreement. Certainly. A flicker of joy flashed across the pockmarked man's eyes, and with a glance, his 2 companions swiftly began collecting the spiritual plants from the stall. At the same time, the pockmarked man smiled as he closed the box, tossing it to Su 12 before turning to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Jiang Feishui suddenly called out, her tone sharp. "Hey, you bring a low-grade artifact pretending it's a supreme one. Who do you think you're fooling? A low-grade artifact?" Su 12 was taken aback, hurriedly opening the box. Inside lay indeed an umbrella-shaped magical artifact, but it was clearly a damaged low-grade artifact, not a supreme one. What does this mean? What is going on here? Su 12's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the trio before him. He was certain that what he had seen moments ago was undoubtedly a supreme-grade artifact, yet he had no idea when the switch had occurred. Had Jiang Feishui not alerted him, he would have suffered a significant loss. Darn it. No wonder Jiang Feishui had specifically warned him on the way here. This marketplace was rife with nefarious characters. Su 12's thoughts raced, and his gaze grew increasingly cold. He had been sufficiently cautious but had still nearly fallen for their trick. A low-grade spiritual artifact? What do you mean by that? Are you too afflicted with some ailment? What I just handed you is clearly a supreme-grade artifact. Everyone here can attest to that. What? Do you intend to swindle me? The pockmarked cultivator sneered, his demeanor menacing as he immediately turned the accusation back on Su 12. Upon hearing this, the other onlookers began to retreat, wary of attracting trouble. Swindle? So you 3 are deliberately seeking to cause a commotion? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, a glint of icy determination flashing within. His internal energies began to stir. While these 3 were formidable, he had no fear of confrontation. He was cautious in his dealings, yet he was not one to shy away from conflict. He could not afford to take such a loss. Brother Zhu, do not act impulsively. Let us call in the law enforcement team to handle this matter. Jiang Feishui quickly interjected, sensing Su 12's readiness for combat. Haha, brother, did I hear you correctly? This kid actually wants to summon the law enforcement team? One of the pockmarked man's companions, a long-faced cultivator, shot a glance at Jiang Feishui and burst into laughter. The pockmarked man shrugged and joined in the laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing. All right then, go ahead and call them. Get my second uncle over here. These 2 dare to slander me, and I will not let this matter rest. No sooner had the pockmarked man spoken than one of his lackeys turned and headed into the crowd towards a figure dressed in blue, sporting a goatee and exuding an aura of an 8th-layer chi refining cultivator, who was a member of the law enforcement team. Chapter 75, the background of Jiang Feishui. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances towards Su Shi'er and Jiang Feishui. The man with a pockmarked face, known as Chen San, was somewhat notorious in the Qinshan market. Relying on his uncle from the enforcement team, he often resorted to deceit and intimidation, preying on novice cultivators with lower cultivation levels. Over the years, countless individuals had fallen victim to his schemes. At this moment, the onlookers felt that Su Shi'er and Jiang Feishui were too youthful. Such incidents could typically be brushed aside, yet they had summoned the enforcement team. In response to the unfolding situation, A faint smirk graced Jiang Feishua's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. The reactions of the crowd seemed trivial to her. Uncle? Su Shi'er's heart sank as he realized Qin San was in cahoots with the enforcement team. His expression darkened, and he fixated on the pockmarked cultivator, a murderous intent brewing in his eyes. He had no desire to instigate trouble, but if provoked, he would not shy away from confrontation. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, to eliminate the man swiftly and depart from the market, or perhaps to endure this insult until the man left, seeking vengeance later. As Su Shi'er wrestled with his thoughts, a blue-clad cultivator with a goatee approached, his expression stern. What is going on here? He inquired. Uncle, this brat is trying to swindle people. Qin San grinned maliciously, pointing at Su Shi'er. Swindle? How dare you cause a ruckus in Qianshan market? You must be tired of living. The goateed cultivator's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze to Su Shi'er and Jiang Feishua, malice glimmering in his stare. However, as his gaze fell upon Jiang Feishua's waist, where a white jade token hung, his pupils constricted. Abruptly, he spun around and delivered a resounding slap to Qin San's face. The sudden strike left Qin San bewildered, and the surrounding cultivators were equally astonished. What is happening? Do these two possess some extraordinary background? In the next moment, the gazes directed at Su Shi'er and Jiang Feishua underwent a profound transformation. Qin San, clutching his face, looked at the goateed cultivator in confusion. Uncle, you? What are you doing? Don't call me uncle. I have no nephew like you. How many times have I told you that deceit and trickery are intolerable in Qianshan market? Did my words fall on deaf ears? The goateed cultivator rebuked with righteous indignation before Qin San could finish his protest. Enough. Hurry and return the stolen goods. Under the goateed cultivator's intimidating gaze, Qin San shrank back, silenced. He reluctantly produced a magnificent umbrella-shaped magical artifact, radiating brilliance. The goateed cultivator winced, clearly reluctant to part with it, yet he snatched it away and handed it to Jiang Feishua. Dear friends, this is the treasure from your transaction. This brat harbors ill intentions and will face the enforcement team's punishment. Rest assured, the enforcement team patrols Qianshan market, and such scoundrels will not be tolerated. Seeing Jiang Feishua accept the artifact, the goateed cultivator added a few more emphatic words before turning to take Qin San away. Brother Zhu, this is your magical artifact. The Yuannong umbrella is a supreme defensive artifact with remarkable protective capabilities. You truly stumbled upon a fortune. Jiang Feishua cheerfully handed the umbrella-shaped artifact to Su Shi'er. Thank you. Su Shi'er accepted the treasure with a grateful smile. He was not oblivious. The goateed cultivator's abrupt change in demeanor was undoubtedly linked to Jiang Feishua. However, he chose not to inquire further, recognizing the enigmatic nature of her identity. Brother Zhu, there is no need for such formality. I have always maintained that the security in Qianshan market is quite commendable. Jiang Feishua replied with a bright smile, glancing at the now empty stall. Now that the spiritual herbs have been traded, do you intend to continue selling? Not anymore. Let's explore together. If you find any treasures you fancy, I can gift you a couple. Su Shi'er waved his hand with a smile. He still possessed a substantial amount of spiritual herbs, but after this incident, he resolved to be more discreet, understanding that drawing attention could attract even more formidable cultivators. Sounds good. Then I won't hold back. Jiang Feishua replied with a radiant smile, sensing that Su Shi'er had likely reached his limit in offering spiritual herbs. With that, she stood and began to stroll around the market with him. Meanwhile, in an ancient and elegant room within a market pavilion, the goateed cultivator sat with Qin San, sipping tea. Uncle, that was a supreme defensive artifact. How could you just give it to those two? Qin San protested. You understand nothing. I just saved your life. The goateed cultivator retorted dismissively. Saved my life? Who were they? Qin San asked anxiously. The middle-aged man is unremarkable, but the youth is from the Divine Forge Manor. The goateed cultivator replied, narrowing his eyes. What? The Divine Forge Manor? Are you sure? Qin San gasped, his face pale with shock. Humph. I am not so blind as to miss the obvious. That man wore the Divine Forge token at his waist, the goateed cultivator grunted. Is that why he could see through my deception? Qin San asked, panic seeping into his voice. Do not worry. Since I brought you away, you should be safe. But during this gathering, keep a low profile. At such times, one cannot rule out the possibility of other major sects or influential families sending their younger generations in disguise. If you provoke others, I cannot save you. The goateed cultivator advised, revealing a hint of concern for his nephew. Rest assured, uncle, I understand what to do. Qin San nodded vigorously, trying to appear calm. Chapter 76. News of the golden sacred spring within the bustling market. Su 12 and Jiang Feishuo strolled side by side, leisurely perusing the various oddities they encountered along the way. Whenever they came across peculiar items, particularly rare books or low-grade elixirs, Su 12 would not hesitate to exchange them. As for the mysterious alchemical furnace, he found it impractical to utilize at the moment. Thus, he sought only high-quality elixirs for his cultivation. He was not in a rush to use the other elixirs, even the inferior ones, which he gladly accepted, as their cost was virtually negligible. Once his cultivation improved and he escaped danger, he could refine these into superior elixirs using the mysterious furnace, ultimately leading to substantial wealth. During their wandering, Su 12 also purchased a set of high-grade circular artifacts for Jiang Feishuo. Although such artifacts held considerable value, they paled in comparison to top-tier defensive artifacts. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed as the duo explored nearly every corner of the market. Throughout their journey, Su 12 consistently traded various second-tier spiritual plants with different vendors. By the end of their excursion, he had exchanged over 1,000 spiritual plants, which astonished Jiang Feishuo. She had initially thought the previous 1,000 materials were the limit, never anticipating that Su 12 possessed such abundant resources. Who exactly is this person? With such wealth, he could rival a small cultivation family. In a relatively secluded area, Jiang Feishuo could not contain her curiosity any longer and inquired, "Brother Zhu, are you truly just a rogue cultivator? I doubt even the elite disciples of the prominent families and sects are as affluent as you." Cough, cough. "I merely happened upon these items by chance. I have very little left now," Su 12 chuckled, scratching his head. "Really?" Jiang Feishuo tilted her head, skepticism evident in her gaze. "What would I gain from deceiving you?" Su 12 maintained a steady smile, revealing no hint of his true resources to anyone but Jiang Feishuo. "Very well. What do you plan to do next?" Jiang Feishuo asked, still somewhat doubtful. Just as Su 12 was about to respond, he noticed a figure approaching and squinted to observe the newcomer. The individual was a scruffy old man, with disheveled hair and a gaunt appearance, likely in his 60s. Dressed in tattered clothing and hunched over, his cultivation was modest, merely at the first level of chi refinement. Initially believing the man was merely passing by, Su 12 was taken aback when the old man approached with a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Dear friends, I possess a treasure. Would you be interested? I seek nothing more than 20 spiritual plants in exchange." As he spoke, the old man began rummaging through his garments. You've been following us." Su 12 narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. The request for an exchange indicated that the old man had been observing them for some time, and he had been utterly oblivious to it. "Do not misunderstand. I merely happened to witness your transaction. This treasure is something you will surely need." The old man chuckled awkwardly, attempting to clarify. "Oh, what kind of treasure? Show us." Jiang Feishuo's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to speak up. Su 12 remained vigilant, watching the old man's every move without uttering a word. Upon hearing her request, the old man promptly produced a crumpled piece of parchment from his clothes, holding it as if it were a priceless artifact. "What is this?" "Just a tattered piece of parchment," Jiang Feishuo scoffed, her interest waning. "Friend, one cannot dismiss its value so readily. Its worth is determined by what it contains," the old man replied, unperturbed, wearing a mysterious smile. "Oh, what is inscribed upon it?" Su 12 inquired, raising an eyebrow. "This is a treasure map, or rather, a route map. It indicates the location of the golden sacred spring," the old man exclaimed, gripping the parchment tightly. "What? The golden sacred spring? Are you certain?" Su 12 was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Feishuo gasped in astonishment. She quickly turned to Su 12, eagerly explaining, "The golden sacred spring is a divine water birthed from the heavens. A single spring yields no more than 3 bowls of water. Consuming even 1 bowl can significantly enhance a cultivator's abilities. For us chi refiners, it is equivalent to 60 years of arduous training." After speaking, Jiang Feishuo's eyes shone with excitement, her anticipation barely contained. Su 12 was equally shocked, his heart racing. With his poor innate talent, arduous training alone would yield little progress. The prospect of such a miraculous elixir that could swiftly elevate his cultivation was incredibly alluring. 1 bowl of the golden sacred spring could indeed replace 60 years of hard work. If true, this would be an invaluable treasure. Despite his excitement, Su 12 remained composed, squinting as he calmly responded, "If the golden sacred spring is indeed such a remarkable treasure, why do you not venture to collect it yourself? Given you have a route map?" "Indeed." Jiang Feishuo quickly regained her composure. "Alas, I must confess, The location of the Golden Sacred Spring is situated 100 miles north, within the perilous Yuming Marsh. That area is fraught with danger, and with my limited abilities, I would be courting death. It is far better to exchange a few spiritual plants for a better elixir, striving to advance my cultivation further and content myself with a few more years. The old man lamented, his expression shifting from regret to persuasion as he continued, however, you two are different. Your strength is commendable, and you travel together while still youthful. Acquiring the map means that even if you do not venture there now, you can still pursue it in the future once your cultivation improves. Seemingly convinced, Jiang Feishue nodded. Her interest piqued, glancing towards Su 12 in search of his opinion. Not interested, not trading. Su 12 remained impassive, embodying the tranquility of a monk in meditation, decisively rejecting the offer. The old man's words bore a semblance of logic and persuasive power. Yet, Su 12, ever cautious, sensed something amiss. An underlying unease that he could not fully articulate. While the temptation of a cultivation-enhancing treasure was undeniable, he was wary of the old man's unknown origins, fearing that one moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. The old man's expression darkened, yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to make a firm decision. Dear friends, I also possess another item I stumbled upon by chance, together with the treasure map. I can offer it for 50 spiritual plants. As he spoke, the old man dug deep into his garments, searching for some time before finally revealing an object with apparent reluctance. Chapter 77. The Pseudo-Spiritual Artifact, the Eye of Delusion. Su 12 squinted as he gazed at the object the old man had produced. It was a white item, resembling an eye, yet measuring no more than an inch. Strangely, although it appeared to be an eye, it lacked a pupil. Moreover, its surface was riddled with fine cracks, its luster dim, akin to a low-grade magical artifact on the verge of being discarded. Su 12's brows furrowed deeply. His initial reaction was to suspect that the old man was attempting to mock him. Annoyed, he was about to refuse. But then he caught a discreet glance from Jiang Feishue. This unexpected gesture piqued his curiosity, prompting him to employ his heavenly eye technique for a closer examination. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted instantly. He sensed a profound spiritual essence emanating from the item, its richness comparable to that observed in the 5 elements spiritual pearl. This object was anything but ordinary. After a brief inspection, Su 12 quickly diverted his gaze and inquired nonchalantly, "What is this item?" A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. This young man was indeed remarkable. Despite his youth, he displayed an impressive level of maturity and composure. However, the old man thought to himself, no matter how clever you are, I refuse to believe you are not intrigued. With a shift in demeanor, the old man earnestly replied, My friend, since you possess the heavenly eye technique, you should be able to discern that this object harbors the spiritual essence characteristic of spiritual artifacts. Strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a magical artifact. It is a pseudo-spiritual artifact, lying somewhere between the two. This is a valuable item. Were it not for my need to gather spirit herbs for alchemy and to enhance my cultivation, I would never consider trading it. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feishue scoffed and interjected, Hey, old man. Calling it a pseudo-spiritual artifact is a bit of an overstatement. This thing has lost most of its spiritual essence and is, at best, a low-grade magical artifact. Furthermore, what purpose does this broken item serve? Cough, cough. At her words, the old man's face flushed with embarrassment, revealing his discomfort at being seen through. Even he was uncertain of the purpose of this treasure. He could only retract his neck sheepishly and awkwardly respond. While that may be true, the spiritual essence it contains is undeniably genuine. Even if its purpose is unknown, it would still be beneficial for nurturing other magical artifacts, wouldn't it? How about this? If you exchange this item along with my treasure map for 20 spirit herbs, would that suffice? As he concluded, the old man furrowed his brow, adopting a pitiful expression. Jiang Feishue pondered for a moment before turning to Su 12. Brother Zhu, this old man seems rather pitiable. Perhaps we should grant him this exchange? Upon seeing Jiang Feishue's demeanor, Su 12 immediately sensed that she was likely familiar with the item. Thus, he feigned a look of resignation and nodded. Very well. I shall exchange it with you. Which spirit herbs do you require? I have ginseng aged 100 years, astragalus aged 100 years, Shi'er mushrooms aged 100 years. Su 12 began to list a dozen varieties of spirit herbs. For each of ginseng, astragalus, and Shi'er mushrooms, please. The old man exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Su 12 maintained a calm expression as he swiftly retrieved the spirit herbs and handed them over, while simultaneously acquiring the eye artifact and the sheepskin map. Throughout the exchange, he kept the heavenly eye technique active, wary of any deceit from the old man. Thankfully, everything proceeded smoothly. After receiving the spirit herbs, the old man departed with an eager gait. Once he disappeared from view, Su 12 turned to Jiang Feishue. Brother Jiang, do you know the purpose of this item? Jiang Feishue beamed with pride, her face alight with joy. Naturally, I am a top-tier artifact refiner. While others may be oblivious, I am not so easily fooled. Pray, enlighten me. Su 12 replied with a smile, eager for her insights. Enlighten you? I shan't take such credit. If I am not mistaken, this item is called the Eye of Delusion, a rare type of pseudo-spiritual artifact resembling an eye. When activated, it can emit a dazzling light of spiritual consciousness, directly assaulting the opponent's awareness. Brother Zhu, you have struck gold this time. Jiang Feishue crossed her arms and chuckled merrily. Although the item belonged to Su 12, she appeared even more delighted than if she had acquired it herself. What? A dazzling light of spiritual consciousness? Su 12 exclaimed in astonishment. He was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. Spiritual consciousness was something only foundational cultivators could cultivate, essential for techniques such as sword flight. Furthermore, to launch a conscious attack from one's spiritual awareness was a feat only rumored to be achievable by those at the legendary Golden Core stage. Brother Jiang, are you certain? A spiritual consciousness attack could pose a significant threat even to foundational cultivators? Jiang Feishue continued to explain with a smile, Brother Zhu, it is not quite so exaggerated. The power of this dazzling light is limited. It would only cause minor inconveniences for foundational cultivators. Additionally, this pseudo-spiritual artifact is severely damaged after repairs. It can be used at most 3 times. 3 times? And it can cause some trouble for foundational cultivators? Su 12's heart raced as he pressed on. How can this item be repaired? Jiang Feishue replied with a gentle smile, it is simple. Do you see how the Eye of Delusion resembles a hollow eye socket? All you need to do is find an eye from a demon beast and refine it within. The stronger the demon beast power in life, the greater the potency of the dazzling light after refinement. If you can obtain an eye comparable to a foundational stage demon beast, it could indeed inflict considerable harm on foundational cultivators. In the realm of artifact refinement, Jiang Feishue clearly possessed vast knowledge, effortlessly sharing an abundance of information. Yet, the listener was more than attentive. Upon hearing her final words, Su 12's heart trembled, and his pulse quickened. At that moment, he felt the item was tailor-made for him. After all, within his storage ring lay the corpse of a fire cloud python, comparable to a mid-foundational cultivator. He had plans for the python's bones, and now he realized that its eyes could also serve a purpose. Brother Jiang, you have aided me once again. Su 12 smiled as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Feishue. Hee, Brother Zhu, you speak as if we are strangers. You saved my life. Assisting you is merely a small favor. Are we to keep track of such things between brothers? Now, quickly show me that treasure map. If it indicates the location of the golden sacred spring, we should certainly investigate it. Jiang Feishue chuckled, rising on her toes to wrap her arm around Su 12's neck, playfully patting his shoulder. However, as he caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance, Su 12 found himself uncertain whether to regard her as a brother or a sister. An odd sensation washed over him for a moment. With a serene smile, he unfurled the sheepskin map. The routes were clear, and the location of the golden sacred spring was marked deep within the poisonous marshes of the Yunming Marsh. A filthy pit, Su 12 thought to himself, realizing that the old man had indeed harbored ill intentions. The golden sacred spring was a sacred treasure. How could it possibly be located in such a place? Jiang Feishue craned her neck to glance at the map, quickly catching on to the situation. She pouted in displeasure, voicing her dissatisfaction. Chapter 78, The Gray-Clad Figures in the Filthy Pit. Are you familiar with this place? Su 12 promptly inquired. Jiang Feishue nodded. The Filthy Pit is a place of utmost darkness and malevolence within the Yunming Marsh. It is perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma and sinister energy. Under ordinary circumstances, cultivators instinctively avoid the vicinity. No one dares to venture deeper. Ah, I see. Initially, I had my doubts, but I find myself more inclined to believe it now. Su 12 remarked with narrowed eyes, a hint of thoughtfulness crossing his face. What do you mean? Jiang Feishue asked, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Su 12, puzzled by the conclusion he had drawn. With a calm smile, Su 12 replied, the Tao scriptures state, purity arises from filth, light emerges from darkness. The divine golden spirit spring, in its sanctity, necessitates an environment of profound corruption to manifest. As he spoke, Determination stirred within his heart. He understood all too well that, given his spiritual root aptitude, advancing his cultivation through arduous training would take an eternity. Yet, a single bowl of the golden spirit spring could equate to a lifetime of hard work. Such treasures are indeed rare in this world. Without a doubt, the filthy pit would be fraught with peril. If possible, he would prefer to cultivate safely at a leisurely pace. However, the vendetta against his grandfather and the villagers awaited his reckoning. The Grand Elder kept a watchful eye on him, and even Yi Liangchuan from Tianhua Peak sought his demise. He truly had no other options. Indeed, the principle of opposites is something I should have considered. Brother Zhu, let us proceed swiftly and investigate. If we can truly locate the golden spirit spring, it would be a windfall. A single bowl could elevate my cultivation by several levels. At that time, I shall see who among my family dares to claim I lack diligence in my training. Zhang Feishua's face lit up with excitement as she grasped Su 12's arm, leading him toward the market's exit. You wish to join? That place is likely to be quite dangerous. If you trust me, I can go alone. Should fortune favor me and I find the golden spirit spring, I will surely bring back a portion for you, Su 12 said, raising an eyebrow as he addressed Zhang Feishua. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had already regarded her as a friend. Given his 7th-level qi refinement cultivation, he would be safer venturing alone. Bringing Jiang Feishue along would undoubtedly be an added burden. Fear not, Brother Zhu. I possess a treasure of utmost resilience and vitality. While I cannot guarantee safety elsewhere, I can assure you that I will protect you within the filthy pit, Jiang Feishue assured him, glancing around and confidently patting her chest. Well then, if that is the case, let us depart, Su 12 replied, reassured by her protective measures. Taking a deep breath, the two set off side by side, hastening towards the Yuming Marsh. Meanwhile, within the market, a scruffy old man with beady eyes slipped into a secluded corner, once assured of his solitude. He quickly donned a Taoist robe, transforming his appearance into that of a down-and-out practitioner. His cultivation also rose from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refinement. His furtive gaze darted across the area before he clutched a parchment in his hand and approached a young woman at the 5th level of qi refinement. Fellow Taoist, I possess a treasure. Are you interested? To the north of Qianshan Market, a dense forest lay 100 miles away, perpetually cloaked in mist. The forest teemed with swamps, demonic beasts, and naturally occurring spiritual herbs, along with other spiritual minerals. Hence, many cultivators often risk their lives to venture into the Yuming Marsh in search of various spiritual materials. Deep within the marsh, a vast basin unfolded, perpetually enshrouded in dark green fog, mingled with murky vapors that exuded a horrendous stench. The basin's undulating hills resembled a miniature landscape of peaks and rivers. A loathsome place that struck fear into the hearts of countless cultivators, the filthy pit. On a narrow path within the filthy pit, 3 figures cloaked in gray robes huddled together, their forms obscured by gray capes. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of several recently deceased cultivators. A slightly plump gray-clad figure disdainfully remarked, "These fools thought they could take a shortcut." Another slender figure replied coolly, "And what of it? They merely hastened their demise. Enough. Let us dispose of these corpses quickly. Many plump sheep have wandered into our net this time. If I refine their souls, my soul banner will finally be transformed into a low-grade spiritual artifact," grumbled the short gray figure impatiently. The plump figure was about to approach the corpses when the slender one suddenly interjected, "Wait. Allow me to refine them into corpse puppets. When others arrive, I guarantee they will never return." As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in the slender one's eyes, and he expelled a gray-green bead the size of a broad bean from his mouth. A breath of true essence enveloped the bead, which instantly transformed into a swirling mass of peculiar gray-green mist, seeping into the nostrils of the lifeless bodies. Good heavens! You used the precious corpse bead we painstakingly refined? The plump gray figure exclaimed in shock. Calm yourself. There is no shortage of corpse energy in the bone abyss. Once my brother's soul banner is refined, I can easily condense another corpse bead. The slender one replied dismissively. Indeed. Well done, third brother. It is time to conclude this grand feast. The short practitioner nodded in approval before vanishing into the dark green mist. The plump and slender gray-clad figures exchanged glances before hurriedly following suit. A day later, Su 12 and Jiang Feishue arrived at the outskirts of the filthy pit, pausing to gaze at the basin veiled in dark green mist. They did not rush to enter. In their line of sight, groups of cultivators occasionally braved the foul stench to step inside. Why are there so many people coming here? Jiang Feishue initially froze, then clenched her fists in anger, revealing her small canine teeth. That wretched old man, indeed, harbors ill intentions, selling the map to so many people. How cunning. If I encounter him again, I shall pound his wretched head into a pulp. Not to worry. With the eye of insight, we have not suffered a loss. If fortune smiles upon us and we find the golden spirit spring, it would be an immense gain. Su 12 replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by the situation. He was not surprised by the influx of cultivators. If it were only the two of them, he would have to be more cautious, with so many cultivators around. It would be easier to slip away should any danger arise. Chapter 79. The corpse ambush. Let us proceed swiftly. Jiang Feishue nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable as she took the lead, stepping into the foul pit. Su 12 followed closely behind, but as soon as he entered, a chilling malevolence assailed him. The sinister aura caused the hair on his body to stand on end, inducing an overwhelming discomfort. Brother Zhu, this malevolence is intermingled with a substantial amount of murky energy. If it permeates your body, it will taint your true essence. You must unfurl the Yuan Yang umbrella. It is the nemesis of such corrupt energies. Jiang Feishue's voice rang out just in time. Without hesitation, Su 12 produced the Yuan Yang umbrella. As he infused it with his true essence, the umbrella trembled slightly before expanding. A wave of Yuan Yang energy enveloped both him and Jiang Feishue, and he felt a sudden lightness, as if unburdened. Brother Jiang, let us advance. Just as they were about to delve deeper, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. The two instinctively turned to look. A contingent of 20 individuals approached, all clad in white robes, exuding an imposing presence. Leading them was a tall, bronze-skinned middle-aged man, his features sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. His thick brows and deep-set eyes conveyed an air of solemnity, and his cultivation level was formidable, akin to a mountain. Upon entering the foul pit, the man flung a fiery red circular canopy into the air, which blossomed into a radiant sphere of crimson light, enveloping the entire group. Which faction do they belong to possess such an exquisite defensive artifact? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, astonished. He recognized the canopy as an exceptional defensive instrument, rivaling his own Yuan Yang umbrella, if not surpassing it. Beside him, Jiang Feishue trembled slightly at the sight of the newcomers, a flicker of panic crossing her features. She quickly grasped Su 12's arm and urged, "Brother Zhu, we must leave at once." With that, she pulled him towards a narrow, deserted path. The bronze-skinned man noticed their presence, his gaze lingering on Jiang Feishue's retreating figure, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Young master, do those two pose any issue?" inquired a long-faced elder by his side. "Nothing of concern. Have we yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Shui?" The man responded, shaking his head. The artisans at the market confirmed that Miss Shui indeed visited. A few days ago, she mentioned a need to gather materials for crafting and has yet to return. I have dispatched individuals to search for her. We should receive news soon. Miss Shi'er is astute. She will be fine, the elder assured. Humph. Once we locate her, she shall face the consequences. The man replied sternly, nodding before adding, "Let us proceed. If we can find the golden sacred spring, we may elevate that little girl's strength sooner." With that, he led his group deeper into the foul pit. Su 12 said nothing further and continued alongside Jiang Feishue. They walked until they were alone, at which point he squinted and turned to her. "Brother Jiang, do you know those individuals?" "And no, not at all. There are merely too many of them. If we wish to find the treasure, we must take a shortcut and arrive ahead of them," Jiang Feishue insisted, her demeanor shifting to one of determination. "Indeed." Su 12 nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Yet, he sensed that Jiang Feishue had some connection to those individuals. As they navigated the narrow path, they came upon several corpses sprawled across the ground. Su 12 halted abruptly, his heart racing. "What are those? The bodies of cultivators?" Jiang Feishue gasped softly, also stopping to observe. It appeared these individuals had been deceased for some time. Su 12 focused his celestial vision, scanning the scene before him. Through this enhanced sight, he could perceive an astonishing amount of attribute spiritual energy emanating from the corpses, heightening his alertness. His true essence began to gather in preparation for a hasty retreat. Strange. In such a remote location, how could so many have perished? Moreover, they bear no evident wounds? Jiang Feishue remarked, intrigued as she moved closer to inspect the bodies. They exuded no signs of life, yet lacked any visible fatal injuries, which puzzled her immensely. As she leaned over one of the corpses, Su 12 noticed a violent surge of energy within it. "Beware, Brother Jiang," he shouted urgently. "Huh, Jiang Feishue turned. But before she could react, the corpses sprang to life, exhaling dark malevolence. The nearest corpse clawed at Jiang Feishue with fingers like talons, its nails glinting with a sinister greenish hue, and it lunged towards her shoulder. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Jiang Feishue shuddered, her shoulder torn and bloodied. She screamed in agony, her face paling as beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The corpse, undeterred, bared its fangs and lunged for her delicate neck. Damn it! Su 12's expression hardened as he executed the shadowless step, swiftly arriving by Jiang Feishue's side. Without hesitation, he swung his silver sword, sending the corpse flying. At that moment, Jiang Feishue crumpled, ready to collapse. Su 12 caught her just in time, urgently inquiring, "Brother Jiang, how do you feel?" Before she could respond, the corpse, seemingly unfazed, leapt back to its feet, its eyes glowing with a chilling blue light, charging at Su 12 once more. Behind it, a dozen more corpses locked their gaze on him. Roar! The horde of corpses unleashed a guttural roar, revealing their fangs and extending their claw-like fingers. A wave of ominous energy surged towards Su 12. His expression graved. Su 12 felt the drain on his Yuan-Yang umbrella intensify. "Brother Zhu, we must flee. These are corpse refinements, their strength akin to high-tier beasts. You cannot contend with them." Jiang Feishue suddenly lifted her head, her voice weak yet insistent. She then slumped against Su 12, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 80. The daughter of Jiang Feishue. As Su 12's eyes twitched, he immediately noticed the wound on her shoulder, now a grotesque shade of dark green, with flesh decaying to the point of exposing bone. This was dire. The attacks from these corpse cultivators were laced with potent toxins. He needed to find a means to detoxify her without delay. Su 12's expression shifted again, with his strength. He was confident he could eliminate these undead beings if he chose to fight. However, with Jiang Feishue in such a state, he had no time to waste. He swiftly hoisted her onto his back and unleashed a beam of sword light, turning to flee. Behind them, over a dozen corpse cultivators, drawn by the scent of blood, unleashed their ferocity, pursuing them relentlessly. In this critical moment, Su 12 couldn't afford to discern the direction. Within a short span, he led Jiang Feishue to a secluded hollow in the mountains. Spotting a cave within, he acted decisively and dashed inside with her. Upon entering, he threw several talismans behind him, shattering the rocky entrance to temporarily seal it off. He then produced a fist-sized luminous pearl, illuminating the cave. The cavern was evidently a natural formation, spacious enough for both him and Jiang Feishue to take refuge. Although the atmosphere was thick with malevolence, Su 12 felt secure under the protection of his Yuan-Yang umbrella. He placed Jiang Feishue at the center, removing her mask to reveal her face, which had turned from pale to a sickly shade, marred by poison. Su 12 quickly administered a detoxification pill. As the medicinal properties took effect, they merely subdued the toxins within her, allowing her complexion to return to normal. Observing the rotting wound on her shoulder, he grasped a healing pill. His brow furrowed in concern. The toxicity was formidable. In such a brief time, it had begun to encroach upon her vital organs. It was evident that he must treat her decaying wound to effectively heal her. Muttering to himself, Su 12 wasted no time, gripping the fabric near her wound and tearing her upper garments apart. In the next moment, a vision of a delicate white rabbit sprang into view, causing his heart to skip a beat. She was indeed a woman. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality sent a jolt through him. Looking down at Jiang Feishue, her exquisite features and captivating eyes were the epitome of beauty, reminiscent of a painting that could make fish sink and geese scatter. Momentarily entranced, Su 12 felt a surge of warmth rise within him. Jiang Feishue's skin was as fair and supple as snow, and even the slightest touch felt as though it were teasing his very soul. Yet, he knew that to save her was paramount. Now was not the time for distraction. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his silver sword with care and meticulously excised the necrotic flesh from her wound. In her unconscious state, Jiang Feishue winced in pain, her expression contorting in agony. Her body instinctively struggled as she clenched her teeth, ultimately biting her lip until it bled. Alarmed, Su 12 feared for her tongue and, in a moment of desperation, extended his free hand toward her. A sharp pain surged through him, but his expression remained composed. After a brief moment, a piece of her shoulder's flesh had vanished, nearly revealing the blackened bone beneath. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Su 12 crushed a top-tier healing elixir, applying the powder to her wound and bandaging it. He then gently held her cheeks and administered another detoxification pill. Completing these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief and sat down to meditate quietly. An hour passed. Jiang Feishue stirred, her long lashes fluttering as she awakened. "Brother Zhu, where are we? Have we died? It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble." Upon seeing Su 12, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her sorrow. "Do not worry. We are safe. You were injured and poisoned, but I have already treated you," he quickly reassured her. "Safe? That's wonderful. Wait, treated?" Jiang Feishue's expression brightened momentarily before stiffening. Ignoring her pain, she glanced down. The wound on her shoulder was indeed bandaged. But her gaze fell upon her own figure, wrapped in a clean blue robe. Her form was undeniably graceful. A flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, creeping down to her neck. "Brother Zhu, did you see everything?" Embarrassed, Jiang Feishue lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper. Discovering her gender was one matter, but being seen naked was utterly mortifying. "Please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. My actions were solely to heal you. It was unavoidable." Su 12 responded hurriedly, the thought of her vulnerability igniting memories of her captivating beauty. I understand. My name is Jiang Feishue," she murmured, nodding slightly as she introduced herself once more. "Indeed," Su 12 replied with a gentle nod. "Brother Zhu, could you turn around? I would like to change my clothes," Jiang Feishue said softly, still looking down. In this situation, no matter how open-minded she was, she found it impossible to act nonchalant. Of course, Su 12 quickly turned his back to her. Listening to the rustling behind him, he couldn't help but feel his heart race, a wave of heat flushing his cheeks. Fortunately, his mask concealed his embarrassment. "All right, Brother Zhu, you can turn back now." Before long, Jiang Feishue's voice beckoned him. As he turned, he was momentarily stunned. Now clad in his blue robe, she had reverted to her feminine appearance. Her hair, once tied, now cascaded like a dark waterfall down her back. Adorned with delicate earrings and a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, she appeared extraordinarily enchanting. "Are you all right?" Noticing Su 12's dazed expression, Jiang Feishue smiled charmingly, revealing two shallow dimples. "I am fine. How does your injury feel?" Su 12 quickly shook his head, shaking off his surprise to regain composure. "Aside from some lingering pain at the wound, I am otherwise well." "Brother Zhu, you have saved my life once more," she exclaimed with a radiant smile. "We are companions. We aid one another. There is no need to speak of saving lives. If you're well, let us prepare to depart," Su 12 replied with a casual wave of his hand. As he spoke, he tossed a talisman, shattering the rubble at the entrance. Dim light flooded in, revealing that the pursuing corpse cultivators had vanished without a trace. Just as Su 12 was about to lead Jiang Feishue out, she suddenly perked up, her ears twitching as she spoke. Chapter 81. Cloud Yang's spiritual fire weight. "Do you hear that sound of water?" As she spoke, Jiang Feishue approached the wall deep within the cave and gently tapped it. A hollow sound echoed, thud, thud. Empty. Su 12 was momentarily taken aback, then perked up, straining to listen. After concentrating, he soon discerned a faint dripping sound emanating from behind the cave. Could the golden sacred spring be behind there? Su 12 squinted, his spirit suddenly invigorated. Given the dense malevolent energy in this place, this possibility could not be dismissed. Should we break this stone wall to investigate? Jiang Feishue's eyes brightened at the idea, and she quickly suggested, her gaze shining with excitement. "All right, stand back. I shall break it open." Su 12 nodded, pulling her behind him protectively. He then swiftly tossed a talisman. With a bang, the talisman transformed into a ball of fire that exploded, sending debris flying throughout the cave. A large opening emerged, releasing a shocking wave of corpse energy. "This is bad. The corpse energy is overwhelming. Brother Zhu, hold your breath." Jiang Feishue's expression changed instantly, and she urgently warned, simultaneously holding her breath. As she spoke, Su 12 also quickly held his breath, guarding Jiang Feishue and keeping his eyes fixed on the newly created hole, fully alert. Fortunately, although a considerable amount of corpse energy rushed out, it soon dissipated. Seeing there was no immediate danger, Su 12 cautiously directed the light from the luminous pearl into the opening. Inside, he discovered a larger underground cavern, densely packed with bones and skeletons, piled high like a mountain. Between the bones flowed viscous corpse water, creating an eerie sight. What is this place? And how could there be so many human bones? At least tens of thousands must have perished here. No wonder the sinister energy is so thick. Su 12's eyelids twitched, and his scalp tingled. Though he had taken lives before, the sheer number of corpses gathered here was particularly jarring. "Ugh!" Jiang Feishue involuntarily gasped, instinctively clutching Su 12's sleeve, her small face etched with panic. What on earth transpired in this filthy pit? Why is there both corpse refining and skeletons? There must be a formidable evil cultivator practicing here. Brother Zhu, I think we should retreat. This place feels ominous. Jiang Feishue's mind raced with speculation as she tugged at Su 12's arm, eager to flee. Though driven by curiosity, she knew the value of preserving her life. At that moment, Su 12 activated his heavenly eye technique, peering deeper inside. His heart began to race. Wait, there is indeed pure yang spiritual energy here. His excitement was palpable. The golden sacred spring was a treasure of utmost sanctity and yang energy. Pure yang energy? Could it be? The golden sacred spring truly lies here? Let us hurry inside to take a look. Jiang Feishue exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her fear. Su 12 nodded, carefully leading Jiang Feishue further into the expansive cavern. Their footsteps crunched over the bones, producing a creaking sound. Jiang Feishue nearly clung to Su 12, grasping only one of his arms. The sensation of being enveloped in a gentle, elastic vortex somewhat eased Su 12's tension. Soon, they reached the summit of the Hill of Corpses, the source of the emanating pure yang energy. However, before them was not the golden sacred spring but a pulsating red flame the size of a fist. Seeing that it was not the golden sacred spring, Su 12 frowned in disappointment. Cloud yang spiritual fire. Jiang Feishue exclaimed in astonishment. Do you recognize this object? Su 12 turned to her. Jiang Feishue nodded and explained. This is known as cloud yang spiritual fire, a type of heavenly fire. It can be used for refining weapons, concocting elixirs, and can even be infused into magical artifacts to enhance their power. This flame is the nemesis of malevolent spirits. Though it may not rival the golden sacred spring, it is still a rare treasure of pure yang. Brother Zhu, quickly collect this spiritual fire, Jiang Feishue urged, her face lighting up with joy as though the treasure were her own. Su 12 felt a stir of desire, but refrained from acting immediately. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Feishue, suggesting, in that case, why don't we each take half? He considered Jiang Feishue a friend, acknowledging their mutual assistance. With her vast knowledge enhancing his own, such information was invaluable to him. Moreover, he felt no need to haggle over gains with a friend. That won't he do. Without you, Brother Zhu, I would have perished at the hands of those corpse refiners long ago. Jiang Feishue shook her head vigorously. Let's not put it that way. We are companions in this journey. Besides, had it not been for your guidance, we would never have encountered the cloud yang spiritual fire. Su 12 replied with a grin. Companions? Jiang Feishue's expression brightened at his words, and she shyly nodded. Very well. With that, she produced a walnut-sized bead riddled with holes, radiating a rich aura of pure yang. As Jiang Feishue activated it, the bead began to float slowly. A wave of pure yang energy spread from it, enveloping the cloud yang spiritual fire. Soon, wisps of flame flowed into the bead. After absorbing less than a third of the fire, Jiang Feishue withdrew the bead, which now glowed even more brilliantly with a fiery red hue. Beaming with happiness, she turned to Su 12 and said, Brother Zhu, you can use the Yuan Yang umbrella to absorb this flame. The Yuan Yang treasure will yield even greater enhancement. Su 12 nodded, but did not use the Yuan Yang umbrella. Instead, he retrieved the Yuan Yang ruler from his sword pouch, channeling his true essence into it. He mimicked Jiang Feishue's earlier action, absorbing the flame into the Yuan Yang ruler. As he refined the spiritual fire, the Yuan Yang ruler trembled slightly in his hand, radiating a powerful aura. Under the observation of his heavenly eye technique, he could distinctly feel the spiritual essence within the Yuan Yang ruler soaring, transforming it into a nascent spiritual artifact. Is it advancing towards a pseudo-spiritual artifact? Su 12's face lit up with joy. It's not merely advancing. It has already become a low-tier pseudo-spiritual artifact. Brother Zhu, I didn't expect you to possess such valuable treasures. Your Yuan Yang ruler is no ordinary item. It utilizes top-tier materials. If you could find some Lioli gold to refine it further, it could very well become a low-grade spiritual artifact. However, Lioli gold is quite rare and will require considerable effort to obtain, Jiang Feishue remarked, examining the Yuan Yang ruler with admiration. Chapter 82. Watching the tigers fight from the mountain, Su 12 was already in high spirits, and upon hearing those words, his excitement surged, his heart racing vigorously. As for Jiang Feishue's final remark, he paid it little mind. He was aware of the whereabouts of a piece of Lioli gold. The female cultivator, surnamed Chu, who had sold him talismans, had used a piece of Lioli gold to lure and kill other cultivators during the trial. Yes, I will keep an eye on it, he declared. This foul pit can produce such pure yang spirit fire. It seems the likelihood of the golden holy spring's existence is quite high. Let us hurry. With this pseudo-spiritual artifact, we can at least manage some danger. Su 12 nodded with a smile and spoke briskly. Upon exiting the cave, the two wasted no time and followed the route indicated on the map toward the location marked as the Golden Holy Spring. The terrain of the foul pit was uneven. They climbed over mountains and crossed ridges, exerting considerable effort before arriving at a nearby hollow. From their elevated position, they peered down into the hollow, strewn with rocks. Nearly 1,000 figures were clustered in groups, engaged in a series of skirmishes. In the midst of the crowd stood 3 cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining, 2 men and 1 woman, locked in a fierce battle. One of them, a tall and sturdy man with a resolute face, was the leader of the 20 individuals Su 12 and Jiang Feishue had encountered upon entering the foul pit. The other 2 were a middle-aged Taoist in a deep blue robe wielding a whisk, and a beautiful woman in her 40s dressed simply. As the 3 exchanged blows in a dazzling display of power, waves of energy erupted continuously, prompting the other cultivators to retreat in fear of being inadvertently caught in the fray. Beside them stood a massive stone towering over a person, from the top of which a golden liquid bubbled in a depression, exuding a rich, pure yang aura. Is that the Golden Holy Spring? Su 12's gaze fixated, his heart racing even faster. It matches the legends perfectly. However, with so many eyes watching, taking this Golden Holy Spring will not be easy. Jiang Feishue was equally stirred, but as she spoke, she rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Let us not rush. We should assess the situation first. If it's not feasible, we may have to abandon our quest. Su 12 shook his head and crouched down with Jiang Feishue at their vantage point. To think that even Master Qingyang Lin Qingyang and the fierce Taoist lady Tao Ting have arrived. They are notorious figures in a 100-mile radius. It seems our prospects are rather grim, cursing the old man in her heart for his greedy nature. Jiang Feishue pondered for quite some time without coming up with a viable plan. To her, the combined strength of herself and Su 12 would not even pose a slight chance of winning. This realization left her quite dejected, and she couldn't help but mutter in frustration, cursing the old man further. Su 12, disappointment evident in his smile, surveyed the scene in the hollow, harboring little hope. With so many cultivators, including formidable 9th-level chi refiners, victory seemed out of reach for him. While he didn't mind taking risks, he wasn't keen on courting death. The battle between the 3 was intense, with various dazzling spells soaring through the air. Though they appeared formidable, each was holding back somewhat. With a thunderous crash, the 3 momentarily separated. The towering middle-aged man, with an icy demeanor, suddenly proposed, Lin Qingyang, Tao Ting, you are both renowned chi refining experts. Continuing this way benefits no one. Why not divide the Golden Holy Spring into 3 portions, each taking 1? I have no objections. The Taoist in the azure robe rested his whisk on his arm and turned to the beautiful woman nearby. But I wonder what Taoist Lady Tao intends. Humph. Since both of you agree, why bother asking me? Tao Ting narrowed her eyes, pouting slightly, her tone tinged with annoyance. As she spoke, a glint flashed in her eyes as she quickly scanned Lin Qingyang. Very well. Let us approach together and each take a share. The middle-aged man, oblivious to the woman's unusual demeanor, nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this development, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads despondently, losing all hope. The consensus among the 3 9th-level chi refiners left little room for optimism. On a high slope beside the hollow, Su 12 observed this scene and squinted, stating lightly, "That man is in for trouble." Who? Jiang Feishue was taken aback. The middle-aged man in white. The Taoist and the woman are clearly in cahoots. Su 12 replied nonchalantly. Impossible. Master Qingyang and Taoist Lady Tao are notoriously at odds, constantly bickering and wishing each other dead. Jiang Feishue immediately countered, her first instinct to disbelieve. These 2 were well-known figures around Qinshan Market, and as someone well-informed, she thought she knew the truth. Su 12 smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued to observe the unfolding events. Among those present, these 3 were the strongest. Should they clash, it would be a fortuitous outcome for him. Could it be that these 2 truly have ulterior motives? Jiang Feishue hesitated briefly before glancing at Su 12's profile. She then reached to her waist and gently shook a bell hanging there. The bell jingled, yet no sound emerged. In the hollow, the white-clad man's steps faltered momentarily. Then he pretended nothing was amiss as he joined the other 2 at the massive stone. Just as the 3 reached for the Golden Holy Spring, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kill. The expressions of Qingyang and Tao Ting turned icy, and a surge of true essence erupted from them. One activated their whisk, while the other expelled a pink orb. The two attacks surged toward the white-clad man with breathtaking speed. Humph! Seeking death. The white-clad man erupted in anger, grunting as a red circular canopy flew from his hand. The canopy radiated a brilliant red light, enveloping him in protection. Simultaneously, the whisk transformed into thousands of strands, colliding with the pink orb and the canopy. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The white-clad man staggered back, retreating more than 10 paces, even with preparation. Facing two cultivators of equal strength proved challenging. Young master, the 20 or so followers of the white-clad man, not far off, paled in unison, drawing their artifacts and aiming them at Qingyang and Tao Ting. The white-clad man steadied himself and hastily drew a black broadsword. Lin Qingyang, Tao Ting, to think you would conspire together. Do you dare to oppose us from the divine Forge Mountain? Are you certain you can bear the consequences? Chapter 83. The mantis stalks the cicada with a cold gaze fixed upon the two before him. The man in white summoned his true essence, and his broadsword erupted with a dazzling, heavy radiance. Just as he was about to strike, a cloud of pink mist surged towards him. This mist was insidious, infiltrating his meridians and assaulting his inner true essence upon mere contact. Not good. It's poisonous, he exclaimed in alarm, hastily swallowing an antidote pill and commencing to channel his energy for defense. In that moment, his complexion grew particularly grim. The two adversaries, united in their strength, posed a formidable challenge for him alone. Now, with the added complication of poison, his chances of survival dwindled to nearly none. The ruthless fairy scoffed, disdain evident in her voice. Consequences? Ha! Young Master Jiang, you overestimate your esteemed god-forging villa. We are both at the 9th level of qi refinement. Once we refine this golden sacred spring, even without a foundation establishment pill, we shall undoubtedly advance to foundation establishment. At that point, the vastness of the world will be ours to traverse. Though your god-forging villa is powerful, do consider the weight of facing two foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously. A cold smile graced the lips of the ruthless fairy, revealing her evident preparedness. Are you not concerned that Lin Qingyang might eliminate you to claim the treasures for himself? The man in white narrowed his eyes and replied coldly. Are you attempting to sow discord? Alas, your calculations are flawed. The bond between my esteemed self and Taoist he is beyond your comprehension. How could I be swayed by your mere words? Taoist Qingyang countered, his gaze icy as he exchanged a knowing glance with the ruthless fairy, both subtly nodding in agreement. They were indeed close friends, maneuvering through the treacherous realm of cultivation under the guise of rivalry, secretly aiding one another and eliminating numerous foes. Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten to claim the golden sacred spring and depart. I sense an ominous presence in this place. The ruthless fairy scoffed, urging Taoist Qingyang onward. As the two cautiously approached the immense boulder to extract the golden sacred spring, the man in white's expression darkened further. He realized that today, the golden sacred spring was likely beyond his reach. Very well, I shall seek other heavenly materials. However, a thought crossed his mind. Had the bell resonated earlier meant that his sister was nearby? With that thought, the man in white retreated to his companion's side, scanning the area with an impassive demeanor. At that moment, while Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy were channeling their energy to absorb the springs, the situation took a sudden turn. Whoosh, whoosh. Two streaks of cold light flashed past as a stout and a slender figure clad in gray appeared behind them. In an instant, both wielded sharp blades aimed at their backs. Although Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy were on guard, the majority of their focus was on the man in white, leaving them unprepared for this unexpected assault. Caught off guard, Taoist Qingyang was struck by the blade, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The ruthless fairy reacted more swiftly. In a moment of life and death, she twisted her body to evade slightly. Thud! The cold light flashed, severing her delicate arm. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through her shoulder, causing her visage to pale. Yet, she understood that this was no time for weakness. In an instant, she turned back, gathering her true essence, and spat forth a pink pearl. Thud! The sound echoed as the pearl pierced the forehead of the slender figure, exploding with a thunderous blast that shattered his skull into fragments. Old third, you vile woman, I will chop you to pieces. The stout figure, having just dispatched Taoist Qingyang, roared in fury upon witnessing this. He lunged forward, blade drawn, towards the ruthless fairy. Knowing her injury left her vulnerable, the ruthless fairy dared not linger. With a light step upon the boulder, She leaped into the air, rushing towards the man in white. She realized that in such perilous moments, the only chance for survival was to divert the danger onto the God-forging Villa's people. However, her hopes were dashed by the harsh reality. As she soared, a black arc of light descended like a meteor, trailing a long tail behind it. Thud. The ruthless fairy had no time to evade and was pierced through her abdomen by the arc, pinned to the ground. Agonizing pain overwhelmed her senses, and her vision blurred as she caught sight of a black flag. Atop its pole stood a short figure clad in gray, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. "Who dares to kill my brother shall perish." The gray figure bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura that obliterated the ruthless fairy into mere fragments. The events unfolded with such rapidity that both Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy met their demise in an instant. This horrifying scene sent shivers down the spine of Su 12, who was concealed in the shadows. He silently reminded himself that the realm of cultivation was fraught with peril, and he could not afford to let his guard down. What manner of individuals are these gray figures? They appear to be exceptionally formidable. Su 12 squinted, glancing towards Jiang Feishue, wary of attracting her attention. One of the gray figures was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the other was at the 8th level. Their strength was formidable, and they exuded an aura reminiscent of a venomous scorpion. Intuition warned him that the earlier encounter in the cave filled with bones was inextricably linked to these two. Unknown, but judging by their demeanor, they are undoubtedly sinister cultivators. That flag seems eerily familiar. Jiang Feishue furrowed her brow, her expression gravely serious as she fell into deep thought. In the valley, the man in white cast a wary glance at the black flag embedded in the ground, his countenance shifting dramatically, eyes brimming with trepidation. This is the soul-reaping flag. What is the connection to the red-eyed boy? True to form, the God-forging Villa members recognized the soul-reaping flag. The gray figure, casting aside his cloak, revealed a youthful face adorned with silver hair and fiery red eyes. "Damn it, we must retreat," the man in white groaned, gritting his teeth as he urgently commanded his companions to withdraw. Witnessing his reaction, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback, bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. A portion of them seemed to grasp the situation, their expressions hardening as they too began to retreat. The red-eyed boy? That name carries significant weight. On the hillside, Su 12 crouched in the shadows, murmuring softly as he turned to Jiang Feishue. His knowledge of this figure was limited. Yet the man in white's reaction indicated that he was not to be trifled with. Just a moment ago, he had contemplated benefiting from the conflict between the two factions. Yet now it was evident that he was ill-equipped to involve himself, having witnessed the swift demise of Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy. Along with the emergence of these gray figures, he understood that this was a battle of divine beings. Who knew what further dangers lurked ahead? No matter how precious the golden sacred spring, he dared not entertain any ambitions. However, as his gaze fell upon Jiang Feishue, he noticed her pallid complexion. Her eyes fixed anxiously on the man in white. Could it be that the man in white shares the same surname Jiang? Are they perhaps kin? Su 12's thoughts spiraled as he assessed that his current position was unlikely to be affected for the time being. He decided against hasty withdrawal, silently stowing away his Yuan Yang umbrella, continuing to observe the unfolding events below. Chapter 84, The Might of the 10,000 Soul Banner. It appears you are aware of the old man's intentions. Do you not think it is too late to flee now? The red-eyed youth's face contorted into a sinister expression as a harsh, raspy voice escaped his lips. He had meticulously devised a plan to lure these individuals to this place. How could he possibly allow them to depart in despondency? As he spoke, he darted towards the 10,000 soul banner, planting his feet upon the blood-soaked earth. He grasped the flagpole, channeling all his vital essence into a powerful throw. Whoosh! The 10,000 soul banner soared into the air, unleashing a tempest. Instantly, the entire valley was enveloped in a chilling wind, sweeping across the scene. Within the malevolent breeze, countless ethereal figures emerged. What manner of artifact is this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? How many lives must have perished for this? No, don't. At that moment, the entire valley was shrouded in a sinister wind. Tens of thousands of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts roamed the gust, shrieking and howling, clawing towards the attending cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the valley transformed into a hellish realm. Cries of horror echoed as figures fell one after another. Faced with the tide of vengeful spirits, most cultivators found themselves utterly powerless. Everyone, gather around me. Channel all your strength into the fire cloud canopy. If we can break free from this valley, there may yet be hope. Otherwise, we shall all perish. The man in white, disregarding his injuries, shouted decisively. Immediately, he and the others poured their vital essence into the fire cloud canopy. The crimson canopy, empowered by their essence, spun rapidly, exuding a brilliant red light that countered the sinister energy and malevolent spirits. Under the protection of the radiant glow, the group hastily surged towards the valley's edge. With the white-clad man's fervent calls, nearby cultivators joined forces, working together to urge the fire cloud canopy onward. In a short span, nearly 1,000 cultivators had fallen, leaving fewer than 100 alive. The remaining souls clustered around the man in white, desperately maintaining the canopy's operation. All were acutely aware that this was their sole glimmer of hope. Indeed, the divine casting mountain manner possesses remarkable techniques. Alas, my 10,000 soul banner is but a step away from becoming a spiritual artifact. I cannot allow you to escape. The red-eyed youth let out a chilling, sinister laugh, swiftly forming seals with his hands, sending a mark of vital essence soaring into the 10,000 soul banner. Whoosh! The banner trembled violently, its brilliance intensifying as a thick, black, malevolent energy surged forth. This sinister force resembled a serpent, crashing into the fire cloud canopy with tremendous force. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the fire cloud canopy quaked violently, its radiance dimming. Nearly half of the cultivators sheltered beneath the red glow instantly exhausted their vital essence, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Soon after, thousands of malevolent spirits surged forth, engulfing them like a relentless tide. The remaining cultivators, though fortunate to survive, were thrown into a state of panic, sweat pouring down their brows. In the center of the crowd, the man in white gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Before the fire cloud canopy could be breached, he suddenly spat a mouthful of essence blood onto it. The fire cloud canopy flared with renewed brilliance, barely holding back the encroaching black mist. However, the man in white, already poisoned and injured, found his condition worsening. His face grew pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. A nearby white-haired elder, glaring at the red-eyed youth, shouted, "Red-eyed youth, you dare harm our young master? The divine casting mountain manor will never forgive you. You old fool, do you think you can threaten me? What of the divine casting mountain manor? If it comes to it, I shall simply kill you and depart from this forsaken mountain range." The red-eyed youth's gaze turned cold, his hands forming seals once more. As his words fell, a needle-like manifestation of dark energy materialized in the air, piercing through the fire cloud canopy and embedding itself in the elder's brow. The elder's eyes widened in horror. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Uncle Zhao, red-eyed youth, you shall pay for this." A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the man in white. In a fit of rage, he disregarded his own injuries, drawing a broad sword as his aura surged violently. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, yet his strength continued to rise dramatically. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, silencing the entire valley. The red-eyed youth's expression turned grave as he braced himself. A sword to preserve the soul? This is dire. Only Foundation establishment cultivators can wield such a technique. Brother, no? On the hillside, Jiang Feishua watched in horror as the scene unfolded. With a cry of alarm, she attempted to rush into the valley. A sword to preserve the soul? A technique only possible for Foundation establishment? Su 12 could not help but sigh, acknowledging the prowess of the core disciples from such formidable factions, who could master even such techniques. His astonishment was fleeting as he noticed Jiang Feishua's actions and quickly intervened, firmly grasping her arm. "Do not act rashly. With your current strength, you would only be walking to your demise. Your brother would not wish for you to take such risks. We must retreat immediately." Su 12 spoke swiftly, ignoring her protests and pulling her away. He had no intention of intervening. Setting aside the red-eyed youth's strength, the 10,000 soul banner alone held immense power. With his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement, he possessed little chance of victory. Jiang Feishue was his friend, and saving her was a matter of honor. Others, however, were not his concern. He did not consider himself heartless. Had he been strong enough to save the man in white with a mere gesture, he certainly would have done so, all for Jiang Feishue's sake. Yet, reality was harsh. He was acutely aware of the burdens he bore and the necessity of self-preservation. Moreover, a rotund figure clad in gray lurked nearby. Thinking of this gray-clad figure, Su 12 glanced around, his pupils narrowing in alarm. It was then he realized that the rotund figure had vanished amidst the chaos. This is not good. A jolt of realization surged through him, heightening his senses. At that moment, a feeling of impending doom enveloped him, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. But I cannot. Jiang Feishuo struggled against Su 12's grip. About to speak when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. TSK, TSK. I never expected there to be two little ones hiding here. You two truly know how to conceal yourselves. Such meager cultivation, and yet you dare venture out in search of treasure, truly unaware of the dangers. The gray-clad figure appeared behind them, brandishing a sharp blade, his eyes glinting with malevolence. What? What do you want? Jiang Feishuo turned to face him, terror gripping her heart, her pulse racing. What do I want? I intend to send you both to the afterlife. Oh, you little girl are quite lovely. You would make a fine furnace for me. The rotund figure gathered his momentum, and upon noticing Jiang Feishuo's gaze, his eyes gleamed with wicked desire. He fixated on her delicate features and alluring figure, letting out a lewd sound. Chapter 85. A rare opportunity. You are delusional. I hail from the divine forging manor, and should you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you go. Jiang Feishuo ground her teeth, clutching the Yuan Yang pearl tightly, her body trembling with fear. Brother Zhu, we must retreat, she whispered to Su Shi'er, instinctively grasping his hand as they both stepped back hurriedly. Su Shi'er narrowed his eyes, feigning great fear while secretly gathering his true energy. What of the divine forging manor? Even if the king of heaven himself came today, he couldn't save you too. The corpulent man in gray sneered, tearing off his cloak to reveal an ugly visage adorned with cruel mockery, advancing menacingly towards Su Shi'er and Jiang Feishuo. You, die. Jiang Feishuo cried out in terror, channeling her true energy into the Yuan Yang pearl and hurling it at the approaching figure. The energy within surged forth, a formidable wave of spiritual power hurtling towards the gray-clad brute. Haha, just what I need. Truly, a person from the divine forging manor, wielding such a top-tier artifact right off the bat. But alas, do you think this meager attack can tickle me? The gray man laughed heartily, dismissing the threat as he easily snatched the Yuan Yang pearl from the air. Although the Yuan Yang pearl and the Cloud Yang spirit fire possessed natural restraining properties against such wicked cultivators, Jiang Feishuo's low level of strength meant she could not unleash even a fraction of their true potential. Beautiful maiden, do you have any more treasures to reveal? If not, I shall demonstrate my own. The gray man grinned wickedly, his eyes glinting with malice as he continued his advance towards Jiang Feishuo. He paid no heed to Su Shi'er, dismissing him entirely. Jiang Feishuo felt her face flush with anger at his vile words, tears streaming down her cheeks in despair. Just then, Su Shi'er, who had remained silent until now, suddenly vanished from sight. Brother Zhu, be careful. You're not. Jiang Feishuo began to warn, but her eyes widened in horror as she realized what was happening. What? The gray man felt a chill run down his spine but remained focused on Jiang Feishuo. However, despite his swift reaction, he was still a moment too late. All he caught was a fleeting silver flash before. You. How can you be at the 7th level of chi refinement? He barely had time to exclaim before a crimson line appeared around his neck. In an instant, the world spun around him, and he saw his own body standing still, devoid of a head. In his final moments, he was consumed by regret, wishing he had acted decisively when he first laid eyes on Jiang Feishuo. Watching the gray man behead before her, Jiang Feishuo stood frozen, mouth agape in shock. Brother Zhu, you are actually a 7th level chi refiner. Indeed, one must tread carefully while navigating the world. I hope you understand. Su Shi'er replied with calm composure, nodding slightly as he expertly collected the gray man's storage bag. He then conjured a fireball spell to incinerate the corpse before taking Jiang Feishuo by the arm, intent on making their escape. We must leave this place at once. No, I cannot abandon my brother. I cannot watch him perish here. Jiang Feishuo pleaded desperately. Brother Zhu, I implore you, help me save my brother. Su Shi'er hesitated, his expression troubled, as he turned to the valley. The battle there had reached its climax. The man in white leaned against his sword, blood streaming from his mouth, his aura weak and disordered. Behind him stood fewer than 10 exhausted cultivators, each on the brink of despair. In contrast, the red-eyed youth bore several sword wounds, but wore a faint smile, his spirit undeterred. Those from the divine forging manor are indeed formidable. With the strength of a chi refiner, they can wield techniques meant for foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, I shall be the one to laugh last. Once I have harvested your souls, my soul banner will ascend to the realm of spiritual artifacts. The red-eyed youth erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had cunningly lured cultivators to their doom, and to his surprise, he had drawn in 3 at the 9th level of chi refinement, including the young master of the divine forging manor. Their abilities were commendable, But with the advantage of terrain, he felt confident about the outcome. As he summoned the soul banner, a chilling wind arose, and countless vengeful spirits coalesced in the air, targeting the man in white and the remaining cultivators. Brother, Jiang Feishue gasped, her pupils dilating with anguish. She immediately knelt before Shi'er, crying out, "What are you doing?" "Jiang cousin, please stand," Shi'er urged, steadying her. "That red-eyed youth is severely injured. With Brother Zhu's power, saving my brother is within reach. I know this is dangerous for you, but he is my only brother." Jiang Feishue's voice trembled with desperation. Fully aware that her own strength would only lead to her demise, Shi'er narrowed his eyes, not immediately giving in. Even if the red-eyed youth was wounded, he could not be sure of victory. He was no child, easily swayed by empty words into peril. Seeing Shi'er's hesitation, Jiang Feishue bit her lip and continued, "If Brother Zhu helps me save him, I shall be yours from this day forth. Jiang, you need not say more. I will assist you in saving him." Shi'er interrupted, swiftly retrieving the Yuan Yang pearl and handing it back to Jiang Feishue. "Stay hidden and silent here." With that, he leaped into action, charging towards the valley. He understood well the agony of losing a loved one and had come to regard Jiang Feishue as a friend, unwilling to let her suffer the same fate. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that by defeating this foe, he could obtain the earthly treasure, the golden holy spring, which would elevate his cultivation. Initially, he had felt hopeless, but now, with the red-eyed youth weakened to less than half his original strength, even a 9th-level chi refiner was not an insurmountable challenge. Such an opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. While Jiang Feishue clung to her hope for rescue, he sought far more. Chapter 86. The fiery blaze of magic with a surge of determination. Before Su 12 could arrive, the Yuan Yang umbrella had already been cast forth. In one hand, he wielded a sword, while the other clutched a handful of first-grade, high-quality talismans acquired from the marketplace. An orange streak of light flashed across the scene, descending swiftly to shield the few present before the vengeful spirits could consume the white-robed man. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of electric currents. As the vengeful spirits made contact with the Yuan Yang umbrella, their faces contorted in excruciating agony. This umbrella was a supreme magical artifact. Though it was slightly inferior to the white-robed man's fire cloud shield, it excelled in its unwavering solar essence, proving exceedingly effective against these malevolent entities. Who dares? The red-eyed youth's expression shifted as he sensed his attack thwarted, quickly turning to face the direction from which the Yuan Yang umbrella had come. Upon turning, he beheld a figure clad in azure, wielding a silver flying sword aimed directly at him. "Humph! A mere 7th-level chi refinement dares to challenge me? You seek death." Upon recognizing the assailant's cultivation level, the red-eyed youth's confidence surged. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, a torrent of dark energy coiled around him like a serpent. Lunging towards Su 12. With his sword in hand, Su 12's true essence surged within him, the blade pointed directly at the encroaching darkness. A sharp crack reverberated as the silver sword shattered under the onslaught of the dark energy. Su 12's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned an ice shield and activated a blood-red barrier. The dark energy collided violently with the ice shield, causing it to shatter into countless fragments before dissipating. Su 12 felt a pang of regret. In their first confrontation, he had already lost 2 exquisite magical artifacts, an immense setback. However, the battle had begun, and there was no time for remorse. He swiftly unleashed the talismans he had prepared, transforming them into a flurry of fire crows that dove toward his opponent, spewing flames. The red-eyed youth remained unfazed, clearly prepared for such an attack. With a flick of his hand, the wand of 10,000 souls surged forth, unleashing a tempest of sinister winds that dispersed Su 12's fiery assault. "Humph! You possess a fair number of tricks, young one, but alas, they are no match for me." As the red-eyed youth scrutinized Su 12, 7 cold beams of light suddenly emerged before him. Unprepared for such a vicious onslaught, he could only watch helplessly as 7 soul-piercing nails shot toward his chest. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted as the nails were deflected. Su 12's pupils constricted. He finally noticed that his adversary was clad in a defensive soft armor artifact. Recognizing his miscalculation, the red-eyed youth wasted no time in retreating. "Now you wish to flee? Too late," he scoffed. "Your skills may be numerous, but they are mere trifles before me. I shall see what other tricks you have." A chill ran down Su 12's spine as he sensed impending danger. Turning around, he witnessed a veritable tide of vengeful spirits howling and surging toward him, while the red-eyed youth began to chant incantations, conjuring an overwhelming power. "Damn it! This old wretch has outsmarted me. Su-12 gritted his teeth, realizing that while he had been plotting against his foe, the enemy had been calculating his moves as well. These old-timers were indeed as cunning as foxes. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 dared not underestimate the situation. He summoned the Yuan-Yang ruler to his hand. Infusing it with true essence, a radiant orange light erupted, forming a protective shield around him. In the face of the aura emanating from the Yuan-Yang ruler, the surrounding vengeful spirits halted, displaying a palpable fear. What? A pseudo-spiritual artifact of the highest sun? Humph. You possess quite a treasure trove. Most cultivators would struggle to obtain even one, yet you have so many. And 2 pieces of sun treasures? Today, I shall not allow you to escape. Attack. The red-eyed youth's eyes gleamed with malice as he perceived Su-12's prowess. He could not allow such a threat to grow. As he spoke, the red-eyed youth unleashed a spell, chanting incantations. With the incantation's resonance, the once timid vengeful spirits surged forward, emboldened as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. The Yuan-Yang orange light enveloped Su-12, causing the malevolent spirits to perish upon approach. Yet they charged forth without fear. In mere moments, hundreds of spirits vanished, and the protective aura of the Yuan-Yang ruler intensified rather than diminished. Inside the Yuan-Yang ruler, a cluster of cloud sun spirit fire danced joyfully, having grown from the size of a fist to that of a full hand. This unexpected development took Su-12 by surprise. What? The cloud sun spirit fire can actually use these vengeful spirits as fuel to grow? Despite his astonishment, Su-12 felt no joy. In a different context, this would have been fortuitous, but now, the expanding spirit fire demanded an even greater consumption of his true essence. Despair washed over him as he realized the predicament he faced. Not far away, the red-eyed youth was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. What? Is that truly the spirit fire of the highest sun? Who exactly is this young man, and how does he possess so many treasures? The red-eyed youth muttered to himself, a hint of doubt creeping into his thoughts. Could this be a scion of a powerful faction? With such wealth, even he felt somewhat inferior. Humph. Regardless of your origins, it is too late for you now. I will see if you can still control this spirit fire as it grows. If I lose these vengeful spirits, I shall simply find another way to refine souls. With a muffled grunt, the red-eyed youth's gaze sharpened as he discerned Su-12's current state. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he hastened his incantation. Countless vengeful spirits hurled themselves into the blazing inferno. In an instant, the cloud sun spirit fire swelled to the size of a sandbag. The flames flickered ominously, threatening to escape Su-12's control. To sustain the Yuan-Yang ruler and the cloud sun spirit fire, Su-12 expended more than half of his true essence in a short time. This cannot continue. If the spirit fire goes out of control, I may not only perish at the hands of this old demon, but also be consumed or burnt to ashes by the fire itself. His brow furrowed deeply. Su-12 inwardly lamented. At this moment, he could feel the scorching heat emanating from the spirit fire. While the cloud sun spirit fire could restrain malevolent entities, it was still fire, capable of inflicting harm upon all. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 knew he could not simply sit idly by. Resolutely, he pushed his true essence to its limits and hurled the Yuan-Yang ruler into the air. Chapter 87. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. Evil soldiers overcome the enemy. The Yuan-Yang ruler floated majestically in the air, radiating a brilliant orange light that illuminated a radius of several yards, dispelling the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts into nothingness. Suddenly, the Yuan-Yang ruler spun gracefully, releasing a blossom of Yuan-Yang gold flower that surged directly toward the red-eyed youth. Infused with the essence of Yuan-Yang's spirit fire, the Yuan-Yang gold flower possessed extraordinary power. Wherever it traveled, the malevolent spirits and dark energy in the air were thoroughly eradicated. Ah, young one, are you truly prepared to fight to the death? Alas, I shall not grant you that opportunity, the red-eyed youth sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips as he formed a hand seal and altered his incantation. The Wanhan banner beside him surged forth, emanating a dark glow as it clashed with the Yuan-Yang gold flower in midair. Both the Wanhan banner and the Yuan-Yang ruler were pseudo-spiritual artifacts, equal in rank. The Wanhan banner trembled, clearly struggling to maintain its form. Yet, despite its difficulties, overcoming it would not be an easy feat. The red-eyed youth remained undaunted, his lips curling into a faint smile. In stark contrast, Su-12 was drenched in sweat, his lips pale, and his body trembled slightly, an evident sign of depleted true essence. His cultivation of the small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique had rendered his true essence considerably thicker than that of ordinary practitioners. Yet even he could not withstand such consumption. Young man, your true essence is even more robust than I had anticipated. Unfortunately, judging by your current state, you can last at most 10 more breaths. To dare pluck fur from a tiger's back is to be prepared for death, the red-eyed youth proclaimed, forcing his power, unleashing a torrent of true essence. He acted with caution. Even with 10 breaths, he did not want to prolong the confrontation. He was determined to eliminate his opponent on the spot, even at the cost of overextending his true essence. What a cunning old fool. Su 12's pupils constricted, feeling a surge of pressure as if his very essence were being siphoned away. Nevertheless, a flicker of resolute determination shone in his eyes. Humph. Who dies is yet to be determined. With a muffled groan, Su 12 raised his hand, releasing a streak of white cold light that sped toward the red-eyed youth with astonishing swiftness. Another hidden weapon? You think the same trick will work again? The red-eyed youth scoffed, confident in his protective armor. Yet, his cautious nature prompted him to remain vigilant. He formed another hand seal, and in an instant, dark energy surged from the ground, enveloping him in a thick, black mist. Humph. Even if you possess a Yuan-Yang treasure, I still what? An evil soldier. The red-eyed youth's confidence faltered as he spoke. He witnessed the cold light piercing through the mist, embedding itself in his heart. His armor, a high-grade magical artifact, felt as fragile as paper before this cold light. A piercing pain invaded his mind, and his aura instantly became chaotic and volatile, staring down at his blood-soaked chest. Disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? You actually have a top-tier evil soldier? His protective armor was formidable, and it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary magical artifacts to breach its defenses. Coupled with the defensive mist formed from dark energy, he believed he could withstand the attacks of even a 9th-level Qi refining practitioner. However, he had never anticipated that Su 12's final strike would involve a top-tier evil soldier. After all, Su 12 had previously wielded various supreme Yang treasures. Such a level of evil soldier could only be forged by the most elite of evil cultivators. In that fleeting moment between life and death, countless feelings of confusion and astonishment flashed through the red-eyed youth's mind, mingled with a hint of regret. He had been cautious enough. Had he been a tad more careful, he might not have met such a fate. Yet, Su 12 had no intention of answering his unspoken queries. The bone spike was immensely powerful, but it was still an evil soldier. If he were to act recklessly, he could easily fall victim to the opponent's counterattack. From the outset, he had engaged with various ordinary magical artifacts and Yuan-Yang treasures, ensuring that this final strike would be decisive. To prevent his opponent from discerning his intentions, he had even coated the surface of the bone spike with Yun-Yang spirit fire, which would cause irreversible damage to magical artifacts. Seeing his stealth attack succeed, Su 12 wasted no time, channeling the last remnants of his true essence into the Yuan-Yang ruler. The ruler trembled slightly, and the Yuan-Yang gold flower in the air surged with renewed vigor. The Wanhun banner, now bereft of support, trembled violently before crashing to the ground. In an instant, the countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts transformed into a chilling wind, returning to the Wanhun banner. With a resounding thud, the Yuan-Yang gold flower descended upon the red-eyed youth. A swirling mass of black-green flames erupted. The red-eyed youth let out a chilling scream, writhing in agony. But it was all in vain. His entire being was consumed by the Yuan-Yang golden fire, akin to oil igniting upon contact with flames. In mere moments, he was reduced to ashes, scattered across the heavens and earth. On the ground, only a storage pouch and a dark red suit of armor remained. Su 12 employed his object manipulation technique, swiftly collecting the items from the ground. He then approached the massive stone, quickly retrieving the golden sacred spirit spring. With the golden sacred spirit spring in hand, he sighed in relief, suppressing his excitement as he returned the Yuan-Yang umbrella to safeguard himself. He then settled onto the ground, swallowing several pills to hastily recover his energy. At present, his true essence was severely depleted. If he didn't restore it quickly, he would be unable to confront any ensuing threats. On the hillside, Jiang Feishue stared in astonishment, her mind in a daze. She had merely wished for Su 12 to rescue her brother, never anticipating that he would directly slay the red-eyed youth. Her brother Zhu, was he truly that formidable? Jiang Feishue's eyes widened in shock as she realized this, hastily making her way toward the valley. In the valley, the white-clad man and his companions were equally astonished, unable to comprehend how the audacious red-eyed youth, who had wielded the One Hun banner and slaughtered nearly 1,000 cultivators upon his arrival, had been defeated so effortlessly by someone merely at the 7th level of chi refining. The white-clad man's expression grew particularly grave as he regarded Su 12. After forcing down a pill, he strained to heal his injuries. In his eyes, this individual was clearly the yellow sparrow lurking behind the mantis, waiting for the right moment to strike. Once he had recuperated, their fates would still be uncertain. Regrettably, his overexertion had left his meridians damaged, rendering medicinal remedies ineffective. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict. "Little sister, big brother, how are you feeling?" Upon approaching, Jiang Feishue hurried to the white-clad man's side, her concern evident. The white-clad man forced a smile and shook his head. "You came at just the right time. Quickly help me leave. If we wait until this person finishes recuperating, it will be yet another troublesome situation." "Big brother, don't worry. This is my friend, Zhuhawei, a rogue cultivator. I specifically invited him to rescue you." Jiang Feishue beamed, revealing 2 sweet dimples. "How did you come to know each other?" The white-clad man nodded slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Su 12, his mind racing with thoughts. "Rescue us? Perhaps he is merely waiting for us to exhaust ourselves in battle with the red-eyed youth before making his move. This young man possesses a cunning mind. Jiang Feishue is too trusting of others." Chapter 88. An unattainable existence? Jiang Feishue was oblivious to her elder brother's intentions, seeing him appear gravely injured. She promptly retrieved the Yuanyang pearl and summoned a small cluster of Yuyang's spiritual fire. The sight of this spiritual flame astonished the man in white. As a weaponsmith, he was well acquainted with the spiritual fires of the world. Yuanyang spiritual fire? You possess it as well. Elder brother, don't concern yourself with that for now. Quickly refine this flame to heal your injuries. Jiang Feishue urged him. The man in white ceased his inquiries, nodded, and inhaled deeply, drawing the spiritual fire into his mouth. He was the most formidable weaponsmith among the younger generation of the divine casting manner, practicing the pinnacle technique of the manner, the extreme fire forging method. This method utilized fire to attain enlightenment, allowing the formation of the most suitable flame for weapon crafting within his body, the divine casting flame. For him, the spiritual fire of the world was a tremendous boon. As the Yuanyang spiritual fire entered his throat, it did not harm him. Instead, it transformed into wisps that permeated his limbs and bones, rapidly mending his internal injuries under the enhancement of his spiritual energy. An hour later, the man in white rose from the ground, his eyes flickering with 2 glimmers of flame. His injuries had somewhat healed, granting him a degree of self-defense with his cultivation at the 9th level of chi refinement. After standing, he glanced at the empty boulder and then approached Shi'er, saying, "You, hand over the golden sacred spring." Shi'er, who had been recuperating, furrowed his brow and immediately grasped the Yuanyang. He was not surprised by the man's behavior. However, if it came to a confrontation, he did not fear it. After an hour of recovery, his true essence had significantly replenished. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Feishue exclaimed in shock, rushing to block the man in white. "That golden sacred spring was discovered by us first." The man in white replied nonchalantly. "If it were any other treasure, I would not care, but the golden sacred spring is different. Wealth can stir the heart for cultivators. Any item that can enhance their cultivation is immensely tempting." "What do you mean, you discovered it first?" "I, along with Brother Zhu, also purchased a map to come for the golden sacred spring. Do not forget, had Brother Zhu not intervened to save you, you and the others would have perished long ago." Jiang Feishue shouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Saving you? He merely acted for the sake of the treasure. There is no need to speak so grandly," the man in white retorted with indifference. "You are utterly unreasonable, Jiang Feiyun, regardless of your thoughts. If you wish to harm Brother Zhu, you shall have to step over my corpse," Jiang Feishue declared, spreading her arms to shield Shi'er, calling out the name of the man in white. "If I had known, I would not have given you the Yuanyang spiritual fire. It was a gift from Brother Zhu." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyun halted, narrowing his eyes, his expression growing particularly grave. He did not pause due to Jiang Feishue's words, but felt a faint sense of threat emanating from Shi'er. Moreover, Shi'er had remained composed throughout, appearing anything but threatened, which further convinced him that this person likely had a hidden card up his sleeve. His injuries were merely suppressed, should a true battle ensue. Victory was not guaranteed. With swift thoughts, Jiang Feiyun grunted, sheathing his broadsword. "Fine, I shall not engage him. You must return with me." "No, you can return alone. Brother Zhu saved you. and you do not understand gratitude. I am not as heartless as you. Jiang Feishui shook her head, her first reaction being to refuse. Jiang Feishui, your unruliness should have its limits. Your unauthorized departure has already displeased Father greatly. If he learns you are mingling with this unknown rogue cultivator, you know the consequences. Jiang Feiyan said coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Feishui trembled, lowering her head, resembling a wilted flower. Fear flickered in her eyes. In the realm of cultivation, rogue cultivators often had mixed backgrounds, many possessing inferior talents. Unlike sects or families that could band together for greater resources. Most rogue cultivators would fight fiercely over resources, often resorting to extreme measures without any moral compass. Such groups were naturally looked down upon by larger, more established powers. Particularly the Divine Casting Manor, one of the three major factions in the Tsangshan mountain range, which upheld strict rules and discipline. Seeing Jiang Feishui silent, Jiang Feiyan grunted and turned his gaze towards the meditating Shi'er, his expression particularly unfriendly. Kid, if you have any sense, it would be wise not to entangle yourself with Shi'er. She hails from the Divine Casting Manor, a noble lineage, and you are from entirely different worlds. Some individuals in this world are simply beyond your reach. Jiang Feishui's actions only reinforced his belief that she was being led astray by the man before him. Thus he harbored no positive feelings towards Shi'er. Elder brother, you are going too far. Jiang Feishui's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Jiang Feiyan. Yet before she could finish, Jiang Feiyan grasped her and strode away. The other cultivators in the valley glanced back at Shi'er, shaking their heads, and hurried to follow. Soon, only Shi'er remained in the valley. An unattainable existence? Is there anyone in this world inherently more noble than others? Shi'er opened his eyes, a detached smile gracing his lips. His resolve was unwavering, and his future direction was particularly clear. Jiang Feiyan's words would not affect him in the slightest. The golden sacred spring was already in his possession, and it was likely that others would come. It was not wise to linger here. Next, he needed to find a place to begin his cultivation. Muttering softly, Shi'er wasted no time, sweeping up the scattered storage bags on the ground and leaping away. Swiftly exiting the filthy pit. Nearly 1,000 cultivators had perished here, and there were at least 100 storage bags. Even if each contained only one item, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. Shi'er, ever prudent with his resources, would not let this opportunity slip by. A day later, Shi'er arrived at a desolate mountain within the Yunming Marsh, where the spiritual energy was particularly dense. Holding the white mist sword, he swiftly carved out a cave, sealing the entrance behind him. Sitting cross-legged within the cave, he did not rush into cultivation but instead began to inventory the items he had collected. This battle had proven to be the most perilous he had faced thus far. The silver light sword had shattered, the ice shield had cracked, and both the soul-breaking nail and bone spike had suffered significant damage. Additionally, his true essence had been severely depleted, causing considerable harm to his foundation. In battle, even a slight misstep could cost him his life. Reflecting on the encounter, Shi'er still felt a chill run down his spine. However, thinking of the gains from this excursion, a faint smile graced his face. The handful of golden sacred spring alone outweighed all his losses. The first items Shi'er examined were those belonging to the deceased rogue cultivators. Among nearly 1,000 rogue cultivators, only a small fraction possessed magical artifacts. Most relied on spells and talismans for their attacks. Chapter 89. The Treasure. The cursed and venomous banner of souls. What Su-12 could find were merely a few dozen low-grade magical artifacts, along with a variety of materials, talismans, and elixirs. After categorizing and organizing these resources, he transferred the contents of his storage bag into another. In the realm of cultivation, spatial artifacts cannot typically be nested infinitely. Only when emptied can they be considered ordinary artifacts and placed into other spatial containers. Having sorted everything, Su-12 proceeded to investigate the storage bag of the corpulent figure in gray. Within this bag, the quality of materials and elixirs was notably superior. The most remarkable item was a blade he held, a weapon of antiquated and unadorned design, neither a sword nor a knife, measuring no more than 2 feet in length. With a subtle sheen and an entirely obsidian hue. The hilt bore the inscription Hate Iron. What a distinctive name. The quality of this weapon was commendable. Although it was merely a high-grade artifact, it felt no less formidable than a top-tier one. With the silver sword shattered, this blade could serve as a temporary means of defense. Speaking softly to himself, Su-12 placed the blade into the scabbard on his back, alongside the Yuan Yang. He then retrieved the storage bag of the red-eyed youth for further inventory. From this bag, he uncovered 2 high-grade artifacts, a whisk, and 5 pink pearls, the treasures of the Qingyang Taoist and the Fiery Hand Fairy. While the whisk's utility was uncertain, these pink pearls could be employed for ambushes, exploding to release toxic powder, making them exceptional tools for overcoming adversaries. It was no wonder the notes mentioned that robbing others brought the swiftest wealth. Su 12's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his spirits lifted. He then examined the dark red armor, a high-grade defensive artifact that the red-eyed youth had possessed. It felt remarkably light in his hands, yet it emanated a magical aura, indicating decent defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, the area over the heart had been pierced by a bone spike, which would undoubtedly diminish its effectiveness. However, paired with the bloodlight shield, it could still prove quite useful. With this thought, Su 12 nodded, accepting the armor without reservation, directly donning it as an inner layer beneath his clothing. In the world of cultivation, the act of killing and seizing treasures typically involves utilizing the belongings of the deceased. As long as it ensured his survival, he bore no moral burden. Next, his gaze shifted to the Banner of Souls. This banner was not large, standing no more than a foot tall. Upon grasping it, he felt an overwhelming weight, as though it bore the heft of 1,000 pounds. The pole emanated an intensely cold, violent, wrathful, and resentful aura, flooding him with negative emotions. Su 12's heart raced, and a wave of hatred toward the figure in black surged within him. This is bad. Realizing the peril, he quickly withdrew the Yuan Yang. As the Yun Yang's spirit fire manifested, the Banner of Souls quivered slightly and finally settled. Su 12 let out a long breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped suffocation. Looking down at the Banner of Souls, his eyes burned with intensity. No wonder the red-eyed youth had gone to such lengths to forge this banner from the souls of numerous cultivators. The spiritual essence contained within was extraordinarily potent, just a step away from becoming a spiritual artifact. However, this object was exceedingly sinister. Its influence on human nature was even more profound than that of the white bone man's skeletal sword. In the future, he would need to exercise extreme caution when employing it. Otherwise, a moment of negligence could lead to severe repercussions. With this thought, Su 12 decided against prolonged contact with the Banner of Souls. With a wave of his hand, he stored it within his ring. After securing the treasures, he meticulously categorized and organized the resources from the red-eyed youth's storage bag. Given the youth's formidable strength, this bag contained far more spiritual materials and elixirs than the combined total of nearly 1,000 cultivators. How many souls had that ancient monster harvested? Such a vast array of resources was truly terrifying. Fortunately, all of this had come into his possession. Suddenly, Su 12's brow furrowed, his expression turning peculiar. Among the contents of the storage bag, he discovered an item he recognized all too well, a gray leaf identical to one found in the white bone man's bag. Could it be that this individual was connected to the white bone man in some way? Holding the leaf in his hand, he squinted, engaging in quiet speculation. He then skillfully activated the Heavenly Eye technique, focusing intently on the gray leaf before him. Countless tiny characters materialized upon it. The first half contained the bloodthirsty devouring demon sutra, while the latter half revealed an entirely different narrative. The gray leaf from the red-eyed youth's storage bag detailed the ritual and manipulation methods for the Banner of Souls. The crafting process for this banner was exceedingly malevolent. It required the third vertebrae of 999 infants less than 100 days old, along with the scalp from the crown of their heads, to forge the pole and the banner itself. After its creation, the Banner of Souls could only be considered an ordinary object until it was continuously refined with the essences of living beings possessing cultivation. The greater the number of essences and the stronger the beings from whom they came, the higher the rank of the Banner of Souls and the greater its power. After digesting this information, even Su 12, with his resolute disposition, felt his face pale as snow, rendered momentarily speechless. The crafting of this banner was utterly ruthless. 999 infants, along with countless cultivator souls, were required to forge a spiritual artifact. Moreover, at least 3 poles were necessary to form the most potent formation of the Banner of Souls. This was not merely a spiritual artifact, it was a demonic tool. No wonder the moment I touched that Banner of Souls, I was nearly ensnared by its malevolence and resentment, almost losing my sense of self. Su 12's heart raced, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to destroy the Banner of Souls. However, this thought flitted away as quickly as it came. He understood that such an act would accomplish nothing. The essences were trapped within the banner. Destroying it would merely scatter their souls, obliterating any chance of reincarnation. No, my current strength is too low. The Banner of Souls is but a breath away from becoming a spiritual artifact. Its tremendous power could save my life in critical moments. Moreover, it is the people who are at fault for crafting such a vile artifact, not the artifact itself. Yet, the essences imprisoned within the banner are indeed pitiable. It is said that in the realm of cultivation, there exists a sect known as the Buddhist practitioners, who seek enlightenment through the Buddha and excel in the art of liberation. Should I have the chance to encounter one in the future, I shall seek their methods to liberate these essences. As Su-12's thoughts raced, clarity washed over him, and he felt a newfound lightness within. However, he was acutely aware that the appearance of two nearly identical gray leaves was unlikely a mere coincidence. Such malevolent schemes were likely the result of someone stirring trouble from the shadows. Nevertheless, this matter was of no concern to him. Chapter 90. Ingesting the golden sacred spirit spring and being ambushed. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 retrieved the corpse of the fire cloud python, meticulously stripping away the flesh to leave only the skeletal remains. He then, following the principles outlined in the sword forging technique, buried the sword bones along with other materials underground. The white bone sword forged from the remains of the fire cloud python would undoubtedly be a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Fortunately, the crafting of the white bone sword merely required periodic ritualistic refining with a special seal, which did not conflict with his subsequent cultivation plans. Su-12 murmured to himself, having settled his thoughts. He then took out his greatest acquisition from this journey, the golden sacred spirit spring. This precious spring was contained within a cerulean bowl, holding exactly 2 bowls worth of liquid. The spring water appeared as a golden liquid, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to shimmer as if illuminated by sunlight. The heavenly spiritual energy contained within it flowed with each breath, enveloping Su-12 in a refreshing and uplifting sensation. The golden sacred spirit spring was indeed remarkable. Even its aroma was enough to stir one's cultivation. Su-12 sighed in awe, his heart racing with excitement, unable to conceal his elation. 2 bowls of this liquid represented 2 decades of arduous cultivation. Struggling to contain his enthusiasm, he wasted no time and consumed the entirety of the golden sacred spirit spring in one swift motion. Upon ingesting, a gentle force coursed through his heart and lungs, flowing into his dantian's qi. As the energy entered his dantian, it surged like a river, imbuing Su-12 with an unprecedented sense of power. However, this energy was beyond his control, converting into his cultivation at a remarkably slow pace. Such astonishing energy, merely the natural conversion, rivaled the effects of consuming a qi gathering pill during cultivation. It seemed that if he devoted himself to refining this energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Sensing his progress visibly accelerating, Su-12 felt a surge of joy, murmuring softly as he focused intently on the refining process. Meanwhile, within the Cloud Song sect, in a secluded estate on Tianshu Peak, the Grand Elder gazed at a silver-eyed eagle demon beast that had descended from the heavens, his brow furrowing in deep concern. Damn it, the tracking mark I left has vanished. Has he discovered it? Or has that silver light sword been destroyed? The silver-eyed eagle has been following for so long and has yet to witness that boy using the heavenly furnace. Is it that he is unaware of its function? Or is it truly absent from his possession? The Grand Elder's fists clenched in frustration. Upon discovering Su-12, his immediate reaction was to capture him and extract information regarding the heavenly furnace. However, he soon reconsidered, recalling the situation in Little Stone Village, fearing that Su-12 might adopt a defiant stance. Though he had many torturous methods at his disposal, even the most skilled torturer might encounter a resilient spirit, especially in the absence of legendary soul-searching techniques. Furthermore, Su-12 had just submitted a substantial amount of materials and was in a position of strength. If he acted rashly and alerted the sect master or various peak leaders to the existence of the heavenly furnace, it would lead to disastrous consequences. The Cloud Song sect had been established and developed by astute leaders. The sect master and peak leaders were no fools. Moreover, he had other tasks within the sect and could not reveal his identity. Thus, he decided to observe discreetly. However, he never anticipated that after half a year of observation, he would lose track of Su-12. This left him seething with anger. The Yuanyang ruler and Silverlight sword were treasures of great value to him. Had it not been for the need to lure the snake from its hole, he would never have gifted them to Su-12. With a sigh, the Grand Elder casually tossed a spirit pill. The silver-eyed eagle snatched the pill and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years had elapsed since Su-12 entered the dreaming cloud marsh. The bustling market of Qianshan was alive with activity and constant change. The news of the golden sacred spirit spring being taken from the filthy pit had spread like wildfire, making its way into the hearts of many cultivators. Countless cultivators lamented their missed opportunity, filled with envy and regret, each believing that had they entered the pit, they would have been the ones to claim the treasure. Yet, no one knew how many cultivators had perished within that wretched pit. On one particular day, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe, his complexion sallow and possessing only the cultivation of the 5th stage of Qi refinement, blended into the crowd in the market. After perusing the stalls and trading numerous spirit materials for a substantial amount of elixirs and talisman resources, he departed swiftly. Once outside the market, the middle-aged cultivator took to the winds, journeying southward toward the Cloud Song sect. This man was Su-12, having returned from 2 years of secluded cultivation in the dreaming cloud marsh. He had thoroughly refined the golden sacred spirit spring and consumed most of the elixirs that enhanced his cultivation. The resources he had accumulated were equivalent to 2 centuries of diligent training for an ordinary cultivator, sufficient to allow a talented disciple to establish their foundation, or at the very least, reach the cusp of foundation establishment. Yet, his cultivation had only increased by 3 stages, progressing from the 7th to the 10th stage of Qi refinement. Although he had refined a fire spirit pearl, the improvement to his spiritual roots was minimal, and his original mixed spiritual roots had not changed. Additionally, with the need to cultivate a small circular Qi refinement technique, each stage required a level of spiritual energy several times greater than that of other cultivators. Thus, even with such abundant resources, achieving a 3-stage increase was indeed no small feat with his current cultivation. Should he encounter Yi Liangchuan and his group again, he could dispatch them with a single strike. Reflecting on this, Su-12 felt little disappointment, merely quickening his pace toward the Cloud Song sect. His urgency stemmed not only from the mysterious alchemical furnace, but primarily from the 5 elements spirit pearls within the treasure pavilion. If he could not enhance his spiritual root quality, he could scarcely envision any other means to elevate his final 2 stages of Qi refinement. Moreover, before departing, he had entrusted Zhu Hanwei with investigating the black-clad individuals, and he was eager to return and ascertain the situation. Thoughts raced through Su-12's mind like lightning. And 2 days later, he arrived near the Cloud Song sect. However, before he could reach the sect, 3 figures suddenly appeared, surrounding him in a triangular formation. One figure donned a crimson robe, sharp-eyed with a prominent nose, none other than Yi Liangchuan, the talented disciple of Tianhua Peak. The second figure had a square face and wore blue, a disciple named Lu Tao. The third was a round-faced man in black, plump in stature, who had participated in the ambush against Su-12 2 years prior, Zhang Ruiyang. 3 esteemed seniors, what is the meaning of this? Su-12 squinted, asking calmly. At this moment, he was shielded by a facial artifact and utilizing a breath-concealing technique, making it seemingly impossible for them to recognize him. However, regardless of whether they had identified him, he prepared to strike at a moment's notice, as his true essence began to surge within him. Lu Tao, the square-faced disciple, scoffed disdainfully. You think that changing your appearance can fool our keen eyes? How naive. Indeed, you have quite the patience, letting us wait for over 2 years. Zhang Ruiyang. The round-faced plump man sneered alongside him. Su-12's brow twitched slightly as he noticed that the round-faced man was holding a small, entirely white mouse demon beast. The mouse's eyes darted around as it squeaked incessantly at him. Chapter 91. Has he been annihilated? Cursed be it. It seems that this rodent-like beast has seen through the disguise. Su-12 let out a low grunt, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the 3 individuals. At this moment, Yi Liangchuan emanated a profound aura, clearly indicating a significant enhancement in his cultivation. The energies surrounding the 3 were rhythmically pulsating. No, something is amiss with these fellows. A sense of foreboding washed over Su-12 as he raised the blade of hatred, infusing it with a surge of mighty essence. Buzz. The blade of hatred radiated a brilliant light, launching itself as a streak of dark energy toward Yi Liangchuan. Having advanced to the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage, Su-12 not only experienced a dramatic surge in his internal energy, but also underwent a qualitative change in his spirit. Although he had yet to achieve consciousness, he could faintly sense the threshold approaching. With his essence activated and combined with the technique of object manipulation, he could command the magical artifact within a 10-zhang radius. The 9th level of Qi refinement. This lad possesses quite the fortune, managing to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level within merely 2 years. Yi Liangchuan raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. Within the realm of cultivation, the 9th level of qi refinement was widely acknowledged as the pinnacle. Unbeknownst to him, Su 12 practiced an ancient qi refinement technique, and his true cultivation should indeed be at the 10th level. With a low grunt, Yi Liangchuan displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a smirk played upon his lips, tinged with mockery. Beside him, the square-faced figure clad in blue, Lu Tao, scoffed, proclaiming, "What of the 9th level of qi refinement? Brother Yi is now but a step away from foundation establishment. Coupled with the triad formation, this lad today is surely trapped." With that, the three simultaneously launched their attacks. 3 distinct swords hovered before them, whirling in unison as they sped towards Su 12. Before the sword light reached him, the air crackled with intertwining spiritual energy, manifesting various formation seals. Su 12 suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping him, as if he were ensnared in quicksand. Bang! A flash of red light surged forth. Yi Liangchuan's fire cloud sword collided first with Su 12's blade of hatred. Sparks erupted in the air as the two swords, bolstered by their respective cultivator's essence, became locked in a stalemate. Despite his newfound strength, Su 12 dared not underestimate Yi Liangchuan. He could distinctly sense that this individual had also grown considerably since 2 years prior. The pressure emanating from the sword alone sent chills down his spine. At that moment, the attacks from the other two arrived simultaneously. 2 beams of sword light, one azure, the other white, shimmered with a sharp, cold brilliance. The speed of these strikes astonished Su 12. Such rapid assaults. It appears these individuals have significantly improved over the past 2 years. Su 12's eyelids flickered, an inner alarm ringing. Had he retained his strength from 2 years prior, he would undoubtedly meet his demise under such onslaught. However, he was no longer the same. With the 10th level of qi refinement, he surpassed Yi Liangchuan, not to mention the other two. Perfect, this shall serve as a means to gauge my current prowess. With a swift thought, a glint of cold light appeared in Su 12's eyes. Before the attacks could reach him, an even more formidable essence surged forth, shattering the formation's binding. Behind him, the Yuan Yang surged upward with a swish. Whoosh, a tempest swirled around Su 12 as he became the epicenter, fanning out in all directions. The Yuan Yang, upon its emergence, unleashed a bloom of Yuan Yang golden flowers and a surge of Cloud Yang spirit fire, targeting the round-faced rotund man and the square-faced blue-clad cultivator. What is this? This is bad. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual force, both men turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned defensive artifacts, flinging out over a dozen protective talismans. The talismans transformed into streaks of light, coalescing into various defensive shields. Employing such an array of defensive talismans at once was particularly taxing for the two, for resources do not simply materialize from the wind, yet in the face of death. They had no choice but to forego their reluctance. Nevertheless, against Su 12's assault, these defenses crumbled like paper. Puff, puff, puff. The Cloud Yang spirit fire and Yuan Yang golden flowers surged forward with unstoppable force, enveloping the two men. The round-faced man and the square-faced cultivator could only emit a cry of despair before being reduced to ashes amidst the flames. How could this be? Yi Liangchuan, engaged in a contest of artifacts with Su 12, felt his eyelids twitch violently. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured a surge of essence into the fire cloud sword, decisively turning to flee toward the sect. Curse be it! How has this fellow become so formidable? His strength. Is it truly at the 9th level of qi refinement? Fear gripped Yi Liangchuan as countless bewildering thoughts raced through his mind. Has he been annihilated? Seeing the demise of the two, Su 12 rubbed his nose, astonished. He had presumed that with their strength, they would at least manage to put up some resistance. His gaze fell upon Yi Liangchuan's retreating figure. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, swiftly approaching the standoff between the blade of hatred and the fire-red sword. He infused his palm with essence, seizing the fire cloud sword, while simultaneously striking the blade of hatred. Swish! The blade of hatred shot forth once more, racing toward Yi Liangchuan with even greater speed. This is bad. As Yi Liangchuan fled for his life, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Realizing the impending danger, he hastily retrieved 2 pale blue first-grade talismans. The talismans shimmered with brilliance, indicating their exceptional quality. Upon activation, they instantly formed 2 water blue protective shields, enveloping Yi Liangchuan securely. Bang! The black iron blade struck the water blue shield, breaching only one layer. The second layer merely bore a new crack. Feeling a powerful force penetrate through the barrier, Yi Liangquan's fear turned to elation. He gathered his essence, propelling himself forward with renewed speed. At that moment, he feared not injury, but rather the possibility of not escaping quickly enough. As long as he could reach the Yunga sect, he would have no qualms against anyone. The sect had rules. No one dared to act recklessly within its confines, killing indiscriminately. Yi Liangquan dashed forward, his essence rapidly depleting, as he summoned talismans one after another. In that instant, he raced against death itself. Meanwhile, behind him, Su 12 narrowed his eyes, casting 2 fireballs to incinerate the remains of the round-faced man and the square-faced blue-clad cultivator before pursuing with all his might. Following Yi Liangquan, he felt a mixture of old grievances and new resentments. There was no reason to allow his adversary to escape. In but the span of a fragrant incense stick, the blurred silhouette of the Yunga sect appeared before Yi Liangquan. As he gazed into the distance, he quickened his pace, feeling a breath of relief. However, the very next second, his pupils constricted as he beheld a figure before him, his eyes widening in shock, halting his movement entirely. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, his face like frost, the blade of hatred in hand emanating a chilling glow. With the cloud-treading boots upon his feet and the shadowless phantom steps of secular martial arts at his command, he moved with a speed that matched, if not exceeded, Yi Liangquan's. When it came to the quantity and quality of talismans, he too was no less than Yi Liangquan. Chapter 92. The Invitation of Xiao Yu. Senior Brother Yi. You have been scheming to find me, yet upon discovering me, you choose to flee. What sort of reasoning is this? As the tides of fortune shift, I shall ensure you savor the terror of death this time. Su 12's lips curled upward as he advanced step by step toward Yi Liangquan. Who are you truly? How could it be possible for your strength to rise so swiftly? Yi Liangquan's eyes widened in disbelief, his previous arrogance evaporating entirely. Now, he found himself retreating repeatedly, appearing exceedingly disheveled. As he spoke, his hand concealed behind him grasped a cerulean bead, smooth and lustrous. Within it, faint flashes of lightning pulsed, containing an astonishing power of destruction. Observing Su 12's approach, he refrained from acting hastily. This was his last chance for a turnaround. He had to ensure absolute certainty. Do you truly think I would answer your questions? Perhaps you should contemplate the manner of your demise. A faint, cold smirk played on Su 12's lips. Is that so? Your silence matters not. Then prepare to meet your end. As Su 12 closed the distance to within 10 paces, a glint of resolution flickered in Yi Liangquan's eyes, and he flung the bead from his hand. However, before he could utter another word, a streak of dark light sliced through the air, severing his body in two. Why you? Yi Liangquan's eyes bulged, sensing the world around him tear apart. Yet he could utter no more. Su 12 maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly tossing 2 fireballs to obliterate the remains, his face betraying no trace of emotion. His objective was clear: to eradicate his enemies without wasting time on torment. The lengthy discourse was merely a precaution to prevent any unforeseen countermeasures and to lower his opponent's guard. Caution had become the most invaluable lesson imparted by life since his cultivation began. Collecting Yi Liangquan's storage bag, he wasted no further time. Removing the human skin artifact from his face, and cautiously continued towards Yun's sect. The site of Yi Liangquan's demise was perilously close to the sect. He had to exercise utmost vigilance. Should this matter be discovered, it would spell significant trouble. Upon entering the sect, Su 12 made his way directly to Luofu Peak. Along the way, he encountered numerous fresh faces, young children just over 10 years old, some engrossed in their books, while others frolicked about. The number of newcomers surpassed that of his own entry into the sect by a considerable margin. This sight stirred a sense of nostalgia within Su 12. Once, he too had been such a child. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed 8 years on the path of cultivation. Su 12 murmured to himself, an overwhelming sense of solitude and bitterness welling from the depths of his heart. Reflecting upon his journey through life, he felt a tumult of emotions. In this vast world, he found himself utterly alone. The grandfather who had chased after him, calling him a little rascal and urging him to study, was no more. The companions with whom he had played and explored vanished. Even the mischievous Uncle Ergo, who had delighted in petty thefts and peeking at widows, was gone. Visions of these figures flashed through his mind, and Su 12's posture sagged, exuding an air of despondency. Junior Brother 12. Suddenly, a melodious voice jolted Su 12 from his reverie. Sister Xiao Yu. Upon seeing the exquisite figure approaching, Su 12 hurriedly greeted her. 3 years had passed. and Xiaoyu had blossomed into an even more radiant and mature presence, exuding an undeniable charm with her every gesture. Her cultivation had also notably advanced, rising from the 6th level of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 7th. Where have you been these past 3 years? I nearly thought you had encountered misfortune. Xiaoyu remarked with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, sister. I am well, having merely spent some years honing my skills outside. Su 12's heart warmed. Although he understood Xiaoyu's nature, the feeling of being cared for alleviated some of his profound solitude and bitterness. Indeed, cultivation experiences are beneficial. While innate talent is vital for cultivators, fortune and opportunity are indispensable as well. Given your appearance, your strength must have increased considerably. As her gaze swept over Su 12, Xiaoyu wore a contemplative smile. 3 years prior, Su 12 had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement while feigning the 3rd. Now, he had seemingly elevated his pretense to the 5th level. This suggested that Su 12's true capabilities must be even greater. I fear I may have embarrassed myself, sister. I haven't made much progress these past 3 years. I remain much the same. I only hope to elevate my cultivation enough to access the library sooner. Su 12 scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, unaware of meeting Xiaoyu. He had prepared this excuse from the outset. While the Yunj sect was not the foremost power in the Tsongshan mountain range, its 7 peaks collectively possessed considerable strength. Standing firmly in the middle tier, the sect's long-standing heritage held many formidable techniques and secrets within its library, which Su 12 had long coveted. I see. However, you need not go through such trouble. If you wish to access the library, I can simply inform grandfather. After all, your cultivation level is already sufficient. Xiaoyu nodded, though she remained somewhat skeptical of Su 12's words. 3 years prior, he had cultivated to the 7th level of qi refinement with a mixed spiritual root, a feat unattainable solely through fortune. Now, 3 years later, it was implausible to believe he had made no advancements at all. Yet, Su 12 remained tight-lipped. Had she not encountered peril back then, she would never have guessed the extent of his strength. Perhaps it's best not to trouble the Peak Master with this. I will cultivate steadily. In 3 to 5 years, I shall naturally meet the requirements to enter the library. Su 12 hastily shook his head in refusal. The Peak Master was a master at the foundation establishment stage. Though his minor technique for concealing his breath was impressive, consistently approaching a foundation establishment expert posed a significant risk of being discovered. For levels 5 and 7 of qi refinement, he could concoct an excuse, but for the 10th level, how could he explain that? This lad is quite fearful of encountering grandfather. He must have many secrets, Xiaoyu observed, her eyes narrowing with insight, before smiling and saying, This matter is not merely up to your discretion. What do you mean, sister? Su 12 inquired, perplexed. Xiaoyu smiled and clarified, in 7 years. The 7 Peaks competition will occur, a grand event held every 20 years, to enhance the combat prowess of the disciples. The Peak Master has made a wager with the Luoyan Peak. In 2 years, each side will send 3 disciples of at least the 7th level of qi refinement to compete. Within Luofu Peak, I and Han Yu will comprise 2 of the 3. For the 3rd, you were the first person I thought of. I had been concerned about where to find you these past 6 months, yet here you are. With that, Xiaoyu beamed at Su 12. Chapter 93, The Reasons for Heartfelt Emotion. Thank you for your kind recognition, senior sister. However, I am solely focused on my cultivation. Engaging in contests is not suitable for me. Please seek another candidate. Su Shi'er's lips twitched slightly as he resolutely declined. He had no interest in any sect competitions or sparring matches. His primary purpose for returning this time was singular, to acquire the 5 elements spiritual pearl and then retreat for closed-door cultivation until he reached the foundation establishment stage. This Su Shi'er possesses many admirable traits, yet his cautious nature in dealings is rather excessive. Xiaoyu silently criticized, observing Su Shi'er as she continued. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. This competition is not merely a laborious endeavor, it offers significant benefits. By participating, you will receive a vial of qi condensation pills, which are several times more effective than the gathering qi pills. Should you emerge victorious in the sparring, you will additionally gain the opportunity to select a technique from the library and receive a second-tier spiritual material. The mention of the opportunity to select a technique from the library piqued Su Shi'er's interest, causing his brow to arch. Yet, contemplating the risks of exposing his abilities, the fervor within him quickly extinguished. Senior sister, I truly am not suited for this. Su Shi'er retracted his neck, adopting a bitter expression. With that, he turned to leave. Xiaoyu maintained her smile, though a hint of frustration lingered in her heart. She held a good impression of Shi'er and understood his temperament, not wishing to force him. However, with recent disturbances in the Sunset Forest and many disciples dispatched or away on trainings, finding a disciple above the 7th level of Qi refinement within the sect was no easy task. Just as she was about to give up, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, recalling a saying from her grandfather. She quickly addressed Shi'er again, "Junior brother Shi'er. Among the spiritual materials wagered at Luoyan Peak is a piece of Liuli gold. If I recall correctly, my grandfather mentioned that if you can gather Liuli gold and the heavenly fire with your Yuan Yang ruler, there is a possibility of upgrading it to a spiritual weapon. Such a weapon is rare. Within the entire Yunj sect, few elders possess spiritual weapons. Are you truly not willing to reconsider?" "What? Liuli gold?" Upon hearing this, Shi'er halted abruptly. His Yuan Yang ruler had already been paired with the heavenly fire, specifically the purest Yang fire, Yin Yang fire. Now, only the spiritual material, Liuli gold, remained. If he could refine the Yuan Yang ruler into a spiritual weapon and further temper it with that mysterious alchemical furnace, his heart raced with excitement at the possibility. A medium-grade or even high-grade spiritual weapon would drastically enhance his strength, becoming a formidable asset in the face of crises. If it were merely the chance to visit the library, he might not care. However, coupled with this opportunity, it became a bargaining chip he could not refuse. Taking a deep breath, Shi'er slowly turned around, feigning surprise. Such a matter exists. If that is the case, it warrants a try. My only concern is whether my strength is insufficient, and should I lose the sparring, it would reflect poorly on the Peak Master. Seeing Shi'er relent, Xiaoyu grinned. "No worries. If you truly lose, as long as I and Hanyu win, I will ensure that Liuli gold is sent to you. Then it is settled. We shall convene in the main hall of Luofu Peak in 2 years. Thank you, senior sister, for your kindness. I shall return to rest now, and will contact you at the appointed time." Shi'er expressed his gratitude hastily before parting ways with Xiaoyu and heading back to his residence. This lad seems to be concealing quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Xiaoyu squinted, watching Shi'er's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She did not believe a single word of his earlier remarks. She sensed his underlying determination regarding the Liuli gold, reaffirming her belief that Shi'er's true strength had indeed improved significantly, further intensifying her curiosity about him. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shi'er did not rush to submit his task or exchange for the 5 elements spiritual pearl. Yi Liangchuan and his companions were notable disciples of Tianhua Peak. Their disappearance would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from the peak. Furthermore, 2 years prior, Yi Liangchuan had led a group to ambush Shi'er, an incident witnessed by many disciples of Tianhua Peak. Shi'er was acutely aware that should he reveal himself now, it would inevitably raise suspicions. The previous contest between Luofu Peak and Tianhua Peak had been dramatically altered because of him, inciting considerable resentment from Tianhua Peak's master, Fu Boren. It was difficult to predict what outrageous actions they might undertake if another opportunity arose. Given Shi'er's cautious nature, he would never place himself in such a perilous situation. For the time being, it was prudent to maintain a low profile and wait for the storm to pass. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Shi'er swiftly organized the items from the storage bags of Yi Liangchuan and his companions. They possessed a considerable amount of belongings, yet little caught his interest. The only item of note was Yi Liangchuan's fire cloud flying sword, a quality weapon comparable to the famed Iron Blade. However, given the current precarious situation, Shi'er deemed it unwise to use a sword belonging to an adversary, so he stored it away for future arrangements. Once he had organized everything, Shi'er's gaze fell upon another spatial artifact he had acquired from that round-faced rotund man. This was a completely black pouch, resembling a storage bag but exuding a different aura that could not be contained within a regular storage bag. Could this be the legendary beast spirit bag? Narrowing his eyes, information from his reference materials flooded his mind. Spatial artifacts come in various forms, with storage bags being the most basic, allowing only the storage of inanimate objects and prohibiting the nesting of other items within. In contrast, the beast spirit bag was specifically designed for housing tamed spirit beasts. Numerous types existed, some aiding in combat, while others were used for treasure hunting or tracking. The mouse spirit beast that the round-faced man had wielded was evidently a tracking spirit beast. With this thought in mind, Shi'er probed into the bag. Instantly, a small space, no larger than a square, materialized in his mind. Within it, a palm-sized mouse spirit beast curled up in a corner, soundly asleep. As Shi'er's consciousness shifted, the mouse spirit beast appeared in his hand. Upon the sudden change in environment, the mouse spirit beast woke immediately, baring its teeth at Shi'er and squeaking in alarm. Shi'er frowned, directing a fierce gaze at it. The mouse spirit beast instantly quivered, trembling in his grasp, displaying an unmistakable fear. No wonder they say timid as a mouse. This spirit beast is exceedingly cowardly. Shi'er chuckled, scrutinizing the creature. Its fur was pure white, and its eyes, the size of apricot pits, exuded a remarkable intelligence. Its diminutive frame was emaciated, appearing almost skeletal. Chapter 94. Spirit Beast. Eating mouse. Those individuals truly possess a remarkable stinginess. Having painstakingly tamed a spirit beast, they are reluctant to offer it sustenance. This spirit beast, whose name remains a mystery, undoubtedly possesses the abilities of tracking or seeing through disguises, thus it is deserving of a second chance. Su-12 murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, the mouse spirit beast eagerly prodded its front paws, nodding fervently, presenting an appearance of utmost obedience. Yet, within its eyes, a glimmer of cunning sparkled. Its beady eyes were discreetly observing the surroundings. Su-12 marveled, realizing that this spirit beast possessed even greater intelligence than he had anticipated. With a grin, he returned the creature to the spirit beast pouch. He intended to keep this spirit beast, but lacking the means to command it and ignorant of its origins, he could not afford to release it merely due to its apparent docility. Not rushing to cultivate, Su-12 settled in his room and began to peruse the books he had exchanged for at Shi'er, reading them one by one. His memory was already commendable, and after becoming a cultivator, his vigor had only intensified. He swiftly flipped through the travelogues and miscellaneous discussions, realizing that these contents bore no utility for his cultivation, being regarded as trifles by most cultivators. Yet, Su-12 held a different perspective. To read 10,000 books is to travel 10,000 miles. This was a warning bestowed upon him by his grandfather, serving as his life's motto. Only through such endeavors could he rapidly broaden his experiences and insights. In no time, various books had accumulated in his room, occupying half of the space. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Lianchuan and his companion's disappearance had stirred a considerable commotion within the Yunga sect. Speculations arose. Some presumed they had ventured out in search of treasure, while others feared they might have encountered misfortune. This prompted the sect master of Tianhua Peak, Fu Boring, to investigate. However, after a week of inquiries, he found no leads. For a prolonged period, numerous disciples from Tianhua Peak lingered around Luofu Peak, either intentionally or inadvertently, seeking familiar figures. Some even linked this incident to the long-absent Su-12. Yet, since his return, he had remained secluded, and the news of his return was known only to Xiaoyu. As weeks turned into months, the matter gradually faded from public consciousness. One bright morning, Su-12, holding a scroll, excitedly retrieved the mouse spirit beast from the spirit beast pouch. At this moment, the creature appeared even thinner than before, exhibiting a lethargic demeanor. However, upon scrutinizing the spirit beast in his hands, Su-12's face radiated joy. Unexpectedly, this unassuming mouse spirit beast was a soul-eating mouse. The soul-eating mouse feeds on spiritual materials and various ethereal entities. Its pair of spiritual eyes can pierce through disguises and trace scents. In ancient times, it was tamed by cultivators for treasure hunting. However, due to the significant decline in heavenly spiritual energy, such spirit beasts had become exceedingly rare. It was surprising that the round-faced plump fellow had managed to find such a creature. With a grin, Su-12 murmured to himself. He then raised his hand, revealing a second-tier spiritual plant. Upon seeing this plant, the soul-eating mouse perked up, its eyes bulging with excitement as it struggled to leap towards the spiritual plant in Su-12's hand. Su-12, amused, did not tease it further and promptly extended the plant. The soul-eating mouse clutched the spiritual plant, munching away with fervor. Witnessing this scene, Su-12 swiftly formed hand seals, executing a spell, and then pointed a finger at the soul-eating mouse's head. A stream of true essence flowed from his fingertip into the creature's body. In the next moment, Su-12 sensed a faint connection with the soul-eating mouse. Cultivators have various methods to command spirit beasts. Some utilize magical tools as intermediaries, while others foster relationships through prolonged interaction, and yet others establish contracts via spell seals. Su-12 employed the latter method, which he had gleaned from a miscellaneous tome. It was a remarkably simple technique. This spell seal does not impose significant constraints on the spirit beast, but merely aids in tracking its location. However, this was adequate for Su 12. Should the spirit beast dare to flee, he would not hesitate to obliterate it. Maintaining such a spirit beast requires a considerable amount of spiritual materials, which would be a substantial expense for that round-faced fellow. He likely did not recognize the spirit beast, treating it merely as an ordinary tracking creature, which explained why the soul-eating mouse had become so emaciated. Nevertheless, for Su 12, this posed no significant issue. The soul-eating mouse was undoubtedly adept at treasure hunting. Su 12's heavenly eye technique allowed him to observe the flow of spiritual energy in the world, but it relied heavily on his own analysis, which had its limitations. With the soul-eating mouse secured, Su 12 finally ventured out of his dwelling and headed towards the task hall. His original task was to slay demon beasts, a long-term endeavor that required merely the submission of a task token and the corpses of the beasts to earn sect contribution points. With the rewards from the task dispersed, his contribution points had officially exceeded 2,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Su 12 made his way to the treasure pavilion. Elder, I wish to exchange the remaining 4 spirit pearls from the second tier, Su 12 eagerly announced upon reaching the elder in charge, while presenting his identity token. Within the sect, a disciple's contribution points were linked to their identity token. It's you, brat. The elder's gaze swiftly scanned Su 12, and after a moment of contemplation, he recalled who he was. He then smirked, adopting a rather peculiar expression. You've done well. It took you 3 years to accumulate 2,000 contribution points? Apologies, elder. My aptitude is lacking and my strength is modest, hence it took me longer, Su 12 replied sheepishly, unfazed by the elder's condescending remarks. In fact, he preferred that everyone regarded him as an incompetent fool. Having read numerous books and undergone various experiences, Su 12 increasingly understood the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth. Those 5-element spirit pearls are treasures of the second tier. You, a mere 5th-level chi refining brat, are not qualified to exchange. The elder grumbled. But before he could finish, Su 12 calmly produced a second-tier spiritual plant. I implore the elder to make an exception on account of senior sister Xiaoyu. What exception? The treasures of the second tier are not subject to anyone's favor. Upon seeing the spiritual plant, the elder's eyes gleamed momentarily, yet he quickly composed himself. Scolding Su 12, is it insufficient? Or should I summon senior sister Xiaoyu to assist? Su 12's heart raced as he pondered his next move. At that moment, however, the elder snatched the spiritual plant from Su 12's hands, swiftly depositing it in his storage pouch. Nevertheless, with one of the 5-element spirit pearls missing, it can only be counted as 4 ordinary high-grade magical artifacts. It is no longer worthy of the second tier. Just exchange normally. After speaking, the elder turned and entered the treasure pavilion. Only then did Su 12 notice that other disciples were also selecting treasures within. This old man truly desires both fame and fortune. Su 12's lips twitched, but he paid it no mind.